numbered by BJP MLA Agnimitra Paul. It's 70. All the MLAs are standing in the queue, and as you see, Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, along with all the MLAs, and they're all wearing the quintessential traditional tribal attire. Mr. Adhikari, very good morning. You're wearing this panchi. What message you're giving today?
I am waiting for my vote. I am not saying anything.
Okay. But anything about this panchi?
It's a tribal culture, tribal dress.
Okay. And you're confident about Draupadi Murmu's victory?
And I am not saying anything. I am in a queue.
Okay. So the BJP MLAs are all standing in the queue, and as they have given the number of 70 MLAs, they have all come down and they would all be casting their vote. The voting process has just begun. As you see, the door opens and one MLA after the other goes inside. BJP MLAs came roughly about 9:30, half an hour before the voting process was supposed to begin, and they said they are extremely excited. But then, as you rightly said, when it comes to the state of West Bengal, it is just not a presidential election. We also know as how the political fight between BJP and Trinamool Congress, which has almost been at the center of the national political landscape now, also taking the center stage. Why? Because it was Mamata Banerjee who had called for this opposition meeting, and eventually after certain deliberations it was Yashwant Sinha who was proposed to be the united opposition candidate. But the same Mamata Banerjee later on blamed BJP for not discussing Draupadi Murmu's name in advance and not seeking consensus, indicating that she has got weakness and for women, and especially women coming in from tribal community. We also know, as a matter of fact, that BJP has reached out to respective MLAs and MPs asking for their support for Draupadi Murmu. But all important and all eyes would be
the BJP has been alleging that Mamata Banerjee is anti-tribal in the kind of comments and the approach that she's really had all through the nomination of Draupadi Murmu. Let me quickly go across to Shomit, who's joining us live from Hyderabad. Shomit, now yesterday we saw the Observer visiting the Telangana Assembly. What's going on this morning? How many MLAs are we seeing queue up outside the Assembly?
Well, 119, out of 119 assembly constituencies, all, there are around 1 or 2 TRS MLAs, including its allies. We are right now standing in front of the assembly, and, all the TRS MLAs, along with the, the issue-based ally support, we can say, my party, they have arrived, and just now, they have arrived here at the assembly, and voting yet to begin. And actually, since the MLA constituency electoral vote, we can say that 119 with each vote valued at 132. And all but 3 BJP MLAs, actually 3 BJP MLAs, they have won 2 by-polls, and 3 BJP MLAs will be voting for the BJP led candidate. But however, all the other leaders we have saw, KCR intensifying his fight against the center, and also he has, given a red carpet when BJP National Executive Committee meeting was, was held here at Hyderabad. He has given a red carpet welcome to Yashwant Sinha, and he has clearly given out a clear message, and he has also ensured that, he'll be speaking to other opposition leaders. He has spoken to Mamata Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal, and even opposition leader in the Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav, and even Stalin in Tamil Nadu. So he has also asked them to support Yashwant Sinha in the presidential elections. And
well, let's see how that turns around, because as per the number analysis, in the build-up to the presidential elections, looks like at least 60% votes are going to be in favor of Draupadi Murmu, the NDA candidate. Let me go across to Vivek, who's joining us from Thiruvananthapuram. Now, Vivek, what are we expecting in Kerala? The BJP all throughout has been alleging that the CPIM is politicizing the presidential elections. What's the mood you're picking up?
Exactly. Now, as far as, let me just give a clear picture about the Kerala Assembly. It is a 140 member assembly, of which there are 99 MLAs from the LDF dispensation, that's a ruling dispensation, and 41 MLAs from the UDF, that's the Congress. Now, it clearly looks like all the 140 votes here will be going to Yashwant Sinha, which is very, very clear, because both the Congress and the left have decided to vote for Yashwant Sinha. But there is a confusion as far as JDS and LJD is concerned. Remember, the JDS has decided, JDS central leadership has decided that they will vote for Draupadi Murmu. So it needs to be seen as from here in Kerala unit of the JDS, which way will they go? Now this is going to be extremely important, because JDS has got an MLA out here, 2 MLAs, and LJD has also got an MLA. So these 3 MLAs, whether they are going to vote for Draupadi Murmu is something which is very, very important to note, because the central leadership has taken a decision. Now will they go against the decision? Also remember, of the 140 seats, the vote value of each each MLA is 152, which means 21,280 is the total vote value of the entire assembly. Remember, 140 is the assembly. As far as the BJP is concerned, BJP has clearly said that the LDF and the UDF is playing politics as far as presidential election is concerned. Earlier also, there was also comments from certain LDF leaders and Congress leaders that
All right, Govind also continues to stay on with us. So in Kerala, of course, Yashwant Sinha has a clear edge over Draupadi Murmu if we go by the MLAs and their leanings. But as for Madhya Pradesh, Govind, 133 seats with the NDA. Whose favor are the MLAs going to be voting for this morning?
Sir, was live, sir. So this is absolutely what we can understand. The voting power bifurcation in Madhya Pradesh is quite clear, but it bit interesting, you know, that if we talk about BJP is having the support of 127 MLAs here and definitely 8 Rajya Sabha MPs and other 28 MPs with BJP party. But when we talk about Congress is having 95 MLAs, and right now we have also the tribal leader, known tribal leader of the nation, Kallakurichi will share that what all you know that the phrase is quite buzzing, अंतरात्मा की आवाज. We have Kallakurichi. सर आप ये बताइए, आपके कैंडिडेट ने अपील की है जसवंत सिंह.
हमारा उम्मीदवार यशवंत सिन्हा जी है. पार्टी ने अधिकृत किया है, तो वही हमारा.
कई ट्राइबल एमएलएज हैं आपकी पार्टी कांग्रेस में भी, किधर
ये मतलब पार्टी में लोकतंत्र में ये नहीं देखा जाता है कि ये जाति वो जाति, जो भी होता है.
तो मिश्रा ये बोल रहे हैं, कमलनाथ जी से भी अपील की है आपसे, आपके ट्राइबल एमएलए से भी अपील की है कि अंतरात्मा की आवाज सुनाओ.
कि कौन बोला?
नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी.
कमलनाथ जी के बोले?
नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी ने बोला है, कमलनाथ जी
उनकी पार्टी के लिए बोलते हैं.
So this is absolutely what every party is claiming according to their own accordance, and here Kallakurichi is saying that they are quite confident that no MLA will cut other side. And
all right, so NDA extremely confident there in Madhya Pradesh as well. Let me go across to Vivek to get in a sense of what's happening in Karnataka. Vivek, 122 of the, I beg your pardon, Imran joining us from Karnataka, 122 of the 224 seats with the NDA. So speaks volumes of where the MLAs are going to be voting this morning.
Well, absolutely. In fact, we just spoke to the General Secretary of the BJP, C.T. Ravi, and he said that he's very confident that their candidates will win, and there is no chance of opposition candidates having any slight chance also. He also criticized the fact that people who were questioning Murmu, saying that she will be a rubber stamp, saying that it is an insult of the scheduled tribes of India, and those people who are making such allegations, they will be taught a lesson. And early in the morning, all the BJP MLAs wearing saffron shawls entered the Vidhan Sabha Assembly, and they are the first ones to cast their vote. In fact, the Water Resource Minister Govind Karjol and former Deputy CM is the first one who casted his vote there. Opposition leader Siddaramaiah has arrived, but we are waiting for the Congress MLAs to come here and to cast their votes. And yesterday, the big announcement came from the Vice President's post from the Bengaluru, where Margaret Alva, speaking to us exclusively to Times Now, said that even though she hasn't accepted the post, but she's with all humility accepts the fact that she is been given. Sir, Zabir Ahmed is here, Congress Minister. Margaret Alva एक माइनॉरिटी को वाइस प्रेसिडेंट के लिए पोस्ट के लिए अपोजिशन ने चुना, आपको क्या कहना है सर कांग्रेस तरफ से?
नहीं, कांग्रेस पार्टी कभी भी माइनॉरिटी के फेवर में है. उनको हर कौम को कोई एक पार्टी लेके जाती है बोले तो कांग्रेस पार्टी है. हर कौम को, यानी माइनॉरिटी करके नहीं, हर कौम को साथ में लेके जाके हर कौम को एक पावर देने में कोई पार्टी है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी है.
सर, उस बीजेपी के एरिया उनका बिनने का कोई चांस ही नहीं है, उनके पास मेजॉरिटी है.
कोशिश करेंगे, देखेंगे. हमको लग रहा है बीजेपी के अंदर भी बहुत असमाधान है.
सर, कुछ अपोजिशन लीडर ने कहा है कि मुर्मू एक रबर स्टैंप है, क्योंकि कोई कभी उसने आवाज़ नहीं उठाई. बीजेपी सिर्फ रबर स्टैंप चाहती है उन पर.
अभी वो कैंडिडेट हो चुके हैं, अब उनके बारे में बोलना गलत हो जाता है.
There you see Zamir Ahmed, minority leader there from Congress party, saying that their Congress always stands with minority, and so Margaret Alva's name was put forward and they're happy about it. But what will be the results of it, we have to wait and see. But hectic activity here. BJP MLAs were the first to cast the vote. Now Congress MLAs entering here to cast their vote in the presidential elections.
All right, I'm glad there's the realization not to be using derogatory words against the candidates who have been elected as far as, this intense battle today is concerned. Thank you for that. Let me quickly introduce our guest this morning. Shekhar Iyer, senior journalist, is with us. Mr. Iyer, where do you see this headed? If we go by the number analysis and the build-up to the presidential elections, it's a clear Murmu win.
Indeed, Kishtwar, there's not much of a contest because she already has assured 60% of the votes in the Electoral College. The campaign has been very interesting. We have seen the manner in which the opposition has actually withered away, I would say, for political or other reasons. The fact that she is going to be India's first tribal president. So therefore, you can see, indeed, it was Yashwant Sinha who started out his campaign by saying that he is contesting the election to oppose Modi, and if elected, he would be the constitutional office to rather destabilize Modi. The agenda was very clear, and his USP being that he's a bitter critic of the Prime Minister. On the other hand, what we have Murmu, Draupadi Murmu, who carry a...
Well, we can't deny, Mr. Iyer, that the opposition also did, till the very end, try its level best to turn around the narrative in its favor. Let's see how it plays out. The coming few hours extremely crucial. We'll have to leave it at that. Stay on with us, slipping a very short break here. Be right back. More than 4,800 MPs and MLAs voting today in this very interesting contest. We're keeping a close eye on all developments coming in. Slipping into a short break.
देश का प्रतीक है ये, हर हिंदुस्तानी के नजदीक है ये, हर डर को भगा देता है, हर देशवासी के अंदर जोश जगा देता है. Today I am here at Kishtwar and you can see the tricolor has been raised, and for this tricolor we have seen that how these brave hearts always try to ensure there is an unwritten commitment from their side that at any cost they will see this tricolor fluttering. For that even they are ready to take bullets on their body. For that they have even sacrificed their life. If today we are talking about peace and prosperity in Kishtwar, it's only because of these brave hearts who had always been there for the people of the country, who had always been there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that few months back, some of the politicians said that after abrogation of Article 370, there will be hardly anyone to hold tricolor in their hand. But you can see that how a new chapter has been scripted, how things have really changed and winds of change have already started blowing. And you can find these youngsters proudly looking towards the tricolor, 100 feet high tricolor, which can be seen from any of the hillock surrounding this Kishtwar town. After Kashmir Valley, Jammu region, now it is the Kishtwar where we have got this tricolor fluttering high. And every Indian's chest swells with pride when they look at the tricolor, because they know it is not only about tricolor, it is also about the sacrifice of our soldier. It's all, if we see the tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the blowing wind, it is because of the supreme sacrifice of each and every soldier. Let's talk to the youngsters. कैसा लग रहा है जब आज आप ये तिरंगा लहराते हुए देख रहे हैं?
सर, ये हमारे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है. आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारे किश्तवाड़ जिले में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है.
कितना जोश आ रहा है?
सर, बहुत ज़्यादा जोश आ रहा है. हमें खुशी हो रही है कि किश्तवाड़ में ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है कि 100 फीट ऊपर एक तिरंगा लहरा रहा है एक ऐसे चौक पर. तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा गर्व हो रहा है किश्तवाड़ पर भी.
आपके लिए कितना इंस्पायरिंग मोमेंट है?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत फील अच्छा आ रहा है.
गर्व फील हो रहा है, जोश आ रहा है?
सर,
कोई जोश से भारत माता की जय करके कितना जोर से बोलेंगे?
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
कितना गर्व फील कर रहे हैं आज आप?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. पहली बार ऐसा देखा कि किश्तवाड़ में फ्लैग बना है.
Tears in her eyes narrate the whole story, because nobody had thought that this thing is going to really happen. But today, see how things have really changed. There's a lot of josh, there's a lot of enthusiasm among youngsters, and it's going to inspire millions of these youngsters when they will be looking at the tricolor. Definitely they will also be donning a uniform so that they can serve motherland India. It is the unwritten commitment of the soldiers that inspires each and every youngsters in the country. Unwritten commitment that at any cost they will be serving country. Even for that they have to sacrifice their life. They are ready to do that. It is because of their sacrifice today we can see this tricolor fluttering high, and the josh is also high here in Kishtwar town. Pradeep Datta, Amit Bhartwaj.
morning and welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in. You're watching Times Now Live. My name is Amita Vatwa. And now the news that we are tracking this morning when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu with the mother of Kallakurichi girl. The victim spoke to Times Now, where on the 13th of July, we got information from the school management that apparently the girl fell off the hostel building. And this is the details that is now being given by the mother of the victim, saying that they came to the government hospital, and when they reached, the doctors told the family that she was brought dead. Listen it. As we play out exactly what the mother has to say, she says there were question marks when it comes to what they had seen. Injury marks all over the body. And she says that when she went to the school and she questioned them and she looked at the spot where she had fallen, apparently there was not even a single drop of blood. Now this is being contradicted in the postmortem report as well. Straight away going across to Prapanch before we actually play out what the victim's mother has to say. Prapanch, we are told that school management, there are many people who have already been taken into custody, police deployment that has been increased. Just take us through the details we have gathered so far.
Now in Kallakurichi, Chinnaselam and Nainarpalayam, these are the three places. 144 has been imposed and the situation is under control. The people who were involved in the violence yesterday have been arrested. Nearly 120 persons have been arrested. You could see these are the series of vans lined up over here, and there are several people, youth in fact, who were indulged in the violence yesterday. They have been arrested, and here they will be produced in the Kallakurichi court shortly. So here we can see that nearly 120 persons have been arrested and brought here, and they will be shortly produced in court. Now meanwhile, nearly 2500 police personnel have been deployed near the school and the Kallakurichi area, and also we could see that nearly more than 50 personnel were in fact injured during, police personnel were injured during the clash yesterday while they were trying to stop the violent protesters. In fact, we can also see that the DGP had yesterday told that they will be going through the various footages that were taken from the violence, and then thereafter they will be making arrests subsequently. Now we could see that there have been several arrests that have been made. Now we could see only at 120 persons have been brought over here. They will be produced before the court judge shortly, and they will be in fact remanded. So now we could see that at this point in time the situation is quite calm right now comparative to yesterday, because there is a heavy
सीक्रेट बैलेट होता है, तो इसलिए हर किसी से उम्मीद की जाती है कि अपने विवेक अनुसार इसमें वोट डालेंगे। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जितने मतदाता हैं पूरे देश में वो अपने विवेक का इस्तेमाल करेंगे और प्रजातंत्र को बचाने के लिए मेरे पक्ष में अपना वोट कास्ट करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
सर, पहले भी आपने बोला था अंतरात्मा की आवाज़ सुनेगा, आपको लगता है कि इससे कोई फर्क पड़ेगा?
मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि इससे फर्क पड़ेगा, इसलिए मैं ये अपील कर रहा हूँ।
सर, बीजेपी बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट है अपने नंबर्स को लेके कि उनके तरफ से जो एनडीए का जो कैंडिडेट है वही प्रेसिडेंट बनेंगे, तो फिर करने की जरूरत क्या है? चुनाव बीजेपी कॉन्फिडेंट है तो डिक्लेयर कर दें, चुनाव कराने की जरूरत ही नहीं। बेकार दिन भर बर्बाद हो रहा है। जिनसे उम्मीद कर रहे थे वो भी अब द्रौपदी मुर्मू का सपोर्ट एक्सटेंड कर रहे हैं।
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ। आप सब जानते हैं कि मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ भी लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियाँ बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं, लोगों को इस बात के लिए बाध्य कर रही हैं कि वो उनके पक्ष में वोट डालें, और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
सर, क्या आप आज जाएंगे इस विटनेस करने? आप पार्लियामेंट जा रहे हैं आज?
सर, पार्लियामेंट जा रहे हैं? हम पार्लियामेंट के सदस्य नहीं हैं आज के दिन।
All right, Yashwant Sinha there, when it comes to the opposition pick for the president's post there, and once again making that appeal even as the voting process is currently underway, where earlier he had tweeted saying कि अपनी अंतरात्मा को सुनकर vote for me, where he was appealing to the MPs and also the MLAs. Now he seems to be repeating that line, saying that this is a fight against the central agencies that he is leading. He says that there is use of money power, where the central leadership and the BJP is trying to create a divide amongst the political parties, and hence when it comes to majority of the opposition parties, in which he was hoping that in a way would come out to support him, they have now turned and changed their stand and are now supporting the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu. So he has now been claiming that there is a lot of pressure, also questioning the process in which he says that if there is already a lot of support that is being given to the NDA candidate, then why hold elections in the first place? So these are the questions that are being raised by Yashwant Sinha. He is the pick for the opposition, and a few of those opposition parties who seem to be now coming out in support, many of them have also deserted him. They are now siding with the NDA candidate. With the voting process that is currently underway for the post of the President of India, that is happening at the Parliament and also the respective state assemblies where this procedure is still on. It is underway right now. We saw the pictures of the Prime Minister casting his vote, but this is Yashwant Sinha who is making the appeal once again to the leaders, who has been saying that vote for me, because he's leading a fight against the BJP, he's leading the fight against the central agencies. He's been also saying that if he is made the president, he will not allow the CAA to come into force. So these are the lines that are being taken up. Yashwant Sinha, the former union minister, who has now been making an appeal to all of the respective party MPs and MLAs to vote for him. So Yashwant Sinha, they are making the appeal at this point, even as we speak, the voting procedure which is currently underway, as we are looking at many of those opposition parties, when it also comes to the JAM, who have turned their support to Draupadi Murmu. Shiv Sena also earlier changing their stand. Now they are supporting Draupadi Murmu, and it seems the very few parties are supporting Yashwant Sinha. Draupadi Murmu seems to have the edge with more than 60% of the support that are likely to vote in her favor, with not just the NDA party but the other regional opposition parties also supporting the candidature of Draupadi Murmu. Listen into Yashwant Sinha.
तमाम विपक्षी पार्टियों ने यशवंत सिन्हा जी को अपना उम्मीदवार बनाया विपक्ष का, और मैंने पहले भी कहा अगर एनडीए गवर्नमेंट और भारतीय जनता पार्टी चाहती तो उनके सामने एक ऐसा मौका आया था 5 साल के बाद में, तो वो विपक्ष को इन्वॉल्व करती, बातचीत करती और कोशिश करती कि राष्ट्रपति पद जैसे पद के लिए सर्वसम्मति से उम्मीदवार सामने आए।
यशवंत सिन्हा जी और उनके वोट दिलाने वाले लोग आज तक मुझसे वोट मांगे ही नहीं, और इधर द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी ने वोट मांगा, मुख्यमंत्री जी ने वोट मांगा, गृह मंत्री जी ने वोट मांगा, वित्त मंत्री जी ने वोट मांगा। इधर तो वोट मांग रहे हैं, उधर तो मांगू नहीं रहे हैं, तो फ्री में ले जाके बिना कहले दे दें।
तो इसमें अमित शाह जी और योगी जी का कितना योगदान है, क्योंकि उन्होंने बुलाया और आपसे सीधे तौर पर बात की और शायद उसी के बाद आप तैयार हुए मुर्मू जी के फेवर में वोट डालने?
100%।
क्या बात हुई?
वोट की बात हुई और कोई बात नहीं।
इसके बाद के वोट की भी कोई बात हो रही है?
इसके बाद की बात नहीं है।
2024 में कहाँ रहेंगे?
हमने बता दिया कि हम अखिलेश जी के साथ हैं, वो वोट नहीं मांग रहे हैं, हम आपको वोट देंगे बस।
I'm joined by Arvind Sawant from the Shiv Sena. Sir, today the voting is underway. Draupadi Murmu against Yashwant Sinha. What is your expectation? Your party though has supporting Draupadi.
The Honorable Chief Party President Shri Uddhavji Thackeray Sahab has already given our verdict on this. He has already said to us that to Murmu, and all parliamentarians will vote Murmu today.
But how do you see the opposition, making statements such as she is going to be a statue, she won't be doing much work? How do you see that such?
Then let us experience it. Then maybe she was a governor earlier. She must be having the experience how to run the governor. So she can run the presidency very easily. I don't think there will be any difficult for her.
So that was Shiv Sena MP Arvind Sawant saying that they are very much confident that they are supporting Draupadi Murmu and she will be winning the election.
All right, Shekhar Iyer continues to be with us. Shekhar, you've been listening to all of those live reactions that are coming in. Will there be any lead, at least for Yashwant Sinha, coming from the state of West Bengal? Because leave alone, he's been isolated even from those parties that he expected would support him in the first place.
Well, in fact, what I gather is Yashwant Sinha is very, very upset with Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress party because she has not given any clear direction to Trinamool Congress. In fact, what we gather is Mamata has left it to individual MLAs for the simple fact that Draupadi Murmu is a Santal leader and there are a lot of Santal voters in West Bengal who are very, very happy with the choice of Draupadi as candidate. So there is absolute silence. In fact, what we understand is Mamata has left it to individual MLAs and members of parliament to decide. And in fact, Mamata is on record saying that if she had known about Draupadi's candidature, she would have actually supported it rather than asking her party vice president to resign and contest as candidate. So,
but Shekhar Iyer, an important point and an interesting point is rather what Yashwant Sinha seems to be saying, that there is a lot of pressure on the opposition parties to vote in favor of the NDA candidate. Is this a masterstroke in a way because they are pulling all of the opposition support in their favor?
No, you see, presidential election this time is rather like the presidential election of 1969, which you would recall was a kind of a turning point in national politics. Indira Gandhi decided to break away from the Congress syndicate and supported B.B. Giri, contested as an independent candidate. He was a vice president, but contested as an independent candidate. And that marked, complete change of politics, and Indira Gandhi emerged as, the undisputed leader at the next 15 years up to declaration of emergency 75. She had complete command of the national stage. Similarly, you are seeing a situation here where presidential election is creating a lot of churning within the party. Take for instance Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. Draupadi Murmu met Shibu Soren, she met Hemant Soren, and the appeal among the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha MLAs for her is such that JMM could not have taken any other stand. Because the big question in this election, before the members of the electoral college is, what is the reason that they should not vote for Murmu? Who is going to make this? See, that and no party, particularly parties from states which has a sizable tribal vote, they do not want to sit on the wrong side of history. And Yashwant Sinha, this is a battle he knew right from the beginning. This is what the battle he is going to win. His fight was symbolic. To that extent, he can claim he has succeeded because he has been talking about his opposition, his opposition to the BJP, a party which he had served for more than 2 decades.
Absolutely, because when it comes to the current situation, we just heard Yashwant Sinha making that appeal once again, that vote according to your conscience. But is there any conscience at play when it comes to the opposition parties? Because in a way, if there was a sort of a rejected support that is coming in form of to Draupadi Murmu, because they seem to be hesitant there but left with no other option. Because looking at what Yashwant Sinha seems to be saying right now, that he is fighting against the central agencies, Mr. Iyer, and he says there is a lot of pressure also on the opposition parties to vote in favor of the NDA candidate.
To say that the opposition members are those who are voting for Draupadi Murmu are doing it because under the pressure of central agency is actually insulating all of them. It means all of them are corrupt, all of them are facing cases, hence they are under pressure to change side. I think that would be too far-fetched. Well, Yashwant Sinha has reasons to feel very upset that the very party that proposed him, that the very party that backed him has not supported the Congress. See, he was the vice president of the party. He took up the challenge after Mamata, who had taken the initiative to find a candidate from Sharad Pawar, who declined. Then they approached Farooq Abdullah, he declined. They even went to Gandhi's grandson Gopal Krishna, he also declined. Yashwant Sinha had to finally take up the fight because the opposition had to put up a fight. See, this is one election where the show opposition was benefit of ideas, was also benefit of identity. You see, it's coming out very clear.
Absolutely, leaders from the TMC are at least expecting, those who are voting in favor of Yashwant Sinha, that he actually gets a lead from the state of West Bengal. They seem to have projected the name of Yashwant Sinha, but are not vociferously coming out to back as the NDA candidate is receiving the support and the backing of majority of the parties. Let's listen into those reactions. And this is also coming at a time when Yashwant Sinha, just speaking to the media a short while back, made that appeal once again that listen to your conscience, Antaratma ki awaaz sune, and then vote for him, because he goes on to say that he is fighting against the central agencies. He also goes on to say that there is an attempt being made by the center, by the BJP, to create a divide in the opposition political parties so that they are not united. And apparently he also said that there is also use of money power in this game of what he says is the presidential elections, because he is raising a question on the entire election procedure, saying that if majority of their parties, including the opposition, are going to support the NDA candidate, then what is even the point of holding the elections? The voting procedure which is currently underway, the pictures that we have been getting from the parliament, from the respective state assemblies, and with leaders also coming out and giving out media reactions, where opposition is now mocking the NDA candidate, the TMC is now hurling the lollipop jibe. This is not coming for the first time when it comes to the opposition parties raising questions on the candidature of Draupadi Murmu. Listen in.
MLAs made a very big claim. They said people from Trinamool Congress would be cross-voting in favor of Draupadi Murmu.
I don't think. Instead, there is a reverse, that many MLAs are dissatisfied with BJP. I have personal relation with few of them, and they are also not satisfied with their party, and they claim that their leader behaves in very ill way with them. So they are not satisfied with their party, and I expect that the reverse will happen.
You are saying cross-voting from BJP side would happen?
Will happen.
All right, so we are now hearing, as far as from the opposition is concerned, saying that it's a secret ballot and there could be some sort of a lead within the opposition, within the BJP rather, saying that there could be a possible case of cross-voting so that they can vote in favor of Yashwant Sinha, because the claims that is being made by the TMC leader, that even the leaders within the BJP are not happy with the candidature of Draupadi Murmu. Meanwhile, the NDA seems to be thinking otherwise, saying that they have, as far as Draupadi Murmu is concerned, the edge, around 60% are going to be voting in her favor, and she is likely to defeat the opposition candidate. We head into a short break. This is a non-stop live coverage on Times Now.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. Yashwant Sinha ji is also a very good candidate. Draupadi Murmu ji is also a decent person. But she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi, we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Let's get you a tweet that has just been put up by Abhishek Banerjee of the TMC. He goes on to say, and I'm tweeting and I'm quoting from that tweet, where karma has no menu. You get served what you deserve. Folks, BJP for India will always have to bow to the power of people. Hilarious to see, instead of holding MLAs to other political parties captive, BJP's resort politics have backfired on them. Truly, Bengal shows the way, unquote. So this is now what is being quoted and said by Abhishek Banerjee, the TMC leader, and this is coming at the time when a lot of questions are also being played on the resort politics that has been raised by the BJP at this point. Tamal, what exactly is Abhishek Banerjee trying to imply here?
Well, essentially, all the BJP MLAs were last night staying at a hotel in the eastern fringes of the city, and all these MLAs in the morning had left from the hotel, and then all put together in the same bus had come down to the assembly. I will just cross-check with the MLAs who are here. Sir, कल आप लोग कहाँ पे थे रात को?
हम थे इस सीक्रेट जगह में थे, हम लोग सबको एक साथ।
सीक्रेट जगह पे थे? क्यों?
हाँ, एक साथ हुआ। हम लोग एक भी मौका चुका नहीं चाहते हैं। पूरा
कितने सारे MLA?
पूरा 70 का 70 एक साथ थे और एक साथ हम लोग वोट दे रहे हैं।
तो आप लोग सारे एक सीक्रेट जगह पे थे, होटल में थे? होटल में राजारहाट पे थे आप लोग?
हाँ, हम लोग।
तो ये लुका छुपी क्यों? आपके पास नाम?
बात नहीं, हम लोग एक साथ ये दिखा रहे हैं। ये पूरा यूनिटी है। ये जस्ट पब्लिक को दिखाने के लिए, सबको दिखाने के लिए। बंगाल में इमेज के हम लोग सबकी एक साथ है।
तो आप लोग को डर है कि आप लोगों में शंका है कि आप लोग में यूनिटी है?
ऐसी बात नहीं, यूनिटी हम लोग दिखा रहे हैं।
अच्छा,
यही।
अच्छा, आप लोग सारे 70 के 70 सब होटल में थे?
हाँ।
अच्छा, अभिषेक बैनर्जी ने कहा है कि रिसोर्ट पॉलिटिक्स जो बीजेपी का है वो बीजेपी पे भारी पड़ गया, खुद के घर बचाने के लिए खुद ही के एमएलएस को लेके जा रहा है होटल।
वो गुनते जा।
हाँ,
वो गुनते जा।
हाँ,
70 से ज्यादा वोट हम लोग को मिलेगा। आप लिख दीजिए।
हाँ।
अच्छा,
70 से ज्यादा मिलेगा।
क्रॉस वोटिंग होगा?
नहीं होगा, हम लोग का 70 प्लस होगा।
उसका वोट हमारा, उसका वोट हमारा आदमी को मिलेगा।
80 वोट मिलेगा, कम से कम 80, 80 प्लस।
अच्छा सर, आप भी कल होटल में थे सर?
जी,
आप लोग भी कल होटल में?
मैं कहीं भी था।
सीक्रेट जगह पे थे सर?
देखिए, ये आपको बताने की जरूरत नहीं है, ये हमारी अपनी सिक्रेसी है।
Bengal BJP MLA was shifted to a hotel before today's voting that goes underway for the presidential polls. Let's quickly move on to another breaking update. Fresh plea in the Supreme Court that has been taken up to direct, as far as the Kashi Vishwanath Trust is concerned, to take possession of the said shivling that was found inside the premises of the Gyanvapi Masjid. Now, this is a plea that also seeks the restoration of the worshipping rights of the said shivling, and the plea also seeks direction from the central government for live streaming of the shivling by Kashi Vishwanath Trust, enabling the devotees to offer symbolic prayers if they are not physically present inside the masjid. Let me go across to Harish now. Harish, exactly what is this plea taken up in the Supreme Court when the matter already is being heard in the Varanasi court?
Yes, remember, the matter is being heard in Varanasi court, and also some petitions are also pending in the Supreme Court, which will be coming up for hearing on 21st. Now a fresh plea has been filed in Supreme Court seeking direction to the Kashi Vishwanath Trust to take possession of the shivling found at the Gyanvapi survey. Plea also seeks the restoration of worshipping rights of the shivling. Also seeks a direction to central government for live streaming of the shivling by Kashi Vishwanath Trust, enabling devotees to offer symbolic prayers. It also seeks a direction to the Archaeological Survey of India to conduct carbon dating of the shivling found during the survey. Advocate Vishnu Jain, who represents the 5 original Hindu women petitioners, has mentioned the plea for urgent hearing. So Chief Justice N.V. Ramana has assured that this fresh petition will along with other petitions and taken up for hearing on July 21st. Back to you.
All right. For the moment, thanks very much, Harish, for getting us those details. So this is now a plea that has been filed on part of Kashi Vishwanath Trust, enabling devotees to offer symbolic prayers and take into custody the said shivling structure that was found inside Gyanvapi. We head into a short break. Back with the top headlines. Stay tuned.
the playground in question belongs to the Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. It is a government-owned property. Muslims are being allowed to perform namaz and prayers twice a year on the days of Ramadan and Bakrid. But non-Muslims are not being allowed to use this land for any religious and cultural activities. We are planning to have a Ganesha Utsav on this particular playground, and we are also putting up 25 to 30 stalls which sell Lord Ganesha's idols. We are submitting a memorandum to the BBMP Commissioner in this regard.
On November 17, 2019, Gotabaya Rajapaksa got elected as the president of the island nation of Sri Lanka. With significant tax cuts and reduced revenue, the Gotabaya government ignored International Monetary Fund's warnings and directed the central bank to print currency in record amounts. 2020 brought in the COVID pandemic, and Sri Lanka's billion-dollar tourism sector suffered massively. In April 2021, Gotabaya announced that the island nation will only allow organic farming and banned the import of chemical fertilizers. As the economy suffered due to failed policies and pandemic, the mandatory organic farming and fertilizer ban angered farmers. Fast forward to March of 2022, the debt-ridden nation's inflation soared to 21%.
Welcome back to Times Now Live. I'm Siddharth Talia.
And I'm Richa Sharma, and let's get started with some breaking news coming in as far as the Salem suicide fury is concerned. That is only escalating further. Now, the case is being heard in the Madras High Court, where Justice N. Satish Kumar of the Madras High Court has directed the Tamil Nadu government to form a special team to identify those who provoked Sunday's violence regarding Kallakurichi girl's death. And they also want now stringent action to be taken. That's the latest update coming in, even as the suicide case hearing is still underway. My colleague Prapanch also and Dharni also join us live. Prapanch, to you first. There are several updates coming in from the Madras High Court, where the hearing is currently underway, including how the judge orders that in future, if any such deaths do take place in educational institutions, an investigation should be done by CBCID and post-mortem should be conducted by a team of at least 3 doctors.
Now, yes, in fact, a hearing is going on in Madras High Court. The family had, in fact, petitioned for a re-post-mortem, and also earlier they had a demand of a CBCID inquiry, but subsequently we could see that DGP had ordered a CBCID inquiry yesterday, and now we could see that the family's advocate had asked for a re-post-mortem. Now we could see that the judge had come down heavily, and he was questioning of who provoked the violence on Sunday, and in fact he also ordered that in fact in future the educational institution such incidents must be investigated by CBCID. Now we are at the Kallakurichi court. You could see that these are the buses that are filled with people who were involved in the yesterday's violence. These are the people who were involved in the yesterday's violence, and they are brought to the Kallakurichi court, and in fact in a short while from now they will be produced before the court, and subsequently they will be in fact remanded post the in fact the judge's order. As of now we can see that there are several in fact people who have gathered over here. These are nearly almost more than 100 persons who have been arrested and brought to the court, and
we could see that judge orders the re-postmortem in the case in Kallakurichi girls by a team of doctors appointed by him. Entire postmortem to be videographed. So this is the latest kind of the information we are getting. And however, in the Kallakurichi court, we could see that these are the people. On one side, we could see the relatives of the people who have gathered over here, whose in fact relatives have been arrested. These are nearly 120 youth who have been arrested and brought to the Kallakurichi court, and in some time they will be produced before the court. Now we could see that the situation over here in Kallakurichi is comparatively calm, relatively calm, because section 144 is imposed and heavy deployment of police could be seen over here. Nearly 2,500 police personnel have been deployed over here. Kallakurichi, Nayanarpalayam and Chinna Salem are the areas where heavy police deployment is present as of now, and we could see that nearly special teams have been formed to arrest the people who were indulging in the violent crimes yesterday. In fact, we could see that several videographs were taken, and based on those videos, the police is in fact tracking all the miscreants who were involved in the crime.
Right, Prapanch, of course we'll keep coming back to you. Let me also take this across to Dharini. Dharini, the observation being made by the Madras High Court that the investigations of this nature should be conducted by the CBCID, and that there should be a re-post-mortem with a team of doctors chosen by the court. Now that is a very important observation, because the mother of the victim concerned has been alleging foul play in this matter.
Yes, the parents of the victim, they've been, consistently alleging that there's foul play in their daughter's death for the past 6 days. So now the Madras High Court has ordered that, whenever in future deaths take place in educational institutions, the case should automatically be investigated and, by the CBCID, and that the postmortem of the victim should be conducted by 3 doctors, at least 3 doctors. So that's what the Madras High Court has ordered in this case, and the court has also directed Tamil Nadu DGP Sailendra Babu to, to form special teams to investigate about the people who provoked Sunday's violence, because on Sunday we saw that a huge violence broke in front of the particular private school, and hundreds of public, they were involved in violence.
Absolutely, and Dharani, please stay with us even as we have been closely tracking those developments from inside the court. The mother of Kallakurichi girl student has now exclusively spoken to Times News Network. On July 13th, we got, she says, a call from the school management that she has fell off the hostel building, and we were told, she says, to come to the government hospital there. When we went there, the doctors told us that she was brought dead, but now the mother alleges that there has been some foul play, because there were injury marks all over her body, according to the mother. And when we went to the school and looked at the spot where she had fallen from, there was not even a single drop of blood. Listen into what she had to say.
என் பொண்ணு வந்து 13ஆம் தேதி காலையில் 6:19க்கு தான் கரஸ்பாண்டனே ஃபோன் அடித்தாங்க. அம்மா உன் பொண்ணு மேலே மாடியிலேருந்து குதிச்சிருச்சு, இந்த ஜிஹெச்சில் கள்ளக்குறிச்சி ஜிஹெச்சில் சேர்த்துருக்கோம், வந்துருங்க. நாங்கள் பதட்டத்தில் நான் ஐயோ என்னங்க சொல்கிறீங்க, இந்த மாதிரி சொல்கிறீங்களே, இது நியாயமா, உங்களை நம்பி தாங்க என் பொண்ணை ஒப்படைச்சிட்டு வந்துட்டேன், இப்போ வந்து குதிச்சிட்டான்னு சொல்கிறீங்களே, அவளை பார்த்தீங்களா நீங்கள் நேரில், உயிர் இருக்குங்களா, இல்லை கை கால் இது முடமாயிடுச்சுங்களா, ரத்தம் வந்துதா, மூச்சு பேச்சு இருக்கா, பேசுகிறாளான்னு கேட்டோம். அம்மா நீ எதாக இருந்தாலும் வாமா, கள்ளக்குறிச்சிக்கு எதாக இருந்தாலும் பேசிக்கலாம். நாங்கள் சரிங்க, நான் கள்ளக்குறிச்சிக்கு வரந்தோன்னே நீங்கள் வந்து எங்கேயும் பாப்பா பக்கத்துலேயே தான் நீங்கள் இருக்கணும், நான் கள்ளக்குறிச்சிக்கு வரந்தோன்னே பாப்பா பக்கத்துலேயே தான் இருக்கணும்னு சொன்னேன் மேடம். சரின்னு சொன்னாங்க மேடம். சொன்ன உடனே திரும்ப நான் கார் பிடிச்சி ஒரு கொஞ்ச நேரம் அவங்க சொல்லிட்டாங்க, நாங்கள் வச்சுட்டோம் மேடம். ஒரு 20 நிமிஷம் ஒரு டிஃப்ரெண்டில் வேறு ஒருத்தர் ஜென்ஸு தான் பேசினார். அம்மா அவன் பொண்ணு வந்து இறந்துட்டா, நீ ஜிஹெச்சில் வந்து வாங்கிக்கம்மா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு ஜென்த்து அந்த 19 இருந்து ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் 20 நிமிஷத்துக்குள்ளார சொல்லிட்டாங்க. நான் திரும்ப அதுலேருந்து ஒரு 30-40 நிமிஷத்துக்குள்ளே நான் கள்ளக்குறிச்சி ஜிஹெச்சியை போய் ரீச் ஆகிட்டேங்க. அங்கே வந்து ஸ்கூல் நிர்வாகத்தில் அந்த மேடம், அந்த கரஸ்பாண்ட் மேடம் பாப்பாக்கிட்டே இல்லைங்க, யாரோ ஒரு 2 டீச்சர்ஸ் வந்து வேறு ஒரு கேட்டுக்கிட்ட நின்னாங்க. எங்கள் தலையை பார்த்த உடனே அவங்க எஸ்கேப் ஆகிட்டாங்க. வந்து உன் பிள்ளைக்கு இப்படி நடந்துச்சு போச்சு அப்படின்னு எங்கள்கிட்ட ஒரு ஆறுதல் கூட ஒன்றுமே சொல்லலைங்க. சரின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நம்ம அவங்க சொல்லலனாலும் பரவாயில்ல, நம்ம பாப்பாவை போய் பார்ப்போம், ஐசியூவில் தானே இருப்பா அப்படின்ற, ஏதோ அவங்க செத்துட்டாங்கன்னு சொன்னாங்களே, எங்கே இருக்கிறா ஏது இருக்கிறா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நாங்கள் போய் பார்க்குறோங்க. பார்த்தா ஒரு டாக்டர் வந்து சொல்கிறாங்க, என்ன சொல்கிறாங்கன்னா, அம்மா உன் பொண்ணு அங்கேருந்தே செத்து தாம்மா தூக்கிட்டு வந்தாங்க அப்படின்னா. சரிங்க, செத்து தான் தூக்கிட்டு வந்தேன், என் பிள்ளைய கண்ணுலையாவது காட்டுங்க, அவன் முடிஞ்சாவது நான் பார்த்துக்கிறேன்னு சொல்கிறேங்க. சொன்ன உடனே அம்மா அதெல்லாம் உன் பொண்ணு வந்து நாங்கள் பிரேத அறையில் கொண்டு வச்சுட்டோன்றாங்க. அது எப்படிங்க நான் வந்து பார்க்காம என் பொண்ணு தான் தெரியாமல் நீங்கள் எப்படிங்க கொண்டு வைக்கலாம்? என்னங்க ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணுனீங்க? யார்கிட்டங்க சொன்னீங்க? யாருங்க கேட்டீங்க? அவன் என்ன அனாதை போனமா நீங்கள் மட்டும் கொண்டு வச்சுட்டேங்குள்ள பார்க்கணுன்னு சொன்ன மேடம். பார்க்க முடியாது, நாங்கள் என் பொண்ணை காட்டாமல் நான் அந்த இடத்த விட்டு நவர மாட்டேன்னு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிவிடுங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் திரும்ப வந்து வேறு ஒருத்தவங்க வந்து ஓப்பன் பண்ணி காமிச்சாங்க. என் பிள்ளைய போய் காமிச்சாங்க. என் பிள்ளைய நான் காமிச்ச உடனே போய் பார்க்குறேன், பதட்டத்தில் போய் பார்க்குறேன். பிள்ளை வந்து அப்போ செத்த பிள்ளையே இல்லைங்க. பிள்ளை இவ்வளோ பெருசு உப்பிட்டாங்க, வயிறு இவ்வளோ பெருசு உப்பி இருந்ததுங்க. அடுத்தது அவள் போட்டிருந்த எல்லாத்தையுமே கழட்டி விட்டுட்டாங்க. அப்புறமா பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பாப்பா வந்து யூனிஃபார்மோட தான் இருந்தா. அந்த யூனிஃபார்ம் வந்து நிக்கர் ஃபுல்லாக க்ளோஸ் ஆகிருக்குங்க. ஆனால் பேண்ட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பாது வரைக்கும் தாங்க அந்த பேண்ட்டே போட்டு விட்டுருந்தாங்க. டாப்பு போட்டிருப்பாங்கங்க. யாராவது கோட்டை வந்து பட்டனே போட்ட ஸ்கூல் கோட்டு மேலே போட்டிருக்கா, பட்டன் ஒரு பட்டன் கூட இல்லைங்க. இப்படி பிதுங்கி போய் கிடக்குதுங்க. அப்பயே எனக்கு ஐயோ நம்ம பிள்ளைய எந்தோ பண்ணிட்டாங்களாட்டுக்கு அப்படின்னு நினச்சிட்டு நான் திரும்ப ஓடுறேங்க, ஸ்கூலுக்கு ஓடுறேன். அவங்க நான் இங்கேருந்து ஸ்கூலுக்கு போகிறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே ஸ்கூல் உள்ளார 400-300 பேருக்கு மேலே ஆளுங்க உட்காந்துருக்காங்க. அவங்களாம் யார் என்னன்னு எங்களுக்கு தெரியாதுங்க. அதுக்கு முன்னாடியே ஸ்கூல்லையுமே லீவு ஹாலிடே அறிவிச்சிட்டாங்க. ஹாலிடே எப்படி அறிவிச்சிட்டாங்கன்னா, அதாவது ஸ்கூலில் வந்து இன்றைக்கி துப்புரவு வேலை நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி மெசேஜ் போட்டாங்க. ஆனால் நாங்களாம் வராதுக்கு முன்னாடியே மீடியா கிட்ட ஒரு பொண்ணு வந்து தற்கொலை பண்ணிக்கிச்சிங்கிறாங்க. அப்போ மீடியா கிட்ட தற்கொலைன்ற எல்லா பேரண்ட்ஸுக்கிட்டையும் வந்து துப்புரவு பண்ணின்ற. அதுக்கப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நாங்கள் ஓடக்குள்ளாரே போலீஸுங்க உள்ள நிறைய ஆளுங்க, யார் என்னன்னு எங்களுக்கு தெரியாது. வெளியில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 300 போலீஸுங்களுக்கு மேலே இருந்தாங்க. நாங்கள் ஓடுறோம், எந்த இடத்துட்டு இருந்து எங்கள் பாப்பா விழுந்தா காமிங்க, நாங்கள் பார்க்கணுன்னு சொல்லக்குள்ள அவங்க வந்து ஒரு பிளேஸை காமிச்சாங்க. 3வது மாடியிலேருந்து விழுந்துட்டு அப்படின்னு. அந்த மாடியாக இல்லைங்க, அதில் வந்து 2 இது கட்டில் கடந்தது. அதை பாப்பாவை தனிப்பட்ட முறையில் ஈத்துட்டு வந்து அதில் நின்று ஏறி பாப்பாவால் ஒரு ஆள் அந்த கட்டியில் உள்ள இருந்து நவுத்திட்டு வந்திருக்கவே முடியாதுங்க. அப்புறம் விழுந்ததுமே பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க இப்படி அப்படியே இந்த டிஸ்டன்ஸ் தள்ளியே விழலைங்க. விழுறவங்க குதிக்கிறவங்க அப்படியே ஒரு இது சமநிலையில் விழுற மாதிரியே வீழ்ந்தாங்க. அப்படி வீழ்ந்தவங்களையே கூடங்க நான் போயிட்டு பாப்பாவை ஃபஸ்ட்டு பார்க்கக்குள்ள ஸ்ட்ரக்சரில் இவ்வளோ ரத்தம் இருந்ததுங்க. ஆனால் பாப்பா இந்த இடத்த தான் வீந்தான்னு சொல்ல இடத்துல ஒரு சொட்டு ரத்தம் இல்லைங்க.
What the mother is trying to tell is that on 13 July, she got a call from the school administration that her child had fallen out from the hostel building, and she was also asked to come to Kallakurichi Government Hospital. And as parents, they were rushing to the hospital. But when they went to the hospital, the doctors told them that the girl was brought dead in the first place. She was, she was brought dead to the hospital itself. So that's the information they got in the hospital. So after that, they tried to communicate with the school administration, but there was no proper responses. So following that, subsequently, they went to the school itself to check what happened. But when they went to the school and looked at the spot where the girl is said to have fallen off, there was not even one drop of blood in that particular spot. And they are telling that when they looked at their girl in the mortuary, the girl's body was very swollen, and that she had blood markings in several parts of her body, and there was huge blood in her head. That's the mother was trying to tell.
So Dharini, that was a very detailed conversation that you had with the mother of the victim, and the import essentially of what she said is that the school management is trying to brush this off as a case of suicide, when in fact it appears to be a lot more sinister than that.
Well, the mother is telling us that it's been 6 days since the incident happened, but the parents still do not have an answer as to why their girl committed suicide. And she's also telling that when she looked at her child's body in the mortuary, there were blood markings in several parts of her body. In fact, there was huge blood in her head. But when she went to the school and looked at the spot where she's said to have fallen off, there was not even a single drop of blood there. So 2 different controversial happenings that we're looking at. The mother is alleging that the school has some part to play into the suicide of her child, and that the school is also not providing any proper answers for all their questions. In fact, they are telling that they were constantly trying to talk to the school management, talk to the principal, correspondent and secretary, but none of them provided them with the proper answers. And still at this point in time, as we are talking, it's been 6 days since the incident happened, but the family members still do not know why their daughter committed suicide, or why she is dead right now. So that's the complaint that we're hearing from the mother, and she's also telling that she's going to take this thing legally. Right now, they are in the Madras High Court, and the Justice Satish Kumar is right now hearing the case for for re-postmortem, and the arguments are currently going on. We'll have to see what the judge has to say. But meanwhile, this mother's cry that we can very evidently hear, she is telling that no other child in the world should go through what her child did, and that she seeks answers for her child's death, because it's been 6 days since the child is allegedly said to have committed suicide, but still the family do not know why she did that in the first place.
Absolutely, Dharni, and I'll also now go back to Prapanch once again. So Prapanch, even as we are closely tracking those developments from outside the Madras High Court, some very important points coming in as the judge has now ordered a re-postmortem in the case of the girl, and by a team of doctors appointed by them specifically. But we'll also play out some more political reactions coming in before we go back to our reporters, because soon politics has now also taken the center stage. The AIADMK now accusing the administration of turning a blind eye to the case and demanded action further. Listen in.
மாணவி 13ஆம் தேதியே இறந்து விட்டதாக நிர்வாகம் தெரிவிக்கிறது. அவருடைய பெற்றோருக்கு தகவல் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. அதுக்கு பிறகு 3 நாட்கள் அவருடைய மாணவியுடைய பெற்றோர்கள் நீதி கேட்டு போராடி வருகிறார்கள். அதோடு பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற அந்த மாணவியினுடைய பெற்றோர்களை சந்தித்து ஆறுதல் சொல்லியிருக்க வேண்டும். அதையும் அவர்கள் செய்யவில்லை. 3 நாட்கள காலம் கடந்து விட்டது. அதோட அந்த தாய் பேட்டியிலே சொல்கிறார், என்னை மிரட்டப்பட்டதாக சொல்கிறார். அப்படி என்றால் இதில் ஏதோ சந்தேகம் இருப்பதாகத்தானே என்ன வேண்டியது?
Turning our attention now to the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament, which is underway. It begins today. It's scheduled to continue until the 12th of August. The government held an all-party meeting yesterday to formulate a strategy to maximize the productivity of the House. The Congress, however, questioned the absence of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi from that all-party meeting. Meanwhile, during the session, the opposition is likely to raise issues pertaining to the new Agnipath recruitment initiative for the armed forces, unemployment, inflation, among a whole host of other issues.
Meanwhile, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister has also spoken and stated that 32 bills have to be indicated by various departments for being presented in this session of the Parliament, of which 14 bills are ready, but we will not pass those bills, they say, without any discussions. And that was also highlighted by the Prime Minister while addressing the media this morning, right ahead of the all-crucial monsoon session that begins today, stating and urging the opposition leaders to come out there, have a debate, have a discussion, but let the House proceed further in a peaceful manner so that these bills can be passed. And this is also a crucial day because it is the presidential polls that have begun, and it began at 10 a.m. this morning. It will go on till 5 p.m. this evening, where not just here in the Parliament but also at various other assembly sessions across the country, we are expecting that voting to take place, and we have seen several reactions coming in as far as the presidential nominations are concerned, where the opposition has also upped its ante and targeting the NDA's presidential candidate, that is Draupadi Murmu.
That's right, and adjournment notices have also been moved by members of the opposition, not just to initiate discussions with regards to the Agnipath initiative, but by the circular that included a list of unparliamentary words, which the opposition has said is a pretext on the part of the government to suppress free speech on the floor of the House. That too is expected to be taken up for discussion. The opposition has moved an adjournment notice in that regard as well. A whole host of issues, including unemployment, GST, Agnipath, unparliamentary language, among others, will be discussed. But for the time being, of course, the focus is on the presidential poll, which is already underway. Let's also listen in to some reactions that have come in.
ये सत्र मौसम से तो जुड़ा हुआ है. अब दिल्ली में भी वर्षा अपना दस्तक देना प्रारंभ किया है, लेकिन फिर भी न बाहर की गर्मी कम हो रही है और पता नहीं अंदर भी गर्मी कम होगी कि नहीं होगी. ये कालखंड एक प्रकार से बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. ये आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव का कालखंड है. 15 अगस्त का विशेष महत्व है. और आने वाले 25 साल के लिए देश जब शताब्दी मनाएगा तो हमारी 25 साल की यात्रा कैसी रहे, हम कितनी तेज गति से चले, कितनी नई ऊंचाइयों को पार करें, इसके संकल्प लेने का एक कालखंड है। और उन संकल्पों के प्रति समर्पित होकर के देश को दिशा देना, सदन देश का नेतृत्व करे, सदन के सभी माननीय सदस्य राष्ट्र में नई ऊर्जा भरने के लिए निमित्त बने, उस अर्थ में ये सत्र भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। ये सत्र इसलिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है कि इसी समय राष्ट्रपति पद और उपराष्ट्रपति पद के चुनाव हो रहे हैं। आज मतदान भी हो रहा है और इसी कालखंड में देश को नए राष्ट्रपति, नए उपराष्ट्रपति, उनका मार्गदर्शन प्रारंभ होगा। हम हमेशा सदन को संवाद का एक सक्षम माध्यम मानते हैं, तीर्थ क्षेत्र मानते हैं, जहां खुले मन से संवाद हो, जरूरत पड़े तो वाद विवाद हो, आलोचना भी हो, बहुत उत्तम प्रकार का एनालिसिस करके चीजों का बारीकियों से विश्लेषण हो, ताकि नीति और निर्णयों में बहुत ही सकारात्मक योगदान हो सके। मैं सभी आदरणीय सांसदों से यही आग्रह करूंगा कि गहन चिंतन, गहन चर्चा, उत्तम चर्चा और सदन को हम जितना ज्यादा प्रोडक्टिव बना सके, सदन को जितना ज्यादा फ्रूटफुल बना सके, उस लिए सबका सहयोग हो और सबके प्रयास से ही लोकतंत्र चलता है, सबके प्रयास से ही सदन चलता है, सबके प्रयास से ही सदन उत्तम निर्णय करता है। और इसलिए सदन की गरिमा बढ़ाने के लिए भी हम सब अपने कर्तव्यों का निर्वाह करते हुए इस सत्र का राष्ट्रहित में सर्वाधिक उपयोग करें और हर पल याद रखें कि आजादी के लिए जिन्होंने
ट्रेन कर करके, जिससे कि धर्म और जाति के आधार पर लोगों को लड़ाया जा सके, अगर किसी ने ट्रेनिंग दी होगी तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने। आखिरकार इतना बड़ा इनके पास अधिकारियों का और इंटेलिजेंस का इतने बड़े लोग हैं, आखिरकार क्या कर रहे थे वो? इंटेलिजेंस क्या कर रही थी आपकी?
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। देखिए, ये थे अखिलेश यादव जिन्होंने हर
All right, several political reactions coming in even as the presidential polls are still underway. Slipping into a short break now, but news and updates continue on the other side. Keep watching.
देश का प्रतीक है ये, हर हिंदुस्तानी के नजदीक है ये, हर डर को भगा देता है, हर देशवासी के अंदर जोश जगा देता है। Today I am here at Kishtwar and you can see the tricolor has been raised, and for this tricolor we have seen that how these brave hearts always try to ensure there is an unwritten commitment from their side that at any cost they will see this tricolor fluttering For that even they are ready to take bullets on their body. For that they have even sacrificed their life. If today we are talking about peace and prosperity in Kishtwar, it's only because of these brave hearts who had always been there for the people of the country, who had always been there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that few months back, some of the politicians said that after abrogation of Article 370, there will be hardly anyone to hold Tricolor in their hand. But you can see that how a new chapter has been scripted, how things have really changed and winds of change have already started blowing. And you can find these youngsters proudly looking towards the Tricolor, 100 feet high Tricolor, which can be seen from any of the hillock surrounding this Kishtwar town. After Kashmir Valley, Jammu region, now it is the Kishtwar where we have got this Tricolor fluttering high. And every Indian's chest swells with pride when they look at the Tricolor, because they know it is not only about Tricolor, it is also about the sacrifice of our soldier. It's all, if we see the Tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the blowing wind, it is because of the supreme sacrifice of each and every soldier. Let's talk to the youngsters. कैसा लग रहा है जब आज आप ये तिरंगा लहराते हुए देख रहे हैं?
सर, ये हमारे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है. आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारे किश्तवाड़ जिले में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है.
कितना जोश आ रहा है?
सर, बहुत ज़्यादा जोश आ रहा है. हमें खुशी हो रही है कि किश्तवाड़ में ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है कि 100 फीट ऊपर एक तिरंगा लहरा रहा है एक ऐसे चौक पर. तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा गर्व हो रहा है किश्तवाड़ पर भी.
आपके लिए कितना इंस्पायरिंग मोमेंट है?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत फील अच्छा आ रहा है.
गर्व फील हो रहा है, जोश आ रहा है?
सर,
कोई जोश से भारत माता की जय करके कितना जोर से बोलेंगे?
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
कितना गर्व फील कर रहे हैं आज आप?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. पहली बार ऐसा देखा कि किश्तवाड़ में फ्लैग बना.
Tears in her eyes narrate the whole story, because nobody had thought that this thing is going to really happen. But today, see how things have really changed. There's a lot of josh, there's a lot of enthusiasm among youngsters, and it's going to inspire millions of these youngsters when they will be looking at the Tricolor. Definitely they will also be donning a uniform so that they can serve motherland India. It is the unwritten commitment of the soldiers that inspires each and every youngsters in the country. Unwritten commitment that at any cost they will be serving country. Even for that they have to sacrifice their life. They are ready to do that. It is because of their sacrifice today we can see this Tricolor fluttering high, and the josh is also high here in Kishtwar town. Pradeep Datta with Amit Bharadwaj for Times Now.
News coming in from the Supreme Court now. The Supreme Court will be hearing on the 21st of July a plea against the disqualification notice that has been issued to 14 MLAs who are part of the Uddhav Thackeray camp. This had in fact been sent to them by the newly appointed Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly, and this particular plea will now be taken up by the court on the 21st. The only person to in fact be spared that disqualification notice from the Uddhav Thackeray camp is of course the son of Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray. Let me take this across to Arunil for more. Arunil, sorry, let me go across to Harish, I beg your pardon. Harish, what can you tell us about this latest petition now that's been listed in the court for hearing on the 21st of July?
Yes, in fact, as we know, there are a slew of petitions pending in the Supreme Court regarding the Sena versus Sena row and pertaining to the Maharashtra political upheaval. And today a fresh petition has been filed by 14 MLAs of the Uddhav camp challenging the process initiated by the Speaker to disqualify them. So this petition has also been tagged by along with other petitions which will come up for hearing on July 20th. Remember, already petitions are pending wherein the act of the Deputy Speaker initiating disqualification proceeding against the MLA is pending. Also, the petition as per which the had directed Uddhav to prove his majority, and also the petition filed by this Uddhav campus challenging the appointment of a deputy speaker and also confidence vote motions. So all these petitions will be taken up for hearing on June 20th. The fresh petition has also been tagged.
All right, so we'll certainly wait and watch what the Supreme Court will have to say on 21st of July 4th. And now, thank you, Harish, for getting us that update. All eyes on that hearing as well. Time now for a short break, but news and updates continue on the other side. Keep watching.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchakkar.
Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. Yashwant Sinha is also a very good candidate. Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi. We should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
Good morning and welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in. You're watching Times Now Live. I'm Amita Badwal. Let's get started with the top headlines. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah among the first to cast their vote to elect India's next president. NDA nominee Draupadi Murmu expected to defeat Yashwant Sinha. After RJD called it a statue, Trinamool Congress leader terms Murmu's nomination as a lollipop to please tribals. Yashwant Sinha accuses central agencies for forcing lawmakers to vote in their favour. BJP hits out at the Congress leader Margaret Alva's nomination as Vice President candidate, claims it to be a reward for her silence on the alleged Gandhi link to the Augusta scam. Jagdeep Dhankar to file his nomination for Vice President's post that is being challenged by veteran Congress leader Margaret Alba as the joint opposition candidate. Ahead of the anticipated stormy session in Parliament, Prime Minister asks Gehan and Uttam Charcha to help in policy making, says session needs to be productive in nation's interest. In a big step towards justice for Tamil Nadu student found dead after accusing two teachers of harassment, court orders re-autopsy to establish suspected foul play by school. PFI operatives arrested for disrupt PM Modi event plot, reveal outfit trained more than 15,000 men in camps running in 15 districts of Bihar, right under the nose of the administration. Times now also accesses the ATS dossier on Ghazwa Hind plot. Sensational details reveal how the accused were in touch with a man in Pakistan with said links to the ISI. Supreme Court okays early hearing in the Hindu side's plea for the access of Gyanvapi Masjid for prayers at its purported Shivling case, now to be heard on the 21st of this month. Plea also seeks carbon dating of the Shivling. All right, let's get you a breaking update that is coming in at this point. When it comes to this tragedy that has been reported in Madhya Pradesh, a bus accident that has been reported. According to reports coming in, 12 people have lost their lives in this mishap, as several people have been injured. Around 30 to 35 passengers are still said to be missing. The bus that was moving from Indore to Pune, it slipped in the Narmada River. Let me go across to Govind now. Govind, this tragedy that has been reported, what more details are coming?
Yes.
Unable to hear you clearly there, Govind. Will just reconnect that line. But this is being said, a bus full of passengers that fell in the Narmada River. And now what is being said, the top officials are reaching the spot. The rescue operations are on, but unfortunately, according to reports, 12 people have lost their lives. The bus that was moving from Indore to Pune and had around 50 to 60 passengers. Now, 15 of them are said to be rescued. There are more than 30 who are said to be missing. The State Home Minister also said that they are keeping a close watch on the rescue operations. Let's quickly listen in.
क्योंकि पानी का प्रवाह बहुत तेज है, लगभग 12 लोगों के हमारे बीच से जाने की खबर है। दुखद है 12 का। ऐसा कयास लगाया जा रहा है कि 50 से 80 लोग इंदौर से कुल 12 लोग ही शहीद बस के अंदर। बाकी रेस्क्यू टीम पहुंच गई है, अधिकारी सभी पहुंच गए हैं और रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है। कैसे भी बस को बाहर निकालने की कोशिश जारी है। कारण सब अभी तो प्रथम दृष्टिया तो ऐसा लगता है क्योंकि रेलिंग तोड़ के गई है, स्टीयरिंग या ब्रेक कुछ।
सर 15 जो निकाले गए हैं, उसके अलावा जो 35-30 और आप अनुमान लगा रहे हैं, उनके कोई स्थिति के बारे में पता चला?
अभी बस को निकालने की कोशिश है। प्रवाह नदी की धार बहुत तेज है।
Govind, coming back to you on that, the details please, how does this tragedy occur?
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a tragic and sadful incident took place in Bihar district of Madhya Pradesh, in which a bus fell down in Khalghat area into the Narmada River. So that is the consequences of this accident coming in for. As per the information shared by the Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Narsum Mishra, told to media that 15 passengers have been rescued in this accident, and rest 30 to 35 are still missing. But the information is coming, initial information, according to this information, 12 people have lost their life in this accident, and rest 30 to 35 is still missing in the fast flow of Narmada River, and that is really so sadful. That is why Home Minister has shared this information initially coming, but definitely rescue operation is the first priority, and rescue operation is still undergoing there on in that area. And it's being told that 12 passengers from Indore and rest from other parts of Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, and bus was from Maharashtra moving from Indore to Pune, in fact. And this is the accident occurred there in Bihar district, in which 12 people have lost initially information is coming, their life.
Right, but Govind, keep talking about this accident, because exactly what was the timing of the accident? How did it happen? Any information coming on that front, and how challenging is this rescue operation?
Yeah, first, it's quite challenging because the fast flow of Narmada River is really quite challenging for the rescuer. Initially, localized people started rescue operation on their own sources through the boat was on the bank of that river. They tried to rescue 15 people, and now SDRF team has reached there, and local administration is also there to make the successful rescue operation. But it's really so unexpected that and sadful if the death toll increases, which is initially told to 12, and 35 are still told to be missing. But that's really sad for accident occurred there. In
this tragedy that has been reported in the Dhar district, where in the Narmada River, a bus that actually fell, and there are said to be passengers, around 50 to 60 of them who were in that bus. 12 of them unfortunately have lost their lives. The rescue operations are still on. We'll keep an eye out on the updates coming in. For the moment, Govind, thank you very much. Let's quickly move on now to the other top story this morning, when the terror module that has been busted in Bihar. More details that are now emerging. Now, what is being said that during the interrogation of the Patna police that was being carried out of Athar Parvez and Mohammad Jalaluddin, many shocking revelations that have been made. Now, according to the officials, during the interrogation, they have told that the PFI so far has trained more than 15,000 youth to operate weapons inside Bihar. To train the youth, the camp offices were also opened at about 15 districts inside the state, while Pune was made the headquarters of the PFI. So they have been talking about training that included weapon training that was being given to the youth right under the very nose of the administration, and it has been happening for quite a while. साकेत हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं और इन्फॉर्मेशन के साथ. साकेत, सीधे तौर पे और क्या जानकारी मिल रही है, कहां पे चल रहे थे ये टेरर ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स? साकेत, आवाज आ रही है आपको? All right, we just reconnect that line with Saket, because he's going to give us information exactly what has been said by the accused who have been taken into custody by the Bihar police, and they are spilling the beans. They have been giving out information. What exactly was the agenda? What was their motive exactly in carrying out weapon trainings, and what is being said? Saket, जानकारी आ रही है कि 15 से ज्यादा ऐसी जगहों में यूथ को टेरर ट्रेनिंग, एक तरीके से वेपन ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही थी. साकेत, क्या पता चल पाया अभी तक?
देखिए, बिल्कुल जो जानकारी मिल रही है, टाइम्स नाउ के पास एक्सक्लूसिव जानकारी आई है कि जो दोनों लोगों से जो पूछताछ पुलिस ने की है उसमें कई खुलासे हुए हैं, और सबसे बड़ा खुलासा है कि इन लोगों ने अब तक 15,000 लोगों को ट्रेंड किया है. सभी लोगों को जो हथियार चलाने की ट्रेनिंग, साथ ही साथ और भी जो ट्रेनिंग है वो दी गई है. और ये ट्रेनिंग जो दिया गया है वो कई कैंप बनाए गए थे बिहार में, जहाँ पर इन लोगों को ट्रेंड किया गया. और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण जगह जो है उसके लिए वो पूर्णिया को बनाया गया था. पूर्णिया का PFI जो कार्यालय है वहाँ पर ये जानकारी मिली है, जो पुलिस सोर्स हमें बता रहा है कि वहां पर भी पुलिस ने छापेमारी की और वहां से भी कई संदिग्ध चीजें वहां से बरामद हुई है. तो निश्चित तौर पर चूंकि पूर्णिया का जो इलाका है वो पूरा सीमांचल का इलाका, बांग्लादेश बॉर्डर से जुड़ा हुआ इलाका है, तो वहां पर कहीं बड़ी संख्या में जो अल्पसंख्यक समाज के लोग हैं वो रहते हैं, मुस्लिम समाज के लोग रहते हैं. तो ऐसे में उन लोगों को, और खास करके जो यूथ को टारगेट किया जा रहा था, जो बेरोजगार हैं, जिनके पास कोई काम धंधा नहीं है, उन लोगों को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा संख्या में जोड़ा जा रहा था और उनको ट्रेंड किया जा रहा था. तो ये 15,000 लोग जो हैं वो ट्रेंड हुए हैं इन लोगों के द्वारा. ये सबसे बड़ी जानकारी मिल रही है. इसके बाद से फंडिंग किस तरह से इन लोगों को हो रही थी वो भी जानकारी मिली है. लगभग 90 लाख रुपए की फंडिंग पिछले कुछ महीनों में इन लोगों के पास हुई है, उसकी भी जानकारी पुलिस ने उनसे पूछताछ के दौरान ली है. तो ये तमाम ऐसे खुलासे हैं जो लगातार पुलिस के इंटरोगेशन में सामने आ रहा है. जो ये दोनों आतंकी गिरफ्तार हुए थे उनके पूछताछ में पता चल रहा है. तो अब पुलिस निश्चित तौर पर कई ऐसे सबूत और गवाहों गवाहों को इकट्ठा करने की कोशिश में है कि जो इन लोगों के खिलाफ जो ये लोग बता रहे हैं कि जो ट्रेनिंग कैंप चल रहे थे उन जगहों पर पुलिस की टीम पहुंचेगी, साथ ही साथ जिन लोगों को ट्रेंड किया गया है उनको भी आइडेंटिफाई किया जाएगा। तो जो जांच है वो अब बहुत तेजी से बढ़ने वाली है और जो केंद्रीय एजेंसियां हैं वो भी अब इसमें इन्वॉल्व है। वो
central agencies are involved. There are multiple raids that have been also happening, including the offices of the PFI link that is now emerging according to sources. What we are getting to know from the details that are being given out from the said accused who have been taken into custody in this case. Saket, aap bane rahiye hamare sath. Let's quickly take a look at this ground report sent across by Aditya.
We are standing inside Chudi Gali of Nala Road in Patna district, and this one is Gayatri Market. This Gayatri Market inside Chudi Gali is the place where Athar Parvez, one of the prime suspects of Phulwari Sharif case, happened to have a shop inside. We have been told that he used to be a merchant of Hina, and interesting to note here is that he visited this place seldom. Also interesting to note here is that this shop of Athar Parvez has been logged ever since Bakrid. We talked to some local shopkeepers and tried to understand what actually transpired and how Athar Parvez operated from this particular shop inside Gayatri Market of Chudi Gali in Nala Road. We'll try to talk to them and try to understand what actually happened and what did they observe. बताइए, आपकी दुकान यहाँ कब से है?
4 साल सर।
4 साल से। तो आप अथर परवेज को कब से जानते थे?
वही जब से दुकान।
अच्छा, जब से दुकान हुई उसके पहले से आपका राब्ता नहीं था इनसे? नहीं। ये दुकान कब से बंद है?
बकरीद के एक दिन पहले से।
बकरीद के एक दिन पहले से बंद है
जी।
अच्छा, ये बताइए कि इनका कोई नंबर या ये कैसे काम करते, कितने बजे दुकान खोलते थे?
कभी 12 बजे, कभी 2 बजे, कभी नहीं भी आए, जैसे मतलब उनकी इच्छा के अनुसार।
मतलब जैसे आप लोग खोलते होंगे तब तो आपकी दुकान का टाइम होता होगा?
हम लोग तो
अगर आपका वही पेशा है तो आप तो सेम टाइम पे खोलेंगे, सेम टाइम पे आएंगे। जी। इनका कोई टाइमिंग नहीं था?
नहीं, कभी लेट भी आते थे, कभी सवेर भी आते थे,
कभी नहीं भी आते
कभी नहीं भी आते।
So we have been told by local shopkeepers that Athar Parvez seldom visited his shop inside this Gayatri Market, and interesting to note here is that even in that case the timings were not fixed. We'll try to talk to some more shopkeepers and try to understand what did they observe. बताओ भाई, तुम्हारी दुकान कब से है यहाँ पे?
मेरी दुकान तो अभी 3 साल हुआ है।
3 साल हुआ है। तो 3 साल से ही अथर परवेज को जानते थे या क्या है मामला?
हम लोग तो यहीं पे दुकान है हम लोग का, वो आते थे जाते थे, हम लोग को नहीं पता इसके बारे में।
उनका टाइमिंग
कोई ठीक नहीं है उनका, कभी आते थे कभी नहीं आते थे।
उनके साथ कौन कौन लोग आते थे?
वो अपने आते थे, अपने जाते थे,
और कुछ नहीं?
और कुछ नहीं।
उनके भाई?
ये सब नहीं पता हमको।
आप लोगों को ये सब बातें नहीं पता? आप लोग से बातचीत
नहीं होती थी? वो अपना आते थे, अपने जाते थे,
अपनी धुन में रहते
अपने, किसी से कोई मतलब नहीं था हमको।
So that being said, we talked to some more shopkeepers and we were apprised of the same fact that Athar Parvez did not have a fixed schedule as far as his shop is concerned. We'll try to talk to some more locals and try to understand what did they feel about him. ये बताइए भाई साहब कि आपकी दुकान इसी गायत्री मार्केट में है?
नहीं सर।
गायत्री मार्केट में नहीं है। अच्छा, कहाँ है? अच्छा, वो बॉर्डर है। आप जस्ट बगल में है। ये अंदर अथर परवेज की दुकान थी, आपने उनको कभी देखा?
नहीं सर, ध्यान नहीं उनका।
नहीं देखा। So this is the common thing amongst all shopkeepers who were actually here, and we talked to them and we were told that Athar Parvez seldom visited his shop inside Gayatri Market, and also the timings were not fixed. So this is something that raises a serious question on how did he operate his business, because if at all he had only one source, single source of income through this particular business, he needed to be regular and punctual at his place. With Vijay Saurav in Nala Road, Aditya Vaibhav, Times Now.
Another round of breaking update. There has been a bomb scare that has been reported at a school owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar. Now the school is said to be in RR Nagar in Bengaluru, where this bomb scare that has been sent across via email and it was received last evening. Now the school authorities saw the mail this morning and the police is said to be at the spot. However, they say that they haven't found anything yet. but still they are not leaving anything to chance, and search operations are still carrying out. This is now being seen that an email regarding a bomb threat was sent across last evening. Imran, what are the details so far? Exactly who is behind the sending across this mail, and what has the police found?
Well, the police is still investigating as to who was the person who sent that particular mail. But what we're getting information from cops is that the mail was sent last evening to the school, official email ID of the school authorities. It's a National Hillview Public School. It's located in R.R. Nagar. D.K. Shivkumar is one of the trustees of the school, what we're getting to know. And the school authorities checked the email in the morning. They immediately informed the police. The DCP West Division immediately sent a unit there, and they evacuated more than 1,000 students who were there in the that time in the school. And a sniffer dogs and detection team went through the entire premises. So far, they haven't found any bomb or bomb-like substance in the school, but there's still search is going on, and till the search is finished, they've asked school authorities to not to allow the schools or any official school authorities to enter into the premises. As we speak, the police authorities are still searching for the bomb, and as of right now, we are yet to declare it as a hoax, but investigation on as to trace the mail of what the school. Earlier also, a couple of months before, several schools, 14 schools in Bengaluru had received similar such mail. It turned out to be a hoax, and the police is under investigation so far.
All right, so the police not taking a chance there. Searches are still being carried out. It remains to be seen exactly what they have to say after the search is completed. Keep an eye out on all those details there, Imran. We'll come back to you. You're watching Times Now. We'll be back after a short break.
The playground in question belongs to the Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. It is a government-owned property. Muslims are being allowed to perform namaz and prayers twice a year on the days of Ramadan and Bakrid. But non-Muslims are not being allowed to use this land for any religious and cultural activities. We are planning to have a Ganesha Utsav on this particular playground, and we are also putting up 25 to 30 stalls which sell Lord Ganesha's idols. We are submitting a memorandum to the BBMP Commissioner in this regard.
On November 17, 2019, Gotabaya Rajapaksa got elected as the president of the island nation of Sri Lanka. With significant tax cuts and reduced revenue, the Gotabaya government ignored International Monetary Fund's warnings and directed the central bank to print currency in record amounts. 2020 brought in the COVID pandemic, and Sri Lanka's billion-dollar tourism sector suffered massively. In April 2021, Gotabaya announced that the island nation will only allow organic farming and banned the import of chemical fertilizers. As the economy suffered due to failed policies and pandemic, the mandatory organic farming and fertilizer ban angered farmers.
Welcome back. Quick update that is coming in from the bus accident that has been reported in Madhya Pradesh. Now details that are coming in of 12 people who have lost their lives even as the rescue operations are still on. The locals are said to be carrying out the rescue operations. The SDRF teams also, we are told, currently at the spot. But however, 15 people have been rescued and there are more than 30 people who are still said to be missing. Now this is a bus accident that has been reported from Dhar, where there are said to be around 50 to 60 people who were travelling in that bus that however slipped and fell in the Narmada river, and 12 people have lost their lives. You can see those diving teams that have been now carrying out rescue operations to locate those people who are said to be missing. The SDRF and the local administration are still there, we are told, even as it's a quite challenging task. So you can see the bus there, what remains of the bus as it is partially submerged, as efforts are now being taken to take out as many people as possible. There are said to be around 12 people who have drowned, who have lost their lives, and their bodies are being fished out. There are said to be around 15 people till now who have been recovered and who have been rescued, and more than 30 people who are still missing. The State Home Minister, we heard his reaction, who have been saying that they are closely monitoring the situation, and because of the fast flowing waters of the Narmada river, it becomes very difficult to carry out the rescue operations. Now reinforcements and special equipments have been brought in to carry out this rescue operation. You can see a diving team that has also been called in to locate exactly when it comes to the whereabouts of the missing passengers. Govind, any more updates?
Yeah, update is what we can say, that rescue is still going on, and SDRF and local administration trying to search out those missing passengers who are in numbers, as the Home Minister shared the information, 30 to 35, and it's initial information coming that more than 12 people have lost their life in this tragic accident, and 50 have been rescued so far with help localite, and now local administration in this spot. Update is what we can say, that still rescue operation is going on, and the main priority first is just to rescue those missing people whom we was talking about. So this is what is still the information, the same one, but the doubt is what it would be more sorrowful if death toll increases, as 30 to 35 passengers are still missing.
Right, but tell us about what all reinforcements that have been brought in, Govind, because are there special teams that have now been pressed into service?
Yeah. The team of Madhya Pradesh has taken the cognizance of this accident, and they are just making and leaving no stone unturned in the rescue operation, and trying to take the help of other agencies. But initially, what the information coming through sources in that district, that SDRF team is there, and the number of equipments have been sent to the accident spot to give the help in rescue process, and local administration, SBDM, all are there. IG is also reaching on the accident site, but definitely this bus was from Maharashtra and moving from Indore to Pune, and 12 passengers are being told from boarded from Indore, and other maybe from other parts of Madhya Pradesh, and a number of passengers maybe from Maharashtra. So now it's not the priority to take the classification of the passengers. First, the priority is just to save the life of those missing passengers who are in numbers 30 to 35. So definitely the government is leaving no stone unturned in the rescue operation since the time they got the information about the accident.
Right, but any information that is coming in on how exactly did this mishap occur? Because we are getting pictures of the bus and it is hardly in a recognizable state. It is such in a bad and a damaged condition. What exactly happened?
Yeah, absolutely. You know that the fast flow of Narmada river already there. It's been raining for last week in that area, and this is the Khalghat area where the bridge was constructed on old bridge. In fact, on Narmada River, and it's being told that driver lost the control from the bus steering and broke the railing of the bridge, and the bus fell down into the river Narmada. And now the initial information has came through the sources that more than 12 people have lost their life and 35 to 30 are still remaining.
So the number could rise. There are said to be around 15 people who are rescued. More than 30 of them are still missing, as there are teams that have now been pressed into service to locate those people who are missing in this accident that has been reported in Madhya Pradesh. We'll come back to you with more updates. Govind, thank you very much. Overall monsoon update from across the nation. Let's take a look. With heavy rain continuing to batter several parts of the state of Odisha, a landslide has been reported in the Gyanvapi district. At least 2 other districts are also reeling under heavy floods. At least 104 people have lost their lives in related to rain incidents in Maharashtra. These deaths have occurred since the onset of the monsoon season on the 1st of June. While visiting the flood-affected town in Telangana, Chief Minister KCR said that cloudbursts are a conspiracy by foreign sources to destabilize the country. He met with the displaced people at the relief camps during his visit. You're watching Times Now. We'll be back with the top headlines. Stay tuned.
देश का प्रतीक है ये, हर हिंदुस्तानी के नजदीक है ये, हर डर को भगा देता है, हर देशवासी के अंदर जोश जगा देता है. Today I am here at Kishtwar, and you can see the tricolor has been raised, and for this tricolor we have seen that how these brave hearts always try to ensure there is an unwritten commitment from their side that at any cost they will see this tricolor fluttering. For that even they are ready to take bullets on their body. For that they have even sacrificed their life. If today we are talking about peace and prosperity in Kishtwar, it's only because of these brave hearts who had always been there for the people of the country, who had always been there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that few months back, some of the politicians said that after abrogation of Article 370, there will be hardly anyone to hold tricolor in their hand. But you can see that how a new chapter has been scripted, how things have really changed, and winds of change have already started blowing. And you can find these youngsters proudly looking towards the tricolor, 100 feet high tricolor, which can be seen from any of the hillock surrounding this Kishtwar town. After Kashmir Valley, Jammu region, now it is the Kishtwar where we have got this tricolor fluttering high. And every Indian's chest swells with pride when they look at the tricolor, because they know it is not only about tricolor, it is also about the sacrifice of our soldier. It's all, if we see the tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the blowing wind, it is because of the supreme sacrifice of each and every soldier. Let's talk to the youngsters. कैसा लग रहा है जब आज आप ये तिरंगा लहराते हुए देख रहे हैं?
सर ये हमारे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है. आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारे किश्तवाड़ जिले में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है.
कितना जोश आ रहा है?
सर बहुत ज़्यादा जोश आ रहा है. हमें खुशी हो रही है कि किश्तवाड़ में ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है कि 100 फीट ऊपर एक तिरंगा लहरा रहा है एक ऐसे चौक पर. तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा गर्व हो रहा है किश्तवाड़ पर भी.
आपके लिए कितना इंस्पायरिंग मोमेंट है?
सर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत फील अच्छा आ रहा है.
गर्व फील हो रहा है, जोश आ रहा है?
सर
कोई जोश से भारत माता की जय करके कितना जोर से बोलेंगे?
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय.
कितना गर्व फील कर रहे हैं आज आप?
सर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. पहली बार ऐसा देखा कि किश्तवाड़ में फ्लैग बना.
Tears in her eyes narrate the whole story, because nobody had thought that this thing is going to really happen. But today, see how things have really changed. There's a lot of josh, there's a lot of enthusiasm among youngsters, and it's going to inspire millions of these youngsters when they will be looking at the tricolor. Definitely they will also be donning a uniform so that they can serve motherland India. It is the unwritten commitment.
Alright, good afternoon. Thanks for staying with us here on Times Now. You're watching the news at noon. I'm Kishtwar. Let's start with the top headlines we're tracking. After new MPs take oath, Parliament proceedings adjourned till 2 p.m. Special obituary to Shinzo Abe. Prime Minister speaks on opening day of monsoon session, wonders if temperatures will cool inside, seeks to make Parliament a place to discuss and analyse opposition moves, adjournment motion on restricted freedom. Jagdeep Dhankar to file nomination today as Vice President candidate of NDA. Meanwhile, controversy brews over autobiography of opposition's Vice President candidate Margaret Alva. Earlier claim Gandhi family links to Augusta Westland middleman. Voting continues for President's post. Charges continue to fly thick and fast even as opposition questions need for a statue or rubber stamp in Rashtrapati Bhavan. BJP berates then for insult to an Adivasi leader. Madras High Court orders for fresh post-mortem on student who was allegedly driven to commit suicide in Salem in Tamil Nadu. Also seeks stringent action against those who rioted in protest. Meanwhile, young student's mother speaks to Times Now, seeks justice, alleges foul play, asks why no blood present on ground where she's supposed to have jumped off a building. Massive tragedy in Dharan, Madhya Pradesh. Bus going from Indore to Pune falls off a bridge. 12 reported dead, 15 rescued. Bus had close to 40 passengers. Well, 2,000 protesters set 13 buses on fire. The police officials were also injured in stone pelting. This is in Tamil Nadu. Remember, in Kallakurichi in Tamil Nadu, wherein we picked up those violent scenes at a residential school. This happened on Thursday. All through yesterday, the situation remained tense. The commotion was, remember, triggered after a class 12 student was found dead on Wednesday. Now, the kin of the deceased girl have alleged foul play as 7 deaths were previously reported in the very same school. The mother of the deceased child has also moved the Madras High Court seeking justice for her child. In fact, the court already did begin hearing the case earlier the day, and the Madras High Court has now ordered a second round of autopsy, has directed state government to form special teams. So yes, certain observations coming in from the Madras High Court, and let me quickly go across to Prapanch and Dharini joining us live on this broadcast. To you first, Prapanch, take us to the Madras High Court interim observations. Now a second autopsy has been ordered by the court, this upon the intervention of the family. What has the court stated today?
Now the court has in fact ordered for a fresh, once again a second post-mortem, and subsequently has also asked police to file a detailed report about the violence that had took place on Sunday yesterday, and also the court had ordered stringent action against the people who were indulged in these violent crimes yesterday during the protest. Now these were the orders by Madras High Court. Now we can see that in fact in Kallakurichi, we are at Kallakurichi, and here at the Kallakurichi court, nearly 128 personals have been brought, out of which in fact nearly 20 persons are juvenile. They have been brought. They were indulged in the violence yesterday. In fact, they were ransacking the school property. They were involved in setting the buses on fire and public properties on fire. So they have been brought to Kallakurichi court today. They will be produced before the magistrate shortly. And now we can see that the section 144 prohibitory orders are put in place in Kallakurichi, in Annarpalayam and Chinnathaselam. These are the areas you can see heavy police in fact protection in Kallakurichi. There are nearly 2,500 police personnel who are deployed for the bandobast duty, and nearly 10 special teams have been brought to Kallakurichi. There are several police personnel who have been brought from neighboring districts for this particular bandobast duty. Now we could see that the situation at Kallakurichi, Chinnathaselam and in fact Nayanarpalayam is relatively calm when compared to yesterday. There are no major in fact any incidences to say to be reported today. It is relatively calm compared to yesterday.
And given that 7 deaths have been previously reported, as has been alleged in this very school, now the Madras High Court has also ordered that in future, whenever deaths take place in educational institutions, investigations must be done by CBCID. On your screens, viewers, the top developments as we're tracking in this particular case, the parents have now come out and say that there is a cover-up attempt by the school management, and the High Court has asked the state to identify the writers. So, couple of important observations. Special teams, remember, have already been formed to probe this particular case, and the court has said that strict action must be taken against those who were part of the violence that broke out across as well. So, yes, the matter reached the Madras High Court, and the judges have ordered postmortem in the case by a team of doctors appointed by him earlier on. The mother also spoke to Times Now earlier on. Now remember, the mother has been alleging cover-up attempt by the school management, says something is not quite adding up. Listen in.
வீழ்ந்ததுமே பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க இப்படி அப்படியே இந்த டிஸ்டன்ஸ் தள்ளியே வீழாங்க, வீழறவங்க குதிக்கிறவங்க அப்படியே ஒரு இது சமநிலையில் வீழற மாதிரியே வீழ்ந்தாங்க. அப்படி வீழ்ந்தவங்களையே கூடங்க நான் போயிட்டு பாப்பாவை ஃபஸ்ட்டு பார்க்கக்குள்ள ஸ்ட்ரக்சரில் இவ்வளோ ரத்தம் இருந்ததுங்க. ஆனால் பாப்பா இந்த இடத்த தான் வீழ்ந்தான்னு சொல்ல இடத்துல ஒரு சொட்டு ரத்தம் இல்லைங்க. வீழ்ந்ததுமே பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க இப்படி அப்படியே இந்த டிஸ்டன்ஸ் தள்ளியே வீழாங்க, வீழறவங்க குதிக்கிறவங்க அப்படியே ஒரு இது சமநிலையில் வீழற மாதிரியே வீழ்ந்தாங்க. அப்படி வீழ்ந்தவங்களையே கூடங்க நான் போயிட்டு பாப்பாவை ஃபஸ்ட்டு பார்க்கக்குள்ள ஸ்ட்ரக்சரில் இவ்வளோ ரத்தம் இருந்ததுங்க. ஆனால் பாப்பா இந்த இடத்த தான் வீழ்ந்தான்னு சொல்ல இடத்துல ஒரு சொட்டு ரத்தம் இல்லைங்க.
Let me go across to Dharni joining us with more details. Now, Dharni, that's an important claim being made by the family members, the mother and the father of the victim. They say that not a single drop of blood was found where she fell, where her body was eventually recovered. How much truth is there to this particular claim? Because this can turn around the investigations as well as we keep up with the Madras High Court order.
Well, I know the mother is alleging that when she looked at her daughter's body in the mortuary of Kallakurichi Government Hospital, there were several blood marks on her body, and that her head was having a huge amount of blood due to the injury. But when they went to the school subsequently and they looked at the spot where the girl is said to have fallen off and committed suicide, there was not even a single drop of blood there. So that's what the mother of the victim is alleging, and she is also telling that a fair probe should be conducted into the incident. And she is telling that as soon as they learned that their a girl had allegedly committed suicide, they tried to contact the school management of that a private school. In fact, they tried contacting the principal, correspondent, secretary and several teachers who were working there, but none of them gave them any answers. So in fact, it's been almost 6 days since the incident happened, but until this point in time, as we're talking, unfortunately the family of the girl do not know why she committed suicide in the first place. They do not know why their child died. So that's the primary answer that the mother of the victim is seeking. She is insisting that the government, along with the police department and the justice system, they have to find out in the first place why their daughter was pushed to take this extreme step if at all she had committed suicide. And they're also alleging that there might be a role for the school management to play in this. They're alleging a foul play from the side of the school management, and she's telling that this is not the first time such a case is being reported from that school. In fact, this is the 7th time such a thing has been reported from the that particular private school. So they're telling that a thorough investigation should also be conducted into the management of that school. Everyone who is working there, including the teachers and the higher officials, they should be inquired into this matter, and a thorough investigation into the whole functioning of that school has to be done. So that's again one of the demands that we're looking at from the family members. In fact, right now, as you told, the High Court has ordered for a re-postmortem, and the court has also made one important judgment telling that in future, whenever deaths take place in educational institutions, the case should automatically transfer to the CBCID, and the postmortem of that particular disease, it should be done by at least a team of 3 doctors. So this is a very important observation as far as the Madras High Court hearing is concerned. But at the end of the day, nevertheless, the parents of the girl, they still do not know why she committed suicide, and they are telling that might not be even suicide in the first place, and that there might be a foul play from the side of the school management.
All right, let me go across to Mr. Kovai Satyam joining us from the AIDMK on the phone line. Mr. Satyam, what do you make of what's going on in Tamil Nadu? The AIDMK, of course, pinning the blame on the state government as well, saying that due process has not been followed, timely action has not been taken, and investigations must take place. But as far as this family is concerned, they're also saying that there is certainly a cover-up and the school management is to be blamed for what's happened with the girl.
This incident is yet another testimony on the colossal failure of law and order in Tamil Nadu. We've been saying since the time DMK came to the chair to rule the state, there is a severe breakdown of law and order.
And if you see the remarks by the Honorable Judge, also are on the same lines. They should have acted in advance. 3 days the family members were protesting, seeking an explanation. None of the government machinery bothered to address their grievance. None of the government machinery, neither the school education department, nor the collectorate office, nor anybody representing the government. They left them in lurch, and the simmering anger turned violent. It's a categorical failure of intelligence and law and order. And what DMK is doing right now is a damage control exercise, trying to cover up their inefficiencies.
Oh, all right. Leave alone the politics, sir. Mr. Satyan, are you telling us that there were voices being raised from the families and right after the suicide took place and no action was taken and everyone was sitting on this particular incident for the next 2 to 3 days? Because 13th of July is when the suicide took place. 17th, yesterday, is when we saw people taking to streets, torching some of those police vehicles and school buses as well.
Yes, 3 days they were demanding an explanation. Look at the day when the affair was lodged. When the mother of the child was willing to come forward and give a complaint. Tell me one place where the police came forward to take a complaint and register an affair. When there were reasons for her to be suspicious regarding her daughter's demise, and police were not welcoming.
All right.
They were not present. Nobody were there to address their grievance.
All right, now that the Madras High Court has stepped in, let's see how this plays out. A second autopsy has been ordered by the Madras High Court. Thank you, Mr. Satyan, for speaking to us. We also have C. Rajashekaran, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Rajashekaran, what do you make of the ongoing case now that the Madras High Court has stepped in, has asked for the post-mortem to be conducted once again, has also asked a special team to identify those who took part in the violence that broke out yesterday?
Yes, the Honorable Madras High Court has rightly passed an observation and an order subsequent to the observations made in the open court. The High Court has said immediately all the culprits involved in this huge violence. And I see something seriously fishy in the whole episode. 13th, the girl committed suicide, going by the parent's statement. And what were all these opposition ADMK, BJP leaders doing? Sleeping, snoring for 5 days. And yesterday, the public, the common public of that area and the known people there have indulged in violence to a private school. This is not a government school. So you cannot blame the police. Police has better job to guard the security of public properties and the people's life. And it is a private institution. It is a job of the institution to ensure safety and security for the students and as well as the properties and their own parents. And you cannot, for every next issue, you cannot blame the government and the police for the misdeeds of the private institution. So these political parties, the opposition especially, has come out after a deep slumber. And I really suspect something, and the police, the CBCID of Tamil Nadu police has to go deep into the matter.
But Mr. Rajashekaran, look what this has led to. Yesterday we saw the kind of violence that broke out, of course, over this unfortunate incident, and a tragic one indeed. But how vehicles, police vehicles were set on fire, school buses were set on fire. Law and order is a state subject, sir. The police has to bring the situation under control. Who else will be asked these questions?
See, it was, I am told from my sources that it was a matter of 10 to 15 minutes and the whole crowd had mobilized, the mob, the hooligans, the rowdies, the gundas, whoever you can name, whatever you can insinuate on them is applicable, because they had gathered there and they attacked a small number of police of 200, 300 people there guarding this, anticipating the violence. But unfortunately, the mob increased within a span of 10-15 minutes, and suddenly the police vehicles were set on fire and the school properties were damaged. And you cannot control a huge mob which is so quickly assembling in the spot, and it has to be investigated. There is a huge conspiracy by whom? That is very important. There is something seriously wrong in that area, and the opposition comes out after 5 days
They did not open the mouth. The BJP especially and the ADMK has not opened their mouth for the last 5 days. And after this violence, they come out with some kind of theories and they are
Rajashekaran, the opposition is saying that everyone was sitting on this for 5 long days is why the situation went out of control on the 6th day, that is yesterday. That nothing was done despite repeated pleas being made by the family to take action against what they were alleging. Let's see how that plays out, sir. Thank you for speaking to us. The school secretary has also cried foul now, claiming that the mother is making false allegations, also claiming that the authorities are cooperating with the police as far as the ongoing investigation is concerned. Listen in.
அந்த பொண்ணு என்னைக்கு இறந்தது சூசைட் பண்ணிக்கிச்சோ அன்னையிலிருந்து இந்த நிமிஷம் வரைக்கும் நாங்க காவல்துறைக்கு முழு ஒத்துழைப்பு கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கோம். நானும் சரி, எங்க பள்ளியில இருக்கவங்க, ஆசிரியர்கள், அவங்க காவல்துறை யார் யாரெல்லாம் சொல்றாங்களோ அத்தனை பேருமே நாங்க இன்னை வரைக்கும் நாங்க முழு ஒத்துழைப்பு கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கோம். அவங்க விசாரணைக்கு எல்லாம் ராத்திரி பகலா உட்காந்து நாங்க பதில் சொல்லிட்டு தான் இருக்கிறோம். அவங்க கேட்கிற ஃபுட்டேஜ் எல்லாமே அந்த பொண்ணு இறந்த அன்னையில இருந்து முன்னாடி நாள் பின்னாடி நாள் அவங்க என்னென்னலாம் கேட்டாங்களோ எல்லாமே நாங்க காவல்துறையிட்ட ஒப்படைச்சிட்டோம்.
All right, let's shift our focus to another reaction coming in soon. Remember how politics took center stage as far as this unfortunate incident is concerned. The AIDMK, as you heard, accusing the administration of turning a blind eye to the case and demanding action. Listen into another reaction coming in.
மாணவி 13ஆம் தேதியே இறந்து விட்டதாக நிர்வாகம் தெரிவிக்கிறது. அவருடைய பெற்றோருக்கு தகவல் கொடுத்திருக்கிறாங்க. அதுக்கு பிறகு 3 நாட்கள் அவருடைய மாணவியுடைய பெற்றோர்கள் நீதி கேட்டு போராடி வருகிறார்கள். அதோடு பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற அந்த மாணவியினுடைய பெற்றோர்களை சந்தித்து ஆறுதல் சொல்லியிருக்க வேண்டும். அதையும் அவர்கள் செய்யவில்லை. 3 நாட்கள் காலம் கடந்து விட்டது. அதோட அந்த தாய் பேட்டியிலே சொல்லுகிறார், என்னை மிரட்டப்பட்டதாக சொல்லுகிறார். அப்படி என்றால் இதில் ஏதோ சந்தேகம் இருப்பதாகத்தானே என்ன வேண்டியிருக்கிறது.
All right, let me go across to Dharani, who continues to stay on with us. Dharani, so politics as usual unfortunately has taken over this tragic incident with both the AIDMK and DMK trading barbs, and there are certainly questions that need to be answered on as to what really happened between the 13th and the 17th. Did the family reach out to the police? Was no action taken? Anything you have been able to pick up on that?
Well, one primary complaint that we're hearing from the family is that this is an incident that involves a school student. But until this point in time, the family is telling that they have not been by the school education minister Anbil Magesh Poyamoli, and they are telling that only after the violence broke out in large scale yesterday in front of the private school, that particular private school, government officials started pouring in to inquire about the incident. So until that point in time, for 3-4 days, they are telling that no one from the school education department tried to contact them. So that's the primary complaint that we're hearing from the family members. In fact, they are telling that the chief minister he was suffering with corona, and he was admitted, but they are asking what happened to the school education minister, and why didn't he even make a call or come to the spot to check what happened. So that's the question that we are looking at, the bigger question that we are looking at. But on the other hand, as we already know, the case has been transferred to the CBCID. The family members, they were consistently demanding that the case should be transferred to CBCID for a
All right, let's see 2 interesting observations that have come in from the court. A, they've ordered a special team to understand and get to the bottom of who really provoked yesterday's violence, and B, they've reordered the post-mortem in this very case. Let's see how it plays out. Thank you, Dharani, for joining us with all those details. Slipping into a quick break. Be right back with more updates.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchankar.
Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. Yashwant Sinha ji is also a very good candidate. Draupadi Murmu ji is also a decent person. But she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi, we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
Back with more news. With heavy rains continuing to batter several parts of Odisha, a landslide has been reported in Gyanvapi district. At least 2 other districts are reeling under floods. Road communication with neighbouring states has been cut off as water is flowing 8 feet above 326. At least 104 people have died in rain-related incidents in Maharashtra. These deaths have occurred since the onset of monsoon on the 1st of June. The deaths were caused due to numerous reasons, including floods, lightning strikes and landslides as well. While visiting the flood-affected Bhadrachalam town in Telangana, Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao said that cloudbursts are a conspiracy by foreign sources to destabilize the country. He met displaced people at relief camps during his visit, also announced an immediate relief of 10,000 rupees per family to those at the camps. Despite challenging weather conditions, pilgrims have continued their Amarnath Yatra. Devotees have lauded the Jammu and Kashmir government for making the Yatra hassle-free. Following heavy rains in Kerala, water level in 6 dams is at red alert and in 1 at orange alert. 4 of these dams are in Idukki. Other dams in the state are also reaching their respective storage capacities. In more national news, in a Gyanvapi case development, lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain has filed a fresh plea before the Supreme Court. He sought the right to worship the Shivling at the disputed site, has also requested Kashi Vishwanath Temple Trust to take its possession. National Hillview Public School in R.R. Nagar in Bangalore has received a bomb scare through email. The police has not found anything yet, but searches are still underway. School management has shifted the children to an alternate campus as a security measure. India has registered a slight dip in the number of COVID-19 cases. 16,935 new infections have been recorded. In comparison to Sunday's 20,528 cases, India's recovery rate, remember, is currently at 98.47%. An army captain and junior commissioned officer were killed in an accidental grenade blast along the LOC in J&K's Pooch district. The blast occurred when the Indian Army troops were performing their duties in the Mendar sector. Time for us to head into a very short break here. My colleague Richa joins you with all the top stories up next.
playground in question belongs to the Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. It is a government-owned property.
Now we see Jagdeep Dhankar, the vice presidential candidate on the part of the NDA, filing his nomination. He's accompanied by the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. You can also see the BJP President JP Nadda in the frame. Home Minister Amit Shah is also present. So is Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister. Jagdeep Dhankar, the former governor of the state of West Bengal, was appointed as the NDA's vice presidential nominee a couple of days ago, and now he's present with the Prime Minister during the nomination process, which is now currently underway. The candidate for the opposition party is Margaret Alva, and Jagdeep Dhankar can be seen on the screen along with the Prime Minister filing his nomination papers for the vice presidential election. Let me go across to Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan for more on this. Madhav, we are getting live visuals now of the vice presidential candidate of the NDA, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, filing his nomination papers.
Madhav, if you can hear us.
Well, yes, that's right. In fact, all the candidates, all the members of parliament, rather, of the BJP, very strongly there, standing in support of Mr. Dhankar as he, in fact, is casting his nomination, and of course, the top leaders of the BJP and the NDA, all, of course, in attendance there, along with Mr. Dhankar as he in fact files his nomination on this occasion. So all the members of parliament about half an hour ago assembled in the library building. It's from there that they actually walked towards the parliament main building, and of course in this case the office of the returning officer, which is the Lok Sabha Secretary General, his office in fact is where we now are seeing in fact the nomination papers being filed as far as Jagdeep Dhankar is concerned. So very important development indeed. Just as the vice president's elections will now be held, the presidential election polling is currently underway, and in a short in a few days from now, we also expect the vice presidential polls to begin. Both sides have announced their candidates. There is Jagdeep Dhankar, who is the former governor now of West Bengal, as well as Margaret Alva from the opposition side. She's been a many-term governor in different states of the country. So it will be, of course, a battle in which in numbers, of course, the opposition says they will try and muster, but do appear to be really on the government side. So one will really have to see how this fight transpires in coming days. We have seen dramatic developments in the case of the presidential election, where, for instance, even allies of opposition parties such as the JMM and the Shiv Sena decided to support the government's candidate. That is, in fact, the first time an Adivasi or a tribal candidate, Draupadi Murmu. And in fact, despite the fact that there was a pitch campaign to try and project Yashwant Sinha, despite that, the ranks in the opposition did break. Will that be the same case as far as the vice presidential polls is concerned? That's what we need to watch out for. And what will we see happening in coming days as far as different political parties within the opposition camp are concerned? Will they all stand unitedly with their candidate? And even if they do, will they actually have the numbers to be able to take on the government's candidate? Those are some very, very important aspects of this particular vice presidential election, nominations for which have already begun.
Absolutely, Madhav, and continue to be with us even as we are getting in these latest images of the Prime Minister, in fact, accompanying the Vice Presidential nominee for the NDA. And we saw how the BJP had made that announcement as well, Madhav, on Saturday, calling him and lauding him to be a Kisan Putra, and also established himself as a people's governor as far as West Bengal is concerned. And remember, he has had an immense, in fact, support. He has been a successful legal person as well, and now a political stint that has been quite long as far as Jagdeep Dhankar is concerned.
Well, as far as the profile of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar is concerned, remember, it is multiple stones that the government is killing with, in fact, this one announcement. First and foremost will be the legislative role that will be there as far as the facilitation of the running of the Rajya Sabha is concerned. In that light, the Vice President, who is also the chairman of the upper house of Parliament, very, very important, because that's where the government, although it has a brute majority in the Lok Sabha, finds it difficult to push through important legislation. So from that perspective, Mr. Dhankar's role and his functioning as far as his role is
as far as the functioning of the upper house of parliament will be very, very important. But he is also somebody, as you rightly said, is being projected as the son of a farmer. He belongs to the very influential Jat community, a community which many believe had participated in the farmer protest. So to that extent, to neutralize that aspect or whatever feelings may be there, that could also be a very, very important step, given that it's a community that has huge representation in states such as UP, Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, and other states in northern India. That is, of course, the second aspect of it. The third aspect of it is that he is somebody who has been a parliamentarian since 1989, has had a tremendous experience as a lawyer, understands the Constitution and issues related to the Constitution, and in that light is somebody who is well versed with parliamentary practice and procedure, and has also served as the Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs in the past. In that light, Mr. Dhankar's name being selected is a very, very important step as far as the government is concerned. And also, of course, remember that the upper house of parliament and how it functions have been, of course, the subject of much controversy in the past. Opposition leaders, for instance, who have protested and have at times protested in manners where the government says they have not been, not been behaving in a manner that behoves a member of parliament. That has seen some very, very strong action as well, so with members being suspended for several weeks in several instances, and they've sat on data in different parts of the parliament as well to protest such kind of decisions. So all of this in terms of the functioning of the Rajya Sabha is very, very crucial. So for the government, it is very, very important to have a person who they believe will be able to do justice to the job. Of course, remains to be seen, of course, what transpires inside the house. Mr. Dhankar has not been afraid to speak his mind. When as governor, he has been at loggerheads with the Trinamool Congress in the past. How will all of that play out inside the upper house of parliament will be very, very crucial, not just from the perspective of the TMC, but also the other opposition parties. So and
Madhav, an interesting choice of candidates from both the NDA as well as the opposition. Both Jagdeep Dhankar as well as Margaret Alva hail from poll-bound states. Rajasthan goes to the polls in December next year, Karnataka much earlier than that, around April and May.
From the Prime Minister, I beg your pardon, to BJP President as well as the Home Minister, all present at this particular nomination filing of Jagdeep Dhankar.
Absolutely, Madhav, and we continue to get those latest images as the nomination filing ends in the presence of the Prime Minister himself. We have the BJP's National President JP Nadda and Jagdeep Dhankar in a way being congratulated by the Prime Minister himself. We have the latest visuals as well, because remember, his nomination by the BJP and its ally, as in the words of JP Nadda, as the vice presidential candidate, is another step towards empowering the farmers as well, and how he has been serving the country for over 3 decades in different capacities, according to that write-up that was in fact been issued by the BJP and that press briefing that they had also put out. In fact, he also urged all parties to support him. This comes after we saw how the opposition parties had fielded the former Rajasthan governor Margaret Alva as its joint candidate for the election scheduled for, in fact, August 6th, Dhankar's election as the vice president. He has had the history in the legal field as well as political, and he has been portrayed as the Kisan Putra as well. Going back to Madhav once again. So Madhav, we saw how congratulations had been pouring in ever since Saturday when the announcement was made, and how this has been significant because in his recent political career, he has been the governor of West Bengal, which has gone through tumultuous elections, and how he faced the TMC as well.
Well, certainly, of course, it would be perhaps correct to say that Mr. Dhankar's tenure as a governor has definitely seen multiple run-ins with the West Bengal government in the past. And in that light, of course, a very significant choice that has been made by the centre to, in fact, have Mr. Dhankar be the one who would be handling a very important upper house of parliament in terms of ensuring the smooth functioning of the Rajya Sabha. So, it is an interesting choice that has been made. What, in fact, Mr. Dhankar will be able to do remains to be seen. Of course, the BJP has spoken about experience as a member of parliament and also in running the house or as a member.
Many thanks for that update. The nomination process of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, the vice presidential nominee for the NDA, has now just concluded in the presence, of course, of the Prime Minister. We turn our attention now to the presidential election, which is already underway at the Parliament House and the several state legislative assemblies across the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, chief ministers from across the country and other members of Parliament as well as MLAs cast their votes this morning. In all, around 4,800 members of parliament along with legislative assemblies will be casting their votes till 5 p.m. today to elect the 15th President of India. The counting of votes will take place on the 21st of July, while the 15th President, once voted in, will be taking oath on the 25th.
Meanwhile, we have seen several political reactions coming in as well. Meanwhile, the opposition has been hurling several jibes at Draupadi Murmu, right from calling her of names and also in a way calling how her nomination is of a different agenda for the NDA. We'll first play out those reactions coming in.
But I say that mere giving Adivasi the post of president will not have. You have taken the right of the forest from them. You are deporting them from their original area, and you are only giving a lollipop by giving a president to them. This will not serve the betterment and the upliftment of Adivasi.
And Yashwant Sinha, who is the opposition candidate for the president position, has in fact appealed to voters to listen to their conscience before they cast their votes.
मुझे खुशी है कि आज के दिन आप लोग यहाँ पर आए मेरे उम्मीदवारी के बारे में बात करने के लिए। ये चुनाव मैंने बार बार जोर दे के कहा है कि बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि आने वाले दिनों में ये दिशा तय करेगा कि भारत में प्रजातंत्र बचेगा या धीरे धीरे करके समाप्त हो जाएगा। अभी तक जितने संकेत मिल रहे हैं उससे यही लग रहा है कि हम समाप्ति की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं, और इसीलिए पूरे देश में घूमकर और मीडिया के माध्यम से और भी जितने माध्यम उपलब्ध से उनके माध्यम से मैंने पूरे देश में ये संदेश देने का प्रयास किया है कि ये राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव क्यों इतना महत्वपूर्ण है। अब आज वोटिंग हो रही है। मैं सारे मतदाताओं से अपील करना चाहता हूं कि वो अपनी अंतरात्मा की आवाज सुने।
Meanwhile, after those reactions coming in from, in fact, Yashwant Sinha and other opposition leaders as well, BJP has now slammed the opposition for making fun of Draupadi Murmu as a candidate and asked for some more respect to be given to her.
विपक्ष जो इशू नहीं है उसको इशू बनाने का प्रयास में लगा हुआ है। क्या हम बिल जो आने वाले हैं उनकी लिस्ट नहीं दें? जैसे उनकी लिस्ट दी तो बोला इतने छोटे कालखंड में हमने कहा ये इंट्रोडक्शन के लिए हैं, कुछ हो सकता है कमेटियों को जाएं, कुछ हो सकता है आप उनमें चर्चा कर लें, पहले आप ध्यान में रहें, इसलिए दी लिस्ट। उसका भी उन्होंने इशू बना दिया। कोई भी ऐसा
लेट देम गिव नोटिस एंड लेट स्पीकर एंड चेयरमैन डिसाइड। वी हैव नो इशू इन दैट। यस्टरडे आई आल्सो क्लैरिफाइड। आई थिंक they have decided, they have pre-decided. If they pre-decide, how can you help?
Right, so that was the BJP response to a lot of reactions coming in from the opposition, which in fact have been interpreted as derisive remarks against the NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu. Remember, it was Ajay Kumar of the Congress party who had once said that she represents an evil philosophy. Today we had a reaction coming in from Mr. Firhad Hakim claiming that this is some kind of a lollipop being presented to the people. She's also been referred to as a puppet by one of the opposition members in the past. Tejaswi Yadav of the RJD had also said that one should not have a statue in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So the BJP of course has taken umbrage to a lot of these remarks, disparaging remarks one would say, that have come in from the opposition camp against the presidential nominee Draupadi Murmu of the NDA.
Meanwhile, the elections are still underway. Remember, it began at around 10 a.m. this morning. And we are still getting in those latest visuals on our screen right now as well. In fact, this is from July 17, 2022, where Draupadi Murmu, the day when she had in fact been announced as the nominee for the NDA as the presidential candidate. And we have seen several reactions coming in as well. Meanwhile, we have seen the opposition coming out and taking jibes at her. But she will be certainly creating history if she becomes the next president of our country. She will certainly be the second only president, women president of the country, apart from being a tribal woman. and she has had, in fact, a big political career behind her as well, with a lot of experience as far as social work is concerned. Moving on to some more breaking news coming in that we are tracking at this. This is a big claim coming in from the AIUDF data, where 20 MLAs from the Congress, they say, are voting for Murmu, and the AIUDF MLA has controversially claimed that there are at least 20 MLAs from the Congress that have now voted for Draupadi Murmu. That's the big cross-voting claim coming in from the AIUDF this time. Listen in.
तो आप लोग देखिए, आप लोग एकदम, मैं विथ रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बोल रहा हूँ, जो माहौल अंदर देखा है, कांग्रेस का मिनिमम 20 आदमी क्रॉस वोट करेगा, 13 का ऊपर होगा तो मतलब कांग्रेस का ही होगा। मेरा काउंटर क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि वकील गोगोई का 1, सीपीएम का 1, बाकी तो सब कांग्रेस का है। 13 का ऊपर जितना नंबर होगा वो तो सारा कांग्रेस का ही होगा, एज सिंपल एज। तो रिजल्ट का दिन आप देख लीजिएगा, कांग्रेस का 20 आदमी ने, मिनिमम 20 एमएलए ने वोट दिया होगा द्रौपदी मुर्मू को।
Let me go across to Samia, who's joining us for more on this. That's a startling claim coming from one of the former allies of the Congress party in Assam, which is the All India United Democratic Front, led by Badruddin Ajmal. Samia, is there any truth to this claim that Congress party members in the state of Assam have actually cross-voted and voted for Murmu instead of Yashwant Sinha?
Well, first things first, there is never a whip when it comes to the presidential election. That is the reason why it's going to be very interesting if the numbers that the Congress party has calculated for their candidate Yashwant Sinha doesn't really add up, because whether it is the TMC's leaders in West Bengal, or for that matter the Congress.
All right, we'll try to go back to Samia shortly with that, but this is a big claim coming in from the AIUDF data amidst the elections for the president of the country that is still underway. In fact, it will end at 5 p.m. this evening, but the Neta now claims that there are at least 20 MLAs from the Congress that have now voted for Draupadi Murmu. She is the NDA's candidate as a nominee, and the AIUDF MLA has controversially claimed that there are at least 20 MLAs from the Congress that have voted for her. They're also alleging that the Congress is socializing with BJP MLAs within the assembly as well, and we heard that reaction coming in. We'll try to play out that once again.
But before we come to that, a news roundup from across the country. In a new Gyanvapi case development, lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain has filed a fresh plea before the Supreme Court. He's sought the right to worship the Shivling at the disputed site. He's also requested the Kashi Vishwanath Temple Trust to take the possession of the Shivling.
Meanwhile, the National Hillview Public School in RR Nagar in Bengaluru has received a bomb scare through an email. The police has not found anything yet, but the search is going on. School management shifted the children to an alternative campus as a security measure.
India has registered a slight dip in the number of COVID-19 cases. 16,935 new infections were recorded in comparison to Sunday's 20,528. India's recovery rate is currently at 98.47%.
Meanwhile, an army captain and a junior commissioned officer were killed in an accidental grenade blast along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. The blast occurred when the Indian Army troops were performing their duties in Mendar sector.
Updates coming in from the investigations pertaining to Mr. Satyendra Jain. The Jail Delhi minister's wife, Poonam Jain, is now being quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with 4 companies that were set up by the Jains in the year 2011-2012 and 2015-2016. These shell companies, according to the allegations being made, did not do any business, but in fact were used as fronts to launder money. In the year 2011-2012, these companies allegedly laundered money to the tune of rupees 11.78 crores, and in 2015-16 they allegedly laundered around 4.63 crores. Let me go across to Bhavtosh for more on this. Bhavtosh, brief our viewers about the updates coming in from the questioning of Poonam Jain, the wife of Satyendra Jain.
Siddharth, according to sources, she just joined the investigation at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. Remember, on 28th May, Satyendra Jain was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, was in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. As you rightly said, the case revolves around the companies that were set up by Satyendra Jain in the period 2011. 2012 and 2015, 2016, and these companies did a business of around 16.8 crore rupees. Through these companies, Satyendra Jain and his family purchased lands on the outskirts of Delhi worth 23.8 crore rupees. Now, while Satyendra Jain claimed that he in fact forego the directorship of these companies, and then subsequently, according to the Enforcement Directorate, the ownership of these companies were in the hands of the family members of Satyendra Jain. Of these two companies, the ownership remained in the hands of Poonam Jain for a very long time. She remained the ownership of these companies, and through the ownership of these companies, at least 10 crore rupees of land was purchased by Satyendra Jain. Now, she was summoned last week by the Enforcement Directorate, citing ill health. She did not join the investigation. Second summon was issued to her, and she had joined the investigation. Interestingly, Poonam Jain was also questioned by the Income Tax Department. She claimed that she is a housewife, but
all right, we'll try to go back. In fact, Bhavtosh, another question to you. Poonam Jain has been named as an accused both by the CBI and ED in cases. She has been charge-sheeted by the CBI in December 2018, and the CBI has accused Satyendra Jain of this disproportionate assets worth over 1.68 crores. Remember, Poonam Jain had earlier also in a way asked for further, in fact, extension of her summons because she had cited health reasons. What can we expect from the questioning today?
As you rightly said, she claimed to be a housewife, but it's been a long time, maybe in 2015 and 16, she was even questioned by the Income Tax Department. As an SSC, she was examined by the Income Tax Department. She claimed that she is a housewife. She did not have any source of income. But once Income Tax Department started digging deeper, it was found that through her account, she had transferred 1.5 lakh rupees into the account of Satyendra Jain and 4.5 lakh rupees in year 2015 and 2016. The very fact that being a housewife, a large amount of money was transferred directly or indirectly by Satyendra Jain raised eyebrows of Income Tax Department. Remember, she remained director of two companies which are directly or indirectly controlled by Satyendra Jain, and that was probably the reason why she continued to remain under the scanner of Income Tax Department and subsequently of Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, in the charge sheet that was filed by
Right, Bhavtosh, stay with us. We have more breaking news coming in relation to another investigation, and that is with regards to the NSE co-location and algorithm case. Two more cases have now been registered against the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey, Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan. This is one by the CBI and the other by the Enforcement Directorate. Over to you, Bhavtosh. Once again, what are the details coming in with respect to the charges against the former Mumbai Police Commissioner?
Well, it's a very interesting development that is happening in the co-location algorithm scam. In just hour's time, Chitra Ramakrishna will be produced in a special court in Delhi, and it's expected that Enforcement Directorate will be seeking her further custody. At the same time, former Mumbai Police Commissioner will be asking for anticipatory bail. Remember, Central Bureau of Investigation had filed an FIR against Sanjay Pandey in a case involving illegal phone tapping of NSE officials, and they had said that in year 2009 to 2017, several NSE officials' phone were illegally tapped directly or indirectly by Sanjay Pandey through Chitra Ramakrishna. Last week, Chitra Ramakrishna was formally arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, Sanjay Pandey was issued a summon by the Enforcement Directorate. A fresh case has been filed by the CBI. There is also a case of money laundering registered against Chitra Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan, who was the first managing director of National Stock Exchange, against Chitra Ramakrishna, also against several officials of National Stock Exchange. It appears that there is more to this case than meets the eye. There is a fresh case that has been registered against Sanjay Pandey. Sources say that maybe today or tomorrow, Sanjay Pandey will be moving an anticipatory bail in a Delhi court. ED as well as CBI believes that through illegal phone tapping machine, several officials of National Stock Exchange phones were tapped. The period that we are talking, Siddharth, is also the period when the co-location scam happened. Now, according to CBI as well as Enforcement Directorate, preferential treatment were given to select stockbrokers and who in fact made windfall profits.
And as you were pointing out, Bhavtosh, the Enforcement Directorate, according to sources, has also found a firm link to the former Mumbai Police Commissioner, allegedly Sanjay Pandey, who snooped as many as 91 office bearers of the NSE, that is the National Stock Exchange, according to reports coming in, on the directions of the then Managing Director as well, that is Chitra Ramakrishnan. If you could also share more light on that.
Well, 91 is a very small number. It could be more than 91. We are talking about is 1917, virtually a decade-long period, and this period, in fact, coincides with the time when the co-location scam happened. Remember, there is a whistleblower we're talking about who lodged a complaint with SEBI, and this whistleblower filed a complaint with SEBI. And as soon as SEBI started investigating this matter, Chitra as well as Sanjay Pandey stopped phone tapping. The SEBI complaint as well as the remand paper of Enforcement Directorate clearly showed that illegal phone tapping machines were used, and these illegal phone tapping machines, in fact, were purchased by Sanjay Pandey's IT firm. Now, from where these illegal phone tapping machines were purchased is something that has raised eyebrows of Enforcement Directorate. ED is only concentrating on the money laundering aspect, where the amount is 4.5 crore rupees. CBI is concentrating on the case.
Thanks a lot for that update, Bhavtosh, into the investigations against the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey as well as Chitra Ramakrishna, among others. We'll come back to you for more updates. Time for a roundup now of news from across the country. With heavy rain continuing to batter several parts of Odisha, a landslide has now been reported in the Gajapati district. At least 2 other districts are now reeling under floods. Road communication with neighbouring states has been cut off as water is flowing 8 feet above National Highway 326.
Meanwhile, at least 104 people have died in rain-related incidences in Maharashtra so far. These deaths have occurred since the onset of monsoon on June 1st. The deaths were caused by numerous reasons, including floods, lightning strikes and landslides.
While visiting the flood-affected Bhadrachalam town in Telangana, Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao of the state said that cloudbursts are a conspiracy by foreign sources to destabilize the country. He met displaced people at relief camps during that visit. He also announced an immediate relief of rupees 10,000 per family who were present at the camps.
Meanwhile, despite challenging weather conditions, pilgrims have continued their Amarnath Yatra. Devotees have lauded the Jammu and Kashmir government for making the Yatra hassle-free.
And finally, following heavy rains in the state of Kerala, water level in 6 dams are at a red alert level and in 1 at an orange alert level. 4 of these dams are in Idukki district. Other dams in the state are reaching their respective storage capacities.
Shifting focus now, trouble mounts for AAP MLA Amanatullah Khan and the Waqf Board recruitment scam. And as per sources, Delhi's Lieutenant Governor, that is Vinay Saxena, has now given a nod to CBI to probe the AAP MLA. Sources also indicate that the Lieutenant Governor believes that there is sufficient evidence of culpability to launch criminal proceedings against Amanatullah Khan and his aide Mehbooba Alam.
CBI had also booked Amanatullah Khan in 2016, and the CBI has alleged that Amanatullah Khan abused his official position. It maintains that Khan deliberately ignored rules, caused losses to the exchequer, and asserts that Amanatullah Khan and Mehboob Alam were individuals who appointed individuals by manipulating recruitment norms. Let's listen into these reactions.
100% confident और बहुत मार्जिन से अच्छे मार्जिन से द्रौपदी मुर्मू, क्योंकि मैसेज बहुत अच्छा गया ना कि आदिवासी और लोग हैं तो कभी मुल्क के इसके बादशाह हुआ करते थे, फिर मार खाई, जंगलों में चले गए, अब दोबारा फिर उनको जो लाइन में सबसे पीछे चले गया उनको आगे ला रहे हैं।
ये तो इन लोगों का कॉमेडी सर्कस चलता रहेगा, उसकी चिंता नहीं। ललित मोदी की फोटो नहीं दिख रही? विजय माल्या रोज बढ़िया चश्मा पहन के घूमता है फोटो लगा के, उसको वो नहीं दिखता। नीरव मोदी नहीं दिखता इनको। आप रिकॉर्ड उठा के देखिए, 3000 छापे मारे हैं 8 साल में ईडी ने। 3000 छापों में मात्र 0.5% कन्विक्शन रेट है। आप इसको क्या कहेंगे? ये तो एक प्रकार से राजनीतिक रूप से उसका इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। ईडी बीजेपी का दफ्तर बन गई है, वैसे ही काम कर रही है।
Slip into a very short break for the time being. See you shortly on the other side with more news and updates. Stay tuned.
देश का प्रतीक है ये, हर हिंदुस्तानी के नजदीक है ये, हर डर को भगा देता है, हर देशवासी के अंदर जोश जगा देता है। Today I am here at Kishtwar and you can see the tricolor has been raised, and for this tricolor we have seen that how these brave hearts always try to ensure there is an unwritten commitment from their side that at any cost they will see this tricolor fluttering. For that even they are ready to take bullets on their body. For that they have even sacrificed their life. If today we are talking about peace and prosperity in Kishtwar, it's only because of these brave hearts who had always been there for the people of the country, who had always been there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that few months back, some of the politicians said that after abrogation of Article 370, there will be hardly anyone to hold tricolor in their hand. But you can see that how a new chapter has been scripted, how things have really changed and winds of change have already started blowing. And you can find these youngsters proudly looking towards the tricolor, 100 feet high tricolor, which can be seen from any of the hillock surrounding this Kishtwar town. After Kashmir Valley, Jammu region, now it is the Kishtwar where we have got this tricolor fluttering high. And every Indian's chest swells with pride when they look at the tricolor, because they know it is not only about tricolor, it is also about the sacrifice of our soldier. It's all, if we see the tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the blowing wind, it is because of the supreme sacrifice of each and every soldier. Let's talk to the youngsters. कैसा लग रहा है जब आज आप ये तिरंगा लहराते हुए देख रहे हैं?
सर ये हमारे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है। आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारे किश्तवाड़ जिले में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है।
कितना जोश आ रहा है?
सर बहुत ज़्यादा जोश आ रहा है। हमें खुशी हो रही है कि किश्तवाड़ में ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है कि 100 फीट ऊपर एक तिरंगा लहरा रहा है एक ऐसे चौक पर, तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा गर्व हो रहा है किश्तवाड़ पर भी।
आपके लिए कितना इंस्पायरिंग मोमेंट है?
सर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत फील अच्छा आ रहा है,
गर्व फील हो रहा है, जोश आ रहा है
सर।
कोई जोश से भारत माता की जय करके कितना जोर से बोलेंगे?
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
कितना गर्व फील कर रहे हैं आज आप?
सर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, पहली बार ऐसा देखा कि किश्तवाड़ में फ्लैग बना।
Tears in our eyes narrate the whole story, because nobody had thought that this thing is going to really happen. But today, see how things have really changed. There's a lot of josh, there's a lot of enthusiasm among youngsters, and it's going to inspire millions of these youngsters when they will be looking at the tricolor. Definitely they will also be donning a uniform so that they can serve motherland India. It is the unwritten commitment of the soldiers that inspires each and every youngsters in the country. Unwritten commitment that at any cost they'll be serving country. Even for that they have to sacrifice their life. They are ready to do that. It is because of their sacrifice today we can see this tricolor fluttering high, and the josh is also high here in Kishtwar town. Pradeep Datta with Amit Bhartwaj for Times Now.
afternoon. You're watching Newsroom 365. I'm Kritsween Walia.
I'm Pratibha. First up, let's get you the top headlines this hour. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah among the first to cast their vote to elect India's 15th President. NDA nominee Draupadi Murmu expected to defeat Yashwant Sinha by polling over 60% of the vote.
After RJD called her a statue, Trinamool Congress leader terms Murmu's nomination a lollipop to please tribals. Yashwant Sinha accuses central agencies forcing lawmakers vote in their favour.
NDA's Jagdeep Dhankar files nomination for VP's post. BJP attacks the challenger Margaret Alva, alleging she was rewarded by the Congress for silence on alleged Gandhi link to Augusta Westland.
Ahead of the anticipated stormy Parliament session, Prime Minister expects members to make Parliament place for discussion and analysis.
5% GST levied on food items including flour, cheese and curd kicks in. Opposition protests anti-people move on the opening day of the monsoon session.
In a big step towards justice for Tamil Nadu student found dead after accusing two teachers of harassment, Madras High Court orders re-autopsy to establish suspected foul play by school.
Meanwhile, in an exclusive chat with Times Now, Salem student's mother alleges foul play by the school, asks why no blood was present at the suicide spot.
PFI operatives arrested for disrupt Prime Minister Modi event plot. Reveal outfit trained more than 15,000 men in camps running in 15 districts of Bihar under the nose of administration.
Supreme Court okays early hearing in Hindu side's plea for access to Gyanvapi mosque for prayers at the purported Shivling. Case to be heard on 21st July. Plea also seeks carbon dating of Shivling.
Massive tragedy in Madhya Pradesh's Dhar. Bus carrying 40 passengers headed to Pune from Indore falls off bridge, killing at least 12. Rescue operations underway.
We're starting with some breaking news coming in as the GST rate hike debate has been reignited. Label food items get dearer from today and even hospital stay is getting more expensive. So the protest is now reaching the Parliament.
Oh yes. Now remember viewers, several essentials are costlier starting today. The new GST rates have come into effect for a host of goods and services, essentially highlighting how all pre-packaged label food items will be costlier. 5% GST will be applicable on everyday food items like paneer and curd as well. And now with this and with the Aam Aadmi feeling the pinch, the opposition raised this very issue in the Parliament today. In fact, the Rajya Sabha proceedings stand adjourned for the day after this disruption by Congress MPs over issues of both price rise and the GST. The opposition also thereafter stormed the well of the House, sloganeering against the GST raise. So yes, this is a story we're focusing on. An opposition sloganeering in the Parliament premises. Rajya Sabha, remember viewers, stands adjourned. The opposition essentially used this as an issue to hit out at the government and asked all of those questions to the centre on both price rise and the GST. Picking up some more reactions from the opposition camp as the Rajya Sabha stands adjourned, given this was one demand that the opposition raised in the Parliament premises on why this kind of a 5% GST hike that will be applicable on daily food items. Also remember 12% GST will be charged on several other items like solar water heater, hotel accommodation and also maps and charts. But first up, the opposition reaction coming in on the same.
Today in the Parliament, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji and T.R. Baluji tried to raise that issue in the Lok Sabha, but Honorable Speaker adjourned the House till 2 p.m. and when the 2 p.m. when the House is sits again, we will again raise this same issue of GST which has been levied on those items which are used by common people.
It's a very serious issue. I have issued Mrs. Sri notice on the issue of levying 5% GST on foodstuffs, including rice, milk, curd, everything. it will make much burden on the family life, the poor people's life. So it is a very serious issue that is to be discussed in the House. We will raise our voice for this.
Okay, our colleague Mohit Bhatt joins us with more details on this. Mohit, the opposition raising these key issues. Today the new prices come into effect, the new percentage of the GST coming into effect for several essential items. These also include curd, all the packaged food items as well, the hospital beds, several hotel accommodations as well for 1,000 rupees. So several of these goods and services are getting costlier, which is why the opposition raised these questions in the parliament. In fact, in the Rajya Sabha as well, several of the MPs went to the well of the house in protest, sloganeering and questioning the government on this sudden price rise. They spoke about inflation, they spoke about GST and how it is pinching the Aam Aadmi, because these are everyday essential items that are getting costlier. So the new prices have come into effect from today. The opposition raising objections in the parliament on the opening day of the monsoon session.
So we're putting out details, viewers, you can see on your screens as to what is it that will cost more to the Aam Aadmi. In fact, we've also opened our call-in lines this afternoon as we keep up with this story, as it is set to affect each and every citizen of the country. We have Manjunath from Bengaluru dialing us this afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Manjunath. What do you make of this announcement that has been made last month will come into effect starting today?
Yeah, madam, definitely it will affect common man. But I want to ask one question to opposition parties. They were actively participating in this GST council. Why they were not questioning this price hike then? Now why they are disturbing the parliament? This is absolute hypocrisy. Absolutely common man will suffer. But what were you doing in GST council? Why you allowed to hike rates? You are sharing this profit with your states also, no? Tax share. Now why you are questioning now? And central government has to do something with price rise, because 4 rupees for every common man, it does matter, ma'am, for people who are laborers, daily wages workers. Definitely central government also look out it, but opposition, it's absolute hypocrisy. They have to raise this issue in GST council, not on the floor of parliament. This is my view, madam.
Thank you for sharing that view with us, Manjunath.
Yeah.
Well, remember, a list of all of those items that will cost you more, as you can see on your screens, viewers. A quick reminder, here are some of the household items that get more expensive starting today. We're talking about curd, we're talking about buttermilk, items like paneer, jaggery of all types, also sugar, puffed rice, etc. Let me go across to Mohit Bhatt, who continues to stay on with us. Mohit, now this is an update that will affect each one of us, but that debate has reached the parliament. The Rajya Sabha in fact stands adjourned, given the kind of ruckus that one witnessed, especially the opposition now voicing their opinion against this kind of a price rise, and also the GST tax that now come into effect starting today itself. What's going on?
Well, yes, in fact, and you see the opposition parties have been saying this, that the increase in the GST prices and GST on the pre-packed items and items of essential needs will also impact the pocket of the Aam Aadmi. And we saw that how Rahul Gandhi also called again GST as the Gabbar Singh tax. Now, if you talk about the new slab rate, and I would just like to read from it, that the customers will now have to pay 5% GST on pre-packed, labeled and food items like atta, paneer and curd, beside hospital rooms with a rent above rupees 5,000 from Monday, that is today. Now, in addition, hotel rooms with a tariff up to 1,000 per day, maps and chart including atlases, will attract 12% of the GST. Now, if you have GST on the pre-packed items like curd, like buttermilk and the other items of the daily need, then it will hamper the pocket of the Aam Aadmi. Now, what the government says is that when this decision was being taken, there was no objection that came in from the state. So the opposition party parties which are there in the states, which are governing all those states, the opposition rule states, they also need to take up this issue in the GST Council meet. But yes, the opposition says that they will be raising this issue in the Parliament, and as you clearly said, this issue was also raised in the Rajya Sabha, and we have seen that how Rahul Gandhi and the other opposition parties have called GST as the Gabbar Singh tax, saying that it will hamper and it will impact the pocket of the Aam Aadmi. So from today, there are various items on which the Aam Aadmi, the common man, will have to shell out more if they want to have atta, puffed rice, packed items which are weighing around till 25 kgs, and curd, buttermilk.
So let's listen in to our viewers dialing us this morning. Mohit, before I take in a word from Mr. Bejan Mishra, who also continues to stay on with us, we have Gautam calling us from Chennai. Good afternoon to you, Gautam. Yes, tell us, what do you feel?
Madam, I want to know, even hospital already expensive. I want to make one complaint. I have purchased one item. You listen me very carefully. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I have purchased sometimes back one item when flown. That is one item, surgical item. Okay?
Okay.
At the rate of 245 rupees.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gautam.
Go ahead.
Keep talking to us.
But where the product is available in the market in wholesale price only 45 rupees. So, who is, should people do something for that? 45 rupees, 245 rupees in the hospital, and they are telling hospital will expensive more. And already they are looting.
Okay, all right. So you're saying the prices are much more as opposed to wholesale and what is being given. Thank you for joining us with that. But viewers, call us and tell us what you think. The new prices of the GST have come into effect. Several of the essential items getting costlier. This is an issue that has also been raised in the Parliament. But on an everyday basis, the people will feel the pinch. Some of the essential items, as we've been mentioning, that have become costlier also include items like wheat, rice flour. Shrikant also joining us, one of our viewers. Yes, Shrikant.
Yeah, in fact, the things have become so costly on everyday items that a middle class is not able to afford anything. Literally, everything is taxed today, and every now and then there is an increase in a GST on common man's utility items, and it becomes very difficult because as it is, the income tax burden is there. The people who are paying, they are the ones who are always pleased. Why not they remove all the subsidies, pensions, and on for MLAs, MPs, and other things? Even if they are serving for one term, it is being, they are being provided pension for lifetime. They get everything. The member of parliament and the assembly people, they get everything. Most of the things is subsidized and everything. Whereas it is the common man who is being fleeced by the government. It's very tragic. And the people of middle class is fully with the government for the development activities and all. No doubt tax revenue is required for...
and Shrikant, it's likely to pinch because now you have to pay extra to buy your day-to-day items, which also means it is going to lead to an increase in your kitchen budget as well. But I appreciate you putting your point of view across. Let me go across to Prabhu, who's calling us from Bengaluru. Yes, Prabhu.
Madam, I need to know about this one. The GST, what is the GST for, first of all, for India? The first, the population is the most population in India. The second in the world. If you raise for the 5%, it is already it's 18%. If you are raising for another 2%, what will be the highest cost? The low population of people who are working in another countries, they have been paying a GST only the 3% or 4%. How they are been turnovering and how they are running the publics.
Okay, all right. Prabhu, thank you for joining us with your views. We have Natarajan also joining us from Chennai. Before we come to you, Jairam Ramesh, also the latest opposition leader, questioning the centre, and he has tweeted today the opposition led by the Congress got the Rajya Sabha adjourned for the day on the urgent issue of continuing intolerable increase in prices of essential commodities, on which a discussion was denied, accusing the government of not even holding a discussion, although it was several members of all the states had been called in for the meeting. It was in the 13th GST meeting that this decision was taken. Natarajan also calling us from Chennai. Yes, Mr. Natarajan.
We elected this government on the basis of that they will be helping the poor and the middle class. Now, what it looks like, it is this government is corporate के साथ middle class को बर्बाद और poor का सत्यानाश. I cannot use any most worse word than this. Already we are suffering because of increase in the price in petrol and other things. I don't know where we are heading. I'm really ashamed.
All right, appreciate you sharing that point of view, Mr. Natarajan. Let me quickly go across to Chandrasekhar, who's calling us from Hyderabad. Good afternoon to you, Chandrasekhar. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. The treatment changes of GST sounds like the government and all the politicians together are trading on stock market on GST. Secondly, I just want to know what is that the government, I mean, why shouldn't the charges be applicable on politicians' rallies and so on as well? Why not they also pay something like 3 or 4 times the price of petrol when they carry out massive rallies consuming all sorts of, like commodities which are really becoming an essential and scarcity kind of thing. So why aren't they sort of paying higher price for those kind of services? And thirdly, why not they declare themselves saying how much they owe to government as of today on rents and other things? And they don't even pay any taxes to income tax, right? On their income, they don't pay any income tax. So these things, they also should come out and then...
All right. We're taking in some breaking news coming in. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal attacking the centre over the revised GST rates, demanding a rollback of the revised rates. Several essential items have become costlier. The Delhi Chief Minister asking for a complete rollback of the revised GST rates.
So yes, another reaction coming in from Aam Aadmi Party Chief and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who's demanded rollback of the revised rates, an ongoing controversy that witnessed a lot of uproar in the Rajya Sabha as well. Listen into what Kejriwal had to say.
मैं मांग करूंगा केंद्र सरकार से कि ये जो खाने पीने की चीजों पे जीएसटी लगाया गया है इसको वापस लिया जाए. आज देश में अकेला दिल्ली राज्य ऐसा है, आप एक आम नागरिक से बाहर जाके पूछिए जहां पे आम नागरिक को महंगाई से हम लोग कुछ थोड़ी सी सुविधा दे रहे हैं. इतनी महंगाई के जमाने के अंदर दिल्ली सरकार लोगों को महंगाई से थोड़ी सी रियायत दे रही है. मैं केंद्र सरकार से निवेदन करूंगा कि ये जीएसटी जो है ये सही नहीं है, जो आपने खाने पीने की चीजों पर लगाया है इसको वापस लिया जाए.
Of course, every party is a part of the GST Council, but ultimately the government is the one who is to take the decision, right? Did any party tell to raise the taxes? Where are the proceedings for that? The government is the one who has to take the thing. Of course, suggestions will be given by each and every party. But this kind of tax terrorism, this kind of surgical strike on the middle class and the poor people is definitely not a welcome move by the government.
Okay, all right. Consumer rights activist Mr. Bejan Mishra also joins us on the broadcast. Thank you for joining us. The kind of impact that this is going to have on people across the country, because the prices have increased and these are daily items.
All your viewers who are coming in and sharing their views, you can very well see that we have reached highest collection of GST in the country, 1.4 lakh crores. In 4 months, 5 months, we have been growing, every month in terms of collection. Now, when we heard about less government, good governance, more governance, then we don't expect that taxation which is put on common people, especially the middle class, which you collect, how are you efficiently using it? We want to know that. And the opposition should be able to ask that rather than disrupting the proceedings and transactions of the parliament. They should actually figure out how they will make sure that these taxes which are collected are given back to the common people, especially the middle class, in terms of free healthcare, free education for children, subsidized transportation. There are a number of ways which other countries adopt to do it. Now, why are we not able to do that? That means we are inefficient. We need more taxation because we are not able to run the government efficiently. So we have to understand where the money is going. All these MPs, MLAs, elected representatives, they should cut down on their allowances. They should cut down on all the government subsidies which they are enjoying. You know, we have to make the government function in a lean manner, which is not happening. And that is why taxation is going up. And government
Interestingly,
is always...
Mr. Mishra, some of the callers also had to say that, you know, why is it that these leaders are not charged for the kind of rallies they go ahead with? Why is it that their salaries are not cut down any further instead of really putting the Aam Aadmi through this pain? Let's quickly once again listen into our viewers dialing us this morning. Appreciate you speaking to us, Mr. Mishra. Stay on with us. We have Surendra calling us from Bengaluru. Yes, Surendra.
Yeah, hello. Basically, the government has really shot itself in its feet. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go on.
Yeah. First of all, the GST collections have been going up, and it is also common knowledge that there is enormous leakage in the GST ecosystem itself. So instead of making things more efficient, reducing GST and plugging the leakage, the government, by taking such a stand, you know, is only putting enormous pressure on inflationary pressure on the entire population, and you know, it's really shooting itself on its feet. And the opposition has an opportunity to really take up a relevant issue to, you know, put the government on its back foot. But hopefully, you know, instead of disrupting Parliament, they really take this issue seriously and you know, hold the government accountable.
Okay, all right. In fact, they've raised the issue in the Parliament today, after which it was adjourned. Let's take in more viewers as well who are calling us. Surendran, thank you for joining us. We have Murthy, who's also joining us from Bengaluru. Yes, Murthy.
The thing is that GST tax, GST is levied on food items which is so loose. There is no tax, but when it is packaged, it has taxes. I agree with Mr. Priyank Kharge, who says it is nothing but tax evasion or tax terrorism and surgical strike on the common man. And probably the Modi government thinks that 2024 election is far away. That's why they are acting like this, I feel.
Oh, so you think it's a surgical strike on the common man? All right, thank you for sharing that point of view. Let's go across to Prasanjit calling us from Pune. Good afternoon to you, Prasanjit. Yes, tell us.
Revenue is definitely needed to run the nation. But you know, the government should work on ways of reallocating the available GST and, you know, available revenue in proper ways. I believe, I mean, simply increasing the GST on these common items or on daily use items is not a solution. So better, you know, better allocation needs to be done, and if required, the MPs and the member of parliament or politicians should take a pay cut or maybe a cut in their allowances, and that's how, I mean, if need at all, if the need arises. But I believe, yeah, I mean, that would be a better option.
All right, a lot of suggestions that are coming in from our viewers as well. Prasanjit, thank you for joining us. Viewers, you can call us, share your thoughts with us. What do you think after the new GST prices have come into effect? The numbers are flashing at the bottom of your screen, so you can call us, share your views with us. Nagaraj Iyer also joining us from Mumbai. Mr. Nagaraj Iyer, go ahead.
Yeah, I have 3-4 points. I was told that it has been unanimously passed, that is the increase. So I think all the opposition members, I think in one hand they would have, you know, kept their tongue in their mouth and then they would have raised their hand. Number two, I want to know all these, you know, who had voted for this increase, obviously they would have been protected from all the tax and they'll be getting it cheap. Why now they are coming and, you know, raising issue in the parliament?
Okay.
It's absurd.
Okay.
It's absurd.
Okay, so that's your question to the opposition. Thank you for sharing that perspective, Mr. Nagaraja. Let me go across to Nagarendra, who's calling us from Bengaluru. Good afternoon, Nagarendra.
Yeah, good afternoon. See, in GST Council, each and every representative will be there from the state. Why didn't they oppose in the GST Council? It was anonymously approved in the GST Council. Just that opposition are alive, to show that they are still alive in India. They are creating this ruckus. See, whoever purchased branded and named product, they are quite little bit money earned people.
Okay. Okay, so you're
Yes,
raising questions on the opposition as well. On, when the GST meeting was going on, why did you agree to it? Because it was a unanimous decision. Why raise it in the parliament now? You could have opposed it back then as well. Thank you so much for joining us with your views. We have Manohar also joining us from Hyderabad. Mr. Manohar, what are your thoughts?
Good afternoon. This is, it beats the common sense when, the whole country is seized with the problem of cost of living going up and everything, prices going up. How do they can't use the common sense and daily consumption items they tax and levy taxes, higher taxes. This is ridiculous.
All right. So, Mr. Manohar, you're of the opinion that since people are already under the pressure of inflationary hike, this kind of a step certainly is going to further be a problem for the common man. Thank you for sharing that perspective with us. We have Mr. Bhaskara also calling us from Chennai. Good afternoon, sir.
No. Now, I have two things to mention here. One, with regard to this 5% GST, there is a wrong understanding, I believe. Because this 5% GST on food items is only on branded packed items and not on the regular items which are being sold from the producer to the consumer. Like for example on rice, like if you look into a 10 kg rice pack, if it is a non-branded there is no 5% on it. But if it's a branded one there is a 5%. So the question is only on the companies who are branding that and then who want to sell it on more price. Now they are being charged this 5% more. So the understanding has to be right that it is not going to be a big hit on the common man's food items, but it is only on the hit on certain corporates who are trying to please the common man in terms of these routine items. Number two, as many of my friends said here, I think we have to now cut the subsidy in terms of all the food items being served to all the politicians in the parliament. I think that would save a lot of money, okay, which would be compensating for this sort of a small hike in the GST. Thank you.
All right, very interesting point there, sir, that you're saying that this is only limited to pre-packaged and pre-labeled retail pack and products, and in that sense should not be taken all that seriously. Well, I'll leave it at that with you, Mr. Bhaskar. Viewers keep calling us. We're slipping a very short break here. Be right back.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. Yashwant Sinha ji is also a very good candidate. Draupadi Murmu ji is also a decent person. But she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi, we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah among first to cast vote to elect India's 15th president. NDA nominee Draupadi Murmu expected to defeat Yashwant Sinha by polling over 60% votes.
After RJD called her a statue, Trinamool Congress leader terms Murmu's nomination a lollipop to please tribals. Yashwant Sinha accuses the central agencies forcing lawmakers vote in their favour.
NDA's Jagdeep Dhankar files nomination for Vice President's post. BJP attacks challenger Margaret Alva, alleges she was rewarded by Congress for silence on alleged Gandhi link to Augusta Westland scam.
Ahead of the anticipated stormy session in the Parliament, Prime Minister expects members to make Parliament place for discussion and analysis. Opposition, though, moves adjournment motion on restricted freedom.
5% GST levied on food items including flour, cheese and curd kicks in. Opposition protests anti-people move on the opening day of monsoon session.
In a big step towards justice for Tamil Nadu student found dead after accusing two teachers of harassment, Madras High Court orders re-autopsy to establish suspected foul play by the school.
Meanwhile, in an exclusive chat with Times Now, Salem student's mother alleges foul play by school, asks why no blood was present at the suicide spot.
PFI operatives arrested for disrupt Prime Minister Modi event plot. Reveal outfit trained more than 15,000 men in camps running in 15 districts of Bihar under the nose of the administration.
SCOK's early hearing in Hindu side's plea for access to Gyanvapi mosque for prayers at the purported Shivling. Case to be heard on 21st July. Plea also seeks carbon dating of Shivling.
Massive tragedy in MP's Dhar. Bus carrying 40 passengers headed to Pune from Indore falls off the bridge, killing at least 12 people. Rescue operations underway.
Alright, starting with the breaking news reaction, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav has hit out at the BJP over the Lulu Mall row in Lucknow, sparking a new debate. Akhilesh Yadav has highlighted that such incidents are being communalized in view of the upcoming 2024 elections. Listen it.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की साजिश है। मुझे तो यहाँ तक बताया है कि उत्तर प्रदेश का 2024 से पहले माहौल खराब करने के लिए इसी तरह के ट्रेन कर करके लोग भेजे जा सकते हैं। और जहाँ तक धार्मिक स्थानों का सवाल है, फैजाबाद में धार्मिक स्थानों पे किसने फेंका था मांस? आज जो कन्नौज में खबरें आ रही हैं वो किसने फेंका? सब बीजेपी के लोग हैं इसमें। बीजेपी के लोग जानबूझ करके, क्योंकि न वो महंगाई का जवाब दे सकते हैं, न वो बेरोजगारी का जवाब दे सकते हैं, और जिस तरीके से हर मुद्दे पर फेल हुए हैं, इसलिए जानबूझ करके जनता का ध्यान हटाने के लिए इस तरह का काम कर रहे हैं।
Meanwhile, the BJP has also responded to this. Listen in.
ये श्री अखिलेश यादव जी को देखिए क्या है, वो मैं समझता हूँ कि फिजिकली कहीं कुछ समझने और देखने के लिए नहीं जाते, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश दंगा मुक्त प्रदेश हो गया। इस प्रकार के जिन लोगों ने भी विवाद किए हैं उसमें जो कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कार्रवाई भी हुई है, लेकिन मैं व्यक्तिगत तौर से यह मानता हूँ कि किसी को नमाज पढ़ना है तो वह मस्जिद में जाए, अपने घर में पढ़े, किसी को भी हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करना है वह भी अपने घर में मंदिर में जाकर के करे।
So that's the reaction of the BJP. Remember, yesterday a Congress leader had also claimed that there is foul play, saying that this entire controversy is manufactured, saying that those who were reading out or offering namaz in the mall were not even Muslims. Earlier today, an SP MLA had also claimed that his vehicle was attacked right outside the Lulu Mall. And today we had Akhilesh Yadav as well raising questions on the BJP, saying these are the tactics of the party for communal divide ahead of the 2024 general elections.
Amir continues to stay on with us on the story. Amir, a reaction coming in from the BJP saying that he needs to understand the reality. Talking about Akhilesh Yadav here, who says this is an attempt by the BJP to communalize the issue and a poll strategy ahead of 2024 elections.
Yes, that's right. That's the allegation coming in from SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav. But the BJP has definitely rebutted the kind of allegations that he's leveling on the party, because that it works for all communities, it works for all sections of the society. It has never communalized the situation or tried to gain political advantage of polarization. In fact, Akhilesh Yadav also did not cite any such evidence which he might have used to buttress his claim as far as making these pointed allegations against BJP is concerned. But we've seen on social media, Samajwadi Party as well as its workers and leaders, blaming BJP for what has happened in Lulu Mall, or for that matter, the recent communal unrest that happened in Kannauj. And that seems to be a stated strategy as far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned. Although BJP, as we rightly heard from Deputy Chief Minister Keshav Prasad Maurya and other leaders as well, not taking part in this kind of a mudslinging, because obviously Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath himself inaugurated the Lulu Mall as far as Lulu Mall controversy is concerned. And otherwise, in all such situations wherein there is some kind of a communal strife, the government says that they acquire a non-partisan approach and always ensure that the guilty is punished, that such people who are responsible for such occurrences are brought to book.
Okay, all right. But Akhilesh Yadav making quite a big charge there, saying the BJP is trying for a communal divide ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Let's listen in to the charge that he made.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की साजिश है। मुझे तो यहाँ तक बताया है कि उत्तर प्रदेश का 2024 से पहले माहौल खराब करने के लिए इसी तरह के ट्रेन कर करके लोग भेजे जा सकते हैं। और जहाँ तक धार्मिक स्थानों का सवाल है, फैजाबाद में धार्मिक स्थानों पे किसने फेंका था मांस? आज जो कन्नौज में खबरें आ रही हैं वो किसने फेंका? सब बीजेपी के लोग हैं इसमें। बीजेपी के लोग जानबूझ करके, क्योंकि न वो महंगाई का जवाब दे सकते हैं, न वो बेरोजगारी का जवाब दे सकते हैं, और जिस तरीके से हर मुद्दे पर फेल हुए हैं, इसलिए जानबूझ करके जनता का ध्यान हटाने के लिए इस तरह का काम कर।
Amir continues to stay on with us. Amir, as far as this controversy is concerned, now, of course, it has blown out of proportion in the sense that after the inauguration, we've seen claims and counter-claims being made by multiple sides. But on ground, what is the reality at the moment? Because this is also now snowballed into a political controversy.
But yes, clearly, it's almost a week since the Lulu Mall was inaugurated here in state capital Lucknow, and from the first day itself, this first video of about half a dozen individuals offering namaz inside the Lulu Mall became viral, and that gave peace to the right-wing Hindu organizations who came up with the demand that they be allowed to offer prayers also inside the Lulu Mall if the Muslim community people are allowing it. In fact, this issue was also raised that since the owner of the mall happens to come from a Muslim community, therefore perhaps its employees and the visitors there are being given a long leash in terms of offering prayers as per their faith, as per their religious belief. And therefore then one after the other, a number of organizations belonging to the right wing came up with this open declaration that they're going to offer prayers there, whether it was chanting Hanuman Chalisa or doing the Sundarakand part over there. Yes, in between, the mall administration also went ahead and registered a police complaint against these individuals who were seen offering namaz in the initial video that went viral. The police is investigating the case. It has lodged an FIR, but so far it hasn't been found who actually these individuals were. Were they politically motivated, or was it really as innocent as people there offering namaz because it was time for namaz, and therefore they were caught on this particular video. So that aspect still needs clarification, and it will be clear once the police completes this investigation into the case. But so far, no arrests have been made as far as this viral video which shows people offering namaz inside the
the investigations are still going on, Amir, but the political fallout if it continues, because questions are being raised on whether the controversy was manufactured. The BJP has responded to it and has said that these attempts are being made to defame the government, but they will take action.
उत्तर प्रदेश तेजी से विकास की दिशा में बढ़ रहा है। निश्चित तौर पे कई ऐसे लोग हैं जिसमें साजिश रच के सरकार के कार्यों को बदनाम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारी सरकार पूरी तरीके से सजग है। ऐसे किसी भी मंसूबों को हम कामयाब नहीं होने देंगे।
All right, so yes, you heard another reaction coming in on this big story. This was, of course, Danish Ansari, UP Minorities Minister, who said that the government in the state is moving in the right direction and they are aiming at development. They're peaking the infrastructural grounds in the state, but some are trying to defame the government by conspiring, but the government is fully alert and will not allow any such plans to succeed. So that's another reaction coming in from Uttar Pradesh Sarkar, wherein they're trying to say that the law and order situation will soon be brought under control. Now, remember, we've seen a lot of protests break out and claims and counter claims being made on both sides. But first up, another reaction coming in from KP Maurya.
श्री अखिलेश यादव जी को देखिए क्या है, वो मैं समझता हूँ कि फिजिकली कहीं कुछ समझते नहीं और देखने के लिए नहीं जाते, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश दंगा मुक्त प्रदेश हो गया। इस प्रकार के जिन लोगों ने भी विवाद किए हैं उसमें जो कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कार्रवाई भी हुई है, लेकिन मैं व्यक्तिगत तौर से मानता हूँ कि किसी को नमाज पढ़ना है तो वह मस्जिद में जाए, अपने घर में पढ़े। किसी को कोई हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करना है वह भी अपने घर में या मंदिर में जाकर के करे।
So now the controversy today started after Akhilesh Yadav accused the BJP of trying to bring in a communal divide ahead of the Lok Sabha elections.
All right, moving on, fresh clashes have erupted over the modernization move by the Yogi government. Now remember, Yogi Adityanath has proposed reform as far as the madrasas in the state go, and an age limit has also been enforced to join madrasas. So the UP government's aim to regulate admission in madrasas has now turned into a political showdown, with the government deciding on how it would initiate a committee to fix the minimum age for admission in madrasas on the lines of various education boards like the CBSE and ICSE. In fact, Minister of State for Minority Welfare Danish Azad Ansari has said it has come to notice that many times parents and guardians admit their wards late in madrasas, and that the government wants to put an end to this practice. A lot of reactions have been coming in. We also heard KP Maurya say that BJP has always worked for all, and therefore our endeavour is to provide best possible infrastructure. Multiple reactions pouring in. Listen in.
अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग में आर्थिक रूप से और शैक्षिक रूप से अधिकतर लोग बहुत पिछड़े हुए हैं। अधिकांश अल्पसंख्यक बच्चे स्कूल भी जा नहीं पाते हैं, तो मदरसों में इस तरह का कानून बनाना ये ठीक नहीं है। ये अल्पसंख्यकों को शिक्षा से वंचित करने का प्रयास है, और सरकार की साजिश जो है इसीलिए है कि जो अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग के पिछड़े वर्ग के बच्चे हैं जो स्कूल पढ़ने जा नहीं पाते हैं, उनके माता पिता नौकरी करते हैं, कहीं कुछ कमाते हैं, तब बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं। ऐसे बच्चों को कोई कानून के दायरे में बांधना उचित।
So the Uttar Pradesh government has decided to regulate the admission in madrasas, and that has led to this political showdown. The UP government has decided to also initiate a committee to fix the minimum age for admission in the madrasas on the lines of the various other educational boards like the CBSE and ICSE.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मंशा स्पष्ट है, चाहे मदरसे के अंदर पढ़ने वाले बच्चे हों और चाहे किसी अन्य विद्यालयों में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे हों, वह पढ़ें, आगे बढ़ें, वह देश की सेवा करें, देश को आगे बढ़ाने में योगदान करें। ऐसी हमारी अपेक्षा है। उसके लिए जो संसाधन सरकार के पास है पूरी जिम्मेदारी से उसके लिए उपयोग किया जाए।
Joining us with more details, Amir KP Maurya on one hand says that the government's aim is to provide the best possible infrastructure for education in both madrasas as well as other schools, to which an SP leader has also reacted saying that Muslims are economically and educationally most backward, therefore any attempt by BJP to set new rules will be seen as a conspiracy to impede their progress. Amir, if you can hear me, once again we're seeing political reactions come in on this mega move being made by the Yogi government in Uttar Pradesh.
Well, yes, absolutely. As far as the ruling party is concerned, the BJP has once again repeated that it is committed for overall development of all the communities, all the sections of the society, which is why, this madrasa education is also being brought in line with the modern education that is being provided across all government-aided institutions and also the private institutions. Because there is a, entry-level age restriction that has been put in all government-aided colleges or private colleges or schools. The madrasa form of education is also being brought in line, which is why now the government is mulling over fixing the entry-level age as far as madrasa students are concerned. And for that end, a committee has been formed under the Minority Affairs Department, which will look into the various aspects of if an entry-level restriction is put in madrasa education as well, how is it going to benefit the students there? As far as the government functionaries and ministers whom we spoke to are concerned, they say that this will provide more impetus to madrasa education, will improve and modernize the kind of education that is being imparted to students over there, and therefore there should be no opposition as far as minority community is concerned. But yes, parties in the opposition, especially the Samajwadi Party, has come up in arms against the government move, saying that they are trying to push back the minority community while they are already economically as well as educationally backward as compared to other sections of the society and people coming in from other communities. So both the ruling party as well as the opposition putting in their contentions both for and against this government.
Amir, the BJP government has been saying that there is a need for reforms in these madrasas, and that's the reason why these changes are being brought in, to ensure that the Muslim youth also get quality education, and that's the need of the hour, and that's why these changes have been brought in. Some reactions coming in, let's listen in.
देखिए, मदरसा शिक्षा हमारे मुस्लिम समाज के युवाओं के लिए, बच्चों के लिए एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण अंग है मदरसा शिक्षा। इस मदरसा शिक्षा को हम प्रॉपर वे में स्टैब्लिश कर रहे हैं ताकि एक अच्छी क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन हम अपने मुस्लिम यूथ को दें। इसी दिशा में लगातार हमारी सरकार सकारात्मक कदम उठा रही है।
Amir continues to stay on with us. So Amir, a bit of a clarification coming in from Mr. Ansari, who says that no decision or action will be taken in haste and everything will be looked at in detail before a formal announcement is made.
Well, that's right, and this buttresses the claim of the government, which various government ministers and functionaries have been saying over a period of time. Now, as far as madrasa form of education is concerned, we've seen that for the past several decades.
Okay, all right, stay with us. Big showdown over the madrasa modernization. Madrasas targeted pan-India. That's a reaction coming in from the AIUDF.
देखिए, मदरसा को पूरी बीजेपी सरकार टारगेट कर रहा है। यूपी में, आसाम में, कई स्टेट में टारगेट कर रहे हैं। हालांकि इनको ये राइट नहीं बनता है, तो इस सरकार को इख्तियार नहीं है कि किस एज के बच्चे वहाँ जाएंगे। एजुकेशन के साथ कोई एज बार नहीं है। ये सब हिटलरी है इनकी, और ये सब खामखा की बात है। असल मुद्दों से लोगों को ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये सब किया जा रहा है।
So that's an AIUDF reaction. Amir continues to stay on with us. Former ally of Congress, one of the main political parties in the state of Assam, of the opinion, Amir, that this is an attempt being made to malign the Muslims and a targeted attack on the community.
Well, that's right. As I was saying, this has been a stated strategy of the opposition to corner the BJP governments, whether they are here in the state of Uttar Pradesh or otherwise on the issue of minority education. And the fact is, although that over the last several decades since independence, the madrasa form of education has remained the least modernized, no streamlining was done over the last several decades.
All right. So this is an ongoing controversy and it's going to continue. Amir, like you said, there are political reactions coming in, but the BJP government has defended itself. This is likely to snowball into a much, much bigger controversy. We'll keep an eye out for that. But that's all we have time for in this edition of the Bulletin. A short break now. News and updates continue on the other side.
The playground in question belongs to the Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. It is a government-owned property. Muslims are being allowed to perform namaz and prayers twice a year on the days of Ramadan and Bakrid. But non-Muslims are not being allowed to use this land for any religious and cultural activities. We are planning to have a Ganesha Utsav on this particular playground, and we are also putting up 25 to 30 stalls which sell Lord Ganesha's idols. We are submitting a memorandum to the BBMP Commissioner in this regard.
Welcome back, and the war of words continues over the NDA's vice president nominee. Now BJP has countered the candidate Kaun Hai jibe. Now remember, this is something that was taken to Twitter by Congress leader Jairam Ramesh, to which now Amit Malviya has responded. A strong rebuttal coming in from the BJP. Amit Malviya says, and I quote, Jairam Ramesh, new kid on the block who infamously in fact went ahead and tweeted on candidate Kaun Hai. Now remember, this is a tweet that was initially put out by Jairam Ramesh, who in fact tweeted the video of Jagdeep Dhankar while filing his nomination as the NDA candidate for the vice president's post, while filing his nomination for the VP elections in presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That's a video that Congress leader Jairam Ramesh had tweeted, to which now the BJP has essentially come out with a response.
Right, let's read out what Amit Malviya has responded. Candidate Kaun Hai? Jairam Ramesh, new kid on the block, who infamously described Sonia Gandhi as Rabri Devi in his enthusiasm to make his presence felt will end up damaging the Congress more than Surjewala ever did. Samia joins us live with more details. Samia, now response coming in from the BJP. This was after the Congress party took a dig while Prime Minister Modi was with Dhankar. In fact, before we come to you, we have Mr. Amit Malviya himself joining us over the phone line. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Malviya. You have responded to the statement that had come in from Jairam Ramesh, which was clearly taking a dig at Mr. Dhankar. All right, we'll go back to Amit Malviya on that. Samia is also with us. Samia, so, even as the nomination filing continues, we are seeing a war of words play out.
Well, absolutely, and this is a bitter war of words for that matter between the top leaders of the Congress and the BJP, because Jairam Ramesh had tweeted a picture where it was shown that as far as the nomination papers are concerned, it was being handed to the Prime Minister and not directly to Jagdeep Dhankar, to which he tweeted and said, who exactly is the candidate?
Come back to you in just a moment. Let me go across to Siddharth. He has the tweet with him. Will take us through the tweet in detail. Siddharth.
Right, Prithveen. So this is the response that's come in from the BJP to the jibe that Jairam Ramesh had levelled at both the Prime Minister as well as the Vice Presidential candidate for the NDA, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar. Now, as a retort, Amit Malviya, the head of the BJP IT cell, has put out this tweet. He said, candidate kaun hai? Jairam Ramesh, new kid on the block, who infamously described Sonia Gandhi as a Rabri Devi in his enthusiasm to make his presence felt, will end up damaging the Congress more than Surjewala ever did. And he's put out a photograph of Hamid Ansari, the Vice President during the UPA tenure, filing his nomination papers. And to just jog the memory of our viewers, this is in fact a photograph from the 23rd of July 2007, almost 15 years to this date, where Hamid Ansari, who was the UPA's Vice Presidential candidate, was then accompanied by the UPA chairperson at the time, Sonia Gandhi. He was also accompanied, as you can see in the frame, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. There was also CPIM Sitaram Yechuri present at that particular gathering. CPI National General Secretary at the time, D. Raja, several union ministers, also the NCP Sharad Pawar, the RJD's Lalu Prasad Yadav, Ram Vilas Paswan, as well as T.R. Balu. All of these had then accompanied the then Vice Presidential candidate of the UPA, Mr. Hamid Ansari, along with Rahul Gandhi as well, as you can see in the frame. And this is, of course, something that happened 15 years ago. So if the Congress party is now claiming and questioning the presence of the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, along with Jagdeep Dhankar, why was this
Siddharth, stay on with us. Let's quickly go across to Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP to understand what the BJP is making of this development. Jairam Ramesh taking to Twitter to once again take a sly jibe at the nomination filing of Jagdeep Dhankar, to which now Amit Malviya has responded. Shehzad.
You know, you can go and check the Twitter timeline of Amit Malviya and mine, and we put out a picture in which Sonia Gandhi is handing over the nomination papers of Hamid Ansari, their favorite Vice President candidate. So we would like to ask Jairam Ramesh, candidate kaun hai? You see, the problem is that those who indulge in just Gandhi Vajra Putra Vandan can't see a Kisan Putra. They will always try to attempt to insult Kisan Putras like Jagdeep Dhankar, who has risen from the top, challenging socio-economic circumstances, has risen to the top, has become a constitutional expert, a legal expert, defended the constitution in Bengal, and Jairam Ramesh, perhaps to score a point of view in his new capacity as the media head of the Congress party, every day either they make issues out of national emblem or about a word bandage that doesn't exist, or is the dharna band that doesn't exist, and now it is this candidate kaun hai. Well, we would like to also ask him, using this picture that you can see, candidate kaun hai? Was Sonia Gandhi the candidate?
The Congress is so irked with this particular choice of the NDA of choosing Mr. Dhankar as the Vice President candidate.
You see, Congress party has a natural predisposition which is against scheduled tribes, scheduled castes, OBCs, and those who are from the communities that have been, in a sense, not given their due for so many years and decades. And therefore, an OBC Prime Minister like Modi is constantly abused. Draupadi Murmu ji is constantly insulted and abused. You saw Ajoy Kumar call her evil. And now they are doing the same thing about Jagdeep Dhankar. He's a son of the soil. He's a son of a farmer, and therefore they can't stand it. They can only stand son of Nehru, son of Indira Gandhi. They can only stand son of Sonia Gandhi, and therefore they can't stand the son of a farmer, and therefore they are trying to mock his candidacy. But I would like to ask Mr. Jairam.
What you are saying that there is essentially a pattern between it. First they had gone after Murmu and now they are going after Dhankar. Thank you so much, Azad, for joining us. There you have it, the BJP scathing criticism, saying there's a pattern behind the criticism of the Congress party, that they are running out of both relevance and reason. But with that, let's get you a quick roundup of all the other stories which are coming in across the nation. In fact, Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary has said that Indian Air Force was given the commitment to buy 6 squadrons of under-development light combat aircraft Mark II. He added that the force is looking at inducting the aircraft only after the Make in India plan. Narendra Batra has resigned as the Indian Olympic president. In a letter, in fact, he said that this is due to personal reasons. Batra's resignation comes after the CBI searched his office in the IOA building in relation to the Hockey India case. Well, the Enforcement Directorate has served a notice to senior CPIM leader Thomas Isaac, seeking his appearance before it. This is in connection with its probe into the alleged violations in the financial dealings of KIIFB when he was the Kerala Finance Minister in the previous LDF government. Ashish Kumar Chauhan is all set to become the new Managing Director and CEO of the National Stock Exchange. Capital Markets Regulator SEBI has given its clearance for his appointment. Chauhan will be taking over the reins from Vikram Limaye. Well, with that, warm welcome. You're watching Times Now. I'm Meghna Dekha. Let's also get you the top focus stories. Here are the headlines. Well, protests have broken out over 5% GST on food items, including flour, Chinese and curd, and also in Parliament and on the streets you have these protests which have come out. Opposition demands rollback of the anti-people tax, as they call it. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah were among the first to cast their votes to elect India's 15th president. NDA nominee Draupadi Murmu is expected to defeat Yashwant Sinha by polling over 60% of the votes. Well, after RJD called her a statue, Trinamool Congress leader terms Murmu's nomination a lollipop to appease tribals. Yashwant Sinha accuses the central agencies working lawmakers vote in their favour. NDA's Jagdeep Dhankar will be filing his nomination. He has rather filed his nomination for the VP post. In fact, BJP attacks the challenger, Margaret Alva, as well, alleging that she was rewarded by the Congress for her silence on the alleged Gandhi link to Augusta Westland scam that she had spoken about in her books. Well, ahead of the anticipated stormy session in the Parliament, Prime Minister expects members to make Parliament a place for discussion and analysis. Opposition moves adjournment motion on restricted freedom and their chaos forces an adjournment. Well, in a big step towards justice for Tamil Nadu student who was found dead after accusing 2 teachers of harassment, the Madras High Court has ordered re-autopsy to establish suspected foul play by the school. Meanwhile, in an exclusive chat with Times Now, Salem student's mother alleges foul play by the school. Asks why no blood was present at the suicide spot. Samajwadi Party leader calls Yogi government move to set minimum age for admission to madrasas as a conspiracy. BJP says it only wants to ensure children get quality and timely education. PFI operatives have been arrested for disrupt Prime Minister Modi event plot. They reveal the outfit had trained more than 15,000 men in camps running across 15 districts of Bihar under the nose of the administration. Massive tragedy in Madhya Pradesh's Dhar area. A bus carrying 40 passengers headed to Pune from Indore falls off a bridge, killing at least 12 people. Rescue operations are currently underway. with that, some big breaking news which is coming in. The Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia is chairing a one-on-one meeting with the heads of airline companies to review flight safety norms. In fact, instructions have been issued to each and every airline to take steps at all levels to enhance security surveillance. Remember, this is coming in after several instances which have been coming in of air safety violations which would have happened after there were near close mishaps being reported, be it across several of the airlines, especially those of Indigo. We have seen such instances coming in as well as Air Asia. In fact, let me go across to Sabyasachi, who's joining us with more details on this. Sabyasachi, tell us, what exactly do we expect the Civil Aviation Ministry to do about it after these one-on-ones?
Well, absolutely. See, as per the sources, the directions are being issued regards tightening and further improving safety oversight this year, and also the Minister passenger safety is paramount, and there will be no compromise to safety, reliability of airline operations and alignment with the strictest international safety norms. And earlier in the day, we know that our aircraft from carrying out Dubai was diverted because of technical issues. Also, we have seen the current scenario that has been going on with SpiceJet. And in another incident, an Indigo flight from Sharjah in the UAE to Hyderabad was diverted to Pakistan, Karachi, Monday after the pilot reported a technical defect in the aircraft. So, these particular scenarios, there is a high-level meeting which has been taken by the Civil Aviation Minister, Jyotiraditya.
Well, keep tracking the developments on that front. Of course, Sabya is going to be tracking the meetings between the aviation minister as well as the airline operators. After SpiceJet, Indigo are the ones which have had several close to mishap incidents being reported in the past couple of months. But let's move on in the bulletin now, get you the very latest which is coming in that unfortunate death of a young girl in a school in Salem. 2,000 protesters, 13 buses, remember, were also set fire, and police officials were injured in the stone pelting that followed this death. Now, in the midst of it all, we've seen Tamil Nadu witness violence at the residential school yesterday. Now, the commotion triggered off after a class 12 student was found dead on Wednesday. The kin of the deceased girl have alleged that it was foul play, as 7 deaths were previously reported in the same school. And now the mother of the deceased girl has moved the Madras High Court seeking justice. Well, during the hearing, the Madras High Court has ordered a second round of autopsy and has directed the state government to form a special team as well to track down those people who had indulged in violence. So let me go across to Dharini, who's joining us with more details on this. Dharini, you've spoken to the mother as well, and it's heart-wrenching what the parents must be going through. But it's very significant, the kind of allegations that they have made that against the school, that this is not the first time. There are already 7 deaths which the school has tried to cover up in the last few years itself by bribing off state officials. Any grounds for that charge?
Well, the mother of the victim, she is alleging that this is not the first, such instance happening in the private school, and that already, over 6 such instances have happened already. So that's what the mother is telling. But on the other hand, the school management is refusing, such allegations. They are telling that they are providing a safe environment to the students. But as far as this girls, suicide is concerned, the particular school's teaching environment and the, administrative, functioning itself has come under a big question here. In fact, right now the CBCID inquiry has been ordered into this incident, and the Madras High Court has also ordered for a re-postmortem of that of the 12th standard student. So here, the mother, on the other hand, she is alleging that when she looked at the body of the girl in mortuary, there were several blood marks, and that there was also a huge blood mark on her head. But when she came to the school and looked at the spot where the girl is said to have fallen off, there is not even a 1 drop of blood there. So she is putting forth 2 contrasting situations here. She is alleging that there's blood on her daughter's body when she saw it in the mortuary, but on the other hand, there's not even a single drop of blood there, where the girl is said to have fallen off. So, two contrasting situations here.
That's very interesting what you are telling us. Dharini, do stay on with us. In fact, let's listen in to the exact allegations that the mother has spoken to Times Now exclusively and has revealed.
வீழ்ந்ததுமே பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்க இப்படி அப்படியே இந்த டிஸ்டன்ஸ் தள்ளியே வீழாங்க. வீழறவங்க குதிக்கிறவங்க அப்படியே ஒரு இது சமநிலையில் வீழற மாதிரியே வீழ்ந்தாங்க. அப்படி வீழ்ந்தவங்களையே கூடங்க நான் போயிட்டு பாப்பாவை ஃபஸ்ட்டு பார்க்கக்குள்ள ஸ்ட்ரக்சரில் இவ்வளோ ரத்தம் இருந்ததுங்க. ஆனால் பாப்பா இந்த இடத்த தான் வீந்தான்னு சொல்ல இடத்துல ஒரு சொட்டு ரத்தம் இல்லைங்க.
Well, let me go across to Dharani. Dharani, what is the school saying in the midst of it all? Because the suicide note allegedly has blamed two of the teachers. Was the administration aware of this problem that the girl has faced? Were there steps which were taken? What is their complicity as alleged by the parents?
Right now, three people, the school secretary, correspondent and principal, they've been arrested by the police in relation to this case, and the further investigations are also on. But one complaint that we are continuously hearing from the victim's mother is that as soon as they learned that their daughter had committed suicide, they tried to communicate with the school management to know what exactly happened. They had a lot of questions in their mind because of course she is telling that their daughter never complained of anything regarding the school. So all of a sudden they're hearing that their daughter had committed suicide, and of course they had a lot of questions in their mind, and they wanted the school management to answer all of those questions. So one of course those questions.
Absolutely. In fact, do stay on with us as several of these questions are being raised. Let me go across to Kishtwar Sundar of the BJP also joining us. Ma'am, what would you like to say about not just the lapses which now seem to be coming to light, but also the violence and the complete the way that violence literally was allowed to spiral out of control after this unfortunate death?
I think the first and foremost, it's extremely, saddening to see a very young kid, committing suicide, which is under investigation. Now we really need to know as to what provoked her to take such a big step, or was it a suicide, or there is a foul play in it. Now you have CBI inquiry coming into this, but then we also have to see what provoked the violence. There was a posting on the Facebook and few students, because more than 2,000 crowd gathering, it is not something which would have gathered over a period of 10 to 15 minutes. There have been lapses on the part of the police department where they didn't take this kind of posting on a Facebook very seriously, or before there was a crowd of 2,000 which gathered, they had to be on the spot, they had to control the crowd, which was not taken. The violence spiraled in such a big way where the buses, the cars, even the school to an extent was, gutted in fire. So, I mean, what pushed them, and why was the police department so lethargic, and they were so laid back? That laid back attitude from the police was.
Kishtwar Sundar, now the Chief Minister as well as the SSP, they've come out and said they have taken very strict action. They've told the court as well, the state has told the court that we have acted very swiftly, we will not spare anyone, and there are already teams which are going to be looking into who conspired and if there was a larger conspiracy behind the violence. Do you think that's adequate?
But that is not. I mean, you say that now you will do it, but then what had to be done has already been done. Tamil Nadu has not seen this kind of a violence. Of course, these kind of suicide is something which needs to stop. We need to take the kids into confidence. We need to give them that confidence that we all stand by them. There has to be, we have been fighting for it, saying that any kind of torture, any kind of assault or harassment in the school needs to be complained by the students. Right. The students needs to be taken into the confidence that they can come to us and speak to us. First, that is not happening. We need to build this. We need to have a special team which visits these schools and find out whether kids are having a special cell which tells the kids.
So you're saying what has been done, and that too in retrospect, is not enough. Thank you so much, Kishtwar Sundar of the BJP joining us. Meanwhile, listen in to what Chief Minister has said as he promises justice.
மனவருத்தம் ஏற்படுத்தும் வகையில் கள்ளக்குறிச்சி நடந்த சம்பவங்கள் அமைந்துள்ளன. கல்வி நிலையங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு பிள்ளைகளையும் தங்களது சொந்த பிள்ளைகளாக நினைத்து அவர்களை பயிற்றுவிக்க வேண்டும். மாறாக நடக்கும் எந்த செயல்களாக இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் சட்டத்தின் முன் நிறுத்தப்பட்டு தண்டிக்கப்படுவார்கள் என எச்சரிக்கிறேன். இந்த சோகமான சூழலை பயன்படுத்தி கொண்டு சிலர் சேர்ந்து சட்டவிரோதமாக நடந்து கொண்டுள்ளார்கள். வன்முறைகள் என்பது வளர்ச்சிக்கு எதிரானவை என்பதை அவர்கள் உணர வேண்டும்.
Meanwhile, the school secretary has cried foul, claiming that the mother is making false allegations against them, also claiming that the authorities are cooperating with the police, but despite that, these false allegations are being made by the family side. Listen in.
அந்த பொண்ணு என்னைக்கு இறந்தது சூசைட் பண்ணிக்கிச்சோ அன்னையிலிருந்து இந்த நிமிஷம் வரைக்கும் நாங்க காவல்துறைக்கு முழு ஒத்துழைப்பு கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கோம். நானும் சரி, எங்க பள்ளியில இருக்கவங்க, ஆசிரியர்கள், அவங்க காவல்துறை யார் யாரெல்லாம் சொல்றாங்களோ அத்தனை பேருமே நாங்க இன்னை வரைக்கும் நாங்க முழு ஒத்துழைப்பு கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கோம். அவங்க விசாரணைக்கு எல்லாம் ராத்திரி பகலா உட்காந்து நாங்க பதில் சொல்லிட்டு தான் இருக்கிறோம். அவங்க கேட்கிற ஃபுட்டேஜ் எல்லாமே அந்த பொண்ணு இறந்த அன்னையில இருந்து முன்னாடி நாள் பின்னாடி நாள் அவங்க என்னென்னலாம் கேட்டாங்களோ எல்லாமே நாங்க காவல்துறையிட்ட ஒப்படைச்சிட்டோம். இதுல நாங்க எதையுமே மறைக்கல. இதுல எல்லாம் பண்ணி அப்ப பசங்களோட வாழ்க்கையை வீணடிச்சிருக்கீங்க. இதுக்கு ஸ்ரீமதியோட அம்மா தான் முழுக்க பொறுப்பேற்கணும். அவங்க தான் இதுக்கு பதில் சொல்லணும்.
Soon, politics have taken center stage. AIADMK has accused the administration of turning a blind eye towards the case and demanded action, saying that there was a complete intelligence failure.
மாணவி 13ஆம் தேதியே இறந்து விட்டதாக நிர்வாகம் தெரிவிக்கிறது. அவருடைய பெற்றோருக்கு தகவல் கொடுத்திருக்கிறாங்க. அதுக்கு பிறகு 3 நாட்கள் அவருடைய மாணவியுடைய பெற்றோர்கள் நீதி கேட்டு போராடி வருகிறார்கள். அதோடு பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற அந்த மாணவியினுடைய பெற்றோர்களை சந்தித்து ஆறுதல் சொல்லியிருக்க வேண்டும். அதையும் அவர்கள் செய்யவில்லை. 3 நாட்கள காலம் கடந்து விட்டது. அதோட அந்த தாய் பேட்டியிலே சொல்லுகிறார், என்னை மிரட்டப்பட்டதாக சொல்லுகிறார். அப்படி என்றால் இதில் ஏதோ சந்தேகம் இருப்பதாகத்தானே என்ன வேண்டியது?
Well, this unfortunate death and the aftermath in which we saw violence is going to be the top focus story here on Times Now. For the timing, a short break.
देश का प्रतीक है ये, हर हिंदुस्तानी के नजदीक है ये, हर डर को भगा देता है, हर देशवासी के अंदर जोश जगा देता है. Today I am here at Kishtwar and you can see the tricolor has been raised, and for this tricolor we have seen that how these brave hearts always try to ensure there is an unwritten commitment from their side that at any cost they will see this tricolor fluttering. For that even they are ready to take bullets on their body. For that they have even sacrificed their life. If today we are talking about peace and prosperity in Kishtwar, it's only because of these brave hearts who had always been there for the people of the country, who had always been there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that few months back, some of the politicians said that after abrogation of Article 370, there will be hardly anyone to hold tricolor in their hand. But you can see that how a new chapter has been scripted, how things have really changed and winds of change have already started blowing. And you can find these youngsters proudly looking towards the tricolor, 100 feet high tricolor, which can be seen from any of the hillock surrounding this Kishtwar town. After Kashmir Valley, Jammu region, now it is the Kishtwar where we have got this tricolor fluttering high. And every Indian's chest swells with pride when they look at the tricolor, because they know it is not only about tricolor, it is also about the sacrifice of our soldier. It's all, if we see the tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the blowing wind, it is because of the supreme sacrifice of each and every soldier. Let's talk to the youngsters. कैसा लग रहा है जब आज आप ये तिरंगा लहराते हुए देख रहे हैं?
सर, ये हमारे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है. आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारे किश्तवाड़ जिले में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है.
कितना जोश आ रहा है?
सर, बहुत ज़्यादा जोश आ रहा है. हमें खुशी हो रही है कि किश्तवाड़ में ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है कि 100 फीट ऊपर एक तिरंगा लहरा रहा है एक ऐसे चौक पर. तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा गर्व हो रहा है किश्तवाड़ पर भी.
आपके लिए कितना इंस्पायरिंग मोमेंट है?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत फील अच्छा आ रहा है.
गर्व फील हो रहा है, जोश आ रहा है?
सर,
कोई जोश से भारत माता की जय करके कितना जोर से बोलेंगे?
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
कितना गर्व फील कर रहे हैं आज आप?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. पहली बार ऐसा देखा कि किश्तवाड़ में फ्लैग बना.
Tears in her eyes narrate the whole story, because nobody had thought that this thing is going to really happen. But today, see how things have really changed. There's a lot of josh, there's a lot of enthusiasm among youngsters, and it's going to inspire.
Well, with that big breaking news which is coming in regarding the ban of crypto. This, remember, after RBI's demand for an immediate ban on cryptocurrency in India. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has ruled out the option of a complete ban. In fact, she has said that crypto ban is possible only if global cooperation happens. In fact, Finance Minister has said that as crypto has a destabilizing effect. Let me go across to Aishwarya joining us with more details. Of course, Aishwarya, there has been a massive debate about whether and to what extent there should be either a ban or regulation of cryptocurrency in India. But now the centre's made it very clear in the Parliament that for the timing at least, there is no such ban?
Well, that's right. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, while replying to a direct question over the recently held debate over cryptocurrency, that whether RBI has been recommended for framing suitable legislation to restrict the flow of cryptocurrencies in India, or if not, whether the government has any plan to legislate any law restricting the use of cryptocurrency in India, and if so, then what is the time frame, to which direct answers have been given by the centre. Nirmala Sitharaman, while replying, has clearly stated that yes, the RBI has registered its concern over the adverse effect of cryptocurrency in Indian economy, and therefore, in view of concern expressed by the RBI on destabilizing effect of the cryptocurrencies on the monetary and fiscal stability of the country, RBI has been recommended for framing the legislation on this sector, and RBI also, in this view, has said that cryptocurrency should be prohibited. So, a direct answer by Nirmala Sitharaman on whether there should be any plan to legislate any law restricting the cryptocurrencies in India or not.
What are the kind of laws globally? Because Aishwarya, that's exactly what the Finance Minister had saying, that it's not possible to ban it unless there seems to be a larger global ban, a global cooperation which comes in for a ban like this.
That's right, and there should be international collaboration as well. Replying in Rajya Sabha, it has been clearly stated by Nirmala Sitharaman that cryptocurrencies are by definition borderless and require international collaboration to prevent regulatory arbitrage, and therefore any legislation for regulation or for banning can be effective only after significant international collaborations on evaluation of the risk and benefits and evaluation of common taxonomy and standards, and therefore they have to they have to speak to certain international markets as well, and to look after whether and where it is going, and therefore RBI has been clearly in this view has said that cryptocurrency should be prohibited at this point of time, and there should be certain time frame so that destabilizing effect on the monetary and fiscal stability of a country can be prohibited.
Well, in fact, do stay on with us. We are going to be going across to Pratibha as well. She's going to give us the detailed answer which has come in that you can see on the right hand side of your screens. Pratibha is going to be reading that out for us. But very interestingly, remember, there has been a lot of pressure on the government to try and regulate cryptocurrency. In the past also several times they've been asked, and this time around it is the RBI itself saying that there should be an immediate ban on cryptocurrency. However, despite that, the Finance Minister for the time being has said that crypto has a destabilizing effect, and at least in the near future there is going to be no such complete ban enforced by the Indian government. However, very interestingly, has also said that it cannot be done right now because of the lack of global cooperation, because it is one of the currencies which of course breaches even geographical lines and political lines. In fact, I believe now Pratibha is there. Pratibha, if you can just tell us what exactly the statement, the answer of the Finance Minister has been regarding this question which was flagged up in the Parliament.
Right, Meghna, the response that has come in from Nirmala Sitharaman talking about the circular that had been put in place, the RBI had also advised its regulated entities to continue to carry out customer due diligence processes for transactions. So this is the response that has come in. RBI had also registered its concerns over the adverse effects of the cryptocurrency on the Indian economy. RBI mentioned the cryptocurrencies are not a currency because of every modern currency needs to be issued by the central bank or the government. Further, the value of the fiat currencies is anchored by monetary policy and their status as legal tender. However, the value of cryptocurrencies rests solely on the speculations and expectations of high returns that are not well anchored. So it will have a destabilizing effect on the monetary and fiscal stability of the country. That's a response coming in from Nirmala Sitharaman.
We'll keep tracking the developments on that front. Thank you so much, Pratibha, as well as Aishwarya, for joining us. But But with that, let's move on in the bulletin, get you a quick roundup of all the stories coming in. In a new Gyanvapi case development, lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain has filed a fresh plea before the Supreme Court. He sought the right to worship the Shivaling at the disputed site. He has also requested Kashi Vishwanath Temple to take possession of this area. The National Hillview Public School in R.R. Nagar in Bengaluru has received a bomb scare through email. Police have not yet found anything, but the search is going on. School management has shifted the children to an alternative campus as a security step. India has registered a slight dip in the number of COVID-19 cases. 16,935 new infections were recorded in comparison to Sunday's 20,528 cases. India's recovery rate is currently at 98.47%. An army captain and a junior commissioned officer were killed in an accidental grenade blast along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. The blast occurred when the Indian army troops were performing their duties in Mendhar sector. A quick roundup of all the monsoon fury lashing India, with heavy rain continuing to batter several parts of Odisha. A landslide has been reported in Gajapati district. At least 2 other districts have been reeling under floods. Road communication with neighbouring states has been cut off as waters flowing 8 feet above the National Highway 326. At least 104 people have died in rain-related incidents across Maharashtra. These deaths have occurred since the onset of monsoon on 1st of June. The deaths were caused by numerous reasons, including floods, lightning strikes and landslides. Well, with that, there is some big breaking news which is coming in, and this is coming in the form of a massive claim by Tejasvi Yadav of the JDU. In fact, if he is to be believed, he says that the Union Minister Nityanand Rai wanted to join his party, the RJD. However, he didn't after he got a cabinet post in the NDA. We are going to get you what exactly he has said. Listen in to Tejasvi Yadav.
नित्यानंद जी तो जब मंत्री नहीं बने थे तो हमसे मिले थे, हमसे कहा था कि आप हमको अपने पार्टी में ले लीजिए, यहाँ मन नहीं लग रहा है, क्या बोलेंगे?
Well, let me go across to Aditya, who's joining us with more details on this. Aditya, this is very interesting. Tejasvi Yadav has claimed, and this of course is a claim so far, that Nityanand Rai wanted to join the RJD. However, he was later placated and kept back with a cabinet berth. Anything that you've heard which could corroborate this claim?
Well, as far as the claim made by Tejasvi Prasad Yadav immediately after he came out of the state legislature after casting his vote for the presidential election has triggered massive controversy. And interesting to note here is that Tejasvi was actually answering questions pertaining to the candidature of Draupadi Murmu and the stand taken by him earlier in the past that has been also played by us. But then he actually shifted his focus from that particular question and went ahead to speak about Nityanand Rai, and it was then he made such a...
Yes, of course, this is going to be interesting. We'll have to wait and see if Nityanand Rai or anyone from the BJP has any counter to make. Thank you so much, Aditya. With that, a short break. Don't go anywhere.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchankar.
Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. Yashwant Sinha ji is also a very good candidate. Draupadi Murmu ji is also a decent person. But she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi, we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
A very good afternoon. You're watching Breaking Ground. I'm Kishtwar, and while the opposition has been hitting out at the centre over the GST rate hike, has been saying it is the Aam Aadmi Party that is having to bear the brunt. That's our focus this afternoon. We get you more details. First up, the top headlines. Protests break out over 5% GST on food items including flour, cheese and curd in Parliament, and on the streets opposition demands rollback of anti-people tax. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah among first to cast vote to elect India's 15th President. NDA nominee Draupadi Murmu expected to defeat Yashwant Sinha by polling over 60% vote. After RJD called her a statue, Trinamool Congress leader terms Murmu's nomination a lollipop to police tribals. Yashwant Sinha accuses central agencies forcing lawmakers vote in their favour. NDA's Jagdeep Dhankar files nomination for VP's post-BJP attacks challenger. Margaret Alva alleges she was rewarded by Congress for silence on alleged Gandhi link to Augusta Westland scam. Ahead of the anticipated stormy session in Parliament, Prime Minister expects members to make Parliament place for discussion and analysis. In a big step towards justice for Tamil Nadu student found dead after accusing two teachers of harassment, Madras High Court orders re-autopsy to establish suspected foul play by school. Meanwhile, in an exclusive chat with Times Now, Salem student's mother alleges foul play by school, asks why no blood was present at the suicide spot. Samajwadi Party leader calls Yogi government move to set minimum age for admission to madrasas a conspiracy. BJP says it only wants to ensure kids get quality and timely education. PFI operatives arrested for disrupt Prime Minister Modi event. Plot reveal outfit trained more than 15,000 men in camps running across 15 districts of Bihar under the nose of the administration. Massive tragedy in Madhya Pradesh's Dhar. Bus carrying 40 passengers headed to Pune from Indore falls off bridge, killing at least 12. Rescue operations underway. Well, this has been a hotly contested topic, not just in the Parliament premises, but also on the streets. Now, remember, viewers, several essentials are going to be costlier starting today. The new GST rates have come into effect for a host of goods and services. All pre-packaged label food items will be costlier. We're talking about 5% GST that will be applicable on daily items like atta, paneer and curd, labelled and pre-packaged food, of course. 12% GST will be charged on solar water heater, hotel accommodation, maps and charts. 18% applicable on printing, writing, drawing ink, knives with cutting blades, paper knives. So those are the stationery items that will attract a 18% GST, apart from LED lamps, drawing and marking out instruments as well. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party is certainly, Aam Aadmi, I beg your pardon, is certainly feeling the pinch. The opposition has raised the issue in Parliament. In fact, we saw how the Rajya Sabha stood adjourned for the day after disruption by Congress MPs over issues of price rise and GST. The opposition also thereafter stormed the well of the House, sloganeering against the GST raise. A lot of reactions have been coming in from the opposition on the same.
मैं मांग करूंगा केंद्र सरकार से कि ये जो खाने पीने की चीज़ों पे जीएसटी लगाया गया है इसको वापस लिया जाए। आज देश में अकेला दिल्ली राज्य ऐसा है, आप एक आम नागरिक से बाहर जाके पूछिए जहाँ पे आम नागरिक को महंगाई से हम लोग कुछ थोड़ी सी सुविधा दे रहे हैं। इतनी महंगाई के ज़माने के अंदर दिल्ली सरकार लोगों को महंगाई से थोड़ी सी रियायत दे रही है। मैं केंद्र सरकार से निवेदन करूंगा कि ये जीएसटी जो है ये सही नहीं है, जो आपने खाने पीने की चीज़ों पर लगाया है इसको वापस लिया जाए।
Of course, every party is a part of the GST Council, but ultimately the government is the one who is to take the decision, right? Did any party tell to raise the taxes? Where are the proceedings for that? The government is the one who has to take the thing. Of course, suggestions will be given by each and every party. But this kind of tax terrorism, this kind of surgical strike on the middle class and the poor people is definitely not a welcome move by the government.
It is very unfortunate that the GST Council and the Government of India has imposed and increased GST to major essential commodities including rice, wheat, butter, ghee, etc. Including the many of the finance ministers, those who attended at the GST Council, including the Kerala finance minister, they are saying that there was no clear mention about this increase.
It's a very serious issue. I have issued this is a notice on the issue of levying 5% GST on foodstuffs, including rice, milk, curd, everything. It will make much burden on the family life, the poor people's life. So it is a very serious issue that is to be discussed in the House. We will raise our voice for it.
Mohit Bhatt, my colleague, joining us live with more details. Mohit, the opposition essentially pointing out how the common man is already reeling under the pressure of inflationary rise, and at that point in time in the country we're looking at this kind of a hike in many forms and ways. That's been raised in the parliament. The Rajya Sabha stands adjourned for the day. What is the BJP saying, and how is it countering this charge?
Well, you see, the opposition is saying that the items of essential need like paneer, lassi, curd, and the pre-packaged items like rice, wheat, barley, all on them have been given a 5% hike, a 5% GST hike, and it will burden the pocket of the Aam Aadmi. Now, this is the reason that we saw that how there was a ruckus in Rajya Sabha, and Rajya Sabha was being adjourned, and not just the Congress party but other opposition parties have raised this question, saying that this is direct attack on the pocket of Aam Aadmi, and hence the increase in the GST on the items of the essential need, items of the daily need like paneer, curd, rice, barley, wheat, it should be rolled back. While the BJP as of now clearly says that when this decision was being taken by the committee, there were the finance minister from various other states who are also the member of the council. They did not object to it at that particular time. So the BJP says just for the sake of politics, this issue is being rigged up by the opposition parties, because when they were members of the GST council, when they were member of the committee who was taking these particular decisions, the finance ministers and people who were present in this particular meeting did not object to it. But yes, whole lot of politics has blown out on this particular issue. From the parliament to the streets, we have seen various reactions coming in from the opposition parties where they say that this is direct attack on the pocket of the Aam Aadmi, and hence this tax should be taken back. Now Rahul Gandhi again has attacked GST, and again we have seen in the past also he has called GST as Gabbar Singh tax, and now he has also tweeted today and he has stated that the Gabbar Singh tax has spiked again, and he has also mentioned that what all are the items that will be hiked after this particular rise. Not just the items of the daily need, but hotel rooms which are more than 5,000 rupees, they also will be taxed, and also the new checkbooks will be taxed under 18% of the GST. While the BJP clearly counters it by saying, and we have a tweet from Shehzad Poonawala, who is also the spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, that the committee which
so
recommended the imposition
like
of 5%.
Mohit is pointing out, is of the opinion that everyone, all the stakeholders were on board while this proposal was being passed in the GST Council meet. So these kind of questions being asked in the parliament make no sense today. We leave it at that with you, Mohit. Let's quickly listen into what the common man has to say. These are some of the reactions we're picking up from Kolkata.
Hello. Food products are not very high-end products. It's meant for the common public. And what is the necessity of adding more burden during time of inflation? GST, after all, how much government will make GST out of these products? They are, as per the news, GST collection has surpassed their expectation. Why they want to add this? This is the right time to, on the contrary, reduce totally, not to add more.
So if you see the taxes they are applying on each and everything, like we are again paying income tax on our salaries. Already like they are taking on the foods and everything. Again the milk product, like it's everyday requirement, right? I didn't suggest to add the tax on that everyday requirements. So I think in each and every sector we are paying the taxes. It's okay to be paid tax, but what the services we get from the taxes is not good. They are taking the taxes also. We wanted those services from our government to be paid for us.
सर कस्टमर के लिए बहुत तकलीफ हो रहा है और 24 रुपये से अभी ये कर्ड हो गया, कर्ड ज़्यादा हो गया कि रेट अब कोई नहीं मिल रहा है, इसलिए अब जीएसटी कम करा तो थोड़ा कम किया तो कस्टमर भी लेता है, कस्टमर नहीं लिया तो हम कहाँ जाएंगे.
So our viewers have started dialing us this afternoon. We have Rajesh calling us from Hyderabad. Yes, Rajesh, what do you think? Do you also believe that the GST Council has come for the wallet of the people? Yeah.
Do we think that we want India to go the Sri Lanka way, where we are not willing to pay taxes? By the way, our direct taxes we pay one of the lowest in the world. Now there is a chance where government has put 5% tax. For example, I buy rice for about 50 rupees a kg. 5% on 50 rupees is 2.5 rupees. Is that a big deal? And I don't think I will eat 100 kgs of rice in a month. People who are cribbing against these government rules need to know that this country's finances are in a bad state because of COVID, because of the Chinese aggression, because of the various freebies that we are giving in the country. Somebody has to pay for this. If we as common people are not willing to sacrifice, for example, if I am a person who eats 5 kilo of rice, which is for my entire family, paying about 10 rupees is not a big deal. Whoever this opposition are cribbing about, they don't.
All right, so you're saying if the economy needs to flourish, then taxes shouldn't be a problem. All right, thank you for sharing that opinion with us. Let me go across to Devendra, who's calling us from Delhi. Yes, Devendra, good afternoon.
Yeah, madam, I have 2 points. One, that why this opposition is already making a fuss of this, all these the issue, the GST issue, because the decision is taken by the entire all the states collectively. Then why this opposition is making a noise that government is putting GST on XYZ items? Number one. Second, if the government will not earn the tax, from where the development will come? Simple point. And how much will incur on by just putting a 5%?
Fair enough, Devendra. Thank you for sharing that perspective with us. We have a quick reaction coming in from the BJP. So let's quickly put out that update. That's a BJP spokesperson now taking to Twitter. And he says, and I quote, open admission and boasting by Congress that they created ruckus and got the house adjourned is holding Parliament hostage to dharna instead of allowing discussions a matter of pride. Intent is clear: household ransom and peddle fake narratives and waste taxpayer money. Let me go across to Shehzad, who joins us on the phone line. Shehzad, we've just read out your tweet. What would you say?
You know, it is sad that somebody like Jairam Ramesh, and I just saw his tweet as to how he said that they have successfully held Parliament to hostage and got it adjourned for the day. It just shows the intent that they don't want, they want vivaj, they want dharna, they don't want they want confrontation. This seems to be the mindset of the Congress. Therefore, they are peddling such things.
Okay, and about your fact check message to Rahul Gandhi on the GST issue, you've spoken of this is how a committee that has recommended the imposition of 5% GST, in which the Finance Minister of Bengal, Kerala and Rajasthan are there. None of the 3 members of the opposition have opposed it. By the way, all are equal in GST Council, which decides on what proposal needs to be passed. That's your tweet on the GST hike. The opposition has been condemning the same. We've seen what happened in Rajya Sabha. The session had to be adjourned given the ruckus that was witnessed.
You see, this is what I call the tax-free hypocrisy of the Congress party. The committee that has taken this decision, the GST committee of the council, is not a council of the government of India. It is a council which has representatives of all states, all parties. And in fact, in this particular council, the finance ministers of Bengal, Kerala and Rajasthan were present. None of them opposed it. None of the opposition parties opposed it. They accepted this proposal. Secondly, those who are talking about this should ask the double speak is seen from the fact that there are a wide number of items on whose GST has been reduced. I can give you an example. For instance, fly ash and fly bricks were about 60 16%, it's down to 12%. Hair oil is down from 27% to 18%. Toothpaste is down from 27 to 18%. Soap is down from 27 to 18%. These things which are being bought by everyday people, that has come down by a huge margin as well. For instance, baby carriages is down to 18%.
All right. So those are the questions the BJP is asking. Shahzad, I'm going to have to leave it at that. Important to put out the viewers' perspective and what the viewers feel as well, because this is a viewer-sensitive story and how it affects them directly needs to be told. For the moment, let's quickly listen into the voices from the Trade Confederation who've also demanded for a nationwide protest on the GST hike. Listen in.
5% जीएसटी लगने के कारण अनेक सामान्य वस्तुएं महंगी होने वाली है, जिसमें सभी प्रकार के खाद्यान्न हैं जिन पर आज से 5% का टैक्स लगेगा। 5 साल के जीएसटी के इस सफर में अनेक परेशानियों का सामना व्यापारियों को करना पड़ रहा है, जिसको देखते हुए कन्फेडरेशन ऑफ ऑल इंडिया ट्रेडर्स ने आगामी 26 जुलाई से भोपाल से एक राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन शुरू करने की घोषणा की है। और यह राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन जीएसटी में आमूलचूल परिवर्तन के लिए और जीएसटी के नियम एवं कानूनों की नए सिरे से समीक्षा कर उनको सरल बनाने के लिए है।
Our viewer Jakpal is calling us from Rohtak. Let's quickly invite him into the conversation. Yes, good afternoon, Jakpal. What do you make of the GST?
Good afternoon. Hats off to your channel for always raising the right issue. Now, as far as the GST increase is concerned, finances are in very bad shape. The evasion of tax and GST should be made a non-bailable offence. Fellows should be booked under NSA. Until unless we come down heavily on collection of funds, even the army is going to suffer. Every day-to-day life is going to suffer. Thank you.
Thank you for calling us, Jakpal. We have Bansi who's dialing us from Bengaluru. Good afternoon, Bansi.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is not Bansi, Mansi.
Apologies. Hi, Mansi. Yes.
Okay, no problem. I want to tell that GST के लिए अभी सब opposition तभी थे, तभी क्यों नहीं raise किया voice? Why suddenly now? Why suddenly now? And Aam Aadmi Party is distributing freebie in the Delhi and Punjab. They must stop all this freebie. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the Aam Aadmi Party is distributing freebies in the national capital in Punjab. So why a problem with the GST rates? Thank you for that. Slipping to a very short break here, viewers. I'll be right back with more news updates. What is
The playground in question belongs to the Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. It is a government-owned property. Muslims are being allowed to perform namaz and prayers twice a year on the days of Ramadan and Bakrid. But non-Muslims are not being allowed to use this land for any religious and cultural activities. We are planning to have a Ganesha Utsav on this particular playground, and we are also putting up 25 to 30 stalls which sell Lord Ganesha's idols. We are submitting a memorandum to the BBMP Commissioner in this regard.
On November 17, 2019, Gotabaya Rajapaksa got elected as the president of the island nation of Sri Lanka. With
Back with a quick breaking news update. The court has remanded Chitra Ramakrishna to 4 days Enforcement Directorate custody. Now the court has extended Ramakrishna's ED custody by 4 days and given her lawyers 5 minutes as well to speak and consult with her in the courtroom itself. Remember, viewers, the Enforcement Directorate on Thursday had arrested the former NSE MD Chitra Ramakrishna in a money laundering case connected with alleged illegal phone tapping and snooping of stock exchange employees after getting the nod from a Delhi court to probe the matter. Bhavtosh is joining us with more details. Bhavtosh, earlier on the special judge had allowed 4-day custodial interrogation of Ramakrishna and has been extended by 4 more days.
Yes, as the Enforcement Directorate has extended the scope of the investigation, the court has granted 4 more days of custody of Chitra Ramakrishna. Remember, it's a new case that Enforcement Directorate is presently probing. It's a case of money laundering revolving around phone tapping. And even as we speak, the former Mumbai Police Commissioner is presently being questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Remember, there are a slew of characters as far as this case is concerned. Former Managing Director of National Stock Exchange, Chitra Ramakrishna, apart from her Mumbai Police Commissioner, Sanjay Pandey. Both of them are accused of tapping the phone of National Stock Exchange employees between 2009 and 2017. In fact, it's being said that several employees of National Stock Exchange, their phones were illegally tapped, and it's also being said that through illegal means, phone tapping machines were brought in by Sanjay Pandey. Now, Sanjay Pandey is not only being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. There is a separate case that has also been registered by Central Bureau of Investigation today. Now, that case revolves around a hiring of auditors. And in this particular case, Chitra Ramakrishna's role is also being investigated. In this case, chartered accountants were hired to do auditing. Now, around 8 crore rupees was in fact given to Sanjay Pandey's firm. A separate case has been filed by the Central Bureau of
So in that sense, no relief for Chitra Ramakrishnan. Bhavtosh, appreciate you joining us with all those details. To remain in 4-day Enforcement Directorate custody. For the moment, viewers, moving on to more news we're tracking. Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary said that the Indian Air Force has given the commitment to buy 6 squadrons of the under-development light combat aircraft Mark II. He added that the force is looking at inducting aircraft only under the Make in India plan. Narinder Batra has resigned as the Indian Olympic president. In a letter, he said that this is due to personal reasons. Batra's resignation, remember, comes after CBI searched his office in the IOA building in relation to the Hockey India case. The Enforcement Directorate has served notice to senior CPIM leader Thomas Isaac seeking his appearance before it. This is in connection with its probe into the alleged violations in the financial dealings of KIFB when he was the Kerala Finance Minister in the previous LDF government. Ashish Kumar Chauhan is set to become the new Managing Director and CEO of the National Stock Exchange. Capital Markets Regulator SEBI has given its clearance for his appointment. Remember, Chauhan will be taking over the reins from Vikram Limai. In a new Gyanvapi case development, lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain has filed a fresh plea before the Supreme Court. He sought the right to worship the Shiv Ling at the disputed site. He's also requested Kashi Vishwanath Temple Trust to take its possession. National Hillview Public School in RR Nagar in Bangalore received a bomb scare through an email. The police has not found anything concrete yet, but the searches are still underway. The school management has shifted the children to an alternate campus as a security measure. Meanwhile, India has registered a slight dip in the number of COVID-19 cases. 16,935 new infections were recorded in comparison to Sunday's 20,528 cases. India's recovery rate stands at 98.47%. An army captain and a junior commissioned officer were killed in an accidental grenade blast along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. The blast occurred when the Indian Army troops were performing their duties around the Mendar sector. And on the monsoon situation across the country, with heavy rain continuing to batter several parts of Odisha, a landslide has been reported in Gyanvapi district. At least 2 other districts are reeling under floods. Road communication with neighbouring states has been cut off as water is flowing 8 feet above NH 326. At least 104 people have died in rain-related incidents in Maharashtra. These deaths have occurred since the onset of monsoon on 1st of June. The deaths were caused by numerous reasons, including floods, lightning strikes and landslides. And moving on to more breaking news coming in, Odisha Congress MLA Mohammad Makim has backed Draupadi Murmu, the NDA candidate. Remember, voting is underway today, and I am a Congress MLA, he says, but I have voted for NDA's presidential candidate, Draupadi Murmu. He says it's my personal decision as I've listened to my heart, which guided me to do something for the soil, and that's why I voted for her. So this is a reaction coming in from one of the Congress MLAs in Odisha, who has now said that he's backed Draupadi Murmu as far as the ongoing voting for the presidential elections go. Viewers, we slip into a very short break here. Be back in just 2 minutes with all the top stories.
देश का प्रतीक है ये, हर हिंदुस्तानी के नजदीक है ये, हर डर को भगा देता है, हर देशवासी के अंदर जोश जगा देता है. Today I am here at Kishtwar, and you can see the tricolor has been raised, and for this tricolor we have seen that how these brave hearts always try to ensure there is an unwritten commitment from their side that at any cost they will see this tricolor fluttering. For that even they are ready to take bullets on their body. For that they have even sacrificed their life. If today we are talking about peace and prosperity in Kishtwar, it's only because of these brave hearts who had always been there for the people of the country, who had always been there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that few months back, some of the politicians said that after abrogation of Article 370, there will be hardly anyone to hold tricolor in their hand. But you can see that how a new chapter has been scripted, how things have really changed and winds of change have already started blowing. And you can find these youngsters proudly looking towards the tricolor, 100 feet high tricolor, which can be seen from any of the hillock surrounding this Kishtwar town. After Kashmir Valley, Jammu region, now it is the Kishtwar where we have got this tricolor fluttering high. And every Indian's chest swells with pride when they look at the tricolor, because they know it is not only about tricolor, it is also about the sacrifice of our soldier. It's all, if we see the tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the blowing wind, it is because of the supreme sacrifice of each and every soldier. Let's talk to the youngsters. कैसा लग रहा है जब आज आप ये तिरंगा लहराते हुए देख रहे हैं?
सर, ये हमारे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है. आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारे किश्तवाड़ जिले में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है.
कितना जोश आ रहा है?
सर, बहुत ज़्यादा जोश आ रहा है. हमें खुशी हो रही है कि किश्तवाड़ में ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है कि 100 फीट ऊपर एक तिरंगा लहरा रहा है एक ऐसे चौक पर. तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा गर्व हो रहा है किश्तवाड़ पर भी.
आपके लिए कितना इंस्पायरिंग मोमेंट है?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत फील अच्छा आ रहा है.
गर्व फील हो रहा है, जोश आ रहा है?
सर,
कोई जोश से भारत माता की जय करके कितना जोर से बोलेंगे?
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
कितना गर्व फील कर रहे हैं आज आप?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. पहली बार ऐसा देखा कि किश्तवाड़ में फ्लैग बना.
Tears in her eyes narrate the whole story, because nobody had thought that this thing is going to really happen. But today, see how things have really changed. There's a lot of josh, there's a lot of enthusiasm among youngsters, and it's going to inspire millions of these youngsters when they will be looking at the tricolor. Definitely they will also be donning a uniform so that they can serve motherland India. It is the unwritten commitment of the soldiers that inspires each and every youngsters in the country. Unwritten commitment that at any cost they will be serving country. Even for that they have to sacrifice their life. They are ready to do that. It is because of their sacrifice today we can see this tricolor fluttering high, and the josh is also high here in Kishtwar town. Pradeep Datta with Amit Bharadwaj for Times Now.
Good afternoon, you're watching Live Wire and I'm Swati Joshi. Let's begin the broadcast with the headlines of this hour. Protests break out over 5% GST on food items including flour, cheese, curd in Parliament and on streets. Opposition demands rollback of alleged anti-people tax. PM Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah among the first to cast vote to elect India's 15th president. NDA nominee Draupadi Murmu expected to defeat Yashwant Sinha by polling over 60% vote. Flanked with Prime Minister Modi and top BJP brass, Jagdeep Dhankar files nomination for VP's post, while BJP steps up attack on challenger Margaret Alva, claims Alva rewarded for shielding Gandhis in chopper scam case. Ahead of the anticipated stormy session in Parliament, Prime Minister asks MPs to utilize session for intense discussion and analysis. Opposition moves adjournment motion on restricted freedoms. Madras High Court orders re-autopsy of Tamil Nadu student found dead after accusing teachers of harassment. After family alleged foul play by the school, CM Stalin says no one will be spared. Samajwadi Party leader calls Yogi government's move to set minimum age for admission to madrasa a conspiracy. BJP says it only wants to ensure kids get quality and timely education. Akhilesh calls Namaz Chalisa showdown at Lulu Mall a BJP controversy to polarize electorate ahead of 2024 general elections. BJP says it does not need to polarize to win polls. PFI operatives arrested for disrupt PM Modi event plot. Reveals outfit trained more than 15,000 men in camps running in 15 districts of Bihar under the nose of the administration. Finance Minister Nirmala Siddaramaiah tells Parliament government can't ban cryptocurrency without coordinated global action, despite SBI favoring ban. Despite the RBI favoring ban, calling it a destabilizer. After several incidents put safety of domestic flights under lens, Minister Sindhya asks for review of flight safety norms and steps to enhance security surveillance. UP government's decision to regulate admission in madrasas has in fact started a political showdown. The UP government is going to initiate a committee to fix the minimum age for admission in madrasas on the lines of various education boards like the CBSE and ICSE. Minister of State for Minority Welfare Danish Azad Ansari said it has come to notice that many times parents and guardians admit their wards late in madrasas and that the government wants to put an end to this practice.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मंशा स्पष्ट है, चाहे मदरसे के अंदर पढ़ने वाले बच्चे हों और चाहे किसी अन्य विद्यालयों में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे हों, वह पढ़े, आगे बढ़े, वह देश की सेवा करें, देश को आगे बढ़ाने में योगदान करें। ऐसी हमारी अपेक्षा है। उसके लिए जो संसाधन सरकार के पास है पूरी जिम्मेदारी से उसके लिए उपयोग किया जाए।
देखिए, मदरसा शिक्षा हमारे मुस्लिम समाज के युवाओं के लिए, बच्चों के लिए एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण अंग है मदरसा शिक्षा। इस मदरसा शिक्षा को हम प्रॉपर वे में स्टैब्लिश कर रहे हैं ताकि एक अच्छी क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन हम अपने मुस्लिम यूथ को दें। इसी दिशा में लगातार हमारी सरकार सकारात्मक कदम उठा रही है।
As far as the opposition is concerned, SP leader Ravidas Malhotra has called this move of the government a conspiracy against the minority community.
मदरसों में इस तरह का कानून बनाना ये ठीक नहीं है। ये अल्पसंख्यकों को शिक्षा से वंचित करने का प्रयास है और सरकार की साजिश जो है इसीलिए है कि जो अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग के, पिछड़े वर्ग के बच्चे हैं जो स्कूल पढ़ने जा नहीं पाते हैं, उनके माता पिता नौकरी करते हैं, कहीं कुछ कमाते हैं, तब बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं। ऐसे बच्चों को कोई कानून के दायरे में बांधना उचित नहीं।
Let's go across to Amir, who is joining us with more details. Amir, what is the government's logic and why is it that the opposition thinks it's a conspiracy? How would regulating the age criteria be stopping the children of the Muslim community, the minority community, from getting education?
Well, Swati, modernizing madrasa form of education has been in discussion for pretty long. It has been discussed, with various angles over the last several decades. Although we did not see much of a, development in the sense of modernizing madrasa education in the previous successive governments. Although in the present Yogi government, when Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath came at the helm of affairs in 2017, he started off with modernizing madrasa education as well as setting its curriculum in line with what was happening with other boards like ICSE and CBSE. Initially, the move was to do away with all such madrasas which were operating illegally. There are about 16,500 madrasas which are registered in Uttar Pradesh, out of which about 560 are government aided. They receive government grants. But in 2017, the numbers were close to 20,000. So a large number of, over 4,000 madrasas have been done away with because they only existed on paper, and there was nothing that was, really happening on the ground as far as education for such minority students was concerned. So initially, the government steps were aimed at ensuring that madrasas do operate and that the teachers also come there, which was why registers were created to take down their attendance of students, as well as geotagging of the madrasas was done. And now, keeping in line with what the Yogi government had done in its first regime, now the entry level for students is being decided. The entry level age is to be decided because this is keeping in line with what other boards are doing, like ICSE and CBSE. Right. We've been told that the Cabinet Minister of Minority Welfare just about a week back was actually distributing laptops and tablets when he found out that a number of class 10 students who actually attended madrasa form of education were actually much older than what ideally they should have been. And then
so that is the logic behind regulating the age criteria. Amit, stay on with us. We have more reactions coming in. As far as the AIUDF is concerned, it has termed this move a blatant attack on madrasas across India. Let's listen in.
देखिए, मदरसा को पूरी बीजेपी सरकार टारगेट कर रहा है। यूपी में, आसाम में, कई स्टेट में टारगेट कर रहे हैं। हालांकि इनको ये राइट नहीं बनता है, तो इस सरकार को इख्तियार नहीं है कि किस एज के बच्चे वहाँ जाएंगे। एजुकेशन के साथ कोई एज बार नहीं है। ये सब हिटलरी है इनकी, और ये सब खामाखा की बात है। असल मुद्दों से लोगों को ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये सब किया जा रहा है।
Let's go back to Amir. Amir, if there's a delay in getting children admitted to even madrasa, won't they fall back if the age criteria is not followed?
Well, yes, absolutely. There are norms that each of such educational boards follow as far as imparting education to students is concerned, and therefore madrasa form of education also needs modernization and streamlining, and this is just one step in that direction. Apart from making an age criteria for admission of madrasa students to whether it is class 1 or high school or inter-level education, there are other aspects as well about introducing modern subjects like science and computer science, apart from the usual traditional education that they were getting, that was largely faith-based, religious-based. So this is just one step, as I said earlier, in that direction, and it does not obviously encourage students from the minority community to come ahead and join madrasas. So this criteria, once it is followed, the government so far has only formed a committee to look into various aspects of how this can be implemented. But once it is followed, then this will definitely streamline the madrasa form of education from the time the students get admitted to it to the time that they pass out of the highest standard that is given to them within this madrasa form of education.
Yes, and it would make it easier for them to then go ahead and get admitted in a professional course if that's what they want. Amit, stay on with us. We have a reaction coming in from the Deputy Leader of Opposition from Karnataka. Jibe taken at the government. The clash over madrasas is only intensifying. Now the Deputy Leader of Opposition of Karnataka says that the Muslim personal law will take strict action.
I'm not aware of that and what this one thinks. There are a lot of national board is there, National Hajj Committee is there, Muslim Personal Law Board is there. They'll look into it, whether what they do is right or wrong. If it is wrong, the local people will take up the issues. As far I don't know what basis they have bought these things and what rules they frame, I can't comment now.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go back to Abir. First of all, can the Personal Law Board in fact take action? One. Two, what are the kind of reactions that we are getting from various religious leaders from within the community? Are they welcoming this move? Are they criticizing it, questioning it?
Well, Swati, we've seen this controversy erupt earlier as well, and largely the leadership from within the Muslim community or the Muslim clerics did not oppose the government move as far as modernization of madrasa form of education was concerned. It is only the parties in the opposition which have created a hue and cry earlier as well, and now again, we are witnessing that parties like Samajwadi Party and others in the opposition are making it seem like a conspiracy against the minority community, while it is quite clear that these changes, once they are brought in within the madrasa board, they will definitely bring all such students who take madrasa form of education, stand up in line with others like CBSE board, ICSE board, or the individual boards of each of the states, because as you rightly said, this will churn out students who will come right in the nick of time to take competitive examinations along with other students who come out from other different boards, and this will definitely open up new avenues and opportunities for them, rather than just allowing them this basic form of madrasa education that doesn't leave them anywhere, does not allow them to compete with other students into a number of professional courses.
Right. Does the government also, state government also, Amir, through awareness programs or, an outreach program, try to actually communicate, interact with the community? Because there's a lot of fear mongering which is happening at this point of time. One thing is very clear, that the government is looking at modernization and reforms as far as madrasas are concerned. It's not that the children are being stopped, that the families are being stopped from sending their children to madrasas.
Well, yes, the Minority Welfare Department will definitely undertake, to reach out to the people belonging to the minority community, to tell them in detail about the kind of new policies that have been drafted as far as Madrasa Board is concerned, and also tell them advantages as to how it brings them into line with the competition, with the other boards, as well as competitive examinations that are held immediately after students qualify out of school. So that definitely will be undertaken. This entire exercise will be done, but this is only the starting. Formation of a committee to look into various aspects of how this is going to affect the interest of students coming out of madrasas has been done. Once this committee is formed, they will look into all these aspects, and then they'll submit a report before the minister, who will take a final decision in tandem with what is the view of the government.
All right, Amir, thank you very much for getting us the details. We'll keep coming back to you as and when more reactions come to fore. For the moment, we're moving on with more news on the broadcast. Air Chief Marshal B.R. Chaudhary said that the Indian Air Force has given the commitment to buy 6 squadrons of the under development light combat aircraft Mark II. He added that the force is looking at inducting aircraft only under the Make in India plan. Narinder Batra has resigned as the Indian Olympic president. In a letter, he said that this is due to personal reasons. Batra's resignation comes after CBI searched his office in the IOA building in relation to the Hockey India case. The Enforcement Directorate has served notice to senior CPIM leader Thomas Isaac, seeking his appearance before it. This is in connection with its probe into alleged violations in the financial dealings of KIIFB when he was the Kerala Finance Minister in the previous LDF government. Ashish Kumar Chauhan is set to become the new Managing Director and CEO of the National Stock Exchange. Capital Markets Regulator SEBI has given its clearance for his appointment. Chauhan will be taking over the reins from Vikram Limaye. In a new development in the Gyanvapi case, lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain has filed a fresh plea before the Supreme Court. He has sought the right to worship the Shivling at the disputed site. He has also requested Kashi Vishwanath Temple Trust to take its possession. National Hillview Public School in RR Nagar in Bangalore received a bomb scare through email. Police has not found anything yet. The search is still on. School management shifted children to an alternate campus as a security measure. India has registered a slight dip in the number of COVID-19 cases. 16,935 new infections were reported in comparison to Sunday's 20,528 cases. India's recovery rate is currently at 98.47%. An army captain and a junior commissioned officer were killed in an accidental grenade blast along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. The blast occurred when the Indian Army troops were performing their duties in Mendhar sector. With heavy rain continuing to batter several parts of Odisha, a landslide has been reported in Draupadi district. At least 2 other districts are reeling under the impact of floods. Road communication with neighbouring states has been cut off as water is flowing 8 feet above NH 326. At least 104 people have died in rain-related incidents in Maharashtra. These deaths have occurred since the onset of monsoon on the 1st of June. The deaths were caused by numerous reasons including floods, lightning and landslides. While visiting the flood-affected Bhadrachalam town in Telangana, Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao said that cloud bursts are a conspiracy by foreign sources to destabilize the country. He met displaced people at relief camps during his visit. He also announced an immediate relief of 10,000 rupees per family to those at the camps. Despite challenging weather conditions, pilgrims have continued their Amarnath Yatra. Devotees have lauded the Jammu and Kashmir government for making the Yatra hassle-free. Following heavy rains in Kerala, water level in 6 dams are at red alert levels and in 1 at orange alert level. 4 of these dams are in Idukki. Other dams in the state are reaching their respective storage capacities. Moving on now, Akhilesh Yadav has now responded to the offering of namaz at the Lulu Mall, and the SP chief Akhilesh Yadav has hit out at the BJP over the mall row in Lucknow. Sparking a new debate, Akhilesh Yadav highlighted that such incidents are being communalized in view of the upcoming 2024 elections. Listen into the reaction.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की साजिश है। मुझे तो यहाँ तक बताया है कि उत्तर प्रदेश का 2024 से पहले माहौल खराब करने के लिए इसी तरह के ट्रेन कर करके लोग भेजे जा सकते हैं। और जहाँ तक धार्मिक स्थानों का सवाल है, फैजाबाद में धार्मिक स्थानों पे किसने फेंका था मांस? आज जो कन्नौज में खबरें आ रही हैं वो किसने फेंका? सब बीजेपी के लोग हैं इसमें। बीजेपी के लोग जानबूझ करके, क्योंकि न वो महंगाई का जवाब दे सकते हैं, न वो बेरोजगारी का जवाब दे सकते हैं, और जिस तरीके से हर मुद्दे पर फेल हुए हैं, इसलिए जानबूझ करके जनता का ध्यान हटाने के लिए इस तरह का काम कर।
Meanwhile, the BJP has hit back at Akhilesh Yadav and slammed his mindset of appeasement.
ये श्री अखिलेश यादव जी को देखिए क्या है, वो मैं समझता हूँ कि फिजिकली कहीं कुछ समझने और देखने के लिए नहीं जाते, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश दंगा मुक्त प्रदेश हो गया। इस प्रकार के जिन लोगों ने भी विवाद किए हैं उसमें जो कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कार्रवाई भी हुई है। लेकिन मैं व्यक्तिगत तौर से मानता हूँ कि किसी को नमाज पढ़ना है तो वह मस्जिद में जाए, अपने घर में पढ़े। किसी को श्री हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करना है वह भी अपने घर में मंदिर में जाकर के करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश तेजी से विकास की दिशा में बढ़ रहा है। निश्चित तौर पे कई ऐसे लोग हैं जिसमें साजिश रच के सरकार के कार्यों को बदनाम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारी सरकार पूरी तरीके से सजग है। ऐसे किसी भी मंसूबों को हम कामयाब नहीं होने देंगे।
Moving on now, polling for the presidential election is underway at the Parliament House and the state legislative assemblies. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, chief ministers from across the country and other MPs and MLAs have cast their votes this morning in all, around 4,800 MPs and MLAs will cast their votes till 5 p.m. today to elect the 15th President of India. The counting of votes will take place on the 21st of July, while the 15th President will take oath on the 25th of July.
आप पूछिएगा कि आपको मूर्ति चाहिए या राष्ट्रपति चाहिए, तो हमारा तो जवाब राष्ट्रपति ही होगा ना।
तो मुर्मू जी अभी भी आप ये अपने बात पे कायम है कि जो मुर्मू जी हैं वो एक मूर्ति के समान?
नहीं, हम आपसे सवाल पूछते हैं कि ये वोटिंग जो हो रहा है वो प्रेसिडेंट का हो रहा है कि मूर्ति का हो रहा है। हम आपसे सवाल पूछते हैं। हमसे अगर पूछा जाएगा कि आप मूर्ति को समर्थन कीजिएगा या आप राष्ट्रपति को चुनिएगा, तो हम तो बोलेंगे राष्ट्रपति को चुनेंगे, हम क्यों मूर्ति क्यों चुनेंगे? ये सब सवाल पूछा जाएगा तो बोलोगे ना।
Meanwhile, the opposition has hurled several jibes at Draupadi Murmu. TMC Minister Firhad Hakim questioned Murmu's candidature, stating that the candidature is a lollipop to the tribal community.
But I say that mere giving Adivasi the post of president will not have. You have taken the right of the forest from them. You are deporting them from their original area, and you are only giving a lollipop by giving a president to them. This will not serve the betterment and the upliftment of Adivasi.
मैं यशवंत सिन्हा जी के पक्ष में मतदान करने जा रहा हूं और देश में कम से कम कोई ऐसा हो जो समय समय पर ये बता सके सरकार को कि अर्थव्यवस्था के हालात क्या हैं। आप पड़ोसी देश देखिए, श्रीलंका की क्या हालत हो गई और बगल में देश में क्या हालत है। इसलिए कम से कम देश में एक राष्ट्रपति ऐसा हो जो समय समय पर बता सके बातों को।
तमाम विपक्षी पार्टियों ने यशवंत सिन्हा जी को अपना उम्मीदवार बनाया विपक्ष का, और मैंने पहले भी कहा अगर एनडीए गवर्नमेंट और भारतीय जनता पार्टी चाहती तो उनके सामने एक ऐसा मौका आया था 5 साल के बाद में, तो वो विपक्ष को इन्वॉल्व करती, बातचीत करती और कोशिश करती कि राष्ट्रपति पद जैसे पद के लिए सर्वसम्मति से उम्मीदवार सामने आए।
Times Now also spoke to opposition presidential candidate Yashwant Sinha, who in fact has appealed to the voters to listen to their conscience while casting their vote.
मुझे खुशी है कि आज के दिन आप लोग यहाँ पर आए मेरे उम्मीदवारी के बारे में बात करने के लिए। ये चुनाव मैंने बार बार जोर दे के कहा है कि बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि आने वाले दिनों में ये दिशा तय करेगा कि भारत में प्रजातंत्र बचेगा या धीरे धीरे करके समाप्त हो जाएगा। अभी तक जितने संकेत मिल रहे हैं उससे यही लग रहा है कि हम समाप्ति की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं, और इसीलिए पूरे देश में घूमकर और मीडिया के माध्यम से और भी जितने माध्यम उपलब्ध से उनके माध्यम से मैंने पूरे देश में ये संदेश देने का प्रयास किया है कि ये राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव क्यों इतना महत्वपूर्ण है। अब आज वोटिंग हो रही है। मैं सारे मतदाताओं से अपील करना चाहता हूं कि वो अपनी अंतरात्मा की आवाज सुने।
Moving on, the BJP has hit out at the opposition for taking jibes at Draupadi Murmu.
विपक्ष जो इशू नहीं है उसको इशू बनाने का प्रयास में लगा हुआ है। क्या हम बिल जो आने वाले हैं उनकी लिस्ट नहीं दें? जैसे उनकी लिस्ट दी तो बोला इतने छोटे कालखंड में, हमने कहा ये इंट्रोडक्शन के लिए हैं, कुछ हो सकता है कमेटियों को जाएं, कुछ हो सकता है आप उनमें चर्चा कर लें, पहले आप ध्यान में रहें, इसलिए दी लिस्ट। उसका भी उन्होंने इशू बना दिया। कोई भी ऐसा इशू है उस पर चर्चा करने के लिए हम तैयार हैं।
Now let them give notice and let speaker and chairman decide. We have no issue in that. Yesterday I also clarified. I think that.
And with that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue. Stay on with us.
pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchankar.
Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. Yashwant Sinha is also a very good candidate. Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi. We should not.
Protests break out over 5% GST on food items including flour, cheese and curd in Parliament and on streets. Opposition demands rollback of alleged anti-people tax. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah among the first to cast vote to elect India's 15th president. NDA nominee Draupadi Murmu expected to defeat Yashwant Sinha by polling over 60% vote. Flanked with Prime Minister Modi and top BJP brass, Jagdeep Dhankar files nomination for VP's post, while BJP steps up attack on challenger Margaret Alva, claims Alva rewarded for shielding Gandhi's in chopper scam case. Ahead of the anticipated stormy session in Parliament, Prime Minister asks MPs to utilize session for intense discussion and analysis. Opposition moves adjournment motion on restricted freedoms. Madras High Court orders re-autopsy of Tamil Nadu student found dead after accusing teachers of harassment after family alleged foul play by the school. CM Stalin says no one will be spared. Samajwadi Party leader calls Yogi government's move to set minimum age for admission to madrasas a conspiracy. BJP says it only wants to ensure kids get quality and timely education. Akhilesh calls Namaz Chalisa showdown at Lulu Mall a BJP controversy to polarize the electorate ahead of 2024 general elections. BJP says it does not need to polarize to win. PFI operatives arrested for disrupt PM Modi event. Plot reveals outfit trained more than 15,000 men in camps running in 15 districts of Bihar under the nose of administration. Finance Minister Nirmala Siddaramaiah tells Parliament government can't ban cryptocurrency without coordinated global action despite RBI favouring ban, calling it a destabilizer. After several incidents put safety of domestic flights under lens, Minister Scindia asks for review of flight safety norms and steps to enhance security surveillance.
Let's get started on this edition with breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where ahead of elections next year, former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has now courted controversy. He's resorted to slamming voters, in fact. Remember, he did lose from what was known as his bastion of Chamundeshwari. He won from Badami. Now, he has gone on to say that he would never go back to Chamundeshwari to ask for votes.
I made it very clear categorically that I don't contest again from Chamundeshwari constituency.
So BJP is saying that you are leaving the people of Chamundeshwari.
Huh?
Because they didn't vote for you, you are not
See, the people of Chamundeshwari constituency, they have defeated me miserably in the last election. That is why I do not want to contest again.
This will be your last election, sir.
Huh? In samasya ಏನಪ್ಪ ನಿಮ್ದು?
Deepak is live with me for more on this. Now, Deepak, whether this is no confidence in the people of Chamundeshwari or this is just arrogance, it's one way or the other, because come elections next year, these are the same voters that Siddaramaiah has to go back to.
Well, quite an interesting statement that's come in from the former Chief Minister. Now, one would expect somebody of his political stature, of course, would probably want to go back to a constituency which was considered home for him and, would want to go back and try to win it back, probably go back to the people and say what went wrong the last time around, because he has, of course, worked in this constituency for quite some time. Some were even saying that even after Siddaramaiah stops contesting, it would probably be, his son, who's, of course, now contesting from Varuna, which was his bastion before. So we'll really have to see. This particular region, of course, has been quite vital for the Congress party, where Siddaramaiah, of course, contested from earlier Chamundeshwari and Varuna, of course. So these are very key constituencies. If you look at it politically, the JDS, of course, came as a showstopper at that point in time. The giant slayer was termed him as GT Devegowda, who went ahead and defeated the former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah during the
Right, stay on with me. JDS's Tanveer Ahmed is with us on the phone line, so thank you so much for speaking with us. How do you look at this comment, sir? Is this just arrogance of the former Chief Minister, or does he now know that the people of Chamundeshwari are not going to vote for him ever again and he's just accepting that as a fact?
Ma'am, actually his fear is the biggest factor here. Siddaramaiah knows last time it is not Mr. GT Devegowda who won the election. It was Mr. HD Devegowda defeated Siddaramaiah along with Mr. Kumaraswamy. So he knows that again, if at all he comes to Chamundeshwari, Siddaramaiah is sure to be get defeated. And this is not ignorance or arrogance. This is knowing the fact and the truth that people of Karnataka have rejected Mr. Siddaramaiah, especially the Mysore region have totally rejected Mr. Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah is sure to lose the election. He knows that Kumaraswamy and Mr. SD Devegowda are strong enough. Whoever they would feel as a candidate is sure to win. And that's the reason Siddaramaiah has told that he is not going to contest.
And how do you think this is going to pan out for him in the other constituency? The people of Badami as well there, from where he was elected, he goes on to say that people of Chamundeshwari rejected me, but Badami people have accepted me and that is why I will contest there. But this kind of comment coming to the fore about voters from any constituency, how do you think that's going to bode for him?
Ma'am, let's really see that this is Siddaramaiah, who's supposed to be the Chief Minister candidate, doesn't know which constituency for him to go and to get to win the election. Because he knows that wherever in Karnataka he is going to stand, he is going to lose the election. He is first saying that he is going to go to Chamundeshwari, Badami, Kolar, then he is saying no, I'll come to Chamarajpet, I'll come to Bangalore, I'll go to... So it means that, here is a Chief Minister who is saying that he will win 121 seats, but he knows that he can't win a seat. So Congress is far from reality and Siddaramaiah is much farther from reality. So people of Karnataka knows that they are socialist only for word's sake and they are sure to get defeated. And I can really understand Siddaramaiah's... people are not letting Siddaramaiah celebrate his birthday, 75th birthday. What else do you want me to tell about Congress, ma'am?
Right, Tanveer Ahmed, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. Political reactions there coming thick and fast as far as the comments that have come to the fore from the former Chief Minister. The timing of it all is also extremely important because these are the same voters he will have to go back to in just a few months from now to seek votes not just for himself but for his party if they want to unseat the BJP in the state of Karnataka. Let's listen in to some more reactions coming in.
arrogance, how he treats the people, how he treats the workers, how he is going to treat the voters. That arrogance, we can see it in that. ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ ಜನಾದೇಶ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಸೋಲು ಗೆಲುವು ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಸಮಾನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸೋ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಇದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಒಂದು ಗೇಮ್. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸಾರಿ ಜನ ತಿರಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ವಿಚಾರ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು, ಜನ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸಿದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಭಾವನೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ನಾಯಕರು ಇರಬಾರ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯವ್ರು ಭಾಳ ಹಿರಿಯರು, ಪ್ರತಿಪಕ್ಷ ನಾಯಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು, ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ ಅನುಭವ ಇದೆ. ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಸಮಾನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿದ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು. ಅವ್ರು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಆಂತರಿಕ ವಿಚಾರ, ಅವರು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ.
Deepak continues to be with us. Now, Deepak, the JDS chief says that this is nothing but arrogance. Other leaders are coming out and saying that perhaps Siddaramaiah has just seen the writing on the wall and accepted defeat. The timing of all of this is extremely important because elections are due in the state in just a few months from now. The BJP is confident that they're going to retain the state, and comments such as these coming in from a former chief minister, the infighting between the Siddaramaiah camp and the DKS camp within the Congress, that only is going to give more hope to the Saffron party.
Yes, precisely, and more importantly, the former chief minister last time around contested from two constituencies. There was, of course, a doubt that was lingered in his mind that maybe Chamundeshwari is slipping away from him, and that did happen. In fact, he won in Badami, and that too, it was not a thumping victory. It was a small margin in Badami, and some experts say a little more push from the BJP at that point in time would have cost him that seat as well. And there have been reports that he has been on the hunt for constituencies, looking out in Bengaluru, even in Kolar as well. So there have been a lot of speculation. So one thing he's made for certain at this point in time, last time he had a doubt about Chamundeshwari, now he seems almost certain that there is no going back to Chamundeshwari. But the real question here is what efforts were put in really to woo the voters back, because this was a place that
Absolutely. Or has the Congress been too self-centered really and thinking about how to keep their flock together? As far as Karnataka is concerned, some would argue even that's something that has taken priority, Imran, isn't it? Because the infighting within the Congress's Karnataka unit is no secret anymore. We've seen the kind of fights between DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. As far as the political reactions are concerned, we've seen how the opposition to the Congress has reacted. But has anybody from within the Congress come out either in defense or to dismiss Siddaramaiah's this comment?
Well, at the moment, nobody is in a capacity to critique on this. But as you said earlier, acknowledge that very clearly there is three camps in Congress, Karnataka Congress, as far as concerned. One is DK Shivkumar, who is a party president who sees himself as a contender for the CM post, and the second is obviously the Siddaramaiah, who has earlier been a chief minister, and he projects himself as a leader of the Ahinda, as an acronym for the backward classes, minorities, and OBs, other backward castes. And the third is the Dalit CM phase, is what also the chorus is growing, where between P. Parameshwara, B.K. Hari Prasad and K.H. Muniappa are saying that the Dalit should be given a chance. In the history, Karnataka has never been a Dalit CM. So there is these three camps, and as you said earlier,
absolutely, there is already infighting that they are battling, and comments like these are certainly not going to help the Congress party, say their political rivals. We'll of course keep a track of all the developments there on ground, but for the moment, Deepak and Imran, thank you so much. Shifting focus now to news coming in from Kerala, where a controversy has broken out over a NEET exam center in the state. Female students were allowed to enter the exam hall only after they were forced to remove their undergarments. A complaint has now been filed by the parent of one such victim. Vivek is live with me for more on this. Vivek, as per this complaint, it's not just an isolated case. The father of this particular victim, the family of this particular victim, coming out and saying that there were multiple female aspirants that were asked to take off their undergarments before they were allowed to give the exam.
Exactly. This happened yesterday by around 12 o'clock when the students were asked to enter the examination hall at the Mathoma Institute of Information Technology in Kollam. Remember, it's not just one parent. Number of parents have raised this complaint. We understand that around 50 such female students were asked to sit inside the examination hall without undergarments. Remember, first the parent was asked to send the daughter to inside the hall. Now, initial inspection was over. Now, after that, one of the inspector, one of the official came and checked her body and said that there is this hook that's been present, and hence she should remove her inner garments, and she was forced to remove it. And after that she was asked to go inside the hall. And after that, this particular person came and met the parent and asked him to provide a shawl. So the person went inside the hall and handed over the shawl to this young girl. Now, it's not just one girl, but nearly 50 such girls were inside the hall at this institute and writing the examination, who was going through this mental trauma for nearly 3 hours. Remember, the exam started at 2 o'clock and it got over by around 5:20. For all these 3 hours, you will not believe it, these girls were going through this mental trauma without wearing the inner garments. And now, till now, there was no such statements that has come from the officials, but we are yet to listen, we yet to get a reaction from the state government here, especially the government officials from the State Department is going to react.
Absolutely, and now that a complaint has been filed, it also remains to be seen what kind of action is initiated. Do stay on with me. Swati, my colleague, is also joining us for more on this. But before that, let's get in Brinda Adige, an activist who joins us on the phone line. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Ms. Adige. How do you look at this? It's not just a violation of somebody's rights. The fact that they were actually made to sit and write an exam at that kind of mental space, it's perhaps one attempt gone down the drain, many parents would say.
You're absolutely right. NEET is a competitive exam. People have been preparing for it for months together, and to be treated and violated in such a appallingly shocking manner by the invigilators is that these invigilators must be absolutely incorrigible. Imagine the trauma, the humiliation those students went through, if they have written anything or not, and look at everything that has transpired since the time they were treated in this manner. I think the education department needs to take complete responsibility for it, give grace marks to all the girl students who were treated in this manner, and also ensure that a case is registered against those invigilators.
Right, Brinda Adige, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. Action needs to be initiated is the call that is coming in from women's rights activists. Vivek continues to be with us. And Vivek, like you were mentioning, so far only a complaint has been filed. What action is taken against the institute, against the invigilators who were present there, who actually put these girl students through this entire trauma yesterday? All of that remains to be seen. Do we have any sort of response coming to the fore from that particular institute or from the state government?
Until now, there is no such official statement that has come either from the institute or from the state government. We are yet to get a reaction from them. But one thing is very sure: most of the parents were shell-shocked after this particular incident, and the girls are yet to come out of the trauma. I was speaking to one of the parents half an hour back. He said that he's not willing to talk to us at this point of time because. Right.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Vivek. Do stay on with us, but we are shifting focus to more breaking news coming in now, and we're given to understand that a second case of monkeypox has now been confirmed in the country. The second case has also come to the fore from Kerala. Remember, the central government had rushed in a high-level team to closely monitor this case. Fresh guidelines were also issued for international travellers. And Vivek, what more details can you share with us as far as this second monkeypox case is concerned?
Yes, the second monkeypox case is confirmed in Kannur. Now, he is a person who had come to Kerala 5 days back from Dubai. He's 31-year-old. His condition is stable as of now, and he is admitted at the Pariyaram Medical College in Kannur. Remember, this is the second case of monkeypox that's been reported in the country, and both those two cases happen to be from Kerala. Now, his condition is stable. Now, as far as the first person is concerned, even his condition is stable. Also, the primary contacts of all the people who are associated with the first person who was reported from Kollam, is negative. So the government is saying that they're taking all possible steps at this point of time. The central team was present in Kerala till yesterday. They have ascertained the situation on the ground. As of now, there is nothing to be panicky. But yes, 2 cases of monkeypox has been officially confirmed, and both the two cases are from Kerala.
Right, Vivek. Thank you so much for getting us the very latest. The centre, of course, is keeping a close watch as far as monkeypox infection in the country is concerned. But for now, Sanjeev Bagai, chairman of Nephron, is also with us on this broadcast. Dr. Bagai, a second case has now been confirmed. Of course, guidelines are in place. Monitoring is happening both at the state and at the central level. But what are the precautions that one must take to ensure that this does not spread as COVID did?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. So this is something which is a zoonotic disease. This is something which comes in through close contact with animals, especially monkeys, chimpanzees, and the same group of animals, either through body secretions, saliva, or touching body fluids or tissues. So I think any fever should be monitored. It should be investigated. If you have any lesions on the skin, very much like boils or pustules, you should bring it to the attention. And of course, in case you have any symptoms, you should immediately isolate yourself. It's a self-limiting disease, but especially in children and in adults with comorbidities, this can have long-lasting implications and it can spread, especially to the lungs, to the brain and things. So we need to be cautious, we need to be careful, but I think we need an awareness campaign just to make sure that people know what we are dealing with.
Absolutely, Dr. Bagai, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. Dr. Rohan Krishnan is also with us on this broadcast. And Dr. Krishnan, like Dr. Bagai was also pointing out that any lesions or anything that is noticed should be treated immediately, should be given attention immediately. Of course, guidelines have been put in place, especially for international travelers, and there's close monitoring that's happening both at the state and at the central level. But on the individual level, what precautions would you suggest that everyone needs to take?
Okay, first of all the people who are traveling abroad needs to be extra cautious. There are majorly two kinds of variants of this disease, and it is seen in Central Africa and South Africa, in which the Central Africa it is more prominent, it is more dangerous. So that is called, and the other one is the Congo type of virus. So we have to be extra cautious while traveling abroad. This is the first and foremost thing that we have to be serious about. Secondly, it is not like corona that the symptoms, it is usually symptomatic. It is very rarely it is asymptomatic. Any symptomatic carriers are less. So you will have a rash on your body, you will have a papular rash on your body. You yourself can identify yourself that something is wrong with you, something is seriously wrong with the kind of rash. It is swollen and it is there with fever and lymphadenopathy.
Right.
So first of all, the citizens has to make sure that they isolate themselves as soon as they say something like this. And secondly, surveillance at the level of the government, at the level of airport check-ins, and at every level.
Absolutely. So monitoring at all levels needs to be done with immediate effect and with alacrity. That's really the message that comes out of this. For the moment, we're shifting focus to the other big story that we're tracking here on Times Now, which is the debate over the GST that has now been increased on several essentials. They have now become costlier from today because GST rates have come into effect for a host of goods and services. All pre-packaged label food items will now be costlier. 5% GST will be applicable on everyday food items like wheat flour, paneer and curd. 12% GST will be charged on solar water heaters and hotel accommodation, which means travel is now going to get dearer. 18% GST will be applicable on printing, writing, drawing, ink, knives with cutting blades, paper knives, pencil sharpeners. Stationery is also going to now get expensive. The Aam Aadmi is feeling the pinch, and that reached the Parliament today as well as the monsoon session began because the opposition raised this issue on the floor of the House. Rajya Sabha proceedings were adjourned for the day after there was disruption by the Congress party's MPs over the issue of price rise and the newly induced GST rates that have come in from today.
मैं मांग करूंगा केंद्र सरकार से कि ये जो खाने पीने की चीज़ों पे जीएसटी लगाया गया है इसको वापस लिया जाए। आज देश में अकेला दिल्ली राज्य ऐसा है, आप एक आम नागरिक से बाहर जाके पूछिए जहाँ पे आम नागरिक को महंगाई से हम लोग कुछ थोड़ी सी सुविधा दे रहे हैं। इतनी महंगाई के ज़माने के अंदर दिल्ली सरकार लोगों को महंगाई से थोड़ी सी रियायत दे रही है। मैं केंद्र सरकार से निवेदन करूंगा कि ये जीएसटी जो है ये सही नहीं है, जो आपने खाने पीने की चीज़ों पर लगाया है इसको वापस लिया जाए।
Of course, every party is a part of the GST Council, but ultimately the government is the one who is to take the decision, right? Did any party tell to raise the taxes? Where are the proceedings for that? The government is the one who has to take the thing. Of course, suggestions will be given by each and every party. But this kind of tax terrorism, this kind of surgical strike on the middle class and the poor people is definitely not a welcome move by the government.
It is very unfortunate that the GST Council and the Government of India has imposed and increased GST to major essential commodities including rice, wheat, butter, ghee, etc. Including the many of the finance ministers, those who attended at the GST Council, including the Kerala finance minister, they are saying that there was no clear mention about this increase.
The political fight is only escalating. The showdown over GST continues, with the opposition demanding a rollback. Now the Aam Aadmi Party is coming out and accusing the government of working only for the rich and putting the price on the Aam Aadmi of the country.
देखिए, ये आटे पे चांटा मारने का काम किया है सरकार ने और ये बहुत ही शर्मनाक है। ये सरकार चंद पूंजीपतियों के लिए काम कर रही है। 11 लाख करोड़ रुपए चंद पूंजीपतियों का इस देश के अंदर माफ़ किया गया है। कोयले पर इनको अडानी से कोयला मंगवाने की छूट देते हैं, विदेशों से महंगा कोयला खरीदवाते हैं, तो आटे पे चांटा मार रहे हैं। जनता इनको समय पे जवाब दे। नहीं, ये तो क्या डिस्कशन करते हैं, क्या करते हैं, इनकी महिमा अपरंपार है ना। आज जो किया है हम उस पर बात करते हैं।
Moving on now, our forces and our braves continue to guard our borders day and night. High-definition cameras have been installed all along the Chenab belt in the Akhnur sector to keep a check on movement from the Pakistani side and against anti-India elements. Pradeep Datta, my colleague, reports from on ground there along the international border. Take a look at these special reports.
BSF is guarding border, but we have seen that over the period of time, BSF has become high-tech. Let me show you. This is the third eye. With the help of this third eye, they are keeping an eye on each and every movement along international border. This is high-definition camera that has been installed all along border. With the help of this high-definition camera, they can detect any movement. Once that movement is detected, they get immediately alert and lay an ambush. And right now, you can also see that they have laid an ambush, because whenever they see any kind of movement across the border, they lay an ambush, they try to foil their sinister plot. We have seen that during the last few days, several attempts have been made by Pakistan to use unmanned aerial vehicles to drop, deliver arms and ammunition. They tried in major area along line of control. Army fired few rounds. Drone went back to Pakistan side. They tried it in Sabah sector. Yesterday we saw that they tried even in Pathankot area, where the BSF had to fire about 46 rounds. Drone went back to Pakistan side, because they feel that's the only way they can deliver sticky bomb. Sticky bomb is considered to be one of the most lethal weapons that right now Pakistan is trying to provide to jihadis here in Jammu and Kashmir. This weapon was used by Taliban since 2005 against American forces, and now it is considered to be the favorite weapon of jihadis here in Jammu and Kashmir region too. So they are trying to send these magnetic IEDs so that they can target security force personnel. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but I will rise like a phoenix. And that is in fact Indian soldier is all about. That is what border security force personnel are all about. Despite all those difficulties, challenges, they are there guarding borders of the country. You can see for the last few days there are inputs that now Pakistan will try to use these riverine areas, these streams, to push in terrorists into this side of the border, because they haven't succeeded. They use subterranean means through tunnels. They try to push in terrorists like rats. They did not succeed. Then they tried to drop arms and ammunition using drones, and they did not succeed, because our BSF personnel, they were able to foil all their nefarious design and sinister plot. Right now I am with the Water Patrol Party of Border Security Force personnel guarding Chenab River, and just few meters away is Pakistan's Tariq post and New Gati post. That is considered to be one of the launch pad from where they are trying to push in Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists and Lashkar terrorists. That's one of the reasons that they can't even afford to win their eyes and they are here performing their duty. Often Kashmir-centric politicians, they try to demonize our forces. I think they should once come out of their drawing rooms and bedroom and see under what difficult circumstances these people work, the kind of challenges they face. Whether it's a scorching heat, whether it's flash flood, whether it's any kind of a difficulty, they're always there for the people, they're always there for the country. If you see this tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the fast blowing wind, it's always because of the supreme sacrifice of these brave hearts who are always there to take bullets on their body. It's because of their unwritten commitment towards the nation that at any cost they'll be serving the country, they'll be serving countrymen. So you'll find them alert 24/7, 365 days, always there to ensure that enemy doesn't succeed in their nefarious design and they are not able to push in terrorists into this side of the border. We have seen that how security forces, whether it's border, line of control or IB, or whether it's interland, they continue to dominate scene. It's because of this reason you will find the faceless terrorism. Most of the terror commanders have been eliminated by them.
With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition, but news and updates continue on Times Now. Do stay tuned.
The playground in question belongs to the Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. It is a government-owned property. Muslims are being allowed to perform namaz and prayers twice a year on the days of Ramadan and Bakrid. But non-Muslims are not being allowed to use this land for any religious and cultural activities. We are planning to have a Ganesha Utsav on this particular playground, and we are also putting up 25 to 30 stalls which sell Lord Ganesha's idols. We are submitting a memorandum to the BBMP Commissioner in this regard.
Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary said that the Indian Air Force has given the commitment to buy 6 squadrons of the under-development light combat aircraft Mark II. He added that the force is looking at inducting aircraft only under the Make in India plan. Narinder Batra has resigned as the Indian Olympic president. In a letter, he said that this is due to personal reasons. Batra's resignation, remember, comes after CBI searched his office in the IOA building in relation to the Hockey India case. The Enforcement Directorate has served notice to senior CPIM leader Thomas Isaac seeking his appearance before it. This is in connection with its probe into the alleged violations in the financial dealings of KIFB when he was the Kerala Finance Minister in the previous LDF government. Ashish Kumar Chauhan is set to become the new Managing Director and CEO of the National Stock Exchange. Capital Markets Regulator SEBI has given its clearance for his appointment. Remember, Chauhan will be taking over the reins from Vikram Limai.
देश का प्रतीक है ये, हर हिंदुस्तानी के नजदीक है ये, हर डर को भगा देता है, हर देशवासी के अंदर जोश जगा देता है. Today I am here at Kishtwar and you can see the tricolor has been raised, and for this tricolor we have seen that how these brave hearts always try to ensure There is an unwritten commitment from their side that at any cost they will see this tricolor fluttering. For that even they are ready to take bullets on their body. For that they have even sacrificed their life. If today we are talking about peace and prosperity in Kishtwar, it's only because of these brave hearts who had always been there for the people of the country, who had always been there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that few months back, some of the politicians said that after abrogation of Article 370, there will be hardly anyone to hold tricolor in their hand. But you can see that how a new chapter has been scripted, how things have really changed and winds of change have already started blowing. And you can find these youngsters proudly looking towards the tricolor, 100 feet high tricolor, which can be seen from any of the hillock surrounding this Kishtwar town. After Kashmir Valley, Jammu region, now it is the Kishtwar where we have got this tricolor fluttering high. And every Indian's chest swells with pride when they look at the tricolor, because they know it is not only about tricolor, it is also about the sacrifice of our soldier. It's all, if we see the tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the blowing wind, it is because of the supreme sacrifice of each and every soldier. Let's talk to the youngsters. कैसा लग रहा है जब आज आप ये तिरंगा लहराते हुए देख रहे हैं?
सर, ये हमारे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है. आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारे किश्तवाड़ जिले में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है.
कितना जोश आ रहा है?
सर, बहुत ज़्यादा जोश आ रहा है. हमें खुशी हो रही है कि किश्तवाड़ में ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है कि 100 फीट ऊपर एक तिरंगा लहरा रहा है एक ऐसे चौक पर. तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा गर्व हो रहा है किश्तवाड़ पर भी.
आपके लिए कितना इंस्पायरिंग मोमेंट है?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत फील अच्छा आ रहा है.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Live Wire and I'm Poonam Burde. Let's get you started on this edition with the headlines. Protests break out over 5% GST on food items including flour, cheese, curd in Parliament and on the streets. Opposition demands rollback of alleged anti-people tax. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Shah among the first to cast vote to elect India's 15th president. NDA nominee Draupadi Murmu expected to defeat Yashwant Sinha by polling over 60% of the vote. Flanked by Prime Minister Modi and the BJP's top brass, Jagdeep Dhankar files nomination for VP's post while BJP steps up attack on challenger Margaret Alva, claims Alva rewarded for shielding Gandhis in the chopper scam case. Ahead of the anticipated stormy session in Parliament, Prime Minister asks MPs to utilise session for intense discussion and analysis. Opposition moves adjournment motion on restricted freedom. Madras High Court orders re-autopsy of Tamil Nadu student found dead after accusing teachers of harassment after family alleges foul play. Chief Minister Stalin says no one will be spared. Samajwadi Party leader calls Yogi government's move to set minimum age for admission to madrasas a conspiracy. BJP says it only wants to ensure kids get quality and timely education. Akhilesh Yadav calls Namaz Chalisa showdown at Lulu Mall in Lucknow a BJP controversy to polarize ahead of 2024 general elections. BJP says they do not need to polarize to win elections. PFI operatives arrested for disrupt PM Modi event plot. Reveal outfit trained more than 15,000 men in camps running in 15 districts of Bihar under the nose of the administration. Finance Minister Nirmala Siddaramaiah tells the Parliament that government cannot ban cryptocurrency without coordinated global action despite the RBI favouring a ban, calling it a destabilizer. After several incidents put safety of domestic flights under lens, Civil Aviation Minister asks for review of flight safety norms and steps to enhance security surveillance. 2,000 protesters, 13 buses set on fire. Police officials injured in stone pelting. All of this was witnessed in a place called Chinnaselam yesterday in Tamil Nadu after violence broke out on a residential school. The commotion was triggered after a class 12 student was found dead on Wednesday. The family of the deceased girl alleged foul play as 7 deaths were previously reported in the same school is what they alleged. They also came out and said that the school was covering it all up. The mother of the deceased child has moved the Madras High Court seeking justice for her child. The hearing took place earlier in the day and the court has now ordered a second round of autopsy after the family alleged foul play. It has directed the state government to form a special team as well. Times Now spoke to the mother of the victim. She alleged that there were injury marks all over her body and this cannot be suicide as the school claims.
வீழ்ந்ததுமே பாத்தீங்கன்னாக்க இப்படி அப்படியே இந்த டிஸ்டன்ஸ் தள்ளியே வீழலாங்க வீழறவங்க குதிக்கிறவங்க அப்படியே ஒரு இது சமநிலையில வீழற மாதிரியே வீழ்ந்தாங்க அப்படி வீழ்ந்தவங்களையே கூடங்க நான் போயிட்டு பாப்பாவை ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பார்க்கக்குள்ள ஸ்ட்ரக்சரில் இவ்வளோ ரத்தம் இருந்ததுங்க ஆனால் பாப்பா இந்த இடத்த தான் வீழ்ந்தான்னு சொல்ல இடத்துல ஒரு சொட்டு ரத்தம் இல்லைங்க.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has now promised justice. He says that the culprits will be punished by law. Nobody will be spared.
மனவருத்தம் ஏற்படுத்தும் வகையில் கள்ளக்குறிச்சி நடந்த சம்பவங்கள் அமைந்துள்ளன. கல்வி நிலையங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு பிள்ளைகளையும் தங்களது சொந்த பிள்ளைகளாக நினைத்து அவர்களை பயிற்றுவிக்க வேண்டும். மாறாக நடக்கும் எந்த செயல்களாக இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் சட்டத்தின் முன் நிறுத்தப்பட்டு தண்டிக்கப்படுவார்கள் என எச்சரிக்கிறேன். இந்த சோகமான சூழலை பயன்படுத்தி கொண்டு சிலர் சேர்ந்து சட்டவிரோதமாக நடந்து கொண்டுள்ளார்கள். வன்முறைகள் என்பது வளர்ச்சிக்கு எதிரானவை என்பதை அவர்கள்
Now, crackdown is underway as far as the violence that was witnessed yesterday. Police has now produced 108 accused and 20 minors before the court. They were arrested for rioting in the private school near Chinnaselam yesterday. There was widespread violence that was witnessed. School buses, police vehicles as well were set ablaze by protesters demanding justice for this class 12 girl and action against the school. While crackdown continues as far as the violence is concerned, the family is asking why no action is being initiated against the school authorities because it's not suicide as the school claims. They also allege that there were anti-mortem injuries on the victim's body and there is foul play that needs to be investigated. Dharani is now joining me live from Chennai and as far as the investigations go, there is crackdown, Dharani, on those who broke the law yesterday, who indulged in violence. But what about the complaint that the family has been making against the school?
Well, yesterday the police arrested the private school secretary, principal and correspondent, both of them, and all of these people, they're under arrest now, and the CBCID will be taking over this case from the Kallakurichi police. And meanwhile, right now as we are talking, School Education Minister Anbil Magesh Poyamoli, he has visited Kallakurichi, and he has gone to the particular school where the incident has happened, and he is expected to meet the press also shortly. So the important point here to note is that 6 days after this incident happened, Minister Anbil Magesh has finally turned up in Kallakurichi to look into the matter 6 days after, since the incident happened. So that's what the family has also been telling. They were telling that, until the protests, broke out on a large scale yesterday, no official from the school education department visited them, to ask them what exactly happened and to, hear their requests. So that's what the family have been, consistently telling. But right now the school education ministry is there and he is talking to the officials there and he is also expected to, meet the press shortly. But meanwhile, the Madras High Court, while, seeking a petition from the, victim's father asking for a re-postmortem, the court has ordered, for a second round of autopsy, and the court has also told that, in the future, whenever, deaths take place in educational institutions, the case should automatically be transferred to CBCID, and that, when the postmortem of the victim is conducted, there should be at least three doctors present over there who were appointed by the government. So, this is an important order that the Madras High Court has passed as far as this case is concerned. But meanwhile, the families, they're consistently alleging foul play into this matter, and they're telling that, when they looked at their, girl's body in the mortuary, there were several blood marks on her body, all over her body, and that, there was a huge
and the family has also alleged that this is not the first time such an instance has come to the fore. Prapanch is now with us on the phone line and he is reporting from on ground there. Prapanch, the family has been very clear that this is not the first time. 7 such deaths have taken place in the past as well. They were all covered up by the school, claiming it was suicide. The family has also come out and alleged that the school was actually bribing the parents of the victims in the past as well to cover it all up.
Now, the parents have been claiming so, but we are yet to ascertain that particular allegation. However, we can see that the police or the local administration for past several days did not meet the parents is what the parents have been telling. They did not console the parents. Even leader of opposition, ADMK leader Draupadi Murmu during his press meet also said that none of the administration, local administration, all the police officials met the parent or consoled the parent. Even that is what the parent, the lady child had also said a similar thing. So it could be seen that the local administration did not in fact meet them or console them, and that is why if at all they had met the parents or consoled them or given them a brief, this particular incident, the violent protest wouldn't have happened. However, the parents, when we spoke to them, they said that they were no way involved with the violent protest. They did not know who took part in that violent protest. None of the protesters who were in that particular violence, who indulged in that particular rioting, were related to this particular family. So we could see that this particular turn of events was due to several WhatsApp groups that were circulated, messages were circulated in social media. Based on that, several group of people had gathered and the rioting had taken place, and they had vandalized the school buildings. They set the public property like the police vehicle as well as several of the school vehicles on fire. We went inside the school. It was a proper functioning school until Saturday. Nearly 3,500 children were studying in that particular school. But however, when we went inside, when we saw the visuals over there, it was quite heartening to say it was completely charged. The whole classrooms were in fact gutted in fire. The whole furniture, the infrastructure was completely destroyed by the vandals, and we could see that this particular school can only be reopened after it is renovated. At this point in time, it cannot be used because it is completely, in fact,
absolutely. There was widespread violence that was witnessed yesterday in the premises of that school. The school is being accused of trying to cover up the crime, not just this, but 7 other deaths as well, as what the family of this victim is now claiming. But the school has hit back at the mother of this victim, accusing her of making false allegations, also accusing the family of instigating the violence yesterday.
ஒன்று என்னைக்கு இறந்தது சூசைட் பண்ணிக்கிச்சோ அன்னையிலிருந்து இந்த நிமிஷம் வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் காவல்துறைக்கு முழு ஒத்துழைப்பு கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கோம். நானும் சரி, எங்கள் பள்ளியில் இருக்கவங்க, ஆசிரியர்கள், அவங்க காவல்துறை யாரெல்லாம் சொல்கிறாங்களோ அத்தனை பேருமே நாங்கள் இன்னை வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் முழு ஒத்துழைப்பு கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கிறோம். அவங்க விசாரணைக்கு எல்லாம் ராத்திரி பகலாக உட்காந்து நாங்கள் பதில் சொல்லிட்டு தான் இருக்கிறோம். அவங்க கேட்குற ஃபுட்டேஜ் எல்லாமே அந்த பொண்ணு இறந்த அன்னையிலிருந்து முன்னாடி நாள் பின்னாடி நாள் அவங்க என்னென்னலாம் கேட்டாங்களோ எல்லாமே நாங்கள் காவல்துறையிட்ட ஒப்படைச்சிட்டோம். இதில் நாங்கள் எதையுமே மறைக்கல. இதுல எல்லாம் பண்ணி அப்ப பசங்களோட வாழ்க்கையை வீணடிச்சிருக்கீங்க. இதுக்கு ஸ்ரீமதியோட அம்மா தான் முழுக்க பொறுப்பேற்கணும். அவங்க தான் இதுக்கு பதில் சொல்லணும்.
Now this case has taken a political turn as well. The AIADMK has accused the administration of turning a blind eye to this particular case and now have demanded strict action.
இந்த சம்பவம் 13ஆம் தேதியே நடந்துவிட்டது. இந்த 13ஆம் தேதி நடைபெற்று 17ஆம் தேதி தான் இந்த வன்முறைகள்லாம் நடந்திருக்கின்றன. உளவுத்துறை இந்த 3 நாட்களில் இந்த அரசு மெத்தன போக்கின் காரணமாக, அலட்சியத்தின் காரணமாக இப்படிப்பட்ட நிகழ்வு நடந்திருக்கு. 13ஆம் தேதியிலிருந்து 16ஆம் தேதி வரை தொடர்ந்து மாணவனுடைய பெற்றோர்கள் தொலைக்காட்சியின் வழியாக பேட்டி அளித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். ஒரு கொந்தளிப்பான சூழ்நிலை, ஒரு பதட்டமான சூழ்நிலை அங்கே நிலவிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இதையெல்லாம் இந்த விடிய அரசு உளவுத்துறையின் மூலமாக தகவல்களை சேகரித்து முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டிருந்தால் இந்த வன்முறையை தவிர்த்திருக்கலாம். உளவுத்துறை செயலற்று விட்டது.
Shifting focus to some stories in brief now. Air Chief Marshal B.R. Chaudhary said that the Indian Air Force has given the commitment to buy 6 squadrons of under-development light combat aircraft Mark II. He added that the force is looking at inducting the aircraft only under the Make in India plan. Narendra Batra has resigned as the Indian Olympic chairman. In a letter, he said that this is due to personal reasons. Batra's resignation comes after the CBI searched his office in the IOA building in relation to the Hockey India case. Enforcement Directorate has served notices to senior CPIM leader Thomas Isaac, seeking his appearance before them. This is in connection with its probe into alleged violations in the financial dealings of KIIFB when he was the Kerala Finance Minister in the previous government. Ashish Kumar Chauhan is set to become the new Managing Director and CEO of the National Stock Exchange. Capital Markets Regulator SEBI has given its clearance for his appointment. Chauhan will be taking over the reins from Vikram Limaye. In a new development in the Gyanvapi case, lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain has filed a fresh petition before the Supreme Court. He has sought the right to worship the Shivling at the disputed site. He has also requested Kashi Vishwanath Temple Trust to take its possession. National Hillview Public School in RR Nagar in Bengaluru received a bomb scare through an email. Police have not found anything yet, but search is underway. School management shifted the children to an alternate campus as a security measure. India has registered a slight dip in the number of COVID-19 cases. 16,935 new infections were recorded in comparison to Sunday's 20,528 cases. India's recovery rate is currently at 98.4%. An army captain and a junior commissioned officer were killed in an accidental grenade blast along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. The blast occurred when the Indian Army troops were performing their duties in the Medhar sector. News coming in, Supreme Court has refused interim bail to fact-checker Zubair. They have issued, in fact, a notice to the UP government on the interim bail plea. The next hearing is going to be on the 20th of July. That's the latest coming in as far as the case against co-founder of Alt News and self-styled fact-checker Zubair is concerned. The Supreme Court has issued a notice to the UP government now, but refused to give interim relief to Zubair. But in a minor relief that has come to the fore for the accused is that until day after tomorrow, which is when the next hearing will happen, no new action can be taken against him by the state. No precipitative action can be taken until the court hears this case again in 48 hours. That is the minor relief that has come to the fore for Zubair, but his interim bail petition was rejected. Legal editor Harish Nair with me for more on this. Yes, Harish.
Yes, that's right. Supreme Court was in fact hearing the petition filed by Zubair seeking quashing of the 6 FIRs lodged against him in Uttar Pradesh. That is one in Sitapur, one in Lakhimpur Kheri, two in Hathras, one in Ghaziabad, and one in Muzaffarnagar. Today, at the outset, his lawyer Brinda Grover pressed for an interim bail today itself, saying that he is being harassed and there is no case against him. There was some observations from Justice Chandrachud bench in favor of Zubair, which said that we have been noticing that the moment he gets a bail, interim bail in Delhi and Sitapur case, fresh FIRs have been lodged against him. It looks like a vicious circle, and it's continuing. But as of now, the Supreme Court has not granted him interim bail. The Supreme Court has only issued notice to UP government and has kept this interim bail application for hearing on day after tomorrow. First item, that is at 10:30. Till then, the Supreme Court has said that there shall be no precipitative action against Zubair, which means that there cannot be any more further police action on this existing FIRs, and no new FIRs
so
can be lodged.
So do keep a track of what transpires in court on the 20th. For the moment, Harish, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. Shifting focus now to the UP government's proposal to regulate admission in madrasas that has triggered a political showdown. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and his government is all set to constitute a committee to fix the minimum age for admission in madrasas in the state. They will follow on the lines of various education boards like the CBSE and the ICSE. The government says that the move will reform the madrasas, which will add quality to education. Listen in.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मंशा स्पष्ट है, चाहे मदरसे के अंदर पढ़ने वाले बच्चे हों और चाहे किसी अन्य विद्यालयों में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे हों, वह पढ़ें, आगे बढ़ें, वह देश की सेवा करें, देश को आगे बढ़ाने में योगदान करें। ऐसी हमारी अपेक्षा है। उसके लिए जो संसाधन सरकार के पास है, पूरी जिम्मेदारी से उसके लिए उपयोग किया जाए।
देखिए, मदरसा शिक्षा हमारे मुस्लिम समाज के युवाओं के लिए, बच्चों के लिए एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण अंग है मदरसा शिक्षा। इस मदरसा शिक्षा को हम प्रॉपर वे में स्टैब्लिश कर रहे हैं ताकि एक अच्छी क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन हम अपने मुस्लिम यूथ को दें। इसी दिशा में लगातार हमारी सरकार सकारात्मक कदम उठा रही है।
Now, this proposal hasn't gone down well with the opposition in the state. The Samajwadi Party and the AIUDF have now accused the Yogi Adityanath government, terming the proposal a move as an all-out assault on madrasas and on the minority community. They say the decision is similar to that of Hitler.
मदरसों में इस तरह का कानून बनाना ये ठीक नहीं है। ये अल्पसंख्यकों को शिक्षा से वंचित करने का प्रयास है और सरकार की साजिश जो है इसीलिए है कि जो अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग के पिछड़े वर्ग के बच्चे हैं जो स्कूल पढ़ने जा नहीं पाते हैं, उनके माता पिता नौकरी करते हैं, कहीं कुछ कमाते हैं, तब बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं। ऐसे बच्चों को कोई कानून के दायरे में बांधना उचित नहीं।
देखिए, मदरसा को पूरी बीजेपी सरकार टारगेट कर रहा है। यूपी में, आसाम में, कई स्टेट में टारगेट कर रहे हैं। हालांकि इनको ये राइट नहीं बनता है, तो इस सरकार को इख्तियार नहीं है कि किस एज के बच्चे वहां जाएंगे। एजुकेशन के साथ कोई एज बार नहीं है। ये सब हिटलरी है इनकी और ये सब खामाखा की बात है। असल मुद्दों से लोगों को ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये सब किया जा रहा है।
Amir is with me for more on this. Now, Amir, the government, of course, coming out in its defense and saying that this is only to regulate the quality of education that is given to children in the state, irrespective of the community. But the opposition clearly sees this as a ploy, especially ahead of the 2024 elections.
And clearly it seems that politicking is on the high as far as opposition's allegations against the ruling BJP is concerned, because this is not something new which is happening in the Yogi government. In the Yogi 1.0 government, we've seen how madrasa education and the board was being brought in line with other boards like ICSE and CBSE, whether it was geotagging of the madrasas, doing away with the illegal madrasas which only existed on papers, or maintaining registers with entries of the number of students as well as teachers and their attendance in the school in the madrasa was concerned. So after all of this, now the government and functionaries here are talking about in age restrictions as well, because this will open up new avenues as well as give new opportunities to the student there. This will finish their school education, the madrasa level education in time, and will also allow them to take part in other competitive examinations shoulder to shoulder with other students who actually graduate from other boards. While earlier the madrasa students, for madrasa students there were no fixed guidelines as far as their age and entry level age was concerned, which was why they could not open themselves up to out there in the open, which were open for other school students. So this definitely is a streamlining of madrasa form of education and bringing the madrasa board at par with other recognized boards across the country, which is definitely going to provide more impetus to the madrasa form of education and give equal opportunities to students coming in from the minorities as well.
Absolutely. Do stay on with me, because this controversy is not just limited to Uttar Pradesh anymore, because Karnataka Deputy Leader of Opposition has come out and said that the Muslim personal law will take strict action against any attempt that is being made to target minorities.
I'm not aware of that and what this one thinks. There are a lot of national board is there, National Hajj Committee is there, Muslim Personal Law Board is there. They'll look into it, whether what they do is right or wrong. If it is wrong, the local people will take up the issues. As far I don't know what basis they have bought these things and what rules they frame, I can't comment now.
Thank you.
Now to a tragedy that came to the fore from Madhya Pradesh, where 12 passengers died after a Pune-bound bus broke through the barrier of a bridge in Madhya Pradesh's Dhar district and plunged into the Narmada river from a height of around 100 feet. Times Now reports from the accident site.
भीषण सड़क बस हादसे के बाद अभी तक लगभग 13 लोगों के शवों को निकाल लिया गया है, लेकिन लगातार और भी यात्रियों की तलाश की जा रही है। पूरे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में एनडीआरएफ की टीम पूरी नर्मदा नदी के आसपास के क्षेत्र में जहां रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चला रही है वहीं गोताखोरों की भी मदद ली जा रही है। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि जहां बस पलटी खाई थी वहीं पर अभी लगातार और भी लोगों की तलाश की जा रही है। रेस्क्यू के लिए एनडीआरएफ की टीम के साथ गोताखोर भी नर्मदा नदी के पूरे आसपास के क्षेत्र में लोगों की तलाश कर रहे हैं ताकि कोई भी ऐसा व्यक्ति और छूट न जाए जो इस पूरे दुर्घटना का शिकार हुआ हो।
Now heavy rainfall continued to batter several parts of Odisha. A landslide was reported in the Gyanvapi district. At least 2 other districts are reeling under floods. Road connectivity with neighbouring states has been cut off as the water is flowing 8 feet above National Highway 323. At least 104 people have died in rain-related incidents in Maharashtra. These deaths have occurred since the onset of monsoon on the 1st of June. The deaths were caused by numerous reasons including floods, lightning strikes and landslides. While visiting the flood-affected town in Telangana, Chief Minister KCR said that cloudbursts are a conspiracy by foreign sources to destabilize the country. He met displaced people at relief camps during his visit. He also announced an immediate relief of 10,000 rupees per family to those who are now in camps. Despite challenging weather conditions, pilgrims have continued their Amarnath Yatra. Devotees have lauded the Jammu and Kashmir government for making the Yatra hassle-free. Following heavy rains in Kerala, water level in 6 dams is at red alert levels and 1 at an orange alert level. 4 of these dams are in Idukki. Other dams in the state are reaching their respective storage capacity. Time for a quick break here on this edition, but lots more lined up for you on the other side. Do stay tuned.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchakkar.
Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. Yashwant Sinha is also a very good candidate. Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi. We should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
a very good evening to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. First up, the Lucknow police have denied reports of non-Muslims who have been caught offering namaz at the Lulu Mall. The controversy over Lulu Mall and the namaz that was offered and the controversies that followed continue. The police officials now saying that the ones who were arrested on the 15th of July were arrested for attempting to vitiate the communal atmosphere by performing puja inside the Lulu Mall and not for offering namaz in the viral video as is being circulated. The clarification from the police officials comes at a time when there are questions being raised on whether the entire controversy was manufactured. Police officials now clarifying that the arrest of non-Muslims was not for the namaz that was offered, but that was for a puja that was also being held, or the plan was for the puja to be held in the mall. Lucknow Bureau Chief Amir Haq joins us with more details on this. Amir, there's a lot of controversy around whether the entire issue is manufactured or not. Political reactions coming in saying these were non-Muslims, which is why the arrest sparked a lot of speculations. But the police officials now clarifying that this arrest was not for the namaz that was offered.
Well, yes, absolutely right. Pratibha, you see, initially the controversy blew up because this video went viral wherein over half a dozen people who did appear as per their apparel and what they were wearing, and the position they were found in clearly looked like they were offering namaz there. Now, after this video went viral, a number of right-wing Hindu organizations and their members declared that they'll also perform puja as per their belief, whether it is chanting of the Hanuman Chalisa or conducting the Sundarkand part. But all of that was largely prevented by the additional security which was provided by the police, and also the mall management had spruced up security. Now, over the last 24 hours, on the social media, various social media platforms, this angle was going viral that these people who were caught on video offering namaz were actually non-Muslims, and that police had been able to arrest them. While the fact is that none of the arrest has been made in respect of this viral video in which these individuals are seen offering namaz. But in fact, 4 individuals were arrested 3 days later on the 15th of July by the police, out of which 3 individuals were those who wanted to perform puja inside the mall premises, while one was a Muslim who actually wanted to offer namaz. So these 4 individuals were apprehended. They were placed in the arrest by the police. And today, the Lucknow Commissionerate Police has clarified that these 4 people were actually not the ones who were seen in the earlier viral video offering namaz. So thereby clarifying that there is no angle of non-Muslims being found there offering namaz or purportedly trying to pose themselves as Muslims and offering namaz there. All of that is going viral only on social media. It is completely unconfirmed. And the Lucknow police has denied it. Okay, all right. Amir, thank you for joining us with those details. It's a very important clarification coming in from the police officials as the investigations are going on, because political reactions have also been coming in on that. I will keep a track of that. For now, shifting our focus to the big story of the day. Several essential items have become costlier from today because the new GST rates have come into effect. A host of goods and services are costlier from today. All pre-packaged label food items will be costlier because 5% GST will be applicable on everyday food items like paneer, curd, wheat, rice and a lot more. 12% GST will also be charged on solar water heater, hotel accommodation as well as maps and charts. 18% GST will be applicable on printing, writing, drawing ink, knives with cutting blades, paper knives, pencil sharpeners, LED lamps. So there are a host of items that have become a lot costlier now with the new GST coming into effect. With the Aam Aadmi feeling the pinch, the opposition raised the issue in the parliament. The Rajya Sabha proceedings were adjourned for the day after disruption by the Congress MPs over the issues of price rise and GST. The opposition stormed the well of the house, sloganeering against the GST raise.
मैं मांग करूंगा केंद्र सरकार से कि ये जो खाने पीने की चीजों पे जीएसटी लगाया गया है इसको वापस लिया जाए। आज देश में अकेला दिल्ली राज्य ऐसा है, आप एक आम नागरिक से बाहर जाके पूछिए जहां पे आम नागरिक को महंगाई से हम लोग कुछ थोड़ी सी सुविधा दे रहे हैं। इतनी महंगाई के ज़माने के अंदर दिल्ली सरकार लोगों को महंगाई से थोड़ी सी रियायत दे रही है। मैं केंद्र सरकार से निवेदन करूंगा कि ये जीएसटी जो है ये सही नहीं है, जो आपने खाने पीने की चीज़ों पर लगाया है, इसको वापस लिया जाए।
Of course, every party is a part of the GST Council, but ultimately the government is the one who is to take the decision, right? Did any party tell to raise the taxes? Where are the proceedings for that? The government is the one who has to take the thing. Of course, suggestions will be given by each and every party. But this kind of tax terrorism, this kind of surgical strike on the middle class and the poor people is definitely not a welcome move by the government.
It is very unfortunate that the GST Council and the Government of India has imposed and increased GST to major essential commodities including rice, wheat, butter, ghee, etc. Including the many of the finance ministers, those who attended at the GST Council, including the Kerala finance minister, they are saying that there was no clear mention about this increase.
It's a very serious issue. I have issued a notice on the issue of levying 5% GST on foodstuffs, including rice, milk, curd, everything. It will make much burden on the family life, the poor people's life. So it is a very serious issue that is to be discussed in the House. We will raise our voice on this.
When GST introduced in this country, I am the first person on the floor of the House. It will going to boomerang for the people also, even for the states also. The common man who are going to use day-to-day material, even for food material, for that also they have put GST now. This is the attitude of the BJP, taking the decision about GST, introducing all these things, is going to be a totally common man will going to suffer.
Today in the Parliament, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji and T.R. Baluji tried to raise that issue in the Lok Sabha, but Honorable Speaker adjourned the House till 2 p.m. And when the 2 p.m. when the House is convened again, sits again, we will again raise the same issue of GST, which has been levied on those items which are used by common people.
So the opposition has been raising questions and asking the government, but the BJP has also clarified that in the council meeting, the finance ministers and members of the other states were also present, but they did not raise any objections. Apart from the political face-off that's continuing, several citizens also voiced their concerns on the revised rates. Listen in.
This milk, curd and all other food products are not very high-end products. It's meant for the common public. And what is the necessity of adding more burden during time of inflation? GST, after all, how much government will make GST out of these products? They are, as per the news, GST collection has surpassed their expectation. Why they want to add this? This is the right time to, on the contrary, reduce totally, not to add more.
So if you see the taxes they are applying on each and everything, like we are again paying income tax on our salaries already, like they are taking on the foods and everything, again the milk product, like it's everyday requirement, right? I didn't suggest to add the tax on that everyday requirements. So I think in each and every sector we are paying the taxes. It's okay to be paid tax, but what the services we get from the taxes is not good. They are taking the taxes also. We wanted those services from our government to be paid for us.
सर कस्टमर के लिए बहुत तकलीफ हो रहा है और 24 रुपये से अभी ये कर्ड हो गया, कर्ड ज़्यादा हो जाके रेट अब कोई नहीं मिल रहा है, इसलिए अब जीएसटी कम करा तो थोड़ा कम किया तो कस्टमर भी लेता है, कस्टमर नहीं लिया तो हम कहाँ जाएंगे।
Milk and milk products are the most consumable for us. Without that, it will not work out. So it will definitely affect us in a very bad way. But we can't help it.
इफेक्ट तो होगा थोड़ा, लेकिन हम लोग को अभी प्राइस नहीं बढ़ाएंगे बोला है कंपनी में। बांग्ला डेयरी जो हमारा डेयरी थे अभी वो नहीं बढ़ाएगा बोला है। हम लोग को मीटिंग हुआ था, हम लोग बोला नहीं बढ़ाना चाहिए, तब इफेक्ट हो जाएगा, यही बोला है।
All right, so these are the increase in the prices that have come into effect. There are demands also coming in for a nationwide protest against this move.
5% GST लगने के कारण अनेक सामान्य वस्तुएं महंगी होने वाली है, जिसमें सभी प्रकार के खाद्यान्न हैं जिन पर आज से 5% का टैक्स लगेगा। 5 साल के जीएसटी के इस सफर में अनेक परेशानियों का सामना व्यापारियों को करना पड़ रहा है, जिसको देखते हुए कन्फेडरेशन ऑफ ऑल इंडिया ट्रेडर्स ने आगामी 26 जुलाई से भोपाल से एक राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन शुरू करने की घोषणा की है। और ये राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन जीएसटी में आमूलचूल परिवर्तन के लिए और जीएसटी के नियम एवं कानूनों की नए सिरे से समीक्षा कर उनको सरल बनाने के लिए है।
All right, let's get you some breaking news that's just coming in. The police officials have filed a case against the investigating officials. This is with regard to the Kerala case. The Karnataka police had registered a case against the officials of NEET who were involved in the inspection of female students at a college. The Kerala Women's Commission chairperson also taking note of the matter. The controversy was over the examination center where the female students were allowed to enter the exam hall only after they were forced to remove their undergarments. Even in the hall, there were several male students as well, but this was what the investigating officials there told the students. After the exams, the undergarments were found to be put together in a pile of clothes. The incident was reported from the Marthoma Institute of Information Technology. Outrage over the incident, a complete shocker thereafter. The girl students claimed harassment. Now a case has finally been registered against the investigating officials. Vivek Karandalam joins us live with more details on this. Vivek, this was an absolute shocker. Now finally, after complete outrage over the incident, action finally being taken.
Exactly. Action finally being taken against the officials who were involved in those, inspection that was conducted yesterday from 12 o'clock onwards in Kollam in the Marthoma Institute of Information Technology. Extremely unfortunate incident following the complaint that's been filed by parents of these children that the Karnataka police has now registered a case. This issue has also been taken note, by the Kerala Women's Commission, and also the minister is expected to speak on this issue. This is something which is extremely unfortunate, where nearly 100 students, female students, have to undergo this trauma, where they have to sit in the examination hall from 2 o'clock to 5:20 without their, inner garments, and they were asked to remove it forcefully, even though they objected to it initially. They said there is this beep sound that came, when the metal detector was used. However, after sending these students inside the hall, these officials approached the parents. Even the parents said that this cannot be allowed, and they were asked to provide a shawl. Now, some of these girls who were writing these examinations were literally crying, and some of them were in a, they were going through a mental agony at this point of time, where they were not even able to concentrate on this in their examination. Remember, nearly 100 girls had to face this. Most of these parents are not ready to talk to us. We tried to reach out to some of them to talk to us. They said that they are not in a situation to talk at this point of time. But whatever said, this is something which cannot be accepted, and now the police have registered a case. We need to see what action is going to be taken from the side of the state government, because this is a private institute and this happened in Kollam. In a place called Ayur, which is from 20 to 25 kilometers from Kollam town. On what circumstance, on what pretext did they ask to remove this, their inner garments? All these things needs to be investigated at this point of time. The parent whom I spoke to today afternoon said that this is something which is extremely unfortunate, and they came to this institute at around 11 o'clock in the morning. Nearly 30 to 35 parents came, and every one of them had got the same reply that the officials have said that they should remove their inner garments. Now, even though this has not been mentioned anywhere in this examination rules and regulations, this is what they have said to their daughters, and this is something which the parents have raised with the police. Now the police have registered the case. The Kerala Women Rights Commission have also taken up this issue. The state, the higher education minister is expected to talk on this issue very shortly, and we will get to know after that what actions will be taken against the concerned authorities.
All right, Vivek, very horrifying and invasive practice, and now action being taken against the investigating officials. But even that's not enough, because the students have also spoken about how they tried to resist it, said that it's not right for them to do so, but they insisted on the students taking off the innerwear. When a few did not, they were not even allowed to write their examinations. Thank you for joining us with those details. We're shifting our focus now. Some breaking inputs now coming in. Days after two Indian nationals carrying 45 pistols were arrested by the custom officials at the Indira Gandhi International Airport. The custom officials have issued a notice to the French airline. 45 pistols were seized at the airport. Now the French airline has also been sent a notice by the custom department. Anuj is joining us with more details on this. Anuj, this was quite a shocker, and the customs department is now seeking an explanation from the airline on how it was possible.
जी बिल्कुल, एयरलाइंस को बाकायदा कस्टम विभाग ने ये नोटिस जारी किया है और ये जवाब मांगा है कि आखिरकार एयरलाइन से किस तरीके से ये जो पिस्टल इंडिया में आ रहे हैं वो कैसे आ रहे हैं। जाहिर तौर पर हमने देखा था कि पीछे कुछ दिन पहले ही 45 पिस्टल जो है वो आए थे, जिसे कस्टम विभाग ने रिकवर किया था, एयरपोर्ट से रिकवर किया गया था। साथ ही साथ बाकायदा कुरियर के जरिए जो है वो भी पिस्टल भेजे गए थे इंडिया में। तो एयरलाइंस को बाकायदा ये नोटिस जारी किया गया, उनसे जवाब मांगा गया है कि आखिरकार किस तरीके से ये पिस्टल आ रहे हैं, वहां चेकिंग की क्या पोजीशन है, इसमें क्या लूप होल है, ये तमाम जानकारियां जो है वो कस्टम विभाग ने फ्रांस एयरलाइन से मांगी है। जाहिर तौर पे सुरक्षा को लेकर एक बड़ा सवाल है, जिस तरीके से ये पिस्टल जो है वो इंडिया में आ रहे थे और इसी वजह से फिलहाल जो है ये नोटिस जारी किया गया है।
Okay, all right. Anuj, thank you for joining us with those details. Seeking an answer from the French airlines on how there was such a security breach. On that note, we're slipping into a short break. We'll be right back with lots more. Stay with us.
The playground in question belongs to the Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. It is a government-owned property. Muslims are being allowed to perform namaz and prayers twice a year on the days of Ramadan and Bakrid. But non-Muslims are not being allowed to use this land for any religious and cultural activities. We are planning to have a Ganesha Utsav on this particular playground, and we are also putting up 25 to 30 stalls which sell Lord Ganesha's idols. We are submitting a memorandum to the BBMP Commissioner in this regard.
Prime Minister Modi there. These are live visuals coming in. Prime Minister Modi at the Navy event. He's accompanied by Rajnath Singh. Live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi, who is set to address the NIIO seminar that is taking place today. This is part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav event, a series of events that have been planned by the government. This is part of one of the events that have been planned. Shifting our focus now to the Karnataka Education Minister holding a press conference.
நீதிமன்றத்திலே வழக்கு என்ன முடிவு எடுக்கிறதோ அந்த முடிவை நாம் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளலாம் என்று சொல்லிவிட்டு அவர் விசாரித்து விட்டு போய்விட்டார். அதுக்கு பின்னால் 17ஆம் தேதி இடைப்பட்ட நேரத்தில் இப்பொழுது உங்களுக்கே தெரியும், சமூக வலைத்தளம் என்கிற பேரில், வாட்ஸ்அப் குரூப் என்கிற பேரில் பல்வேறு தொடர்புகளை ஏற்படுத்தி கொண்டு பொதுமக்களுக்கு தொல்லை தருகின்ற வகையில் ஒரு அசௌகரியமான ஒரு சூழ்நிலை உருவாக்குகின்ற வகையில் பல்வேறு தவறான செய்திகளை எல்லாம் பரப்பப்பட்டு எதிர்பாராத விதமாக ஒரு பெரிய பழைய மாணவர்கள் என்ற போர்வையில் பல பேர் அந்த பள்ளி முன்னால் கூடி ஆர்ப்பாட்டம் என்ற பெயரில் நடத்த வேண்டும் என்று இந்த வாட்ஸ்அப் சொல்லப்பட்டது. இப்படிப்பட்ட நிலையில் மாவட்ட நிர்வாகமும் நம்முடைய கள்ளக்குறிச்சி மாவட்ட காவல்துறை கண்காணிப்பாளர் அவள் இருவரும் பள்ளிக்கும் பாதுகாப்பு தர வேண்டும், பள்ளியிலே படித்துக் குறிப்பாக விடுதியிலே தங்கியிருக்கிற மாணவர்கள் உள்ளே இருக்கிறார்கள், இந்த நிலையிலே அவர்களுக்கும் அந்த மாணவர்களுக்கும் பாதுகாப்பு தர வேண்டும் என்ற அந்த அடிப்படையிலும், பள்ளியை பாதுகாக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அந்த அடிப்படையிலும், அதே நேரத்தில் உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் தொடக்கப்பட்ட வழக்கு நீதிபதிகள் என்ன சொல்லுகிறார்களோ எதிர்பாராத விதமாக அந்த செய்தியை கேள்விப்பட்டு பல்வேறு மாவட்டங்களில் இருந்து, கள்ளக்குறிச்சி என்று மட்டும் சொல்லிவிட முடியாது, ஏன்னா இங்கே இருக்கிற பத்திரிகை நண்பர்கள் உங்களுக்கே தெரியும், யார் யார் உள்ளூர் கள்ளக்குறிச்சி மாவட்டம், யார் யாரெல்லாம் வெளியூர் என்று உங்களுக்கே தெரிந்த ஒன்று. இப்படி பல்வேறு நிலையிலே பல இடங்களிலே சூழ்ந்து அவர்கள் இப்படி ஒரு தவறான காரியத்தை செய்திருக்கிறார்கள்.
Not only, people from Kallakurichi, people from several other nearby districts, they have also, took part in the protests that were happening yesterday.
அதுவும் மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தங்களுடைய உரிமைக்காக போராடுவோர் யாரையும் ஜனநாயக போராடுபவர்களை வரவேற்கிற இயக்கம் தான் எங்களுடைய திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக இயக்கம்.
DMK, is a government which will welcome people who are fighting for their rights and who are fighting for the rights democratically.
ஆர்ப்பாட்டம் செய்திருக்கலாம், அல்லது உண்ணாவிரதம் கூட இருந்திருக்கலாம், அல்லது மாவட்ட நிர்வாகத்திலிருந்து முறையிட்டு இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் எதையும் செய்யாமல் அங்கே கிட்டத்தட்ட ஏறத்தாழ 3200க்கும் மேற்பட்டிருக்கிற மாணவ மாணவிகள் படிக்கிற ஒரு பள்ளிக்கூடத்தில் பலரும் பயணம் செய்கிற
people who plan to protest, they might have protested in a peaceful manner, they might have sat in some place and they might have expressed their protesting mindset in a peaceful manner rather than undertaking violence.
டிராக்டர்கள், டிப்பர்கள், ஜேசிபிகள், கார் என்ற அடிப்படையில் 67 வாகனங்கள், அதிலும் குறிப்பாக பாதுகாப்புக்கு சென்ற வாகனம், காவல்துறை வாகனம், அந்த வாகனம் உட்பட பாதுகாப்புக்கு சென்ற வாகனங்கள், மோட்டார் சைக்கிள், காவல்துறையை சேர்ந்த மோட்டார் சைக்கிள் 48 மோட்டார் சைக்கிள்கள், காவல்துறை பஸ், ஜீப் ஒன்று என்ற அடிப்படையில் காவல்துறை சேர்ந்தது. அதையும்
several public properties including vehicles, the police department, police bikes, police cars and properties belonging to the private school, they were all vandalized during the protest.
எப்பொழுது வழக்கு தொடர்ந்து விட்டார்களோ அப்போது உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் என்ன சொல்வது தான் அரசும் கேட்க முடியும், யாரும் கேட்க முடியும். சட்டத்துக்கு முன்னால் நாம் அனைவரும் சமமானவர்களே.
The parents, they had gone to the Madras High Court, so they should have waited for the Honorable Court's judgment. Even the government can act only as per orders from the Madras High Court once this matter reaches the court.
3200 மாணவர்களுக்குரிய சான்றுகள், சர்டிபிகேட், ஜாதி சர்டிபிகேட், டிசி, பிற ஸ்கூல்ல இருந்து சேர்ந்த டிசி, இது போன்றவர்கள் எல்லாம் அந்த ரெக்கார்ட் ரூமில் நேரடியாக நானே பார்த்தேன். என்னோடு நம்முடைய அமைச்சர், கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர்கள், நம்முடைய இந்த மாவட்டத்தை சேர்ந்த சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள் நம்முடைய உதயசூரியன், வசந்தம் கார்த்திக், மணிக்கண்ணன், நாங்கள் அமைச்சர்கள் இல்லாமல் மாவட்ட ஆட்சித்தலைவர், ஏடிஜிபி அத்தனை பேர் நேரடியாக பார்த்து நீங்களும் வந்தீங்க. எல்லாமே சர்டிஃபிகேட் என்ற அடிப்படையிலே முறையாக எல்லாமே இது எல்லா மீதி மாணவர்களுடைய சர்டிஃபிகேட்லாம் பூரா கொளுத்தப்பட்டிருக்கிறது.
The protesters have set fire to around 3,500 transfer certificates of students who used to study in the school. So all those cases were all not present now.
விரும்பத்தகாதவர்கள் சில அமைப்பு என்ற பெயரில் நடத்தி கொண்டு இந்த அரசாங்கத்திற்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு கெட்ட பெயரை உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அந்த அடிப்படையில் தான் இது போன்ற சம்பவத்திலே ஈடுபட்டிருக்கிறார். இதில் ஒன்று, இவ்வளவு பிரச்சனைகள் நடந்தும் 40க்கு 108
we suspect that they were trying to bring a bad name to the DMK government. The protesters
இன்றைக்கு மருத்துவமனையில் தொடர்ந்து படுக்கையில இருக்காங்க. மீதி எஞ்சியிருப்பவர்களாம் நேற்றைய தினம் வந்து சின்ன இன்ஜுரி என்ற பெயரில் நேற்று மருத்துவ.
So this is a statement coming in from the Tamil Nadu Education Minister after the death of a student in a private school in Kallakurichi, after which massive protests have broken out. The AIADMK as well as the BJP have questioned the law and order situation, asking the Stalin government to take action. On that note, we're slipping into a short break. We'll be right back.
देश का प्रतीक है ये, हर हिंदुस्तानी के नजदीक है ये, हर डर को भगा देता है, हर देशवासी के अंदर जोश जगा देता है. Today I am here at Kishtwar and you can see the tricolor has been raised, and for this tricolor we have seen that how these brave hearts always try to ensure there is an unwritten commitment from their side that at any cost they will see this tricolor fluttering. For that even they are ready to take bullets on their body. For that they have even sacrificed their life. If today we are talking about peace and prosperity in Kishtwar, it's only because of these brave hearts who had always been there for the people of the country, who had always been there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that few months back, some of the politicians said that after abrogation of Article 370, there will be hardly anyone to hold tricolor in their hand. But you can see that how a new chapter has been scripted, how things have really changed and winds of change have already started blowing. And you can find these youngsters proudly looking towards the tricolor, 100 feet high tricolor, which can be seen from any of the hillock surrounding this Kishtwar town. After Kashmir Valley, Jammu region, now it is the Kishtwar where we have got this tricolor fluttering high. And every Indian's chest swells with pride when they look at the tricolor, because they know it is not only about tricolor, it is also about the sacrifice of our soldier. It's all, if we see the tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the blowing wind, it is because of the supreme sacrifice of each and every soldier. Let's talk to the youngsters. कैसा लग रहा है जब आज आप ये तिरंगा लहराते हुए देख रहे हैं?
सर, ये हमारे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है. आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारे किश्तवाड़ जिले में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है.
कितना जोश आ रहा है?
सर, बहुत ज़्यादा जोश आ रहा है. हमें खुशी हो रही है कि किश्तवाड़ में ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है कि 100 फीट ऊपर एक तिरंगा लहरा रहा है एक ऐसे चौक पर. तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा गर्व हो रहा है किश्तवाड़ पर भी.
आपके लिए कितना इंस्पायरिंग मोमेंट है?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत फील अच्छा आ रहा है.
गर्व फील हो रहा है, जोश आ रहा है?
सर,
कोई जोश से भारत माता की जय करके कितना जोर से बोलेंगे?
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
कितना गर्व फील कर रहे हैं आज आप?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. पहली बार ऐसा देखा कि किश्तवाड़ में फ्लैग बना.
Tears in her eyes narrate the whole story, because nobody had thought that this thing is going to really happen. But today, see how things have really changed. There's a lot of josh, there's a lot of enthusiasm among youngsters, and it's going to inspire millions of these youngsters when they will be looking at the tricolor. Definitely they will also be donning a uniform so that they can serve motherland India. It is the unwritten commitment of the soldiers that inspires each and every youngsters in the country. Unwritten commitment that at any cost they'll be serving country. Even for that they have to sacrifice their life. They are ready to do that. It is because of their sacrifice today we can see this tricolor fluttering high, and the josh is also high here in Kishtwar town. Pradeep Datta with Amit Bhartwaj.
Good evening and welcome. This is Times Now. You're watching Breaking Ground. I'm Ankit Tyagi. These are the headlines we're tracking at 5.
मांग करूंगा केंद्र सरकार से कि ये जो खाने पीने की चीजों पे जीएसटी लगाया गया है इसको वापस लिया जाए.
Protests break out over 5% GST on food items including flour, cheese, curd in the parliament. Now the residents on the parliament and the streets as well. Opposition demands rollback of alleged anti-people tax. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah among the first to cast vote to elect India's 15th president. NDA nominee Draupadi Murmu expected to defeat Yashwant Sinha by polling over 60% votes. Flanked with Prime Minister Modi and top BJP brass, Jagdeep Dhanka files nomination for Vice President's post, while BJP steps up attack on challenger Margaret Alva, claims Alva rewarded for shielding Gandhis in chopper scam. Ahead of the anticipated stormy session in the Parliament, Prime Minister asked MPs to utilize session for intense discussion and analysis. Opposition moves adjournment motion on restricted freedoms. Madras High Court orders re-autopsy of Tamil Nadu student found dead after accusing teachers of harassment after family alleged foul play by the school. Chief Minister Stalin says no one will be spared. Samajwadi Party leader calls Yogi Adityanath government move to set minimum age for admission to madrasas a conspiracy. BJP alleges it only wants to ensure kids get quality and timely education. Akhilesh Yadav calls Namaz Chalisa showdown at Lulu Mall a BJP controversy to polarize electorate ahead of the 2024 general election. BJP says the party doesn't need to polarize to win. PFI operatives arrested for disturbing Prime Minister Narendra Modi's event plot reveal outfit turned more than 15,000 men in camps in 15 districts of Bihar under the nose of the administration. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tells Parliament government cannot ban cryptocurrency without coordinated global action, despite RBI favouring ban, calling it a destabilizer. After several incidents put safety of domestic flights under the lens, Minister Sinha asked for review of flight safety norms and steps up enhanced security surveillance. All right, starting with the top political story of the day. Polling in the presidential elections is underway in the Parliament, House and the state legislative assemblies. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, chief ministers of various states and MPs and MLAs are casting their vote since morning. In all, about 4,800 MPs and MLAs will cast their votes till 5 p.m. today to elect the 15th President of India. The counting of the votes will take place on July 21st, while the 15th President will take oath on July 25th. Meanwhile, the opposition has once again, in fact, hurled several jibes at the NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu. TMC Minister Farhad Hakim came out questioning Murmu's candidature, stating that the candidature is a lollipop to the tribal community.
आप पूछिएगा कि आपको मूर्ति चाहिए या राष्ट्रपति चाहिए, तो हमारा तो जवाब राष्ट्रपति ही होगा ना।
तो मुर्मू जी अभी भी आप ये अपने बात पे कायम है कि जो मुर्मू जी हैं वो एक मूर्ति के समान?
नहीं, हम आपसे सवाल पूछते हैं कि ये वोटिंग जो हो रहा है वो प्रेसिडेंट का हो रहा है कि मूर्ति का हो रहा है। हम आपसे सवाल पूछते हैं। हमसे अगर पूछा जाएगा कि आप मूर्ति को समर्थन कीजिएगा या आप राष्ट्रपति को चुनिएगा, तो हम तो बोलेंगे राष्ट्रपति को चुनेंगे, हम क्यों मूर्ति को चुनेंगे? ये सब सवाल पूछा जाएगा तो बोलोगे ना।
But I say that mere giving Adivasi the post of president will not have. You have taken the right of the forest from them. You are deporting them from their original area, and you are only giving a lollipop by giving a president to them. This will not serve the betterment and the upliftment of Adivasi.
मैं यशवंत सिन्हा जी के पक्ष में मतदान करने जा रहा हूं और देश में कम से कम कोई ऐसा हो जो समय समय पर ये बता सके सरकार को कि अर्थव्यवस्था के हालात क्या है। आप पड़ोसी देश देखिए, श्रीलंका की क्या हालत हो गई और बगल में देश में क्या हालत है। इसलिए कम से कम देश में एक राष्ट्रपति ऐसा हो जो समय समय पर बता सके बातों को।
तमाम विपक्षी पार्टियों ने यशवंत सिन्हा जी को अपना उम्मीदवार बनाया विपक्ष का, और मैंने पहले भी कहा अगर एनडीए गवर्नमेंट और भारतीय जनता पार्टी चाहती तो उनके सामने एक ऐसा मौका आया था 5 साल के बाद में, तो वो विपक्ष को इन्वॉल्व करती, बातचीत करती और कोशिश करती कि राष्ट्रपति पद जैसे पद के लिए सर्वसम्मति से उम्मीदवार सामने आए।
Meanwhile, Times Now also spoke to opposition presidential candidate Yashwant Sinha, who appealed the voters to listen to their conscience.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूं। आप सब जानते हैं कि मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ भी लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूं। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं, लोगों को इस बात के लिए बाध्य कर रही हैं कि वो उनके पक्ष में वोट डालें, और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Meanwhile, the BJP has slammed the opposition for making fun of Draupadi Murmu.
विपक्ष जो इशू नहीं है उसको इशू बनाने का प्रयास में लगा हुआ है। क्या हम बिल जो आने वाले हैं उनकी लिस्ट नहीं दें? जैसे उनकी लिस्ट दी तो बोला इतने छोटे कालखंड में, हमने कहा ये इंट्रोडक्शन के लिए हैं, कुछ हो सकता है कमेटियों को जाएं, कुछ हो सकता है आप उनमें चर्चा कर लें, पहले आप ध्यान में रहें, इसलिए दी लिस्ट, उसका भी उन्होंने इशू बना दिया। कोई भी ऐसा इशू है उस पर चर्चा करने के लिए हम तैयार हैं।
एनडीए और यूपीए के जो दोनों कैंडिडेट हैं उनका जो गणित है देश भर का हमको मालूम है, और मैं विश्वास कर सकता हूं कि 21 तारीख को जो परिणाम आएगा वो एनडीए के कैंडिडेट मैडम द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को राष्ट्रपति जरूर चुनेंगे। 25 तारीख को शपथ ग्रहण का कार्यक्रम है और शपथ ग्रहण कार्यक्रम में हमको भी संदेश है कि हम वहाँ जाएंगे, वो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी बनेंगे।
मैं अपने लिए सौभाग्य समझता हूं कि देश की पहली महिला प्रथम नागरिक जो राष्ट्रपति के रूप में चुनी जानी है और जिसका जीवन ग्रामीण अभाव और आदिवासी परिवारों से निकल करके जो राष्ट्रपति भवन में उनका आना होगा, ये हमारे लोकतंत्र की खूबी को दिखाता है और इससे जो है लोकतंत्र की ताकत दिखाई देती है।
Meanwhile, AIUDF MLA Brahim Shankar Jimpa claimed that 20 Congress netas have voted for Murmu. It's a cross voting as far as the Congress party is concerned.
तो आप लोग देखिए, आप लोग एकदम, मैं विथ रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बोल रहा हूँ, जो माहौल अंदर देखा है कांग्रेस का मिनिमम 20 आदमी क्रॉस वोट करेगा। 13 का ऊपर होगा तो मतलब कांग्रेस का ही होगा। मेरा काउंटर क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि वकील गोगोई का 1, सीपीएम का 1, बाकी तो सब कांग्रेस का है। 13 का ऊपर जितना नंबर होगा वो तो सारा कांग्रेस का ही होगा, एज सिंपल एज। तो रिजल्ट का दिन आप देख लीजिएगा, कांग्रेस का 20 आदमी ने, मिनिमम 20 एमएलए ने वोट दिया होगा द्रौपदी मुर्मू को।
All right, let me now go across to my colleague Sabyasachi, who is joining us with more details on this. Sabyasachi, the maths and the arithmetic clearly with Draupadi Murmu. In fact, her ranks being bolstered by the cross-voting allegations of the Congress party MLAs and other opposition leaders.
Well, absolutely. See, before the cross-voting took place, Draupadi Murmu was at clear advantage looking at the sheer numbers. But now the Congress party themselves are putting allegation on its MLAs that cross-voting is taking place. One such incident also been reported from Odisha, where the Cuttack MLA Mohammad Mukim himself came out and said that he has voted for Draupadi Murmu because that is what his heartfelt and he went against his party line. So this is just one such of an incident that has taken place. Similarly, there has been a number of cross votings that has been reported from different states, and clearly at this particular point, as we heard, that oppositions has been continuously targeting Draupadi Murmu, but we have to give credit to Draupadi Murmu for just ignoring the comments put out by the oppositions time and again. But if we go back in 2016, where people have been putting allegation against her that she is a murti or going to be a lollipop. So in 2016, when she was the governor of Jharkhand, there was amendment which was passed by then Raghubar Das led BJP government, and this particular amendment given a huge boost for the industries to take over easy land from the tribals. But at that particular moment, Draupadi Murmu then she rejected these amendment and gave way to the tribal. So when oppositions are pointing out fingers at Draupadi Murmu, they should kind of look at the political history, because she had a huge political career. But if you talk about the numbers, then there's clear-cut advantage that Draupadi Murmu has.
That's right. Draupadi Murmu has an advantage being the NDA candidate, and there is a long track record as far as Draupadi Murmu, Ms. Murmu is concerned, as for her political work and especially for the work of the tribals. Now we'll have to wait and see for the final stamp of approval on 21st. So stay on with me, Sabyasachi. Let's move on at this moment. Former Congress leader and known critic of Gandhi's, Margit Alva, is the vice presidential candidate of the opposition. Margaret Alva is, in her memoir, had taken a few direct and indirect potshots at Gandhi Congress leadership. In fact, Alva had written Congress's connections to the Augusta Westland scam, accused Christian Michel's father, Wolfgang Michel. Margaret Alva has mentioned in her book that in 1980s she was given documentary proof that old patent tanks from India were being sold to South Africa, with which India at that time had no relations whatsoever, at the instructions of C.P.N. Singh and Sanjay Gandhi, and that Wolfgang Michel was at the heart of this entire deal. Meanwhile, armed with the memoir, BJP has claimed that a peace deal after Margaret Alva outed the Gandhis in her autobiography, and that is why she has been named as the candidate, the vice president candidate of the opposition.
उनको अगर टिकट दे दिया तो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी यह एनडीए की क्लियर मेजॉरिटी है और मार्गारेट अल्वा को चुनाव हारने के लिए टिकट देने से कुछ उनका कुछ सम्मान हुआ ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है। लेकिन ठीक बात है, कांग्रेस पार्टी की सीनियर नेता है, लेकिन चुनकर आने का कोई मौका नहीं है। यहाँ हमारे जो धनखड़ जी है, जो माननीय धनखड़ जी हमारे एनडीए के उपराष्ट्रपति के उम्मीदवार है, वही चुनकर आएगी।
लेकिन हमारे उम्मीदवार तो धनखड़ जी हैं और रिकॉर्ड मत से जीतेंगे। अच्छा तो होता कि सब मिलकर के एक परंपरा को कायम रखते, धनखड़ जी को ही मानते। द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी में भी उन्होंने गलती की, अब दूसरी गलती न करें।
All right, so you heard there, they're quite confident, in fact, NDA, that they would be able to get their vice presidential candidate as well. And now Margaret Alva being used by the BJP to hit out at the Congress party using the memoir, the book that she had written, and also, in fact, now calling her a compromise candidate to try and sort out the differences as far as the Congress leadership is concerned. Now, the election for the vice president, even for the NDA, the choice is very interesting. Mr. Dhankar, who has been at loggerheads as far as the West Bengal government is concerned, he is the governor of West Bengal and has had a very, very volatile relationship with the chief minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. Now, he has been, ladies and gentlemen, at the heat and the heart of many controversies and could not see eye to eye as far as the chief minister is concerned. But coming from Haryana, a Jat face, the BJP and the NDA also hopes that there would be a larger political symboling as far as Mr. Dhankar is concerned. So the president election voting today would be over. In fact, over at 5 p.m. And now the next, in fact, important thing is going to be the vice presidential election, where Mr. Dhankar has filed his nomination today, flanked by the Prime Minister and other senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA. Meanwhile, his opponent, Margaret Alva, is the opposition joint candidate, and the BJP clearly using Margaret Alva's books to hit out at the Congress leadership. All right, breaking news coming in at this moment. CBI has registered a case against former IOA President Narendra Batra. The CBI has converted the preliminary inquiry into a regular case. CBI has got sanction from the government to register a case against the Prevention of Corruption Act. Searches at 5 places in Delhi and Jammu are taking place. The CBI had earlier registered a preliminary inquiry against Mr. Narendra Batra, the president of the Indian Olympic Association, for allegedly diverting 35 lakh rupees of Hockey India for his personal benefit. That's the latest that we are getting right now. My senior colleague Bhavtosh joining us with more details on this. Bhavtosh, now troubles for one of the very powerful person in Indian sports, the man who was at the helm of affairs for a very long time as far as the Indian Olympic Association is concerned. Narendra Batra now finds himself at the investigating end of the CBI.
Yes, Ankit, sources in CBI have said that they have formally registered a case. Remember, 2 months back, CBI had registered a preliminary inquiry against him, but at that point of time, he did not resign. But early this morning, at 5 places, CBI started carrying out raids and searches, after which he submitted his resignation from the post of Indian Olympic Association. But sources said that his troubles are far from over. CBI has formally now registered a case under sections of Prevention of Corruption Act, under section 17 and 17A. Government has formally given a sanction to CBI to register a case. That means evidence is with CBI to register a case against him. The entire case revolves around misuse and misappropriation of funds of Hockey India. He was in fact the chief of Hockey India, continues to be chief of Hockey India. And at that point of time, he had misappropriated funds worth 35 lakh rupees. When CBI had started carrying out preliminary inquiry, he denied these charges, but CBI has said that they have credible evidence to prove that Narendra Batra had misappropriated funds.
Thank you, Bhavtosh, for joining us with all those details. 35 lakh rupees that Mr. Batra allegedly, in fact, diverted from the Hockey Association's funds and used them for his personal gains and personal benefit. Thank you so much, Bhavtosh, for joining us. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, with heavy rain, in fact, continuing to batter several parts of Odisha. A landslide has been reported in the Gyanvapi district. At least 2 other districts are reeling under the floods. Road communication with neighboring states has also been cut off as water is flowing 8 feet above the danger mark. At least 104 people have died in rain-related incidents in Maharashtra. These deaths have occurred since the onset of the monsoon on June 1st. The deaths were caused by numerous reasons, including floods, lightning strikes and landslides. While visiting the flood-affected Balachandran town in Telangana, Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao had said that the cloud bursts are a conspiracy of foreign sources to destabilize the country. He met displaced people at relief camps. He also announced immediate relief of 10,000 per family for those at the camps. Despite challenging weather conditions, pilgrims have continued their Amarnath Yatra. Devotees have lauded Jammu and Kashmir government for making the Yatra hassle-free. Following heavy rains in Kerala, water level in 6 dams are at the red alert levels. In one dam at orange alert level. 4 of these dams are in Idukki. Other dams in the states are also reaching their respective storage capacities. Meanwhile, 12 passengers died after Pune-bound bus broke through the barrier of the Kalghat bridge in Madhya Pradesh. Dhar district and plunged into the Narmada river from a height of around 100 feet. Times now reports from the spot.
भीषण सड़क बस हादसे के बाद अभी तक लगभग 13 लोगों के शवों को निकाल लिया गया है, लेकिन लगातार और भी यात्रियों की तलाश की जा रही है। पूरे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में एनडीआरएफ की टीम पूरी नर्मदा नदी के आसपास के क्षेत्र में जहां रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चला रही है वहीं गोताखोरों की भी मदद ली जा रही है। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि जहां बस पलटी खाई थी वहीं पर अभी लगातार और भी लोगों की तलाश की जा रही है। रेस्क्यू के लिए एनडीआरएफ की टीम के साथ गोताखोर भी नर्मदा नदी के पूरे आसपास के क्षेत्र में लोगों की तलाश कर रहे हैं ताकि कोई भी ऐसा व्यक्ति और छूट न जाए जो इस पूरे दुर्घटना का शिकार हुआ हो।
All right, breaking news coming in. England men's all-rounder Ben Stokes has announced his announcement. He has said that he will retire from one-day international cricket following tomorrow's Royal London International against South Africa. Now, it's a big news and, of course, fans would be quite upset. Karishma, my colleague, now joining us. Karishma, he's been a star for England, now, in fact, hanging his boots.
Well, it's absolutely Ben Stokes is obviously always going to remember the ODI win, the World Cup win in 2019. He was the star of that match for England, and today, 3 years later, he's deciding to call it quits, hang his boots in the ODI format, and tomorrow against South Africa at Durham, his home ground, he's going to play his last ODI, and in his statement also he has said that he feels like he's not being able to give his 100% anymore to the ODI format, and he's going to make way for a younger player now. He does not want to occupy a position in the ODI team without being able to give it his all, and he's wished all the best to the captain Joss Butler and the entire support staff of the England team. So tomorrow is going to be the last time that we're going to see Ben Stokes in ODIs for England.
All right, what a treat he has been to watch for cricket fans around the world. Thank you so much, Karishma, for joining us with all those details. Now let's take a look at some other stories from across the country. Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary said the Indian Air Force has given commitment to buy 6 squadrons of underdeveloped light combat aircraft Mark II. He added the force is looking at inducting aircraft only under Make in India plan. Narendra Batra has resigned as the Olympic Association chief. In a letter, he said this is due to personal reasons. Batra's resignation comes after CBI searched his office and now a case has been registered against him. The Enforcement Directorate has served notice to senior CPIM leader Thomas Isaac seeking his appearance before it. This is in connection with his probe into alleged violations in financial dealings of KIIFB when he was the Kerala Finance Minister in the previous LDF government. Ashish Kumar Chauhan is set to become the new Managing Director and CEO of the National Stock Exchange. Capital Market Regulator SEBI has given its clearance for the appointment. Chauhan will be taking over the reins from Vikram Limaya. In a new Gyanvapi development, lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain has filed a fresh plea before the Supreme Court. He has sought the right to worship the Shivling at the disputed site. He has also requested Kashi Vishwanath Temple Trust to take its possession. National Hillview Public School in RR Nagar in Bangalore received a bomb scare through an email. The police has not found anything yet, but the search is going on. The school management shifted the students at an alternate campus as a security measure. India has registered a slight dip in the number of COVID-19 cases. 16,935 new infections were recorded in comparison to Sunday's 20,528 cases. India's recovery rate is currently at 98.47%. An army captain and a junior commissioned officer were killed in an accidental grenade blast along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. The blast occurred when the Indian Army troops were performing their duties in the Minda sector. Alright, that's all the time that we have in this edition. News and updates continue on the other side of a very short break. Stay tuned.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Draupadi Murmu ji is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. Yashwant Sinha ji is also a very good candidate. Draupadi Murmu ji is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi. We should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
Back to Breaking Ground. I'm Siddharth Talia. Now, just a week into its grand inauguration, the Lulu Mall in Lucknow has probably handled more controversies than footfalls. In the latest details emerging from the investigation into the case, the CCTV footage analysis suggests that the group of men who started the whole row may have planned the activity with the sole purpose of tarnishing the reputation of the mall and disrupt social harmony. According to police, the footage shows 8 men entering the facility together, making no attempt whatsoever to explore the mall or visit any of the showrooms. Police say that the group made multiple attempts to offer namaz but were stopped by the security. Eventually, they went to the second floor of the mall where one group offered prayers and the second group recorded videos, which supposedly went viral much later. Now, here's a report from the mall about the exact circumstances under which this controversy broke up.
लुलु मॉल में जिस तरीके से नमाज और हनुमान चालीसे का विवाद बढ़ रहा है, उसके साथ साथ सुरक्षा व्यवस्था के भी चाक चौबंद इंतजाम किए जा रहे हैं। इस वक्त हम लुलु मॉल के बाहर मौजूद है और यहां पर लगातार ड्रोन कैमरों के जरिए निगरानी हो रही है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि यहां पर ड्रोन कैमरा जो है वो जो पुलिस विभाग के अधिकारी हैं और वो लोग यहां पर चला रहे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि लुलु मॉल का मेन एंट्रेंस गेट है और यहां पर ड्रोन कैमरे के जरिए पूरी निगरानी हो रही है। ना सिर्फ एंट्रेंस गेट के आसपास बल्कि दूर तक अगर कोई ऐसा संदिग्ध व्यक्ति जो यहां पर आकर धार्मिक उन्माद फैला सकता है, माहौल खराब कर सकता है, तो उस चीज की भी निगरानी यहां पर पुलिस ड्रोन कैमरे के जरिए कर रही है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि यहां पर ना सिर्फ ड्रोन कैमरे का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है बल्कि इसके साथ साथ बड़ी संख्या में पुलिस का जो बल है वो आसपास के सभी गेटों के आसपास लगाया गया है और इसके साथ साथ पीएसी की भी एक टुकड़ी जो है वो यहां पर 24 घंटे स्टैंड बाय मोड पर मौजूद है। यानी अगर कोई भी व्यक्ति बड़ी संख्या में या कुछ लोगों के साथ आकर यहां पर धार्मिक उन्माद फैलाने की कोशिश करता है तो ऐसी स्थिति में उनसे निपटने के लिए यहां पर बड़ी संख्या में पुलिस बल डिप्लॉय किया गया है। यहां पर न सिर्फ पुलिस की सुरक्षा है बल्कि लुलु मॉल की इंटरनल सुरक्षा भी मैं आपको दिखा देता हूं। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अगर आप ठीक सामने की तरफ देखें तो ऐसे कई सीसीटीवी कैमरे पूरे लुलु मॉल के परिसर में लगाए गए हैं और ये सीसीटीवी कैमरे जो हैं ये न सिर्फ निगरानी करते हैं बल्कि इसके साथ साथ जो प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स हैं उनको भी यहां पर बड़ी संख्या में तैनात किया गया है। और इन सिक्योरिटी कैमरों की मैं बात करूं तो इससे अगर आप आसपास देखेंगे तो ना सिर्फ इस मॉल परिसर के बाहर बल्कि अगर मैं आपको अंदर की तस्वीर दिखाऊं तो यहां भी देख सकते हैं कि हर सेक्शन पर, हर गेट पर ये सीसीटीवी कैमरे डिप्लॉय किए गए हैं, लगाए गए हैं और इसके जरिए ही पूरे मॉल की जो निगरानी है वो होती है। तो सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर पुलिस जांच कर रही है। माना जा रहा है कि जल्द ही जो लोग इसमें और शामिल हैं उनको भी गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा।
हमने पुलिस बल और पीएसी इसलिए लगाया था कि कोई असामाजिक तत्व किसी प्रकार की गलत हरकत करने की चेष्टा ना कर सके और इसके लिए हमने मॉल से पहले ही लगभग 1 किलोमीटर पहले भी 500 मीटर पे चौराहे वहाँ पर बैरियर लगाए थे। जितने भी प्रदर्शनकारी प्रयास किए इस क्रिया प्रतिक्रिया के सिलसिले को आगे बढ़ाने की, उनके विरुद्ध हमने कानूनी कार्रवाई की है और हम सभी लोगों को गिरफ्तार किए। परसों भी 18 लोग गिरफ्तार किए गए थे, कल भी कुछ लोग गिरफ्तार हुए जो परिसर में नहीं पहुंचे थे बल्कि मॉल से दूर ही यहाँ पे आने का जो प्रयास किए थे उनके विरुद्ध कार्रवाई कर ली गई है और वे सभी इस समय जेल में हैं।
Now, even as the probe is underway into this matter, the opposition in the state of Uttar Pradesh is blaming the BJP government for staging such a communally divisive controversy to reap political benefits. Let's listen into what Akhilesh Yadav of the Samajwadi Party had to say.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की साजिश है। मुझे तो यहाँ तक बताया है कि उत्तर प्रदेश का 2024 से पहले माहौल खराब करने के लिए इसी तरह के ट्रेन कर करके लोग भेजे जा सकते हैं। और जहाँ तक धार्मिक स्थानों का सवाल है, फैजाबाद में धार्मिक स्थानों पे किसने फेंका था मांस? आज जो कन्नौज में खबरें आ रही हैं वो किसने फेंका? सब बीजेपी के लोग हैं इसमें। बीजेपी के लोग जानबूझ करके, क्योंकि न वो महंगाई का जवाब दे सकते हैं न वो बेरोजगारी का जवाब दे सकते हैं और जिस तरीके से हर मुद्दे पर फेल हुए हैं, इसलिए जानबूझ करके जनता का ध्यान हटाने के लिए इस तरह का काम कर रहा है।
उत्तर प्रदेश तेजी से विकास की दिशा में बढ़ रहा है। निश्चित तौर पे कई ऐसे लोग हैं जिसमें साजिश रच के सरकार के कार्यों को बदनाम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारी सरकार पूरी तरीके से सजग है। ऐसे किसी भी मंसूबों को हम कामयाब नहीं होने देंगे।
ये श्री अखिलेश यादव जी को देखिए क्या है, वो मैं समझता हूं कि फिजिकली कहीं कुछ समझते नहीं और देखने के लिए नहीं जाते, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश दंगा मुक्त प्रदेश हो गया। इस प्रकार के जिन लोगों ने भी विवाद किए हैं उसमें जो कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कार्रवाई भी हुई है, लेकिन मैं व्यक्तिगत तौर से मानता हूं कि किसी को नमाज पढ़ना है तो वह मस्जिद में जाए, अपने घर में पढ़े। किसी को श्री हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करना है वह भी अपने घर में या मंदिर में जाकर के करे।
Let me go across to Amir Haq for more on this. Amir, the political face-off over this matter will continue, but there appears to now have been a deliberate attempt to disturb the peace and manufacture a controversy. At least that's what the circumstances under which this entire namaz controversy took place suggests.
Well, Siddharth, this is quite a curious case, as one may describe it, because this now seems to have become a battle of prestige for both communities. While initially there was this video of over half a dozen individuals offering namaz inside the mall premises, later on a number of right-wing Hindu organizations and their members and activists tried to perform puja over there, or recite Hanuman Chalisa, or perform Sundarkand part over there. And even now there is heightened sense of security there. The police has deployed a number of cops there, as well as the number of security men that have been deployed by the mall administration have also considerably gone up. Over 1,000 CCTV cameras have been placed in and outside the mall to monitor the movement of people, just so that this controversy does not go on further. But clearly right now it seems that this has all become very, very political, and that politics over the issue of Lulu Mall has actually come to the center stage, which is why now we first saw former Chief Minister Akhilesh Yadav blame BJP for what is happening in Lulu Mall or outside by way of heightened polarization because of such communal acts, and then later on the BJP slamming the Samajwadi Party for its kind of politics, and also for the...
Right, Amir, we'll come back to you, but stay with... But just one more question, Amir. The fact of the matter is that the UP administration, at least so far, has been quite even-handed in its response. Not only are those who ended up offering namaz on the premises of the Lulu Mall, have they been booked, but so have those who try to perform Sundarkand as a retaliatory measure and recite the Hanuman Chalisa. They've been booked as well, and several have been detained as well.
Well, Siddharth, yes, of course, the initial arrests were made by the police on the 14th and then on the 15th, when there were a number of people who had actually turned up. Initially 4 arrests were made, out of which 3 happened to be people who wanted to perform Hanuman Chalisa, while 1 wanted to offer namaz. All of these 4 were placed under arrest. Later on the 15th of July, about 20 other people were arrested by the police, out of which 18 belonged to various right-wing Hindu organizations, while 2 of them were actually caught on camera. In fact, they were recorded on a video clip reciting Hanuman Chalisa inside the mall premises, even after the mall administration had put up notices prohibiting any sort of religious activity or prayers to be performed inside the mall. So right now the entire issue, the entire controversy hinges on the police investigation. It's been a good 4 to 5 days since the police had registered an FIR against the initial individuals who were found offering namaz there, but the police hasn't been really able to nail the people who were recorded in the video clip offering namaz, while later on the ones who had physically turned up in the presence of police to offer prayers were actually placed under arrest and then sent to jail.
Absolutely.
Right now the police is sifting through
Right, Amir, of course, the investigations continue as to who exactly were responsible for trying to offer namaz in the initial instance, which is when this controversy broke out. But stay with us, Amir, because there's a political fight now brewing in Uttar Pradesh over another matter, and that is over the UP government's proposal to regulate admission in madrasas, and this has sparked a political showdown. Now, the Yogi government is all set to constitute a committee to fix the minimum age for admission in madrasas, which will now follow along the lines of the various educational boards such as the CBSE as well as the ICSE. The government says that the move will reform the madrasas, which will add quality to the education. Let's listen into some reactions that have come in with regards to this story.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मंशा स्पष्ट है, चाहे मदरसे के अंदर पढ़ने वाले बच्चे हों और चाहे किसी अन्य विद्यालयों में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे हों, वह पढ़ें, आगे बढ़ें, वह देश की सेवा करें देश और प्रदेश को आगे बढ़ाने में योगदान करे, ऐसी हमारी अपेक्षा है। उसके लिए जो संसाधन सरकार के पास है पूरी जिम्मेदारी से उसके लिए उपयोग किया जाए।
देखिए, मदरसा शिक्षा हमारे मुस्लिम समाज के युवाओं के लिए, बच्चों के लिए एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण अंग है मदरसा शिक्षा। इस मदरसा शिक्षा को हम प्रॉपर वे में स्टैब्लिश कर रहे हैं ताकि एक अच्छी क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन हम अपने मुस्लिम यूथ को दें। इसी दिशा में लगातार हमारी सरकार सकारात्मक कदम उठा रही है।
There's been a strong reaction coming in from the opposition as well. The Samajwadi Party as well as the All India United Democratic Front have described the Yogi Sarkar's attempt to in fact draw a minimum age for admission into madrasas as a divisive move. They say the decision is similar to that of Hitler. Now let's listen into what they said.
मदरसों में इस तरह का कानून बनाना ये ठीक नहीं है। ये अल्पसंख्यकों को शिक्षा से वंचित करने का प्रयास है और सरकार की साजिश जो है इसीलिए है कि जो अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग के, पिछड़े वर्ग के बच्चे हैं जो स्कूल पढ़ने जा नहीं पाते हैं, उनके माता पिता नौकरी करते हैं, कहीं कुछ कमाते हैं, तब बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं। ऐसे बच्चों को कोई कानून के दायरे में बांधना उचित नहीं।
देखिए, मदरसा को पूरे बीजेपी सरकार टारगेट कर रहा है। यूपी में, आसाम में, कई स्टेट में टारगेट कर रहा है। हालांकि इनको ये राइट नहीं बनता है, तो इस सरकार को इख्तियार नहीं है कि किस एज के बच्चे वहाँ जाएंगे। एजुकेशन के साथ कोई एज बार नहीं है। ये सब हिटलरी है इनकी और ये सब खामाखा की बात है। असल मुद्दों से लोगों को ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये सब किया जा रहा है।
Now there was a strong reaction coming in from Karnataka as well from the deputy leader of the opposition in the state, Mr. U.T. Khadar. Let's listen into what he said.
I'm not aware of that and what this one thinks. There are a lot of national board is there, National Hajj Committee is there, Muslim Personal Law Board is there. They'll look into it, whether what they do is right or wrong. If it is wrong, the local people will take up the issues. As far I don't know what basis they have bought these things and what rules they frame, I can't comment now.
Thank you, sir. Well, let me go back once again to Amir Haq. Amir, if you could just give our viewers a perspective on why specifically is the UP government undertaking this exercise to draw a minimum age for admission for students studying in madrasas?
Well, Siddharth, the intention of the Yogi government is absolutely clear. They want to modernize madrasa education. They want to streamline it and bring it, in line with other such boards which are known for giving out quality education, like ICSE board, the UP board, the CBSE board, all such boards that belong to different states across the country. Which is why the Yogi government since 2017 has been trying to bring in various reforms. Initially the number of madrasas that were registered with the UP government for about 20,000, but in 2017 when the Yogi government conducted a scrutiny of all these madrasas, they found out that thousands of such madrasas actually existed only in papers and files, and therefore now finally the number of madrasas has come down to around 16,500, out of which about 560 such madrasas as government aided. They earn through resources of the government. Now the government is trying to streamline the working of such madrasas under the madrasa board, which is why not just the age restriction will be followed or has been suggested to be followed, but a number of other such modernization programs have been brought in, like introducing new subjects, introducing computer education, as well as taking an account of number of students and teachers who turn up at each such madrasas, along with geotagging of madrasas. So all of these are
so the UP government has put together a committee which will of course investigate and look into why there needs to be a certain age limit drawn for those sending their children to madrasas. Thanks for that update, Amir. We turn our attention now to the state of Kerala, where the Kerala Women's Commission has registered a case against the officials who have conducted the NEET UG examination at the Marthoma Institute of Information Technology in Kollam. Now this is where an extremely invasive procedure was in fact used where the exam center, the concerned exam center in Kerala, where female students were only allowed to enter the examination hall after they were in fact asked to remove their innerwear, and this was also for male students as well after it was found to be put together over a pile of clothes. Now the incident happened in the Marthoma Institute of Information Technology in Kollam in Kerala, where many female students in fact decided to complain against this extremely invasive procedure that they said violated their right to privacy. Let me go across to Vivek Karandalam for more on this. Vivek, this has in fact evoked outrage in different parts of the country over the manner in which the institution in question was trying to in fact check the students before they entered the examination hall, and finally now some action appears to be taken.
Exactly, Siddharth. Now that this after this incident took place, there is massive outrage across the state. Various student organizations have been holding protest outside this institute in Kollam, demanding stringent action against these officials. Remember, yesterday by around 12 o'clock, these students was asked to enter the examination hall. Initially, there was a inspection, and after this inspection, the girls were asked to remove their the buckles in their innerwear, and they said to remove the innerwear and enter the hall to write the exam.
Vivek, let me just interrupt you there because we have now a response coming in from the Kerala Education Minister. He's called it an unfortunate incident and that they'll petition the centre about this. And in fact, there's been an attempt to pass the buck to the centre because the reaction coming from the Kerala Minister is that it's the NTA that ends up conducting the exam and that they are answerable for the procedure that was in fact used to check female students before they enter the examination hall. Let's listen into this reaction coming in from the Kerala Education Mantri.
What is going to be the next action against the officials?
I consider this as a very unfortunate incident. The officials were employed by NTA, National Testing Agency. We are planning to write letters to the central government and the concerned agency NTA in order to prevent further incidents.
Parents have filed a complaint with the police and said that there are hundreds of girls who have gone through through this trauma for nearly 3 hours. So what do you think, where has it gone wrong exactly according to you?
The instructions are given by NTA itself. The whole procedures are being conducted and supervised by NTA. So they are responsible for this. It was an effort from the part of only one lady, but precautions are to be taken in this regard.
We'll slip into a short break. We'll come back with more updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
The playground in question belongs to the Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. It is a government-owned property. Muslims are being allowed to perform namaz and prayers twice a year on the days of Ramadan and Bakrid. But non-Muslims are not being allowed to use this land for any religious and cultural activities. We are planning to have a Ganesha Utsav on this particular playground, and we are also putting up 25 to 30 stalls which sell Lord Ganesha's idols. We are submitting a memorandum to the BBMP Commissioner in this regard.
On November 17, 2019, Gotabaya Rajapaksa got elected as the president of the island nation of Sri Lanka. With significant tax cuts and reduced revenue, the Gotabaya government ignored International Monetary Fund's warnings and directed the central bank to print currency in record amounts. 2020 brought in the COVID pandemic and Sri Lanka's billion-dollar tourism sector suffered massively. In April 2021, Gotabaya announced that the island nation will only allow organic farming and banned the import of chemical fertilizers. As the economy suffered due to failed policies and pandemic, the mandatory organic farming and fertilizer ban angered farmers. Fast forward to March of 2022, the debt-ridden nation's inflation soared to 21.5%. As the economy dwindled, leading to acute shortages of food, fuel and essentials, the anti-government sentiment began picking up steam at a lightning speed.
Now from the state of Karnataka, where the former Karnataka Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, has in fact slammed voters when specifically asked he would contest from Chamundeshwari. He refused to contest, saying that this would be his last election. Remember that he lost the election from Chamundeshwari in 2018. Let's listen to what he said.
I made it very clear categorically that I don't contest again from Chamundeshwari constituency.
The BJP is saying that you are leaving the people of Chamundeshwari. Because they didn't vote for you, you are not to...
See, the people of Chamundeshwari constituency, they have defeated me miserably in the last election. That is why I do not want to contest again.
This will be your last election, sir.
In the end, you gain samasya ಏನಪ್ಪ ನಿಮ್ದು?
Shows his arrogance, how he treats the people, how he treats the workers, how he is going to treat the voters. That arrogance, we can see it in that. ನೋಡಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ ಜನಾದೇಶ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಸೋಲು ಗೆಲುವು ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಸಮಾನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸೋ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಇದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಒಂದು ಗೇಮ್. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸಾರಿ ಜನ ತಿರಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅವರು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ವಿಚಾರ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು, ಜನ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸಿದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಭಾವನೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ನಾಯಕರು ಇರಬಾರ್ದು. ಅವರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರು ಭಾಳ ಹಿರಿಯರು, ಪ್ರತಿಪಕ್ಷ ನಾಯಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು, ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ ಅನುಭವ ಇದೆ. ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಸಮಾನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿದ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು. ಅದು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಆಂತರಿಕ ವಿಚಾರ, ಅವರು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ.
Time for a quick roundup of news. 13 people died after a Maharashtra government bus plunged into the Narmada River in Madhya Pradesh. 13 people have been rescued and one person is still missing. After the tragic bus accident in Madhya Pradesh, Dhar district, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has instructed Maharashtra State Road Transport Corporation to provide ex gratia to the bereaved families of the deceased. Each family will receive rupees 10 lakh. The Reserve Bank of India has recommended to the government that it should frame regulations for cryptocurrencies and prohibit them. But the government thinks that a global collaboration is needed for any effective regulation or a ban. In another setback for Shiv Sena's faction of Uddhav Thackeray, senior leader Ramdas Kadam has now resigned. He was the leader of the opposition in Maharashtra. Earlier, his son MLA Yogesh Kadam had joined the Eknath Shinde camp in Guwahati. More news. In a new development in the Gyanvapi case, lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain has filed a fresh plea before the Supreme Court. He's sought the right to worship the Shivling at the disputed site. He's also requested the Kashi Vishwanath Temple Trust to take its possession. National Hillview Public School in RR Nagar in Bengaluru received a bomb scare through email. Police has not found anything yet, but the search is still ongoing. School management has shifted the children of the school to an alternate campus as a security measure. We'll take a very quick break for the time being. We'll see you on the other side with more news. Stay tuned.
देश का प्रतीक है ये, हर हिंदुस्तानी के नजदीक है ये, हर डर को भगा देता है, हर देशवासी के अंदर जोश जगा देता है. Today I am here at Kishtwar and you can see the tricolor has been raised, and for this tricolor we have seen that how these brave hearts always try to ensure there is an unwritten commitment from their side that at any cost they will see this tricolor flutting For that even they are ready to take bullets on their body. For that they have even sacrificed their life. If today we are talking about peace and prosperity in Kishtwar, it's only because of these brave hearts who had always been there for the people of the country, who had always been there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that few months back, some of the politicians said that after abrogation of Article 370, there will be hardly anyone to hold tricolor in their hand. But you can see that how a new chapter has been scripted, how things have really changed and winds of change have already started blowing. And you can find these youngsters proudly looking towards the tricolor, 100 feet high tricolor, which can be seen from any of the hillock surrounding this Kishtwar town. After Kashmir Valley, Jammu region, now it is the Kishtwar where we have got this tricolor fluttering high. And every Indian's chest swells with pride when they look at the tricolor, because they know it is not only about tricolor, it is also about the sacrifice of our soldier. It's all, if we see the tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the blowing wind, it is because of the supreme sacrifice of each and every soldier. Let's talk to the youngsters. कैसा लग रहा है जब आज आप ये तिरंगा लहराते हुए देख रहे हैं?
सर, ये हमारे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है. आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारे किश्तवाड़ जिले में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है.
कितना जोश आ रहा है?
सर, बहुत ज़्यादा जोश आ रहा है. हमें खुशी हो रही है कि किश्तवाड़ में ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है कि 100 फीट ऊपर एक तिरंगा लहरा रहा है एक ऐसे चौक पर. तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा गर्व हो रहा है किश्तवाड़ पर भी.
आपके लिए कितना इंस्पायरिंग मोमेंट है?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत फील अच्छा आ रहा है.
गर्व फील हो रहा है, जोश आ रहा है?
सर,
कोई जोश से भारत माता की जय करके कितना जोर से बोलेंगे?
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
कितना गर्व फील कर रहे हैं आज आप?
सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. पहली बार ऐसा देखा कि किश्तवाड़ में फ्लैग बना.
Tears in her eyes narrate the whole story, because nobody had thought that this thing is going to really happen. But today, see how things have really changed. There's a lot of josh, there's a lot of enthusiasm among youngsters, and it's going to inspire millions of these youngsters when they will be looking at the tricolor. Definitely they will also be donning a uniform so that they can serve motherland India. It is the unwritten commitment of the soldiers that inspires each and every youngsters in the country. Unwritten commitment that at any cost they'll be serving country. Even for that they have to sacrifice their life. They are ready to do that. It is because of their sacrifice today we can see this tricolor fluttering high, and the josh is also high here in Kishtwar town. Pradeep Datta with Amit Bharadwaj for Times Now.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source.
A very good evening. Thanks for staying with us this evening on Times Now. I'm Kishtwar. Let's quickly get started with the top headlines and then we move on to the big story we're focusing on this evening.
मांग करूंगा केंद्र सरकार से कि ये जो खाने पीने की चीजों पे जीएसटी लगाया गया है इसको वापस लिया जाए.
Protests break out over 5% GST on food items including flour, cheese, curd in Parliament and on the streets. Opposition demands rollback of alleged anti-people tax. BJP claims processed food and hospital bed prices doesn't impact common man, claims opposition rule states endorse GST decision which will eventually help reduce commodity prices. Called a statue and lollipop an even symbol of anti-democratic ideology, NDA's Draupadi Murmu manages to breach opposition ranks with several instances of cross-voting, likely to be elected India's next president. Flanked with Prime Minister Modi and top BJP brass, Jagdeep Dhankar files nomination for Vice President's post, while BJP steps up attack on challenger Margaret Alva, claims Alva rewarded for shielding Gandhi's in chopper scam case. Madras High Court orders re-autopsy of Tamil Nadu student found dead after accusing teachers of harassment. After family alleged foul play by the school, Chief Minister Stalin says no one will be spared. Samajwadi Party leader calls Yogi government move to set minimum age for admission to madrasas a conspiracy. BJP says it only wants to ensure kids get quality and timely education. Akhilesh calls Namaz Chalisa showdown at Lulu Mall a BJP controversy to polarize electorate ahead of 2024 general elections. BJP says party doesn't need to polarize to win polls. Ahead of Karnataka polls, top Congress leader Siddaramaiah dumps Chamundeshwari constituency, blaming it for 2018 loss. BJP says arrogance is making former Karnataka CM insult voters. PFI operatives arrested for disrupt Prime Minister Modi event. Plot reveals outfit trained more than 15,000 men in camps running across 15 districts of Bihar under the nose of the administration. Finance Minister Nirmala Siddaramaiah tells Parliament government can't ban cryptocurrency without coordinated global action, despite SBI favouring ban, calling it destabilizer. And on Blueprint Explosive Exclusive, our focus remains on the fury over the Salem suicide that is still simmering after the family alleged viewers foul play by the school and pointed out several discrepancies. The Madras High Court today has ordered a second autopsy. It has also lashed out at the DMK Sarkar for failing to preempt and to prevent the righteous mob, which set ablaze school and even police bus. So school buses and police vans that came under direct attack. So far, 278 people have been arrested for the violence, while a CBCID probe has now been ordered. Now, the family of the minor claims that there is a cover-up taking place. Here, the mother on Times Now alleging that the school has hushed up several other deaths in their campus with bribe. A serious charge being made by the family. The school on their part has now released a video by an accused secretary claiming that the girl was distressed after a call from her mother. Listen in to this war of versions of what led to the death.
ஜூலை 13ஆம் தேதி எனக்கு ஃபோன் வருது. 6:30 மணிக்கு ஃபோன் அடிக்கிறாங்க. உங்கள் பாப்பா உயிரோட தான் இருக்கிறா, வாங்க கள்ளக்குறிச்சி ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்குன்னு. திரும்ப நாங்கள் ½ அன் ஹவர் ஆகலைங்க, ஃபோன் அடித்து உங்கள் பொண்ணு செத்துடுச்சு, உயிரோடு இருக்குன்னு சொன்ன ஒரு பொண்ணை அரை மணி நேரத்துலேயே உங்கள் பொண்ணு செத்துருச்சின்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்கங்க. அடுத்தது நாங்கள் கள்ளக்குறிச்சிக்கு போனோம். கள்ளக்குறிச்சி போய் டாக்டரை பார்க்கக்குள்ள உங்கள் பொண்ணு செத்துதாமா வந்துச்சின்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்கங்க. ஸ்கூலில் இதோட 7வது கொலைன்னு 7 கொலையும் பண்ணிட்டு ஒவ்வொருத்தவங்களுக்கும் அவங்க பணத்தால் அடிச்சு மறைச்சி திரும்ப ஸ்கூல் நிர்வாகத்தை நடத்திக்கிட்டே வராங்க.
நிறைய தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். இதுக்கு பள்ளிக்கும் இதுக்கும் எந்த சம்பந்தம் இல்லைங்கிறது நீங்க தெளிவா புரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். இதை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிற அத்தனை பேரும் எங்களுக்கு பார்த்துட்டு இருக்க மாணவர்கள், பொதுமக்கள், எங்களுக்கு பள்ளி படிச்சு முடிச்சுட்டு போன மற்ற எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸும் சரி, இதை சப்போர்ட் பண்ணி இதை ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க, இதை எங்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்க. பொய்யான தகவலை ஈஸியா எல்லாருக்கும் ரீச் ஆகிற மாதிரி செஞ்ச அத்தனை பேருமே.
Well, we've been reporting non-stop from the site where this unfortunate incident took place. My colleague sending us this report from the site of the incident. Take a look.
After the death of class 12 girl, there were protests across Kallakurichi and the protests turned violent on Sunday. Now this is the visual of the very school where the protest had taken the violent turn on Sunday. In fact, several people who were antisocial elements and miscreants ransacked the whole building, set the building on fire, destroyed the furnitures. In fact, we could see that many of the policemen, though they were deployed, they could not control the crowd. They were in fact uncontrollable. They were pelting stones on the police personnel. Nearly 52 police personnel were injured during this violent protest. And now we can see that M.K. Stalin, the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, also in fact assured action, and he had told that those who are guilty will be in fact booked. Now we can understand that the school principal, school secretary, correspondent and couple of teachers have been arrested. Nearly 200 in fact rioters have been arrested right now, and now we can see that in fact the case of the girl had come before Madras High Court. The family had been seeking CBCID investigation, and now in fact yesterday DGP had ordered the transfer of the case to CBCID, and now the Madras High Court orders a re-postmortem and has appointed a group of doctors. Now the postmortem will be videographed, and the court also directs the police to constitute a special team to identify those who provoked the violence on Sunday, and the court has directed Tamil Nadu government to in fact take a stringent action against all the elements who were indulged in this violence.
All right, getting in news now that the Madras High Court has recommended a probe, and Tamil Nadu Education Minister has assured action. Now remember, with the Madras High Court's observation, now development has taken place wherein the Tamil Nadu Education Minister has assured action. This after the Chief Minister's assurance. The Tamil Nadu Education Minister says will form panel to probe the case. Let me go across to Prapanch, my colleague, joining us with more details. Prapanch, you've been tracking each and every angle to the story, from what the family is claiming to what has been said by the Madras High Court today, and how an re-autopsy will be done in the case. So important details coming to light, but this is a reaction coming in from the Tamil Nadu Education Minister now.
Now, yes, we spoke to the minister himself, and he said that as soon as they got the information about this death, they immediately went and sought the details. CEO had given the details, and that was forwarded to collector and subsequently the police and RDO, and subsequently they were also following the case. And since it was the case was in the High Court, they were waiting for an orders. Now we also questioned about was there any security labs, was there any intelligence labs, could the government not anticipate this particular protest? He said that just because they had the intelligence input, they were the protest was peaceful for past 4 days. However, he said that he denied that there is any lapse in the intelligence, and said that police had been working efficiently, and because of that they had controlled the protest was peaceful for past 4 days. However, he has said that now on the Sunday, whoever were indulged in this particular violent protest, they would be arrested and the action would be taken against them.
Well, that was the promise made by the Chief Minister as well, but this is what his Education Minister has to say. Listen in.
Today the Honorable Court has given a verdict for us also. So based on the verdict, as our Honorable Chief Minister said, we will form a committee.
Prapanch continues to stay on with us. Prapanch, so is it that the government in Tamil Nadu was perhaps waiting for what the court had to say is when they would go down to taking some strict action, forming a committee, a panel, whatever it takes to get to the bottom of this?
Now, in fact, what the minister said was the same. He said that since they had approached the court, they were waiting for the orders from the court. Meanwhile, the minister also said that they were giving protection to the protesters. In fact, the protest was peaceful all along. It was done by the family members and the relatives and the parents initially. However, the protest took a violent turn when some antisocial elements and miscreants had entered the protest on the last day on in fact Sunday. wherein which the family said that they were not involved in that particular day. However, it was taken over by other elements, anti-social elements, and they in fact turned the protest into violence.
We are being joined by Mr. Priyank Kanungo, the NCPCR chief, also on the phone line. Mr. Kanungo, you know, we are going to take this up from where you left in the Lavanya case. Now, you'd taken up suo motu cognizance. You'd in fact also send out a team that was personally monitoring the situation, the case on ground. Are we expecting any kind of action on part of the NCPCR in this particular case as well? Seem to have lost that line with Priyank, but we will go across to him in just a bit, as this is a very, very important story, viewers, and investigations are currently underway. Now remember, as far as the Madras High Court is concerned, the court has also slammed the state for the intel failure, as close to 2,000 protesters descended and indulged in violence. It's not just ordered a second autopsy, but also demanded a status report by 29th of July. The Chief Minister also has assured that the guilty will be punished. Apart from that, the opposition has also blamed Stalin Sarkar for a complete failure in law and order machinery. Those reactions up next. Listen in.
மனவருத்தம் ஏற்படுத்தும் வகையில் கள்ளக்குறிச்சி நடந்த சம்பவங்கள் அமைந்துள்ளன. கல்வி நிலையங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு பிள்ளைகளையும் தங்களது சொந்த பிள்ளைகளாக நினைத்து அவர்களை பயிற்றுவிக்க வேண்டும். மாறாக நடக்கும் எந்த செயல்களாக இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் சட்டத்தின் முன் நிறுத்தப்பட்டு தண்டிக்கப்படுவார்கள் என எச்சரிக்கிறேன். இந்த சோகமான சூழலை பயன்படுத்தி கொண்டு சிலர் சேர்ந்து சட்டவிரோதமாக நடந்து கொண்டுள்ளார்கள். வன்முறைகள் என்பது வளர்ச்சிக்கு எதிரானது என்பதை அவர்கள் உணர வேண்டும்.
இந்த சம்பவம் 13ஆம் தேதியே நடந்துவிட்டது. இந்த 13ஆம் தேதி நடைபெற்று 17ஆம் தேதி தான் இந்த வன்முறைகள்லாம் நடந்திருக்கின்றன. உளவுத்துறை இந்த 3 நாட்களில் இந்த அரசு மெத்தன போக்கின் காரணமாக, அலட்சியத்தின் காரணமாக இப்படிப்பட்ட நிகழ்வு நடந்திருக்குது. 13ஆம் தேதியிலிருந்து 16ஆம் தேதி வரை தொடர்ந்து மாணவனுடைய பெற்றோர்கள் தொலைக்காட்சியின் வழியாக பேட்டி அளித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். ஒரு கொந்தளிப்பான சூழ்நிலை, ஒரு பதட்டமான சூழ்நிலை அங்கே நிலவிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இதையெல்லாம் இந்த விடிய அரசு உளவுத்துறையின் மூலமாக தகவல்களை சேகரித்து முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டிருந்தால் இந்த வன்முறையை தவிர்த்திருக்கலாம். உளவுத்துறை செயலற்று விட்டது.
Let's open this up to our guests joining us on this broadcast this evening. We have Uma Anandan, BJP councillor, with us also. Gokul Chandran, political analyst, is with us on this broadcast. Good evening to the both of you. Mr. Chandran, my first question would be to you. We heard the Chief Minister's reaction and emotional appeal being sent out there, an assurance suggesting that a detailed, thorough investigation will take place. But the larger question remains, Mr. Chandran, from 13th of July to the 17th of July, the family did in fact, make repeated pleas on something going wrong. And there was a clear intel failure, as is being suggested by the AIDMK as well.
Yeah, good evening. It's a very unfortunate incident that a young girl has lost her life. We don't know the reason. The police will be finding out the reason very soon. But before that, within 3 days, the police they also will take the time. 3 days is very less for a police to find out a young girl dying in a mysterious circumstance. If it is a death or a suicide or who are involved in it, to find all this, the police may take some time. Before that, there was a conspiracy which has been viewed out, and around 2,000 people gathering and vandalizing the school. This seems to be a very well-planned attack. I'm not sure if the intelligence has failed, but the protesters have overcome the intelligence and they have ransacked the school. And for supporting one student, they have they have demolished the future of around 3,000 students. The 2,000 people, for asking justice for one girl, they have brought 3,000 students into the streets. That's what has happened actually. The intelligence failure and everything we can discuss later. But then this incident as the Chief Minister has clearly pointed out, it will be thoroughly investigated. The postmortem is being redone. The case has been transferred to CBCID.
Can we leave it for later? We had 2,000 people on the streets protesting and in a violent manner. School buses were set on fire. Police vans were vandalized and set on fire.
Yeah, again, the incident took place on Sunday, and today around 300 people have been arrested for that rioting.
Surely, yes, action is being taken. More than 200 arrests have been made. In fact, action has been taken against the top people in the school administration as well. But I'd like Ms. Uma Anandan to come in. Madam, don't you feel that the police officials, the state government could have preempted this, prevented this? 2,000 people running on a rampage, you know, setting buses and vehicles on fire?
Definitely yes. Definitely yes. I would like to first convey my feelings to the parents. It is very tragic to lose a child under normal circumstances, natural death itself. But deaths like these, mysterious circumstances and unnatural deaths adds all the more to the heaviness of the issue. As a parent, I would like to empathize with them. But as you told, it is definitely a part of the intel failure. They said the first 3 days was very peaceful. So on the fourth day...
Ma'am, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We have Mr. Priyank, the NCPCR chief, once again with us on the phone line. We couldn't get to him earlier on. Priyank, I was meaning to ask you that, you know, if we go by what the NCPCR did on ground in the Lavanya case, you'd sent a team across that was monitoring the situation on ground. You'd taken suo motu cognizance of the case. Can we expect the NCPCR to act in a similar way here?
We have taken cognizance, we will intimate you whatever action we are taking on it. We are examining the case. We have been informed that several similar types of incident occurred previously also in this institution. So we are collecting relevant information. We will definitely take action and we will intimate you whatever action we will take.
What do you make of what the family is alleging? The family is saying this is a cover-up. There is something not quite adding up. So much so that the mother of the girl here, of the victim, has gone on to say that when she reached the spot where she fell to death, she did not find any blood stains. In fact, there were blood stains 10 meters away from where the body was eventually found. What do you make of, you know, the incident as it unfolded and the details that are being put out by the family?
We are, as of now, I can share limited information with you, and whatever I can say that we are watching the situation and we will definitely take strict action.
Alright, so you're assuring us here on Times Now that the NCPCR will take strictest action possible and will follow this up very closely. As for the police, Priyank, you know, the principal has been arrested, so has the secretary. Action is being taken. There was a lot of violence that was witnessed on Sunday. Unfortunately, more than 200 arrests have been made there, but we saw 2,000 strong force. Yeah, more than 2,000 people were on the streets setting buses on fire, and some of them were minors as well.
See, we have been informed that similar incident occurred in the same institution earlier also.
All right, seem to have lost that line, but that's the NCPCR chief. A Times Now exclusive as far as the ongoing investigations are concerned. I believe we have Mr. Priyank back with us. All right, seem to have lost that line, unfortunately. But yes, the NCPCR has taken cognizance in this particular case, monitoring the situation very, very closely. I'll once again go back to our guests and maybe we can reconnect with Priyank later in this news bulletin. Ms. Uma Anandan, you were making a point. Go ahead. What would you say to the kind of probe that has gone underway? Do you think timely action has been taken? Arrests have been made, but they have been made after a few days of when the incident first took place. The tragic incident, a shocking incident at that.
Yes. Definitely there has been a delay, but one thing I would like to stress there are a lot of loose ends lying around. A lot of unanswered questions are there. I think there is the presence of two groups yesterday in the crowd is very disturbing. I believe they are the cause for the entire violence. Why when in Tirunelveli or Salem or such incidents, no such violence happened. But why this violent reaction here? It is the presence of two questionable groups, and when 100 people gather itself, the police become alert. How did they allow 2,000 people to gather? And the most disturbing thing is, as you told when I saw the visuals, youngsters who are hardly in their late teens and early 20s, taking a tractor, damaging the school bus, putting it on fire, not knowing about the consequences of their act. FIR and their entire future is ruined. Have they not thought about it? Have they been brainwashed to take to this violence by some vested interest? All these questions will have to be answered to put an end to such future incidents.
Yes, and 2,000 is not a small number, Mr. Chandran. How did this kind of a mobilization take place? How did the police or anyone on ground did not encounter any sort of an intel on this? It's a big number.
For first time I agree with Mrs. Uma Anandan. Usually we don't agree. See, the point she made about few groups which had gathered, that is a very significant point here. So they had very well planned this through WhatsApp and all other groups, and somehow, I partially agree there was a failure from the intelligence, failure from the police. I am not denying that. But then this type of mobilization, it is very bad for the future of Tamil Nadu, and not only Tamil Nadu, for the nation. So this should be a lesson to any government or any police force to prevent any such incidents in future. And as Umaka rightly pointed out, some action, the strict action should be taken against this protest, because see, one side, that innocent girl and her parents, the justice needs to be done to them, but this scenario, the violent scenario, is much more
One can't even begin to imagine what the family is going through. A small question before I let both of you go. We're running out of time. But Mr. Chandran, there is also an allegation by the mother in this case that similar instances have taken place in the very same school. She's gone on to say that this has happened 7 times in the past. Now, with this kind of an allegation, we don't know if it's true or not, but if it were to be true, if there was a little bit of truth to what has been claimed or alleged by the mother, isn't the state government supposed to be monitoring this very, very closely? A quick answer, then I'm going to have to move on.
Yeah, it is just an allegation. So there is no concrete proof of what the mother has alleged. Because the mother, because she was so sad and she was upset, she was telling many type of things. And
all right.
So we cannot take that.
All right, so let's wait and watch. Investigations are underway. The Chief Minister has promised strictest of action, and so has the Tamil Nadu Education Minister. I appreciate both of you. Uma Anandan, BJP councillor, and also Gokul Chandran. Thank you both of you for taking out your time and speaking to us on a very important story where investigations are still underway. Moving on, viewers, now trouble mounts for Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan in the Waqf Board recruitment scam. As per sources, Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Saxena has also given a nod to CBI to probe the Aam Aadmi Party MLA. Now, the CBI has alleged that Amanatullah Khan abused official position. The CBI also maintains that Khan deliberately ignored rules, caused loss to the exchequer, also asserted that Amanatullah Khan and Mehboob Alam appointed individuals by manipulating recruitment norms and in turn provided unauthorized benefits to specific pre-identified people. That's the allegation that has been leveled against the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, and sources now indicating that the Lieutenant Governor believes that there is sufficient evidence of culpability to launch criminal proceedings against Amanatullah Khan. So that's the demand coming in from the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. Also against his aide Mehboob Alam, CBI, remember, has booked Amanatullah Khan earlier in 2016 as well, and that's the latest coming in from the LG's office. While CBI prepares to tighten noose on Amanatullah Khan, Aam Aadmi Party has lambasted at the Modi government, calling it a comedy circus, something that they've alleged time and again, that it is the misuse of agencies at the behest of the BJP that is at play. Meanwhile, the BJP in turn has blamed it on bad deeds done by the Aam Aadmi Party MLA.
ये तो इन लोगों का कॉमेडी सर्कस चलता रहेगा, उसकी चिंता नहीं। ललित मोदी की फोटो नहीं दिख रही? विजय माल्या रोज बढ़िया चश्मा पहन के घूमता है फोटो लगा के, उसको वो नहीं दिखता। नीरव मोदी नहीं दिखता इनको। आप रिकॉर्ड उठा के देखिए, 3000 छापे मारे 8 साल में ईडी ने। 3000 छापों में मात्र 0.5% कन्विक्शन रेट है। आप इसको क्या कहेंगी? ये तो एक प्रकार से राजनीतिक रूप से उसका इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। ईडी बीजेपी का दफ्तर बन गई है, वैसे ही काम कर रही है।
So as we have a BJP reaction as well, the BJP now calling it karma, saying that it's not the first time that Amanatullah Khan is under the scanner of the investigating agencies. Listen it.
वो जो भी कर्म चक्कर है, जो करेगा उसको भुगतना पड़ेगा। सोच के चलना चाहिए कि आखिर सामने इस जहान को अलविदा कह देना। वो बात करो जो इंसानियत के हक में है।
Mayank, my colleague, joining us on the phone line with more details. Mayank, the war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP continues, but the fact of the matter is that the LG has also stepped in, is demanding strictest of action, and more so, the BJP is also at this point in time quoting that this is a repeat offender we're talking about, and he's been under the radar of investigating agencies previously as well.
Well, sources said us that the sanction had been granted against Khan and Alam for the alleged commission of criminal offences that included deliberate and criminal violation of rules, regulations and law, misuse of position and causing financial losses to the exchequer while serving as the chairman and CEO of the Delhi Waqf Board respectively. And the LG has granted the sanction under Section 19 of the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988 and Section 197 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. That's what the sources tell us. And this has opened a Pandora box because in 2016 the CBI had put out the FIR where they had mentioned criminal
recruitment scam case blowing up there and trouble mounting for Amanatullah Khan. Aam Aadmi Party also coming in with a strong rebuttal hitting out the BJP. Let's see how that plays out. Thank you, Mayank, for joining us with those details. Slipping into a very short break here. My colleague Meghna joins you up next with the top stories of the day.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Draupadi Murmu ji is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. Yashwant Sinha ji is also a very good candidate. Draupadi Murmu ji is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi. We should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
I want to put this in the context of a larger approach of the Modi government. We have always given security a very, very high priority. In fact, number one priority in our foreign policy.
Hi there, warm welcome. You're watching Blueprint Explosive Exclusive with me, Meghna Dekha. The focus now shifts across to the massive controversy which is kicked up during a NEET examination where students were asked to remove even their underwear. This in a centre in Kerala. And now the big breaking news which is coming in, the National Testing Agency has stepped in and says that they have taken cognizance of the matter. However, they on their part had suggested no such advisory for students to remove even their innerwear. In fact, they promised that they're going to be looking into it. We'll go across to our reporter and get you more details about what really happened, because right now all we have is a lot of blame game which is happening, where the NTA, the National Testing Agency, was made to bear the brunt as to why such stringent, as the centre's authorities had called, stringent steps were being taken to ensure that there is no cheating, that even girls were asked to remove their innerwear. So let me go across to Sharon. Sharon, what is the National Testing Agency saying at this point?
Well, the National Testing Agency have told Times Now that they have in fact taken cognizance of this matter, and they have also made it clear that in no circumstances the students are asked to remove their innerwear, no matter what. And the advisories, there are in fact a number of advisories as far as what are the do's and don'ts when you are about to appear for a NEET examination, and in nowhere it is in fact mentioned that they are supposed to not wear a hooked or wired innerwear. But there have been instances. What the NTA has been saying is that every year there has in fact been complaints about such centers where the metal detector actually detects the wired innerwear or for that matter hooked innerwear, and that is when the problem arises. But in this matter, the NTA has assured Times Now that they have taken cognizance of the matter, and they are in fact going to look into that what really went wrong, and they will submit in fact a report to the Education Ministry eventually once they get all the required assessment in this case.
Well, of course, there are several unanswered questions as to why this problem did not happen in any of the other testing areas and centres as well. Meanwhile, Sharon, stay with us. Let's tell our viewers how Kerala's Education Minister now is blaming the entire blame onto NTA. NTA says we are looking into it, but the Kerala government has blamed the National Testing Agency, saying that they are going to petition the centre against it.
What is going to be the next action against the officials?
I consider this as a very unfortunate incident. The officials were employed by NTA, National Testing Agency. We are planning to write letters to the central government and the concerned agency NTA in order to prevent further incidents.
parents have filed a complaint with the police and said that there are hundreds of girls who have gone through, to this trauma for nearly 3 hours. So, what do you think? Where has it gone wrong exactly, according to you?
The instructions are given by NTA itself. The whole procedures are being conducted and supervised by NTA. So they are responsible for this. It was an effort from the part of only one lady, but precautions are to be taken in this regard.
So that's very interesting. The NTA is blaming the centre for it. Meanwhile, the state is blaming the National Testing Agency for it, saying that they're going to even petition the centre as to why this had happened. This harassment should not have happened in the first place. But with that, let's move on in the bulletin now and tell you how, as the probe in the Patna terror module deepens, new chilling details are now surfacing. In fact, after a joint grilling of the accused Azhar Parvez and Jalaluddin, agencies have come across fresh evidence which points towards the PFI link with the terror module. Now, police sources say that Times Now has over 15,000 Muslim youth have been given martial arts trainings as well as arms training in Bihar under PFI's banner. In fact, not just that, a headquarter in Purnia and offices in 15 other districts were also set up by the same outfit, the PFI. Now, the accused allegedly targeted unemployed and uneducated youth and then brainwashed and radicalized to recruit them and provide them sophisticated training. That is what the sleuths are confirming right now. In fact, the transactions, which had amounted to 90 lakh rupees carried out by PFI bank accounts, are also under the agency's lens, who are also probing an alleged Hawala link to this entire probe that they are carrying out. But let's also get you more details about what can be the possible fallout of this. Of course, the PFI on their part has already said that they have absolutely no role to play as the charges have been leveled against them. Meanwhile, the Bihar police, with the help of the UP ATS on Saturday, arrested a lawyer, Nuruddin Jangi, in Lucknow while probing the network of a terror module linked with the PFI and the STPI involved in anti-national activities at Patna's Pulwari Sharif area. Now, 5 of the accused have been arrested by the police in the case so far.
पटना पुलिस ने पूरे मामले में पटना का इलाका है फुलवारी शरीफ, उसमें कांड दर्ज किया है। कांड दर्ज में करने के बाद में पुलिस की टीम बना के कार्रवाई की गई है। कांड का अनुसंधान अभी गहन स्तर पर चल रहा है, डिटेल में उसकी बारीकियों की जांच की जा रही है। कुछ अभियुक्तों की गिरफ्तारी की गई है और उनके स्टेटमेंट्स ले करके और जो जब्त दस्तावेज हैं उसकी स्क्रूटनी करके क्रॉस मैच करते हुए हम लोग और एविडेंस कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। जहां जहां जरूरत होगी हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन की टीम वहां जाएगी। अलग अलग टीमें अलग अलग समय पे काम कर रही हैं, तो अभी अनुसंधान जारी है और आगे भी इसमें कार्रवाई हमारी चलती रहेगी।
Moving on now, well, just a week into its grand inauguration at the hands of UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, the Lulu Mall in Lucknow has probably handled more controversies than footfalls. In fact, in the latest details, which are now emerging from investigation into the case, the CCTV footage analysis suggests that the group of men who were allegedly seen offering namaz that entire day may have been planned. In fact, the activity of the sole purpose of trying to tarnish the reputation of the mall and to disrupt harmony. In fact, according to police, the footage shows 8 men entering the facility together, making no attempt to explore the mall or visit any of the showrooms. Police say that this group made multiple attempts to offer namaz but were stopped by the security in all these places. Eventually, they managed to go to the second floor where one of the group managed to offer prayers, and the second group then recorded videos of them offering prayers, now which supposedly later on went viral. Here's a report from the mall.
लुलु मॉल में जिस तरीके से नमाज और हनुमान चालीसे का विवाद बढ़ रहा है, उसके साथ साथ सुरक्षा व्यवस्था के भी चाक चौबंद इंतजाम किए जा रहे हैं। इस वक्त हम लुलु मॉल के बाहर मौजूद है और यहाँ पर लगातार ड्रोन कैमरों के जरिए निगरानी हो रही है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर ड्रोन कैमरा जो है वो जो पुलिस विभाग के अधिकारी हैं और वो लोग यहाँ पर चला रहे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि लुलु मॉल का मेन एंट्रेंस गेट है और यहाँ पर ड्रोन कैमरे के जरिए पूरी निगरानी हो रही है। ना सिर्फ एंट्रेंस गेट के आसपास बल्कि दूर तक अगर कोई ऐसा संदिग्ध व्यक्ति जो यहाँ पर आकर धार्मिक उन्माद फैला सकता है, माहौल खराब कर सकता है, तो उस चीज की भी निगरानी यहाँ पर पुलिस ड्रोन कैमरे के जरिए कर रही है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर ना सिर्फ ड्रोन कैमरे का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, बल्कि इसके साथ साथ बड़ी संख्या में पुलिस का जो बल है वो आसपास के सभी गेटों के आसपास लगाया गया है। और इसके साथ साथ पीएसी की भी एक टुकड़ी जो है वो यहाँ पर 24 घंटे स्टैंड बाय मोड पर मौजूद है। यानी अगर कोई भी व्यक्ति बड़ी संख्या में या कुछ लोगों के साथ आकर यहाँ पर धार्मिक उन्माद फैलाने की कोशिश करता है तो ऐसी स्थिति में उनसे निपटने के लिए यहाँ पर बड़ी संख्या में पुलिस बल डिप्लॉय किया गया है। यहाँ पर न सिर्फ पुलिस की सुरक्षा है बल्कि लुलु मॉल की इंटरनल सुरक्षा भी मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि अगर आप ठीक सामने की तरफ देखें तो ऐसे कई सीसीटीवी कैमरे पूरे लुलु मॉल के परिसर में लगाए गए हैं। और ये सीसीटीवी कैमरे जो हैं ये ना सिर्फ निगरानी करते हैं बल्कि इसके साथ साथ जो प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स हैं उनको भी यहाँ पर बड़ी संख्या में तैनात किया गया है। और इन सिक्योरिटी कैमरों की मैं बात करूं तो इससे अगर आप आसपास देखेंगे तो ना सिर्फ इस मॉल परिसर के बाहर बल्कि अगर मैं आपको अंदर की तस्वीर दिखाऊं तो यहाँ भी देख सकते हैं कि हर सेक्शन पर, हर गेट पर ये सीसीटीवी कैमरे डिप्लॉय किए गए हैं, लगाए गए हैं। और इसके जरिए ही पूरे मॉल की जो निगरानी है वो होती है। तो सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर पुलिस जांच कर रही है। माना जा रहा है कि जल्द ही जो लोग इसमें और शामिल हैं उनको भी गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा।
हमने पुलिस बल और पीएसी इसलिए लगाया था कि कोई असामाजिक तत्व किसी प्रकार की गलत हरकत करने की चेष्टा ना कर सके। और इसके लिए हमने मॉल से पहले ही लगभग 1 किलोमीटर पहले में 500 मीटर पे चौराहे वहाँ पर बैरियर लगाए थे। जितने भी प्रदर्शनकारी प्रयास किए इस क्रिया प्रतिक्रिया के सिलसिले को आगे बढ़ाने की, उनके विरुद्ध हमने कानूनी कार्रवाई की है और हम सभी लोगों को गिरफ्तार किए। परसों भी 18 लोग गिरफ्तार किए गए थे, कल भी कुछ लोग गिरफ्तार हुए जो परिसर में नहीं पहुंचे थे बल्कि मॉल से दूर ही यहाँ पे आने का जो प्रयास किए थे उनके विरुद्ध कार्रवाई कर ली गई है और वे सभी इस समय जेल में हैं।
Now, even as the probe is underway, the opposition in Uttar Pradesh is blaming the BJP government for staging this communally divisive controversy to reap political benefits ahead of the 2024 polls. In fact, this is a charge which is sternly refuted by the state, which insists that it has been propped in the crackdown.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की साजिश है। मुझे तो यहाँ तक बताया है कि उत्तर प्रदेश का 2024 से पहले माहौल खराब करने के लिए इसी तरह के ट्रेन कर करके लोग भेजे जा सकते हैं। और जहाँ तक धार्मिक स्थानों का सवाल है, फैजाबाद में धार्मिक स्थानों पे किसने फेंका था मांस? आज जो कन्नौज में खबरें आ रही हैं वो किसने फेंका? सब बीजेपी के लोग हैं इसमें। बीजेपी के लोग जानबूझ करके, क्योंकि न वो महंगाई का जवाब दे सकते हैं न वो बेरोजगारी का जवाब दे सकते हैं और जिस तरीके से हर मुद्दे पर फेल हुए हैं, इसलिए जानबूझ करके जनता का ध्यान हटाने के लिए इस तरह का काम कर रहे हैं।
ये श्री अखिलेश यादव जी वो देखिए क्या है, वो मैं समझता हूँ कि फिजिकली कहीं कुछ समझने और देखने के लिए नहीं जाते, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश दंगा मुक्त प्रदेश हो गया है। इस प्रकार से जिन लोगों ने भी विवाद किए हैं उसमें जो कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कार्रवाई भी हुई है। लेकिन मैं व्यक्तिगत तौर से मानता हूँ कि किसी को नमाज पढ़ना है वह मस्जिद में जाए, अपने घर में पढ़े। किसी को श्री हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करना है वह भी अपने घर में या मंदिर में जाकर के करे।
उत्तर प्रदेश तेजी से विकास की दिशा में बढ़ रहा है। निश्चित तौर पे कई ऐसे लोग हैं जिसमें साजिश रच के सरकार के कार्यों को बदनाम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारी सरकार पूरी तरीके से सजग है। ऐसे किसी भी मंसूबों को हम कामयाब नहीं होने देंगे।
As I said, this is something which is on BJP's plate from a long time, and BJP has not been able to win a single state without dividing the community and the society. They tried the same thing in Bengal.
Well, this is going to be one of our top focus stories. For the timing, a short break. We're returning in 2 minutes.
playground in question belongs to the Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. It is a government-owned property. Muslims are being allowed to perform namaz and prayers twice a year on the days of Ramadan and Baqrīd. But non-Muslims are not being allowed to use this land for any religious and cultural activities. We are planning to have a Ganesha Utsav on this particular playground, and we are also putting up 25 to 30 stalls which sell Lord Ganesha's idols. We are submitting a memorandum to the BBMP Commissioner in this regard.
On November 17, 2019, Gotabaya Rajapaksa got elected as the president of the island nation of Sri Lanka. With significant tax cuts and reduced revenue, the Gotabaya government ignored International Monetary Fund's warnings and directed the central bank to print currency in record amounts. 2020 brought in the COVID pandemic, and Sri Lanka's billion-dollar tourism sector suffered massively. In April 2021, Gotabaya announced that the island nation will only allow organic farming and banned the import of chemical fertilizers. As the economy suffered due to failed policies and pandemic, the mandatory organic farming and fertilizer ban angered farmers. Fast forward to March of 2022, the debt-ridden nation's inflation soared to 21.5%. As the economy dwindled, leading to acute shortages of food, fuel and essentials, the anti-government sentiment began picking up steam at a lightning speed. By April 2, 2022, the mass public resentment and condemnation forced the government to declare a national emergency. On May 9th, the heightened economic crisis led to Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa's resignation. On May 12th, Gotabaya convinced Vikram Singhe to take up the premiership in order to curb the growing unrest. There were still demands for resignations of Gotabaya and other leaders, with pressure now on Vikram Singhe. As the crisis worsened, with ordinary citizens struggling with a continued shortage of food, fuel and medical supplies throughout May and June, Go Gota Go echoed throughout the country. On July 9th, lakhs of people marched towards Colombo and occupied the presidential palace. Gotabaya fled, while Vikram Singhe promised to step down to make way for an all-party interim government. Gotabaya, still in hiding, informed the speaker that he will resign on July 13th.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
With that, big breaking news which is coming in, then this is a Mega Times Now exclusive. Nupur Sharma, the former BJP spokesperson, is facing 9 FIRs for her alleged blasphemous statement against the Prophet. Well, she now moves the apex court, seeking a stay on her arrest in any of the 9 FIRs filed against her. In fact, she seeks to pursue her earlier petition, rescinding her request for its withdrawal following the rasping criticism from the Supreme Court bench. Now, Nupur Sharma says that after the Supreme Court's unexpected and very strong criticism of her, the fringe elements have renewed their threats to her life, also given her rape threats. She has requested the Supreme Court that since the FIR was at Delhi, and that was the first one, all the other FIRs should be clubbed with the Delhi FIR and the case should be looked into in Delhi courts itself. Let me go across to Harish, who's joining us with the latest details on this, our legal editor. Harish, tell us, on what technical grounds has she cited to say all the 9 FIRs against her should be clubbed and brought to Delhi?
Yes, so that's right. Nupur Sharma has made one more attempt. Remember, three weeks back, the Supreme Court had, in fact, forced her to withdraw her petition, which had sought clubbing of all the FIRs against her, pulling her up on several fronts. And Supreme Court had even said that she was singularly responsible for what is happening in the country, including the Udaipur beheading. So now she has, in fact, moved the Supreme Court. She's facing 9 FIRs, and she has moved the Supreme Court once again, seeking stay of her arrest in any of the 9 FIRs. She, in fact, says that after Supreme Court's unexpected and strong criticism of her, the fringe elements have renewed their threat to her life, and also is receiving rape threats. She requests that Supreme Court that since the FIR at Delhi was the first one, all FIRs at other places be clubbed with Delhi FIR. So she's in fact citing Supreme Court's own judgment in T.T. Anthony and Satinder Bazin, which says that a person cannot be subjected to multiple FIRs on the same cause of action, and therefore it needs to be clubbed. And since the Delhi FIR was the first one, all trials should be shifted to Delhi, and only the Delhi FIR should be investigated. So we'll have to wait and watch whether this time around she will get any relief or not.
We'll keep tracking the developments on that front. Whether Nupur Sharma gets any relief or not from the apex court, we'll have to wait and see. But with that, let's move on in the bulletin, tell you how forces continue to guard our borders. High-definition cameras now have been installed all along the Chenab belt in the Akhnur sector to keep check on the movement of terrorists and anti-India elements. In fact, take a look at this ground report, which has been filed by our senior editor, Pradeep Datta.
BSF is guarding border, but we have seen that over the period of time, BSF has become high-tech. Let me show you. This is the third eye. With the help of this third eye, they are keeping an eye on each and every movement along international border. This is high-definition camera that has been installed all along border. With the help of this high-definition camera, they can detect any movement. Once that movement is detected, they get immediately alert and lay an ambush. And right now, you can also see that they have laid an ambush, because whenever they see any kind of movement across the border, they lay an ambush, they try to foil their sinister plot. We have seen that during the last few days, several attempts have been made by Pakistan to use unmanned aerial vehicles to deliver arms and ammunition. They tried in major area along line of control. Army fired few rounds. Drone went back to Pakistan side. They tried it in Sabah sector. Yesterday we saw that they tried even in Pathankot area, where the BSF had to fire about 46 rounds. Drone went back to Pakistan side, because they feel that's the only way they can deliver sticky bomb. Sticky bomb is considered to be one of the most lethal weapon that right now Pakistan is trying to provide to jihadis here in Jammu and Kashmir. This weapon was used by Taliban since 2005 against American forces, and now it is considered to be the favorite weapon of jihadis here in Jammu and Kashmir region too. So they are trying to send these magnetic IEDs so that they can target security force personnel. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but I will rise like a phoenix. And that is in fact Indian soldier is all about. That is what border security force personnel are all about. Despite all those difficulties, challenges, they are there guarding borders of the country. You can see for the last few days there are inputs that now Pakistan will try to use these riverine areas, these streams, to push in terrorists into this side of the border, because they haven't succeeded. They use subterranean means, through tunnels they try to push in terrorists like rats. They did not succeed. Then they tried to drop arms and ammunition using drones, and they did not succeed because our BSF personnel, they were able to foil all their nefarious design and sinister plot. Right now I am with the Water Patrol Party of Border Security Force personnel guarding Chenab River, and just few meters away is Pakistan's Tariq post and New Gati post. That is considered to be one of the launch pad from where देश का प्रतीक है ये, हर हिंदुस्तानी के नजदीक है ये, हर डर को भगा देता है, हर देशवासी के अंदर जोश जगा देता है. Today I am here at Kishtwar, and you can see the tricolor has been raised, and for this tricolor we have seen that how these brave hearts always try to ensure there is an unwritten commitment from their side that at any cost they will see this tricolor fluttering. For that even they are ready to take bullets on their body. For that they have even sacrificed their life. If today we are talking about peace and prosperity in Kishtwar, it's only because of these brave hearts who had always been there for the people of the country, who had always been there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that few months back, some of the politicians said that after abrogation of Article 370, there will be hardly anyone to hold tricolor in their hand. But you can see that how a new chapter has been scripted, how things have really changed, and winds of change have already started blowing. And you can find these youngsters proudly looking towards the tricolor, 100 feet high tricolor, which can be seen from any of the hillock surrounding this Kishtwar town. After Kashmir Valley, Jammu region, now it is the Kishtwar where we have got this tricolor fluttering high. And every Indian's chest swells with pride when they look at the tricolor, because they know it is not only about tricolor, it is also about the sacrifice of our soldier. It's all, if we see the tricolor fluttering, it is not because of the blowing wind, it is because of the supreme sacrifice of each and every soldier. Let's talk to the youngsters. कैसा लग रहा है जब आज आप ये तिरंगा लहराते हुए देख रहे हैं?
सर ये हमारे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है. आज हम बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारे किश्तवाड़ जिले में इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा है.
कितना जोश आ रहा है?
सर बहुत ज़्यादा जोश आ रहा है. हमें खुशी हो रही है कि किश्तवाड़ में ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है कि 100 फीट ऊपर एक तिरंगा लहरा रहा है एक ऐसे चौक पर. तो हमें बहुत ज़्यादा गर्व हो रहा है किश्तवाड़ पर भी.
आपके लिए कितना इंस्पायरिंग मोमेंट है?
सर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत फील अच्छा आ रहा है.
गर्व फील हो रहा है, जोश आ रहा है
सर.
कोई जोश से भारत माता की जय करके कितना जोर से बोलेंगे?
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
कितना गर्व फील कर रहे हैं आज आप?
सर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. पहली बार ऐसा देखा कि किश्तवाड़ में फ्लैग बना.
Tears in her eyes narrate the whole story, because nobody had thought that this thing is going to really happen. But today, see how things have really changed. There's a lot of josh, there's a lot of enthusiasm among youngsters, and it's going to inspire millions of these youngsters when they will be looking at the tricolor. Definitely they will also be donning a uniform so that they can serve motherland India. It is the unwritten commitment of the soldiers that inspires each and every youngsters in the country. Unwritten commitment that at any cost they'll be serving country. Even for that they have to sacrifice their life. They are ready to do that. It is because of their sacrifice today we can see this tricolor fluttering high, and the josh is also high here in Kishtwar town. Pradeep Datta with Amit Bharadwaj for Times Now.
for decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
हर एक माननीय सदस्यों की यही हार्दिक इच्छा है कि जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को एक अवश्य ही भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। लोकतंत्र में
Good evening and welcome. You're watching The Nation Wants to Know. I'm Padmaja Joshi. Let's get you started with the Times Now Top 50. Several essentials get costlier from today. New GST rates come into effect for a host of goods and services. All prepackaged labeled food items will be costlier. 5% GST will apply on everyday essentials like atta, paneer and curd. Opposition leaders have trained their guns at the centre over GST hikes. Siddaramaiah has likened the BJP to bedbugs. Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh says centre is favouring the rich and the poor are left in the lurch. Centre hits back at opposition, questions why 3 members of opposition who were in the GST committee did not lodge any opposition. Also brings to light reduction in prices of other commodities. UP government's proposal to regulate admission in madrasa sparks a political showdown. Yogi government is set to constitute a committee to fix minimum age for admission in madrasas. The madrasa proposal hasn't gone down too well with the opposition. Samajwadi Party and AIUDF pounce upon the Yogi Sarkar, calling the proposed move an all-out assault on madrasas. They say the decision is similar to that of Hitler. A bizarre and invasive practice has come to light from a NEET centre in Kerala. Aspirants were allegedly asked to remove their innerwear before entering the exam hall. Parents have filed a complaint and expressed their displeasure. I won't contest from Chamundeshwari anymore, says former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Expresses displeasure over people's mandate despite his claims of fulfilling 158 out of 165 poll promises. Former Chief Minister and JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy has hit out at Siddaramaiah, saying that his arrogance against people's mandate is unwelcome. Trouble is mounting for Aam Aadmi Party MLA and Waqf Board Chairman Amanatullah Khan. Delhi Lieutenant Governor has granted CBI sanction to prosecute Khan over sufficient evidence to prove his culpability in the scam. CBI had booked Amanatullah Khan in 2016. The CBI has alleged that Amanatullah Khan abused official position. The agency also says that he deliberately ignored rules and caused a loss to the exchequer. Now, a day after violence marred a school in Kallakurichi in Tamil Nadu, PWD and RTO department sleuths at ground zero to assess the damage and take stock of the situation. Times Now is also at the spot where the violence took place on Sunday over the suspicious death of a class 12 student a few days ago. Charred buses still are evidence of the kind of violence that took place. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and DMK Chief M.K. Stalin has reacted on the violence that erupted on Sunday. The CM says that such violence only hinders the state's growth. Madras High Court judge has directed Tamil Nadu government to form a special team to identify those who provoked Sunday's violence. The judge has said that such cases of deaths in schools should be investigated by the CBCID and the post-mortem of the young girls should be conducted again by a 3-member team. The row over Lulu Mall in Lucknow intensifies. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has hit out the BJP, saying that such incidents where a namaz was conducted inside a mall are taken place and communalized in view of the upcoming elections. BJP has fact-checked Akhilesh and slammed his appeasement mindset. Minority Affairs Minister in Uttar Pradesh and the Deputy CM Keshav Maurya says that attempts are being made only to defame the UP government. That's why such incidents are staged. Meanwhile, the administration of Lulu Mall in Lucknow has clarified in a statement that 80% of their employees are Hindus. This comes among allegations that the mall was biased in its employment policy and gave preferential treatment to Muslims. In a new development in the Gyanvapi case, lawyer Vishnu Shankar Jain has filed a fresh petition before Supreme Court seeking the right to worship the Shivling at the disputed site. He's also requested Kashi Vishwanath Temple Trust to take the Shivling in its possession. National Hillview Public School in R.R. Nagar in Bengaluru received a bomb scare through email. Police has not yet found anything, but the search was carried out through the day. The school management shifted the children to an alternate campus security measure. The school is associated with Congress leader D.K. Shivakumar. An army captain and a junior commissioned officer were killed in an accidental grenade blast along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. The blast took place when the Indian Army troops were performing their duties in Mendar. 13 people were killed after MSRTC bus en route Pune fell off the Khalghat Sanjay Setu in Dhar district of Madhya Pradesh this morning. As rescue operations continued, 15 were rescued by the NDRF. Search for remaining passengers is still underway. NDRF personnel have recovered 12 bodies of the deceased. Others may have been washed away in the strong current. Prime Minister's office expressed condolences to the bereaved families. Further promises to help the victims. Monetary compensation also announced. Ex gratia of 2 lakh rupees to each of the deceased families and 50,000 to those injured in the Dhar accident has been announced by the Prime Minister. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla also expressed condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones in the horrific bus accident in Dhar. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan announced an ex gratia of 10 lakh rupees to each of the kin of the deceased. Madhya Pradesh CM also spoke to his Maharashtra counterpart Eknath Shinde, assured that those who belong to Maharashtra who were involved in the accident, their bodies would be sent back to their families as ASAP. Eknath Shinde has instructed the Maharashtra State Road Transport Corporation to provide an ex gratia of 10 lakh rupees to the kin of the deceased in the MSRTC bus accident. Meanwhile, Shivraj Singh Chauhan called on Union Home Minister Amit Shah to apprise him of the accident as well. Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra informed that 15 people have been rescued so far in the Dhar bus accident. Member of Parliament from Madhya Pradesh, Jyotiraditya Scindia, also expressed grief. Congress chief in the state, Kamal Nath, demanded that the Chief Minister speed up rescue operations. Madhya Pradesh's MP from Dhar, Chhatar Singh, also took stock of the rescue. In a fatal incident from Uttar Pradesh, 2 Kawad Yatris were killed as a bus rammed into their motorbike in Uttar Pradesh's Amroha. Polling for the presidential elections has ended. Results will be out on the 21st of July. 15th president to take oath on the 25th of this month. Prime Minister Modi cast his vote for the next president of India in the morning today. Union Home Minister Amit Shah also cast his vote for the next president of India. NDA has fielded Draupadi Murmu, while the UP has chosen Yashwant Sinha as their face for the presidential post. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also cast his vote for the next president. BJP National President JP Nadda cast his vote for the next president of India, expressed hope that everyone would rally behind Draupadi Murmu and make her the first lady tribal president of the country. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and Madhya Pradesh CM cast their vote in their respective state assemblies for the presidential elections. Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh also came to cast his vote in the ongoing presidential polls. Due to ill health, he was brought to the polling centre in a wheelchair. BJP MPs Hema Malini and Jayant Sinha cast their vote earlier in the day. Jayant Sinha attracted a lot of attention given that the opposition candidate is his own father, Yashwant Sinha. Gujarat tribal leader Chotu Wasawa and Mahesh Wasawa cast their vote for the presidential election. They said that the president's intervention is necessary in matters related to tribal issues. Meanwhile, Mayawati, BSP chief, has announced her support to Draupadi Murmu in the presidential election. She has appealed to others to support Murmu as well for the interest of backward caste tribals and women. Taking to Twitter, and in fact in an op-ed, BJP chief JP Nadda hailed Draupadi Murmu, said that she is actually a people's president and a people's leader. Counting for the presidential poll will be held on the 21st of July. Swearing-in ceremony will take place on the 25th. Yashwant Sinha has pitted himself as somebody who is essential to save democracy. He said that everyone should vote for him because this could be a critical turn in India's history, which could decide whether democracy exists in the country or not. Yashwant Sinha, in an open letter, also said that his victory will make all the difference. When questioned on whether he would win or not, he remained silent. Yashwant Sinha also made serious allegations about money being used and agencies being misused for the presidential pose. Alright, the big face-off in Parliament today before it was adjourned. Get ready to shell out more for essential items. A whole host of goods and services is set to become costlier with the new GST rates coming into effect from today. Everyday items like rice, wheat, packaged curd, etc. are costlier as 5% GST will now be levied on them. Not just food items, hospital bills are all set to get more expensive, as is travel, with hotel bills set to increase. 12% GST will be charged on solar water heaters, hotel accommodation, maps and charts. 18% GST will be applicable on printing, writing, drawing, ink knives with cutting blades, pencil sharpeners, LED lamps, drawing and marking out instruments. Now, with the Aam Aadmi feeling the pinch, the opposition raised the issue in Parliament. Rajya Sabha proceedings were adjourned for the day after disruption by Congress MPs over the hike in GST. The opposition stormed the well of the House, sloganeering against the GST rise. The opposition also said whether the centre was intent on bleeding the Aam Aadmi dry.
मैं मांग करूंगा केंद्र सरकार से कि ये जो खाने पीने की चीज़ों पे जीएसटी लगाया गया है इसको वापस लिया जाए। आज देश में अकेला दिल्ली राज्य ऐसा है, आप एक आम नागरिक से बाहर जाके पूछिए जहाँ पे आम नागरिक को महंगाई से हम लोग कुछ थोड़ी सी सुविधा दे रहे हैं। इतनी महंगाई के ज़माने के अंदर दिल्ली सरकार लोगों को महंगाई से थोड़ी सी रियायत दे रही है। मैं केंद्र सरकार से निवेदन करूंगा कि ये जीएसटी जो है ये सही नहीं है, जो आपने खाने पीने की चीज़ों पे लगाया है इसको वापस लिया जाए।
At least the price issue should be discussed at length in the House, because each and every segment of our society has been reeling under the price rise issue. When economic distress has been so severe for the common people that they are simply gasping. So our first and foremost demand to the ruling dispensation that price rise issue should be given priority.
Now, even as it came under fire for burdening the Aam Aadmi even further, the BJP has put out a list of people who were members of a committee that was to decide on the rationalization of GST rates, questioning that when there were ministers from opposition-ruled states like Bengal and Rajasthan, why did they not oppose this proposal when it was being discussed?
The decision taken by the GST Council has endorsement of each and every state. Every state's vote value is the same. Therefore, this decision has been taken in consultation with all Congress-ruled states. Now, if Rahul Gandhi is not aware of the process, maybe he should educate himself. Also, this GST will allow for manufacturers and service providers to claim input credit, which will actually help bring down the prices of the commodities.
All right, joining us on the debate, we have Professor Santosh Mehrotra, Senior Economist, Kuntal Krishna, Political Analyst, Zeba Yasmin, National Spokesperson of Samajwadi Party, Vijay Sardana, Economist. My first question is to Senior Leader of the BJP, Narendra Taneja. Why at this time was this necessitated, Mr. Taneja? At a time when we already have expensive fuel, we already have high inflation, every possible, your incomes are affected by the pandemic. Why do you need to increase GST?
You said it's factually wrong. The centre has not taken this decision. It's not correct to say that the central government has taken this decision. The decision has been taken by the GST Council. And what is the GST Council? 1/3 centre and 2/3 states. That's the weight.
Sir, I will come to the opposition in just a second. I will talk about states in a second. For the time being, could this not be put on hold? Why is it necessary to increase GST at this time? Why?
No, the centre can't do that. Center can't put this on hold. Decision has been taken by the GST Council, and it is a call of the GST Council, which, as you know, that Amit Balwe was also trying to explain to you, that you see these things are discussed threadbare in the GST Council, where the centers, if you look at the total construct in terms of power, is 1/3. 2/3 is with various states, ruled by different political parties. So point is, once the decision is taken by the GST Council, it's implemented.
Mr.
That's
Ganesha,
it.
again,
So
it doesn't make us feel better if we are paying more money that, oh, the center hasn't done it. All of them together decided to, basically just bleed our income dry. Why is the center and the states together doing it to the common man?
Now, this is now the right question. Now, you see center and state both. So basically, you are saying various state government and the center, why they are doing what they are doing. You see, many of these items, which, for instance, were listed listed by you, were already, the various state governments actually were taxing these items already. Traditionally, they've been doing it for years. Now, since we have got a GST and now as a national platform, one country, one tax kind of mantra, and at the same time, we all know that GST as it is an evolving platform. It's a joint platform. It's the central government and state government. It's evolving. It's still evolving. But if there is any feedback, I'm sure in the next meeting, GST Council can take a view. But as far as to say that just to play politics, to say and direct all fingers in the direction of the center, that's factually wrong.
Okay, sir, even if it is not about the center, even if the states were partaking in all of this, but Professor Santosh Mehrotra, was it necessary at this time?
Of course, it was not necessary. And let's just put the facts on the table about how decision making takes place within the GST Council. 1/3 of the weight of voting in the GST Council belongs to the center. And when you take on board the BJP ruled states, then quite clearly the BJP in the ruling party has a majority. There's just no question about it. So yes, the other opposition states, Amit Malviya might be technically right, but being technically right but substantively wrong is what is happening here. Because clearly the states may have been taxing these commodities under VAT. VAT existed and ceased to exist in 2017 on the 30th of June when GST came into existence. So it has not been taxed. This is the most important point. The second important point is that, as you have, Padmaja, rightly been pointing out, that inflation is running at the level at which is running, one, and two, the CSO, the Central Statistical Organization, has told us that per capita consumption is still in FY22 below 1920 level. And with inequality having risen, you can imagine what has happened to people at the bottom of the pyramid. And their joblessness has increased. It's regular jobs that have been lost. Wages have been falling in that situation. On an already flawed GST, where you have 5 to 6 rates, that was not the original intention 10 years ago. You are now putting additional indirect taxes on ordinary food items. And let's just remind ourselves that 70% of the food inflation is accounted for by vegetables, cereals, milk products, and oils and fats. Now you've added on these ordinary items as well.
So
let's just remind.
What is the logic, Mr. Sardana? What is the logic for this?
Good evening to all of you. I think the logic is very simple. We don't want to study the details, what is given in the GST order. First of all, we have to understand that as of today, all these manufacturers were not able to claim input credit. It means they were paying tax on packaging material, they were paying tax on transportation, they were paying tax on various inputs, including the chemicals, fuel, whatever they were using for manufacturing of these products. It comes to about 3.5% to 4%. Because these products were out of GST, so GST law says If your output is in zero category, means you are not paying GST, you cannot claim input credit. It means any manufacturer who was manufacturing these products were actually paying taxes 3 to 4%, but not able to claim any tax. It means that was passed on to consumers. Now what will happen? Why putting 5%? All these small, medium scale companies can claim 3 to 5% input credit back. It means the tax incidence is not 5%, not even 4% they were paying and not able to claim refund. It will be less than that, anything between 1 to 1.5% to any manufacturer. Number one.
No, so
that
just help us understand. You're saying that eventually what I pay for it at the shop counter is going to be the same?
Yes, that is what I'm trying to understand or trying to explain.
So this GST hike as is being projected isn't really going to translate into actual money taken from my pocket in the shop. Is that what you're saying?
You are already paying that money, which is included as GST. And that input credit is not claimed by the manufacturer. So ultimately, who pays? The consumer pays.
Okay,
now
Professor Malhotra, would you like to respond to that? That ultimately this is statistical jugglery, but in the end, what the consumer ends up paying is not going to change.
Well, we'll wait to see. We'll wait to see whether the input tax credit that the seller is now going to be able to claim, as Mr. Sardana is telling us, then is he going to pass it on to the consumer or not? We will wait to see. It's a bit unlikely that that's necessarily going to happen. He's very hopeful. We'll wait to see. And he doesn't have an answer to the
All right. Do you have an answer, Mr. Taneja? Will you get the manufacturers to help us out?
Two points. You see, as Mr. Sardana has tried to explain, the net when it comes to the ordinary consumer at the shop is going to be practically nothing, neutral. I mean, this is what I tried to explain earlier also. Various states, the governments, they have been already taxing even before the GST came, and there have been other. So you have to look at the total construct, the way it actually functions at the practical level. The second point, Mr. Malhotra says that these are all BJP states. Mr. Malhotra, when the finance minister of a BJP ruled state comes to the GST council, he does not come there as a BJP. He comes as finance minister, represent the financial interest, economic interests of his state. The party does not issue any diktat to the finance minister.
Okay, so now let's come to the political part. The economic part now hinges on whether the manufacturers will pass on the benefits they are getting to the consumers. But that being said, let's come to the politics, Kuntal Krishna. Everyone decided on it. Everyone sat in on that meeting. That time nobody said anything. West Bengal didn't say anything. Rajasthan didn't say anything. And now Mr. Gehlot is coming out and saying that why this additional tax? Why didn't the finance minister oppose it?
Padmaja, in GST Council, it is BJP and only BJP which is in majority. And let me tell you, this is not the time when your note of dissent is noted. It is the time of dictatorship. You are dictated for everything. And so is this Gabbar Singh tax dictated. I'm sorry to say, but I would request my friends from BJP not to involve politics into everything. This is a matter which concerns poor of this country. It is very simple. This is a government-sponsored plan to exploit common man of India just to help
Mr.
a chosen few industrialist friends.
You keep talking about the committee, but nobody has a voice in that committee.
We are increasing this GST.
Padmaja, you see, when it comes to the poor people, please check the record of your own party. We understand the poor better than any other political party in this country. Let's get real in this. If you want to call it dictatorship and all that, I mean, that's kind of, your rhetoric. Nobody, let's have it. If you don't have any substance, I'm ready to admit it, and then I'm ready to listen to you. Forget about this all this slogan. Don't start slogan. If you have any facts, let's discuss cold facts. If you got any facts, let's talk about that.
Answer the point. He's saying that the committee composition counts for nothing because there the BJP has a majority and they steamroll everyone.
then it shows that he doesn't know what happens inside the GST Council. He has to talk of the finance minister of the state that he comes from. He will tell you that. Ask the former finance minister of, even Punjab when the Congress was in power. He even overruled his own chief minister. He said, I am there to represent the interest of the people of my state. That's how it functions. When it comes to GST Council, it's a very vibrant, very democratic, a very transparent organization. Those who are the members of opposition.
Zeba Yasmin, vibrant and democratic.
Ask them.
Their financial prudence rules. It's outside that politics takes over.
I've heard a BJP spokesperson. He was saying that we are not responsible. It is 1/3 central government and 2/3 of the state government. But my dear friend, where is BJP? It's in center. It's in many states. So why are you, excusing yourself in that? And one thing, I cannot explain in that way. But
yes, what I can put up is a common man's problem. A lower class in India is already living a very pathetic life. Middle class, after 2 lockdowns and this coronavirus, they are, anyhow coping up. But this decision is going to affect them badly. Lower class is anyhow, getting free ration and anyhow surviving. But middle class, I think they should also get their ration card made, because they'll also have to stand in a queue and they'll also have
quick rebuttal from Mr. Taneja.
Yeah, just a minute. Ask the finance minister. You are not in power, unfortunately. They have asked the finance minister of any opposition, state, and to raise this question next the GST Council meeting. That's the right platform. You can't, just because we happen to have a majority in many states, that you want to punish us for that. As I said, that's a democratic platform. Decisions are taken, jointly by the center and various states, including the states ruled by us. But the finance minister of states ruled by us, they go there representing the interest of their own state, not of the whole of BJP. That's not how it functions. Okay. If that's how you want to look at it, it's up to you, but it shows the ignorance. You don't know how the GST Council functions. Please go and read that or talk with those people or members there.
The gas cylinder was for 400 rupees. Then it was very pricey.
There was no GST Council before 2014. There was no GST Council. Please read history. GST Council was born after that.
I'm just talking about inflation.
Okay, you can give a reasoning. You can give a reasoning about how this was a decision taken in tandem with all the state governments and their finance minister, the GST Council. The fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, it lands up on the plate of the common man, and he or she is thinking, where does this money that I'm going to have to shell out extra going to come from? Thanks very much, all gentlemen, and Zeba Yasmin for having joined me. Quick break.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Draupadi Murmu is also a decent person, but she represents a very evil philosophy of India. Yashwant Sinha ji is also a very good candidate. Draupadi Murmu ji is also a decent person. But she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi, we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching News Pulse on Times Now. Let's get started with some breaking inputs coming in. Times Now has now accessed the suicide note of the class 12 girl. This is a one-page note, and in this note she's detailing what she was going through. And let me just give you the highlight. She says, I study well. There are lots of equations in chemistry. I'm not able to study equations. The chemistry teacher is pressurizing me. One day she told maths teacher that I don't study. She's pressurizing me, scolded me. She also asked me what I was doing in hostel without studying. It is becoming difficult for me here. One of them has told all staff that I don't study well. This morning during the class, a teacher asked me why I wasn't studying well, and I was playful. Maths, chemistry teachers are pressurizing me. Prapanch now joining us for more on this. Prapanch, so basically in this note, she's narrating how she was harassed and hounded in a sense by the teachers.
Indeed, now this is a letter which was allegedly released by, in fact, the sources, and it is supposed to be the letter which was written by the girl before she had taken the extreme decision. Now we could see that this is a detailed letter. She is in fact claiming that a maths and chemistry teacher were scolding her for not studying well, and she was not able to study the equations in chemistry. And even in fact she also says that these two teachers, one of them had in fact told several other teachers that this student is not studying well, and one of them had even questioned her for not studying, and she even asked the school secretary to give back her tuition fees and others to her mother, because she was there only for a few days, and she has in fact written apologized to her mother, father and her brother. So this is the kind of letter that was circulated, and this was in fact read by the SP Kallakurichi on a day when they were meeting the parents. In fact, a few...
Right, and this is, Prapanch, in line with what the parents have suggested. In fact, her mother, who spoke to Times Now, has said exactly this, that her daughter was harassed by the school staff.
Yes, in fact, they were in fact raising two claims initially that this is not the handwriting of their daughter, and there were a few suspicions about this letter too. But however, we saw that SP Kallakurichi SP read out the contents of the letter a few days back, stating all these contents in the letter. So now we have in fact seen that this is alleged to be the letter which was written by the girl allegedly before she could take the extreme decision.
Two people have been arrested in this case. What can we look forward to? What is the police probing next?
We need to understand that the police have arrested the correspondent the school secretary principal along with 2 teachers. So these 2 teachers are the ones that is mentioned in the letter. So as of now, the school administration, these correspondent principal along with the school secretary, they have been arrested, and 2 teachers have been arrested. Apart from that, we could see that investigations are being done. They are being probed right now, but the police is not revealing other details. But as of now, we can understand that the school administration, the correspondent, the principal and the school secretary have been arrested, and 2 other teachers have also been arrested.
Thank you, Prapanch, for getting us this exclusive news break here. The letter now accessed by Times Now that details what the girl allegedly went through. Now, we've also spoken to a mother, Prapanch, and in that interview to Times Now, the mother says that she will settle for nothing less than justice. All right, we'll go to Prapanch in just a bit, but the Stalin government, in fact, Chief Minister Stalin himself has said that justice will be ensured in this case. CBCID probe has been ordered already, but the BJP is now demanding a CBI probe in this. As far as the CBI probe is concerned, the family has not said anything, but now with this letter coming out, and what the girl went through, she's also given details of the teachers who allegedly were harassing her. And before I bring in Prapanch, let's listen to reactions coming in. Let's start with what Chief Minister Stalin said.
மனவருத்தம் ஏற்படுத்தும் வகையில் கள்ளக்குறிச்சி எனது சம்பவங்கள் அமைந்துள்ளன. கல்வி நிலையங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு பிள்ளைகளையும் தங்களது சொந்த பிள்ளைகளாக நினைத்து அவர்களை பயிற்றுவிக்க வேண்டும். மாறாக நடக்கும் எந்த செயல்களாக இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் சட்டத்தின் முன் நிறுத்தப்பட்டு தண்டிக்கப்படுவார்கள் என எச்சரிக்கிறேன். இந்த சோகமான சூழலை பயன்படுத்தி கொண்டு சிலர் சேர்ந்து சட்டவிரோதமாக நடந்து கொண்டுள்ளார்கள். வன்முறைகள் என்பது வளர்ச்சிக்கு எதிரானது என்பதை அவர்கள் உணர வேண்டும்.
எனக்கு போன் வருது, 6:30 மணிக்கு போன் அடிக்கிறாங்க, உங்க பாப்பா உயிரோட தான் இருக்கிறா, வாங்க கள்ளக்குறிச்சி ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு. திரும்ப நாங்க ½ an hour ஆகலுங்க போன் அடிச்சு, உங்க பொண்ணு செத்துடுச்சு, உயிரோட இருக்குன்னு சொன்ன ஒரு பொண்ணு 1/2 மணி நேரத்திலேயே உங்க பொண்ணு செத்துருச்சின்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்கங்க. அடுத்தது நாங்க கள்ளக்குறிச்சிக்கு போனோம். கள்ளக்குறிச்சி போய் டாக்டரை பார்க்கக்குள்ள உங்க பொண்ணு செத்துதாமா வந்துச்சுன்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்கங்க. ஸ்கூல்ல இதோட 7வது கொலை 7வது கொலை 7வது கொலைன்னு 7 கொலையும் பண்ணிட்டு ஒவ்வொருத்தவங்களுக்கு அவங்க பணத்தால் அடிச்சு மறைச்சு திரும்ப ஸ்கூல் நிர்வாகத்தை நடத்திக்கிட்டே வராங்க.
நிறைய தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். இதுக்கு பள்ளிக்கும் இதுக்கும் எந்த சம்பந்தம் இல்லைங்கிறது நீங்க தெளிவா புரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். இதை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்க அத்தனை பேரும் எங்களுக்கு பார்த்துட்டு இருக்க மாணவர்கள், பொதுமக்கள், எங்களுக்கு பள்ளி படிச்சு முடிச்சுட்டு போன மற்ற எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸும் சரி, இதை சப்போர்ட் பண்ணி இதை ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க, இதை எங்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்க. பொய்யான தகவலை ஈஸியா எல்லாருக்கும் ரீச் ஆகிற மாதிரி செஞ்ச அத்தனை பேருமே.
Today the Honorable Court has given a verdict for all. So based on the verdict, as our Honorable Chief Minister said, we will form a committee.
Now you heard the reactions. Let me bring in my colleague Meghna Dekha, who's got that suicide note. Yes, Meghna.
Well, yes, this is the suicide note that our bureau has managed to access. This, interestingly, are the last words that this young girl, this young 17-year-old girl wrote, her last words in red ink. We managed to access, and remember, she talks about the equation, saying that it's very hard for us. In fact, she categorically says that I try to study very hard, but these equations are very hard for me, especially those of chemistry, to understand, despite her having spoken about it. She speaks categorically about the chemistry miss and how there is pressure being built upon her. You can see these words, pressure, chemistry miss, all of that is coming up in this last letter that she had written. She talks about the pressure which is not being built only by the chemistry teacher, saying that she had went and told the math teacher about that as well, and she's talked about how the rest of the staff were also being told that I am very playful and that I'm not studying enough. In fact, she was asked by the chemistry teacher, if you're studying and staying
in the hostel, then why haven't you studied enough? Not just that, very categorically she also speaks about the maths miss, saying that the maths miss had also tortured her along with the chemistry miss. The maths miss and the chemistry miss have together tortured her, is what she's claiming in this last final suicide note. And in the last final appeal, she asked Santi Miss, who is, remember, the school secretary, to return the school fees because she has not attended any of the school for barely a couple of days, to return even the school fees, to return the book fees as well as the hostel fees. Not just that, her final words are that, sorry Amma and sorry Appa. The final words of this young girl before she allegedly took her own life.
Stay with us. Reactions from the DMK coming in. Vigila Satyanan now joining us. What do you make of this? Times Now access the suicide note in which this class 12 girl has said that I am being harassed by chemistry and maths teacher.
Investigation is going on. Our government has speedily reacted to it, and we have been taken into the CID inquiry. So they will thoroughly investigate and take everybody on board, and the culprits may be arrested soon. Yes. Already they have taken on custody, so the interrogations are going on, and soon we will be revealed with the truth.
Ms. Satyanan, while you are saying that the state government will ensure justice, the BJP is not quite happy with the progress of the probe. They want a CBI probe in this, and Narayan Tirupati of the BJP is now joining us. Yes, Mr. Tirupati.
Yes, see, in this issue, there has been a lot of contradictions right from the day one. The police have not done their duty. The intelligence is a complete failure. The government machinery is a failure. And the ministers, very lately, they have reached the place only after 5 days. So, the court has ordered today, the court has given some orders, they have directed something. So, we have to wait for what the court says and what the investigation says. CBCID inquiry is on. And definitely, we will even ask a CBI inquiry in this because there has been a lot of contradictions.
Would you like to answer that? There have been a lot of contradictions, Mr.
Chief Minister, although during his hospitalization, he was personally looking into this matter, and he invoked our DGP, the Director General of Police, and the Secretary, Home Secretary, Sri Panindra Reddy, to immediately go into the site and go for a direct investigation, and they have gone to the area and completely investigated, and the TRO, the RDO, and all have taken control, and the government is strictly acting to the immediate arrest. The immediate arrest has been done, and then the investigations are going on. And CID in many occasions prior to this have stood up to the occasion. They have brought everything to on limelight. They have brought justice to various situations like this. So I know CID will really bring all the people who have been involved in this for the suicide of a girl in the school. For all of us are in solidarity with the parents and with the student's family. We are all with her, with them.
No,
and
Ms.
surely
I'm glad
we will
with what
bring
you are
it
saying, but it's not just the BJP. Even the girl's mother, who's spoken to Times Now, is alleging cover-up.
Yeah, I hear that also. But surely I'm saying, all were there. Many police. I think the police force was enough to control the situation, and in a minute's time there were so many people coming from the rural areas, those who came, and there was and many other people also, not only the SFI but more people were there, and the situation went beyond control. But within a span of 3 hours, the situation was made into control. It was brought into control, and the people were immediately thrown out, and they were drove out, and 30% and 30 persons were immediately arrested.
Okay, so what you're saying is swift action was taken and that the BJP is only playing politics on this. Quick response from Mr. Tirupati on this.
Action has been taken, no action has been taken. The problem is not what they have done. The problem is that what they have not done. There was a complete intelligence failure, law and order failure. It is a small town, Kallakurichi. How come 5,000 people can come there? It is a very big problem and it is a lacuna in the law and order. That is the main issue. The complete failure of police and complete failure of the
political
government.
blame game continues, but this is about justice for this class 12 girl. Reaction coming in from the police.
ஒரு நாள் அவங்க மேட்ச் இருக்கிட்ட அவங்களும் என்ன ப்ரெஷர் பண்ணி படிக்காம என்ன பண்ற ரொம்ப திட்டாங்க.
As Selva Kumar, the superintendent of police there, explaining what the police has found out so far. With that, we're taking a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Stay with Times Now.
The playground in question belongs to the Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. It is a government-owned property. Muslims are being allowed to perform namaz and prayers twice a year on the days of Ramadan and Bakrid. But non-Muslims are not being allowed to use this land for any religious and cultural activities. We are planning to have a Ganesha Utsav on this particular playground, and we are also putting up 25 to 30 stalls which sell Lord Ganesha's idols. We are submitting a memorandum to the BBMP Commissioner in this regard.
On November 17, 2019, Gotabaya Rajapaksa got elected as the president of the island nation of Sri Lanka. With significant tax cuts and reduced revenue, the Gotabaya government ignored International Monetary Fund's warnings and directed the central bank to print currency in record amounts. 2020 brought in the COVID pandemic, and Sri Lanka's billion-dollar tourism sector suffered massively. In April 2021, Gotabaya announced that the island nation will only allow organic farming and banned the import of chemical fertilizers. As the economy suffered due to failed policies and pandemic, the mandatory organic farming and fertilizer ban angered farmers. Fast forward to March of 2022, The debt-ridden nation's inflation soared to 21.5%. As the economy dwindled, leading to acute shortages of food, fuel and essentials, the anti-government sentiment began picking up steam at a lightning speed. By April 2, 2022, the mass public resentment and condemnation forced the government to declare a national emergency. On May 9th, the heightened economic crisis led to Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa's resignation. On May 12th, Gotabaya convinced Wickremesinghe to take up the premiership in order to curb the growing unrest. There were still demands for resignations of Gotabaya and other leaders, with pressure now on Wickremesinghe. As the crisis worsened, with ordinary citizens struggling with a continued shortage of food, fuel and medical supplies throughout May and June, Go Gota Go echoed throughout the country. On July 9th, lakhs of people marched towards Colombo and occupied the presidential palace. Gotabaya fled, while Wickremesinghe promised to step down to make way for an all-party interim government. Gotabaya, still in hiding, informed the speaker that he will resign on July 13th.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and
Welcome back. In a major development, the Central Bureau of Investigation has exposed a mass NEET exam rigging racket. The exams, remember, were held just yesterday, and 8 people, including the mastermind, have been arrested by the CBI. Bhavtosh Singh, a senior news editor, now joining us for more on this. Yes, Bhavtosh.
Pranesh, as you rightly said, 8 suspects in this case have been arrested, and what CBI has found is something which is very shocking. They have said that suspects in this case are race solvers who has in fact tried impersonating the real candidates at centers in Delhi and Haryana. The impersonators were trying to appear at NEET undergraduate exams in place of actual candidates and were taking huge amount of money. Investigation further revealed that the users' ID and passwords of the candidates appearing for exams were collected and necessary modifications were made so that they can appear at desired centers. Now, CBI was working on a specific information that they have received from the sources and then carried out raids and searches. The main mastermind in this case has been arrested. He has been identified as Sushil Ranjan, and the investigation is going on in the case.
Thank you, Bhavtosh, for joining us with the details. We move on, viewers. Just 2 days before the presidential polls in Sri Lanka, trouble and misery is growing for the common man there. While resolution eludes the island nation, food shortage has now come to fore. Priyank Tripathi is on the ground. He has sent us these reports.
And now I have come to an orphanage where Indians have taken a pledge that they will provide meal to all those children who have been staying here because life is very tough for them. For the next 3 months, the Indians will be providing food for at least 100 days to all these children who have been staying in these orphanage. The basic concept behind this is to provide them all the sorts of attention, all the sorts of remedies so that they can continue with the studies. Things have been very tough for them because their school vans have stopped coming because of the fuel shortage. There are teachers who are teaching them inside this orphanage only. They know that they have to continue the study. If at all they don't do so, then their life will be very difficult over the period of next few days. How many children do stay here?
Up to now 18 children are there.
Okay. Things have been very difficult, must have been for you for the last 4 months. No fuel or shortage, they are not able to go to schools also.
Yes, very difficult. We do our best that moment.
We do our best as per the moment. That's the motto after which these students are being taught by the teachers. It's a beautiful picture which we can show, but the tough life which they are facing is something for which the world need to come out. Apart from few of the Indians and few of the international community, there's much more need to be done by the international community to come and help out on all these children who have been staying here. The struggle in Sri Lanka has reached 100 days, and this is a village which is known as Gota Gogama. where the protesters sat for 100 days, and what they're saying that certainly they have somewhat managed to win because they have managed to throw away Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the then president of Sri Lanka, as well as Mahinda Rajapaksa, the prime minister. Over the period of these 100 days, they have innovated this village so much that they have named it 420 Hill Street, and several other names have also been given to these tents which are there. They have also made their small kitchen garden because they know that Sri Lanka loves farming, and this is what they have to do. We are inside this camp, which is the camp for making all these posters, paints. Gotabaya has left. What next?
Yes, we win, and we won we left to the Mahinda Rajapaksa, earlier Prime Minister, and Gotabaya Rajapaksa also left his presidency. Now we are waiting for our action presidents, Ranil Wickremesinghe. We want to the left his presidency. Then after we are waiting how they are running for our parliament, because you know there is lots of corrupted and bad politician. We want every bad politician left the parliament. Then after we are waiting for maybe 1 week, 2 week, 2-3 months, we don't know, and we want to see the better Sri Lanka for the next generation. The majority is people know how what they need to then after for the next election.
That's why people are the majority, because numbers certainly does not matter too much for the individuals 100 days, and they are still willing to go more further till the time Ranil is also out from his post.
With that, it's time to hand it back to Swati Joshi for India Front.
Thank you very much, Pranesh. Good evening, viewers. You're watching India Up Front, and I am Swati Joshi. Well, get ready to shell out more for essential items. A host of goods and services are all set to become costlier with the new GST rates coming into effect from today. Everyday items like rice, wheat, packaged curd, etc. are costlier now, as 5% GST will be levied on them. Not just food items, hospital bills are all set to get expensive, and so is travel, with hotel bills on which GST is going to be levied as well. 12% GST will be charged on solar water heater, hotel accommodation and maps and charts. 18% GST will be applicable on printing, writing, drawing ink, knives with cutting blades, paper knives, pencil sharpeners, LED lamps, drawing and marking out instruments. With the Aam Aadmi feeling the pinch, the opposition raised the issue in Parliament. Rajya Sabha proceedings were adjourned for the day after disruption by Congress MPs over issues of price rise and GST. Now, while the opposition is pointing fingers at the centre for being apathetic to Aam Aadmi's pain, BJP says the decision is not unilateral, highlighting the fact that GST Council meeting is also attended by finance ministers of the states, including those that are governed by the opposition parties.
सावन के पहले सोमवार पे सरकार ने आज बहुत बड़ी गिफ्ट दी है हम सबको। तो एक तरफ तो जो इन्फ्लेशन है इकोनॉमी में वो 7% से लगातार ज्यादा है, रिटेल इन्फ्लेशन, बेरोजगारी की दर 7.8% पर बनी हुई है, रुपया 80 को टच कर रहा है, और इन सब का समाधान मोदी सरकार ने सोचा है कि आटे पर जीएसटी लगाओ 5%। इन सब का समाधान ये है कि शहद पर जीएसटी लगाओ 5%। इन सब का समाधान ये है कि मच्छी पर और मांस पर जीएसटी लगाओ 5%।
सुबह से देख रहे हैं जिस तरह से ऑपोजिशन लोगों को गुमराह करने के लिए एक साजिश कर रहा है। जीएसटी में आपके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव होते हैं, ऑपोजिशन के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर होते हैं, सारे फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर वहां पर रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं अपने अपने स्टेट्स को, और पूरे चर्चा के बाद उसको डिसीजन लिया जाता है कि अंदर में वो पूरे तौर से सहमति के साथ सहमत रहते हैं इस डिसीजन में, वो चर्चा करते हैं और पास करते हैं, लेकिन बाहर में आके वो राजनीति करते हैं। ऐसा बार बार देखा जा रहा है कि ऑपोजिशन, खासकर कांग्रेस पार्टी और कुछ और ऐसी दल हैं जो लोगों को गुमराह करने की कोशिश करते हैं। जनता जानती है सच्चाई, जनता हकीकत जानती है कि पहले भी वैट था, वैट लगता था इस पे, और आज कोई नई चीज नहीं हुई है, इसलिए इस तरह के स्टंट उनको ही बैकफायर करेंगे।
Of course, every party is a part of the GST Council, but ultimately the government is the one who is to take the decision, right? Did any party tell to raise the taxes? Where are the proceedings for that? The government is the one who has to take the thing. Of course, suggestions will be given by each and every party, but this kind of tax terrorism, this kind of surgical strike on the middle class and the poor people is definitely not a welcome move by the government.
Decision taken by the GST Council has endorsement of each and every state. Every state's vote value is the same. Therefore, this decision has been taken in consultation with all Congress-ruled states. Now, if Rahul Gandhi is not aware of the process, maybe he should educate himself. Also, this GST will allow for manufacturers and service providers to claim input credit, which will actually help bring down the prices of the commodities.
So you heard the opposition. The opposition is calling it tax terrorism and an surgical strike on the Aam Aadmi. On the other hand, the BJP says GST Council has representation from all the states, including the opposition states as well. The big question is, anybody thinking about the Aam Aadmi? Let's open this up and go across to our guests. We're joined by Dr. Sanju Verma from the BJP. We have Rajat Sethi, author and economist. Karan Bhasin, also an economist on the panel. Saad Shirwani, Samajwadi Party leader. We also have Syed Faisal Ali from the RJD. Good evening to all of you. Sanju Verma, of course, the first question is to you, given all the reactions that have come in from the opposition and also the fact that the food inflation rose to 7.3% on average from February to April 2020. I'm just citing some data. Cooking gas shot up 15%. Retail prices are also increasing. Was this really necessary at this point of time? The timing of it is being questioned.
You know, Swapi, this is a very important issue, and I will just highlight a couple of quick points for the benefit of your audience. First and foremost, the decision to, bring a 5% GST on pre-packaged and labeled food products, including labeled atta, labeled paneer, labeled pulses, labeled vegetables, labeled curd. That was taken by the 47th GST Council on the recommendation of the group of ministers. And group of ministers was, represented by 7 states: Karnataka, Bihar, Goa, and Uttar Pradesh. I agree, are BJP or BJP alliance ruled states. Bihar, for instance, JDU and the BJP. But there were 3 states in the group of ministers which are not BJP ruled: Kerala, Rajasthan, and West Bengal. So out of 7 states, there were 3 non-BJP ruled states which gave the go-ahead to bring GST at 5% on pre-packaged and labeled food products. That is point number 1. Point number 2, if we have to, ask the question, was the timing right? One important thing which I need to tell your audience is this, that branded atta, branded food products, be it paneer, branded tea, branded coffee, branded milk, this was always, even till about 1 month, 2 months or 5 months back, the GST rate was either 0% or 5% largely. So what has changed now? All the government is saying is that instead of branded food products in unit containers, pre-packaged and labeled products will attract 5% GST. So it is nothing new. There is a slight tweak in the modality.
Are you saying the slight tweak in the modality is not going to burden the Aam Aadmi?
May I please finish, Swati?
I'm just asking you a follow-up question. Because you are putting out a lot of data. I'm asking you a follow-up question. Is this modality, is this slight tweak not going to burden the Aam Aadmi?
Yes, I'm coming to that. The slight tweak will not burden the Aam Aadmi Party, because the reason for tweaking this was to rationalize the tax structure and make corrections in the inverted duty structure, which in simple layback terms means that now people who were earlier not eligible to get input tax credit will be eligible for input tax credit, and actually the net impact of this 5% rise on the end customer, on the end user, Swati, be it you, me or Karan Bhasin, will be virtually nothing. And one very important point I want to make, because I got this data specifically for your show, there are 1,214 items of mass consumption, and I challenge anybody on this panel to say that I am giving out wrong data. 1186 items, Swati. Out of 1186 items, that is 98% items of mass consumption are taxed at less than 12%. Earlier, the tax rate prior to GST coming into force was 18.9%. The average.
So you are happy with
items
5%
of mass
tax on
consumption.
atta flow.
All right.
And the
All right. So let's take that across to our guests also. As far as the group of ministers reference that you gave, Sanju Verma, so just 3 states, 3 non-BJP ruled states, but on top of everything, the vote of the central government has a weightage of 1/3 of the total votes cast. We also have Tehseen Poonawalla now on the broadcast. I want to bring in Syed Faisal Ali. Syed Faisal Ali, the government's argument or Sanju Verma's argument is that this slight tweak is not going to, burden the pockets of the Aam Aadmi. In fact, virtually it will be nothing compared to what has been happening. 1. 2, GST Council has representation from all the states. So why didn't members of the opposition parties oppose it right then and there? Now why is everybody talking to the media and criticizing the government?
Swati, first of all, I would like to say that whenever this government takes any decision, there is a lot of confusion and a lot of hue and cry, because this government imposes decision. There is no consultation process, no participation process. Simply they come up with some decision and they announce it. What they have done this time that कि जीना तो हो ही गया है मुश्किल, मरना भी मुश्किल हो गया है. Even the cost of cremation has been increased. So just see how insensitive this government is. If I quote the BJP MP Varun Gandhi, who says that जब राहत देने की बारी आई तो लोगों को आहत किया जा रहा है. It's not Faisal Ali who is saying this. It's Varun Gandhi, the leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, has said.
The question is, अगर ये गवर्नमेंट कोई भी डिसीजन ले रही है, ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट कोई भी डिसीजन ले रही है, आप कह रहे हैं कि राहत देने की बजाय आहत पहुंचा रही है, ठेस पहुंचा रही है लोगों को, कि काउंसिल मीटिंग में क्या ये मुद्दे उठे थे, क्या उसमें
मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, वरुण गांधी कह रहे हैं. नहीं,
ठीक है, ऑपोजिशन पार्टी होने के नाते
किया गया था,
ऑपोजिशन पार्टी होने के नाते मेरा सवाल
you know the process. You know the procedure of the GST Council. The 1/3 weightage of the central government vote is there.
I just mentioned that.
Whatever is decided in the council, the 1/3 weightage is there with the. Yeah, you mentioned that.
Yes.
So the ball is always in the court of the center, and it is center's writ which runs. So she cannot say that the state governments were also involved in the decision-making process. It is just an eyewash.
Okay, just an eyewash. So let me put in the economists as well.
This government has no fear.
Okay. And why, just an eyewash, the representation you're saying.
Because they don't want.
You're saying the representation as far as the states are concerned is just an eyewash, or उस तरह के opposition का कोई मतलब भी नहीं है. I want to bring in the economists, the experts now into the debate.
Certainly. They are bulldozing these decisions.
Okay, bulldozing the decision. Karan Bhasin, of course the economy is recovering from the jolt of the pandemic. One, the tourism industry is also only reviving. It has just started. Wouldn't this taxing of the hotels, the increase, impact the tourism industry? One. Is this not going to be counterproductive as far as recovery of the economy is concerned?
Not at all, because I don't know about others, but I worked on the issue of GST for about 1.5 years into 2020. We looked at the overall structure, and I can tell you the structure that was there in GST, despite a lot of efforts by the GST Council, was really difficult for any business, MSME, etc., because of a lot of the exemptions that state governments wanted, in particular for their respective industries in their states. Now, by reducing the number of exemptions, what this decision does is that it ensures that the benefit of input tax credit can be claimed by a larger mass of businesses, which I think is more important for SMEs. If you talk to any MSME manufacturer, he can tell you that the ability to claim input tax credit has a far more positive impact on their day-to-day finances and day-to-day operations rather than being exempt from that category. And as far as burden is concerned, the burden on people will be determined on the basis of whether this is a revenue positive, revenue negative, or a revenue neutral decision by the GST Council. And in this particular case, this is a revenue neutral decision, which means that it levies no additional burden on anyone, be it anyone in the tourism sector, be it anyone in the atta manufacturing sector, or even an atta consumer. Since it's a revenue neutral,
just for the Aam Aadmi to understand in the common man's term, you're saying this is revenue neutral, and the hike that we are talking about in terms of percentage will have no impact?
No impact, because the input tax credit that will be claimed by the manufacturer ensures that essentially prices at the retail level remain unchanged. That is the very nature of if you look at the GST taxation structure, why is GST different from the erstwhile structure? Earlier we had excise and VAT, and you could not claim a benefit of excise while adjusting your VAT rates. GST solved that problem.
Okay.
Now when you have exemptions, when you pay a tax on inputs, you don't get any input tax credit on that. So for instance, if I'm claiming any service, any packaging service, and I'm paying any GST on it, I don't get any input if I'm not paying any GST, if the final end consumer is not paying any GST.
Okay.
Now when I bring it at a 5% rate or at a 12% rate and so on and so forth, I get benefit of the tax that I've already paid. It reduces my overall cost.
It's a revenue
and that gets
neutral
passed on.
decision. Revenue neutral decision is not going to impact either the industries or the Aam Aadmi. Virtually no impact.
Swati, the problem with me is, thank you for having me on the show, the problem with me is I don't study in the WhatsApp university. I'm a practicing entrepreneur and a practicing political analyst, so my studies is based on practicality and reality. So let me explain to you the Modi government's philosophy in one line. GST diamonds is 1.5%, GST on hospital rooms is 5%, GST on rice and curds is 5%, and coconut water is 12%. This explains Modi ji in one line. Spare the rich, tax the poor. In a country where India has fallen on the hunger ratings, doesn't say me, it's a Times of India report, unless somebody thinks Times of India is WhatsApp university, where India's hunger rating has fallen, there they are putting GST on food. This is Modi government 2.0. Where Mr. Modi goes on saying cow is our mother, he should, there GST comes on milk products. That is Mr. Modi in 2 lines. 2 years ago, I was live on Times Now, live, when Mr. Modi was speaking at another TV channel's conference, where Mr. Modi claimed that since his coming to power and getting the GST regime, taxes have been removed on rice, on curd, on all these items, which all he sneaked in correctly. And for years, we've been telling the Modi government that please bring petrol under GST. There they don't want to bring petrol under GST because there the government's making lakhs and lakhs and lakhs, 20 lakh crore plus Mr. Modi is made, building himself a new bungalow and aeroplanes. So in one line for your viewers again,
You're saying the Modi government Modi government at this point of time has adopted the policy of spare the rich and tax the poor. That is your take. Okay, your take is spare the rich, tax the poor. Okay, let me bring in Sanju Verma. Sanju Verma, Nirmala Sitharaman told the press that there was no opposition to the rate increase from any state. Rajasthan Minister Shanti Kumar Dhariwal said that the opposition did oppose the proposed rate hike on various consumer items because they believe it has an inflationary impact. And Mr. Ali says that the opposition's views have been bulldozed.
You know, Swati, first and foremost, I would like to say that, Karan actually explained it very well. So I will repeat for the benefit of your audience. Tomorrow, if you, Swati, or me as a customer, we go to an ordinary kirana shop and we say, Bhaiya, 1 kg moong dal dena ya 2 kg chawal dena, you will be charged 0% GST. But suppose we order rice or wheat or paneer, say online via Big Basket, and it comes pre-packaged with a Big Basket label, then there will be 5% GST. But because Big Basket gets an input tax credit, net, even I will not end up paying anything more to Big Basket than I would be paying to my local kirana wala. So that is GST explained simply. I will just quickly tell you one thing, Swati, because there's been a lot of allegation about WhatsApp University, this and that.
This is how the demonetization was also explained. Ma'am, this is how the demonetization was also explained.
Swati, can I please take
Yes, Sanju, I'll come back to you. Now, you have countered Tehsil Poonawalla. You have countered Tehsil Poonawalla.
You cannot go on and on and on.
I want to bring in other speakers.
You cannot go on and on.
I want to bring in other speakers as well.
This is the same government.
Taj Sherwani, so who is being taxed? Who is being taxed? If you go to Sanju Verma says, आप local kirana shop में चले जाइए या आप big basket से order कर लीजिए, कोई difference नहीं होने वाला है. There is going to be no difference. So who is being taxed? Why have we increased the taxes? ये किसके ऊपर impact हो रहा है? Who is getting impacted?
Swati, I want to make one very quick point.
Sanju Verma, I'll come to you.
In 2019, when the Prime Minister was, let me please speak. in 2019, when the Prime Minister was attempting to get re-elected, he came on various TV shows, he made these tall speeches about how all of these commodities that used to be taxed in the past, now after implementation of GST, are tax-free. And TK agreed, there was a big election around the corner, so these type of promises had to be made. Now all of a sudden there's a complete U-turn, as Raisina had said, that he had come earlier and made these tall claims, and now because there are no elections around the corner, nothing is happening, so all of a sudden these things are being taxed, and the poor man is the one who has to pay the burden. Now the government is trying to pass its fiscal deficit burden onto the citizens, which is something that is absolutely wrong. All these commodities which they claimed were taxed earlier were not taxed after GST, and now all of a sudden are being taxed again. What the exact modalities are and what the exact calculations are and what WhatsApp University etc. says, I mean, I'm not going to get into all of that, but there were tall promises that were being made about asset monetization, again when the elections were around the corner, none of which has really come to pass. I mean, for example, take someone had mentioned the price of crude and how petrol is being taxed and how lakhs of crores are being made. I mean, when crude was at $30 a barrel, why were reserves not put in place then? I mean, we are a net importer of oil. Why were these decisions not taken at that point of time?
Okay,
you're taxing the common man, you're taxing the poor,
because we've also opened up phone lines, and we have a lot of calls coming in. Our viewers also want to either ask questions or express their concerns or share their suggestions and views with us. We have Nagesh joining us from Hyderabad and Bhargav from Bengaluru. I first want to go across to Nagesh. Good evening to you, Nagesh. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
Yeah, good evening, madam. I just wanted to ask, sir, this President Poonawala is political, but he seems to be Congress side person who is just laughing. Right. The thing is very simple, madam. We have come out of the corona, every industry is struggling. And government is also struggling. And it is very common that everything has to comes under the tax benefit. That's it. Tax has to be imposed. It's mandatory if government has to run. Second line is all these products once upon a time was sold in openly. Now this is packed and processed. If you go to US, Singapore, Canada, everywhere, if packed good is there, the taxes will be applicable. So it has to be applicable. What's wrong in that?
Okay. You're saying there's nothing wrong.
For that?
There is nothing wrong with, yes, okay. Thank you very much for sharing your views with us, Mr. Nagesh, a viewer who believes that there's nothing wrong with the tax that has been levied. Let's go across to Bhargav now. Bhargav, go ahead, please. Good evening.
I think if the government is going away from subsidy Raj and all, that's a great thing which has happened in the last few years. But taxing essentials, I think is very taxing for the common man. So I think the government should look at it again.
Okay, one viewer feels it's justified. Another viewer, Bhargav, feels that the government should take a relook. Government should rethink on this decision. I want to now bring in Rajat Sethi. We've heard some technical words. We've heard some big words like revenue neutral, input credit, and how the government at this point of time through the taxing also will not be burning holes into the pockets of the Aam Aadmi. What does this really mean for the Aam Aadmi? In simple terms, if you could help our viewers also understand, because you heard both views.
So Swati, let me break it down for your audience. One thing that is good about India is that no matter how much shrill our politics is, our policy making which happens away from the din of politics is done in a very sane environment. This is why structures like the GST Council operate so well. Let me tell you, there was a rationale behind why this Legal Metrology Act of 2009 had certain flaws, and this current GST inclusion on certain items covers that flaw. Certain companies that were trying to sell labeled goods were not paying the 5% GST because there was some confusion as to what is pre-packaging and what is post-packaging. There was confusions, and because of the non-clarity as to what the law of the land said, a lot of these corporations who were trying to sell pre-packaged goods, bundling 10 kg packets into multiple such packages and trying to claim that GST of 5% is not applicable to them. There were certain certain GST tax evasions which were happening using these confusions that were there in the law. What has happened effectively through this is the Government of India, along with all these state government representatives, have tried to cover that flaw so that there is no leakage of taxation over there. And let me tell you to Tehseen ji also, what Tehseen was saying that it is taxing the poor and like saving money for the rich is actually the other way around. Packaged goods, packaged cereals, packaged rice are actually bought by the more affluent class, not by the poorer section.
Even the middle class, even the middle class buys it. Even the middle class buys it.
The government through various outlets.
It's not just the affluent class, even the middle class buys it.
Certainly. See, middle class, it's a burden on middle class.
Absolutely.
I understand it's a burden on middle class, plus please understand that the bulk of these brands which were doing correct practices in GST are not going to be burdened because they were anyway levying 5% tax on them. Going on the hospital thing also, which you haven't discussed. This is being branded that hospital beds have become more expensive. But look at the fine print. It says that only those hospital beds which are charging greater than 5,000 rupees a night.
But what is the current rate? How much are the private hospitals charging? You know, how much are the private hospitals charging? We need to look at the current situation as well. Before we get into justifying it, we need to look at how much these private hospitals are charging.
Go and check with the hospital.
Wouldn't it also discourage people to choose cheaper hotels over quality service?
Don't be so insensitive.
Let me come in here.
Okay, before we take more comments, I have viewers continuously calling. Because ultimately it is going to impact the Aam Aadmi. It's very important today to hear what our viewers have to say. We have Amrinder joining us from the national capital itself. Amrinder, good evening to you. Go ahead.
Good evening, madam. Madam, I can speak in Hindi?
बिल्कुल आप बोल सकते हैं सर.
हाँ, मैडम देखिए, ये गवर्नमेंट जो है मिडिल क्लास आम आदमी को क्रश कर रही है. जहाँ इनको फायदा होता है जीएसटी में, उसमें लगा देते हैं. अगर ये जीएसटी में लगाना चाहते हैं तो फिर जीएसटी पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट भी ले आए ना. ये जहाँ इनको फायदा दिखता है वही करे और हम क्रश हो रहे हैं. एक साइड ये लोअर इनकम को फ्री सब कुछ बांटते हैं, वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स. तो हायर को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, आम आदमी को फर्क पड़ता है.
मिडिल क्लास की कमर टूट रही है. ठीक है, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अमरिंदर जी. वी हैव राजीव joining us from Faridabad. Good evening, Rajiv. Go ahead. What are your views?
Hi, Swati. My name is Rajiv, calling from Faridabad. So basically, I'm not getting into the technicalities of the GST as such, which the economists on the panel have already explained. My take is very simple, Swati. If the country has to grow, and if a certain impact has to be borne by the citizen of this country, they should not be cribbing about it. In return, the government of India is giving us a lot of facilities in terms of roads, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the development. So if we have to pay a very minuscule amount to meet these expenses, I don't think there should be any cribbing by anyone on the back.
Okay, all right. You think in wake of the facilities that the government is providing, this what we are paying in terms of taxes or the revision in the GST rate is minuscule. Thank you very much, Rajiv. Now let's go back to our guest, to Sanju Verma. Sanju Verma, Amrinder Singh is saying government को जहाँ पर फायदा होता है वो अपना फायदा कर लेती है, पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स को नहीं ला रही है, बाकी मिडिल क्लास की कमर तोड़ रही है. How would you respond?
I think that's a very important question, and with folded hands, very humbly, I will take 30 seconds to say what this government has done, Swati, for the middle class. The basic exemption limit in income tax has been raised from 2.5 to 3 lakhs per annum. Earlier, people who were earning up to 5 lakhs used to pay 10% tax. Now that is 5%. Also, the 80C benefits, basically interest on the home loan that you've taken. Earlier, the tax deduction you used to get was 1.5 lakhs. Now the tax deduction you get, Swati, is 2 lakhs per annum. The home rent allowance, HRA, which you get now, is 50% of your basic pay, which was not the case earlier. And Swati, last year, for government employees, as per 7th Pay Commission, the DNS allowance was hiked from 17% to 28%. और मोदी सरकार के आने के बाद जब आप रेस्टोरेंट में अभी खाने जाते हो, पहले you used to pay 28% indirect service tax. Now that is 5%.
एक 30 seconds हो गए. नहीं, आपने 30 seconds मांगे तो संजू वर्मा, I have viewers also continuously calling. I have to go across to Radhakrishnan, a viewer joining us from Pollachi. Mr. Radhakrishnan, if you can hear me, good evening to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, madam. What I'm saying is that all these politicians sitting there, let them give the amount of money that leaders have spent in incurring medical expenses abroad. Why they go to abroad? Why don't they save the money for the common man? Now they are talking about the common man. But they go to hospitals in America and London and whatnot.
Okay.
So how the government will give unless we get the correct money from these taxes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Radhakrishnan. We have Umesh joining us from Mumbai now. Umesh, good evening to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. See, my thing is that healthcare should be made more affordable. Here you are charging, yet what is the 5,000 rupees a bed? It is just nothing. The common hospitals are charging.
Yes.
So they should make it more affordable. The way the government is going, I think after some time, middle class will have to go and take a ration card also and to get a 5 kg free ration.
Thank you very much, Umesh, for sharing your views with us. I want to go back to our guests. Syed Faisal Ali, this is actually a point that I was making earlier. Wouldn't this discourage people, in choosing cheaper hospitals over quality service? Healthcare should be made affordable, says Umesh, our viewer from Mumbai.
Certainly, Swati, certainly healthcare should be more affordable and more comfortable for people and people coming from the remote areas. What is happening? People are coming from far remote areas to Delhi, Bombay and other cities because those remote areas lack basic medical facilities. This is the reality of India. And this government in last 8 years has done nothing. They have reduced the health care budget. Secondly, one gentleman was hailing and praising the GST step. I would like to remind that GST has failed on 2 counts. First, it has widened the rift between the center and the state government. Secondly, it has failed to correct the rates, the tax rates. So, on these 2 major counts, the GST has failed.
Okay.
Like all other steps the GST has also failed.
Right. Swati, hold on. Let me ask a follow-up question to all the 3 politicians who are opposing the move. Please tell me how many line items are there in GST and how many applicable tax rates are there in GST. You answer these 2 questions and then you comment on GST. Taxation is a very technical issue. It's a very technical issue. You're making all kinds of statements without having any idea of what the taxation structure is. There are total 9 tax rates at present and there are total 1900 items with major duty inversion issues.
We know.
And as far as hospital, no, you don't know. You don't know.
We know that.
You're saying what you're saying.
The general public,
Listen to me.
we know.
Listen to me. No, you don't know. If you know, you don't know. You don't know. The problem is you don't know.
You cannot go like this. Yes, we know.
Okay, you are talking about you asked him a question.
Talking about the nuances. You are talking about the nuances of the tax structure. Come to the basic structure of the taxes. The people of India, where the literacy rate is so, you cannot evade behind. You cannot hide yourself behind the jugglery of figures and data.
How many line items are there in consumption?
Certainly.
How many line items? Tell me how many line items. Give me a number. Give me a number. Give me a number. No. Give me a number. Give me a number. No. Give me a number. It's a very specific issue. How many line items of commodities are there?
Are you debating about?
How many line items are there of commodities? How many? Certainly, क्या आप नंबर बताइए ना कितने line items हैं? कितने हैं? Line items. How many line items are there? How many line items are there in consumption? How many line items are there in consumption? How many line items are in consumption? How many line items are there in consumption? How many line items are there in consumption? How many line items are there in GST? How many line items are there in GST?
Is it for rich and privileged one, or it is for poor?
Okay. I want to go across to another viewer. It's very important. It's very important that we get enough time and make our points very clearly, because it's a very, very important and a technical issue, and the viewer needs to understand every aspect. Prakash is joining us from Hyderabad. Prakash, good evening. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I understand the hike of GST, with such a long COVID, impact on economy. And similarly, we have this war continuously going on. And my problem is, while you have so much of things, the opposition parties are absolutely, what you call cruel to, not support the government at this hour. However, a few things, very basic necessities are also being taxed very high. Those can be probably, taken back a little and do a kind of, economic justice to the, middle and lower classes. Like, people who travel on work, they are now taxed about 12% more. Unnecessary things, those are their lives get a little tougher. So there are a few things like that on food items as well.
Okay.
So just bring down the prices a little on that side.
Just bring down the prices a little. Very balanced and nuanced stand taken by Prakash. There we have Anindya joining us from Kolkata. Anindya, good evening. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I am Anindya calling from Kolkata. I have a question. I had an MSME company. So suppose if I have to bill a certain client, so my mandate is in that month I have to file my GST amount, which I am billing to the client. But the problem is the client at the same time is not liable to